Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Motherfucker, give me a...
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Motherfucker, give me a...
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Motherfucker, give me a...
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Motherfucker, give me a specific...
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Motherfucker...
Come on out, you rapist!
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
To this YouTube channel, go ahead and hit the subscribe button now, along with the bell icon, so you can be notified whenever a new video is posted. And if you're already subscribed, check and make sure that YouTube hasn't unsubscribed you. And of course, be sure to give the video a like, as well as share it on your social media. The white supremacists hate that. And now, the Sunday address. South Africa's President Cyril Ramaphosa showed up at the White House, and he did it knowing full well that Trump was going to be making all kinds of outrageous accusations about white genocide. And then Trump pulled out some video and some stills that was supposed to be his Trump card, pun intended, where he was claiming that there were all of these white people who had been killed. But even the white media didn't need very long to understand that Trump's phony claims and his so-called material, all of his evidence, was complete and thorough crap.
Death.
U.S. President Donald Trump made several false statements and misrepresented some facts during a contentious Oval Office meeting on Wednesday with South African President Cyril Ramaphosa. Here's a look at some of the claims made by Trump about the alleged persecution of South Africa's white minority. Number 1, there is a genocide of white farmers in South Africa.
Persecution or genocide going on.
This conspiracy theory has been propagated by some fringe groups of white South Africans since the end of apartheid in 1994. It's been circulating in global far-right chat rooms for at least a decade. Trump held up a sheet of paper with a picture of people lifting body bags.
These are all white farmers that are being buried.
The image actually shows humanitarian workers burying bodies in the city of Goma in the Democratic Republic of Congo. It's a screen grab of this Reuters video taken in February following deadly battles against Rwanda-backed M23 rebels who had captured the city.
That's what you get when you decide to get your information from internet comment sections and Reddit forums. Of course, this blew up in Trump's face in short order. Elon Musk's team can't read, much less do any basic research. But that wasn't the point. I would not at all be surprised if this is another one of Steve Bannon's so-called strategies to just say any stupid thing that will get the media to take their eyes off the ball so the Republicans can be doing some dirt behind the scenes. Wouldn't surprise me at all if that's what was actually going on here, but Trump didn't really have much to worry about in terms of the white media deciding to have a feeding frenzy at his expense on this, mainly because of the fact that, as we've seen, most of the white media decided to focus more on budget squabbles than what you would think would be a golden opportunity to show everybody just how dumb and incompetent Trump and that clown car of crazies he has as his administration are. But that was never going to be the case, mainly because Ramaphosa himself was not there to do any sort of battle. What was he there for? Well, I'll tell you in a moment, but you can probably already guess. Oh, and by the way, Trump decided to also show some video of Julius Malema talking tough. And while I do appreciate what Malema tries to say, the reality is I don't seriously believe that it would ever go beyond words. But regardless, Ramaphosa could have easily fired back at Trump, pointing out that there's no need to be afraid that the good white folks in South Africa are going to have land taken from them. The U.S. needs to be concerned about the land that the Israelis are taking from the Palestinians. That's where a real genocide is taking place. And that's where people are actually having their land taken from them, not simply at the barrel of a gun, but using 2,000-pound bombs. And those bombs, as well as the money that's being used to fund the IDF's death machine over there, is being supplied almost exclusively by the United States. And before anyone forgets, keep in mind, it was South Africa who were the ones who brought the case before the International Court of Justice, accusing Israel of genocide. And wasn't it Ramaphosa who was South Africa's president when this occurred? There were all kinds of bold accusations being made at that point, although nobody pointed out the U.S.'s complicity and support for everything that the Israelis have been doing. One would have thought that as long as Trump was going to tell lies about South Africa, the easiest refutation would be for the South Africans to tell the truth about Trump and the United States. If ever there was a perfect time and place to threaten to force AFRICOM out of Africa, to declare that Africa is going to seek closer ties with Russia and China, and to threaten to stop all rare earth mineral sales to the U.S., it was then. But of course, no African country has ever or would ever do that. They literally can't afford to. The problem wasn't that Ramaphosa forgot about all these things or that it slipped his mind. You saw he was sitting there goofy grinning. The problem was that he was only too glad that Trump invited him to the White House, because he didn't come there to stand up for South Africa or anything else. The white media tried to prop this guy up some while back, claiming that he had mentioned the Black Lives Matters movement back in 2020. But the reality is, when he gave this UN statement, over the internet, by the way, he gave a very circuitous mention to Black Lives Matters, very oblique. He didn't even say Black Lives Matters. He just basically talked in very general terms about racism. And he didn't even have the decency to say the word black through this alleged statement. So there was no mention of Black Lives Matters. There was no mention of black anything. Ramaphosa has long been trying to make sure that he stays on the right side of certain people from Europe that he's desperately trying to keep the approval of. That's what he's really about. And that's the reason why when Trump was giving him a tongue lashing, he didn't even mention the treatment of Black Americans during this meeting with Trump. Didn't say a word about Black Americans at all. Out of sight, out of mind. Say what you want about Volodymyr Zelensky, but at least when he came to the White House, he pushed back. But of course, Zelensky was there to stand up for his people. He was there to advocate for his people. Ramaphosa was there for a self-serving photo op. And that brings us to the crux of another problem. See, Trump didn't just invite Ramaphosa there spontaneously, any more than he did Zelensky. Trump invited both of those guys to the White House for the same reason. And they both showed up for the same reason, even though they knew exactly what was going to happen. Because both Ukraine and South Africa want money from the Trump administration. He knows that. So they can't really afford to wag their finger at his faces. They definitely can't afford to try to rattle their sabers at him because, truth be told, they don't really have sabers. They basically don't even have pocket knives at this point. No matter how blatant the lies Trump told, Ramaphosa was still going to sit there smiling and grinning like an idiot and just take it because he wants money from Trump. He needs money from the U.S. And for a cowardly failure like Ramaphosa, it's far easier to beg than it is to build. It's far easier to get slapped in the face than it is to stand on your own 2 feet. Problem is, a man who tries to get money on his knees usually winds up flat on his back. People keep asking the same silly question about this interaction, this so-called confrontation, which wasn't a confrontation at all. It was just Trump sitting there making all these accusations and Ramaphosa trying to grin through all of it. People keep asking, who do you think lost that argument? Well, that's the wrong question to ask, because Trump had little to lose. People say that, well, Ramaphosa looked more presidential. Since when has the orange man ever cared about that? He's never tried to be a statesman. One, he's incapable of that. And two, he knows that the entitled bigots that he wants to appeal to, they consider those kind of dignified, staid, respectable public figures to be weak. Trump comes off as a loud, intentionally offensive, combative punk that he is because these bigots want to look at him and see themselves. He knows that. So that's how he presents himself. Which is why he's repeating every phony thing that he's ever seen or heard on Reddit. Oh, but what about his credibility, some have asked. Seriously? You actually think he cares about credibility? He already knows he doesn't have any to begin with. He's a con man. He knows it. So do his supporters. Credibility. You can't lose what you never had. That's the reason why, even with this clown show having blown up in Trump's face, he doesn't have to worry about losing credibility. And let's be honest. Do you see Ramaphosa or any other African leaders attempting to humiliate Trump over this? Do you see any of those African leaders making him pay for this mistake? Do you see any of them saying, you know what, we're going to be putting our heads together and finding ways to make the U.S. pay for this? You can't disrespect us like this. You can't disrespect an African leader like this. None of them saying that. Trump has put all kinds of travel restrictions on African countries, including South Africa, but you wouldn't know about how Ramaphosa acted. How much of a stink did he raise about that? Did he say, you know what, we're putting restrictions on American travelers? Of course he didn't do that. He could have challenged Trump, or don't bother to show up, because he was the summoned in this case. That meant that Trump had the upper hand. It was up to him to decide to turn the tables, but I'm sure we'll have the usual suspects try to tell us that Ramaphosa was playing some sort of three-dimensional chess. That's usually the go-to line of BS that gets pulled out times like this. The reality is Ramaphosa is as much a castrated puppet of white power as Mandela ever was. That's the entire reason that he was there. That's why he's the so-called leader of South Africa. Because if he had any steel in his spine, he wouldn't be the leader of South Africa. They would have had somebody else up in there. And that's the reason why I can't stand the fact that we get all these tethers and foreign flags who come in here all the time talking about how independent they and their home countries allegedly are. But Ramaphosa showed us the reality. He's a head of state, allegedly. But look what happened. Trump brought him in and scolded him like a child. And he just sat there and had to take it. Africa has been completely undone from within. It's overrun with people who flee, backstab, and refuse to get on code. Tragically, that's become the culture there. But you couldn't tell by the people who we constantly see claiming to be batting 1,000. Meanwhile, the most popular word in Nigeria is Japa. When an entire group of people don't have any fight in them, it's obvious. Tough talk doesn't fool anyone for very long, especially when the person spouting that tough talk never puts any tough action behind it. Cowardice that was on display from Ramaphosa last week is precisely why the U.S. was so eager to bring in so many tethers and fleers. They want the same timidity and cowardice towards white supremacy that is the norm in Africa. And while it is true that we have plenty of brothers and sisters from abroad who've got some steel in their spines, the reality is they are still the minority. That's the entire problem. There's simply not enough of them. Ramaphosa's job last week was to present African leaders to the U.S. as being a bunch of paper tigers, or should I say paper lions, and that's exactly what he did. Half of the people over there still consider themselves to be subjects of Britain or whoever their former European colonial masters were. That's why they're so shocked and appalled when the Europeans reject them and do so violently. And that's also why they can't wait to buck dance for some butter biscuits on the off chance that they do manage to sneak into this or that European country with some sort of asylum claim. And this pandering, sniveling, and cowardice in the face of white supremacist aggression, this complete lack of spine, the unwillingness to act like a leader, and the refusal to do for self, this is the real Mandela effect. See, the U.S. was instrumental in making sure that Mandela was put in prison back in the day, and the U.S. designated Mandela as a terrorist all the way up until 2008. That's 20 years after the man was released from prison. So when you had Bill Clinton in the White House during the 90s, as far as he was concerned, Mandela's still an enemy of the U.S. And yet you had Mandela with his goofy self. Soon as he got out of prison, he said he wanted to go to Disneyland. I guess no one ever told him what Walt Disney thought of black people. And no one told him that the only reason apartheid fell was because black Americans were attacking the white Dutch occupation regime's primary form of support, the U.S. government. And all of these companies and corporations over here, they were the ones who had pressure put on them by foundational black Americans who were telling everybody you're going to have to divest. You have never seen these immigrants doing that in the U.S., by the way, not even for the countries they come from. As soon as they flee, they never advocate for their people. Except for some phony chest-beating routine whenever they win an Olympic medal or they get in a Hollywood movie, and suddenly they're so proud to be Nigerian or Jamaican or Ghanaian or Kenyan or whatever. This is why millions of immigrants from the Caribbean and Africa have never and will never translate into political clout for these countries in the U.S. or anywhere else. Now, people may think that that's harsh for me to say, but that's the reality. You saw what Ramaphosa did. See how much clout he had? After all the lies Trump told about South Africa, and knowing that Trump was going to be doing nothing but lying to him and setting him up for some half-brained ambush, you had Ramaphosa who was still shaking hands with this guy, smiling and yucking it up as if everything was everything. But then again, Nelson Mandela had no problem happily shaking hands with George H.W. Bush in 1990, even though Bush was the chump who ran the infamous Willie Horton ad just 2 years earlier. Guess nobody told Mandela about that either. And this is why Dr. Joseph Ben-Jochannan said that if you're with Mandela, then you're not with him. These are the people who the white media tries to tell you and me are the revolutionary leaders in Africa, when nothing could be further from the truth. White power believes in controlling both sides of the argument, thank you, Newly Fuller. First of all, white power knows when a Negro is easy to break, and it uses prison to break weak Negroes. A lot of them went in trying to put up a front, but they came out buck broken and looking like whipped dogs and acting like cowards. I don't know how much spine Mandela had when he was illegally put in prison, but we do know he didn't have any spine left when he came out. If he did, then they would have killed him while he was in there. Look what Putin did to his rival, Alexei Navalny. You can tell when the power structure considers somebody to be a threat. Stokely Carmichael, aka Kwame Ture, said that all the scared Negroes are dead. Well, in the US, that's true, but outside the US, in places like the Caribbean and in Africa, the opposite is true. All the brave Negroes are dead. All they got left are tethers, cowards, and phonies trying to fake it till they make it. That's how you get someone like Cyril Ramaphosa coming to the U.S., hat in hand, head bowed down, making sure not to speak above a whisper, knowing that he's going to get a tongue lashing and just meekly taking it without a peep of real pushback, and then making nice with the man who did it to him afterwards. I suppose when you've become accustomed to living life on your knees, you get used to it. This is not what you have to do. This is just what you do. And that's the real insult that came out of last week's meeting with Trump. Not the way that Trump was acting. Everybody knew that was going to happen. But what was also sadly predictable was that Ramaphosa would simply be yet another African leader, quote unquote, who was going to sit there, head down like a child being scolded. He wasn't going to stand up for Black Americans, the only ones who made it possible for South Africa to free itself. He didn't even bother to stand up for South Africans, and he wouldn't even bother to stand up for himself. Dr. John Henrik Clarke gave many lectures about the history of South Africa, especially the Zulu-Anglo Wars, and one of the things that he pointed out was that in South Africa, that country produces either whole men or whole cowards. And with Ramaphosa, it's easy to tell which is which. Good evening, and be one. I'd like to take a moment to mention some of...
Yeah, I actually hadn't listened to Professor Black Truth in maybe a year or so. This guy is hilarious and brutal, and I love it. So, everybody, welcome to Stanley versus the World Sunday edition. And yes, the title of the show, I hope that rubs some feathers the wrong way. And if anybody wants an explanation of the title, I am more than happy to explain it, but I think it's self-explanatory. So everybody, please make sure you hit the like button. Please make sure if you are new to, to subscribe to the John Galt Urban Landlord channel, home of the Choons. And please subscribe to the Stanley Cross channel. It's at Stanley Cross 6000. I actually do have a video that I'm going to try and premiere today. Just haven't uploaded it because it's like a gig. It's going to take a couple hours to upload. So I will make sure and get that done today. I was going to do it overnight, but then I woke up and started listening to John's show right before this. And as you can imagine, I was definitely engaged in that show. It's like, man, every show that John Galt does just raises so many questions in my head. Like, is this a fucking grown man? It's like some of the shit he does, I would never in my wildest dreams think of doing. So there are questions that aren't meant, that aren't meant to be asked for a reason. So I will leave it at that. So make sure that you support the show, folks. Support your kindly, elderly, and often bewildered host. People ask me all kinds of questions and make all kinds of assumptions about where Stanley lives and what Stanley thinks and why Stanley does things. Oh my Lord. If I have fatigue, it is stupidity fatigue. I've never suffered fools gladly, and we got a lot of them in this John Galt urban landlord space. None of them are listening to this show right now, by the way. The Stanley versus the World audience are the sanest people in this space, in my opinion. At least most of you are. So let us. Oh, make sure you support your host, the bewildered Stanley Cross, and make sure that you support our executive producer, Portia J. And I was gonna say give her reparations, but you know what? Just like give her money for drinks. You need a drink after a John Galt urban landlord uh, white shade fest. It was amazing, folks. If you have not watched John's show just before this show came on, you need to go back and watch it. It is fucking amazing. So with that, we shall sally forth to actual important stuff. Who gives a fuck about a curfew in DC? I don't know why it affects anyone other than whoever's living in DC, especially if you're 18 or under. But apparently, it's important to the anti-black blacks. So, first story. Apparently, President Putin has been busy. Uh, uh, Trump says he has gone completely crazy. Let's watch this. I'm assuming this is Trump criticizing Putin.
Yeah, I'll give you an update. I'm not happy with what Putin's doing. He's killing a lot of people, and I don't know what the hell happened to Putin. I've known him a long time, always gotten along with him, but he's sending rockets into cities and killing people, and I don't like it at all, okay? We're in the middle of talking, and he's shooting rockets into Kiev and other cities. I don't like it at all.
President, what do you want to do about that?
I'm surprised. I'm very surprised. We'll see what we're going to do. What am I going to tell you? You're the fake news, aren't you? You're totally fake. All right, any other questions? I don't like what Putin is doing, not even a little bit. He's killing people. And something happened to this guy, and I don't like it.
Oh, really? You don't like it, huh? Motherfucker, you're his enabler. Dude, you know what? even President Trump needs an I told you so every now and again. God damn, this was so predictable. So let's see here. Russia hits Ukraine with record drone attack, says Ukraine Air Force. In new figures, Ukraine Air Force says Russia launched 355 drones and 9 missiles in Ukraine overnight on Sunday into Monday morning. Spokesman tells Reuters news agency this was the largest drone attack of the war so far. The Air Force, Ukraine Air Force, says that all missiles launched last night were shot down, while 288 UAVs and drones were neutralized. Apparently not. On Saturday night into Sunday morning, Ukraine says 298 drones and 89 missiles were launched by Russia. So let's see, what is the latest? Well, I guess the latest is Trump is mad. Fucking Trump. He is hilarious.
He is.
He doesn't like it. You think Putin gives a fuck? Look at this. Dude, you know what? This was the guy who said he was going to end the Ukraine-Russia war on day one. And now, after a massive missile attack, he's going, he doesn't like it. Yeah, this is the Trump that the John Galt universe thinks is a good president. So I don't know what to say to that, but all hail to President Trump actually not liking something that Putin does. Donald Trump has called Vladimir Putin absolutely crazy following a weekend of major Russian aerial attacks on Ukraine. Oh dear. Oh dear. Is Putin not doing? Putin is the real deal when it comes to autocracy and doing what the hell he wants. And you know what? Right now, it is Vladimir Putin's world, and Donald Trump is just living in it. What a fucking moron. So let us move on. It is definitely, Trump is definitely cringeworthy with that video. And if I were John Galt, I'd play it like 30 times. But once was enough. So, Mela, how you doing?
I'm terrific. Just like you.
Not too bad. It's raining outside. The thunderstorm part seemed to be over, so we've been getting a lot of rain this month, which is interesting.
Okay. Well, the good news is that you have indoor plumbing. So, regardless of, that's the thing, right? It's about looking at the weather and thinking how you, not you specifically, but a person might want it to be more pleasant. It's like that's just the human existence. We have to deal with, weather as it comes.
Right.
So,
Well, I mean, it depends on it. It depends. There are people who still depend on good weather, like sailors, for instance. Um, especially going in and out of port, you always want to know the weather. Well, you just want to know the weather if you are stationed on a ship, because weather can be generally your enemy, though sometimes it can be your friend. And to be honest,
yeah, it gets in the
I
way.
I became obsessed with weather when I lived on the mountain. Years ago, I lived up in the Blue Ridge Mountains in Northern Virginia, and being from Savannah, I really had never dealt with winter weather, like real winter weather. So, that first winter up there, I was obsessed with with weather, especially in the winter. And there's a song by a group, well, a duo called They Might Be Giants, and the song is called "When It Rains, It Snows." That was my first winter up in the Blue Ridge
Mhm.
Mountains. When it rains, it snows.
My first husband was obsessed with the Weather Channel. It was always curious to me. It's like we could look at what the weather forecast is, plan our events around that, and that's all. But he actually watched it as if it was when cable started coming out for people, and and thereby the Weather Channel, and that was his preferred watch channel. He preferred that, except for basketball. He was a basketball fan.
Well,
But
there was a woman on there, a black woman.
basketball and the Weather Channel, that was his priority.
There was a black woman on the Weather Channel, and I cannot for the life of me remember her name, but she was tall and kind of slender, but she had curves in the right places.
I thought that
She
was
was
it too. I
she
thought that was
was
it too.
drop dead gorgeous,
I
and
thought that I thought that was it
she
too.
actually wound up, believe this or not, becoming like a bigwig at the station. She wound at the station.
I
She
thought
either wound up being like some senior executive, or maybe even some sort of leadership. She worked her way up from weather woman,
mhm.
weather reporter to a bigwig. I have to look her up. She was just, oh my lord, and she was just someone that you would want to know. Uh, just look like
Yeah,
Trump.
I'm not. Yeah, it's traditional almost to most that they call them weather girls, right?
Right. Well, she was a little bit more than a weather girl. I think she was actually a
She
meteorologist.
started off as eye candy for the weather.
Yeah. Okay. So let's move on to the news. More news. I've got about 10 news stories. Well, actually, half of them, or more than half of them, are editorial or opinion pieces or editorials. But this was the other odd thing. Trump hails West Point cadets for their accomplishments and takes credit for U.S. military might. Donald Trump praised West Point cadets for their accomplishments, stating, "You will become officers of the greatest and most powerful army the world has ever known." Trump claimed he rebuilt that army and the military during his first term, saying, "We rebuilt it like nobody ever rebuilt it before." He emphasized that the U.S. is the hottest country in the world and reinforced an America First military ethos. Trump asserted that the military focus should be on crushing America's adversaries and killing America's enemies instead of hosting drag shows. Well, you know what? I just have a feeling that they their biggest adversary might wind up being uh, Russia. Let's see, Russia. Let's see, what else is interesting in here? You know what? Let me also change this aspect.
You said what
Uh,
else is interesting?
well, I mean about Trump
Oh
making,
my
the speech at West Point,
God. Right.
and I hear Vance did the Naval Academy address. He was a Marine, so I guess that's appropriate. Trump to deliver West Point speech amid DEI fight. The event is set to begin at 10:15. Let's see. All right. Well, I don't think anything. Let's see what the right-leaning focus is. Uh, Trump criticized the U.S. diversity policies and prior military leadership, claiming past leaders had dragged our military into missions it was never meant to be. Hmm. Yeah, okay.
I'm curious as to why no one's talking about the obesity problem in this country. There are
Well,
like 70% of
probably
Americans
because
are fat.
obesity is the new norm.
That's a shame. I saw, you know what I saw, Stanley? I saw mannequins that are, let's say, full figure. My jaw dropped. I was like, that's that's a fat mannequin. I'm like, what the hell? So
Well,
we're
why not?
actually
Why shouldn't there be a fat mannequin? What's the problem with that?
the problem with being unhealthy is that it leads to an early demise.
Okay, well the
And
problem
and being
problem with that
overweight
the
is
problem
an
with that
indication
very the
of being
problem
unhealthy.
okay, whoa, hold on. The problem with that is that it used to be that, being, a skinny model was unhealthy. You remember back in the 80s, I think it was, there was a big obsession
But
with
I'm not referring
okay,
to being skinny.
ma'am, let me finish, please. There was a big to do back in the 80s, I think it was, about eating disorders. So American culture tends to go back and forth. It's like we are literally like a historical pendulum. We go too far in one way, then we go back too far the other way. We never seem to settle in the middle. So I'm actually not that concerned with fat mannequins.
Okay, fine.
It's probably better that mannequins reflect the
Move
reality.
on. Fine.
Yes, I will do just that. Let's move on. So, crypto investor arrested for alleged kidnapping and torture of Italian tourist in Soho apartment. So now these crypto guys are torturing people, and you will laugh, but not be surprised why he did it. A 28-year-old Italian tourist escaped captivity and torture on May 23rd, 2025, from a rented Nolita apartment in Manhattan. The victim met 37-year-old John Welts,
I'll be back in 2 minutes.
a Kentucky-based cryptocurrency trader, renting the apartment on May 6th and was held after Welts took his passport. After escaping around 10 a.m. Friday, the tourist approached a traffic officer, informing them of the situation, which led to police arriving at 28 Prince Street and arresting Welts. Authorities discovered numerous Polaroid photos depicting the victim restrained alongside various instruments of torture and a firearm. Inside the apartment, Welts rented for $30,000 to $40,000 a month. Oh my lord! He's been formally charged with second-degree assault on 2 occasions and with holding the victim against their will. The victim is hospitalized with trauma consistent with beatings, while detectives interview 2 butlers from the residence in an ongoing investigation that includes seeking a second suspect. Wow, this is straight out of some movie. So essentially, from what I heard, I thought was that here it is right here. An American cryptocurrency investor has been charged kidnapping and torturing a young man for weeks in an alleged plot to steal his Bitcoin password. What? Oh my. This is hilarious. So, yeah, black people are the biggest problem in America. Yeah, sure. There's gonna be a coming storm, folks. These crypto investors are weird, and now they're kidnapping people. That's not a violent crime, though, right? All right. Judge orders Trump administration to pursue return of improperly deported Guatemalan man. On Friday, U.S. District Judge Brian Murphy directed the Trump administration to assist in bringing back OCG, a gay Guatemalan man who had been mistakenly deported to Mexico despite his concerns of facing persecution there. The order came after the Justice Department admitted that its assertion that OCG had indicated no fear of being sent to Mexico was founded on incorrect information. Yeah. You know what? Just literally. How can you take a good policy? There is nothing wrong with, getting rid of people here illegally. But how can you fuck even a good thing up like that? Only the Trump administration can do stuff like this. You know what? Take a good mission, a good policy, and fuck it up with all kinds of mistakes. Just totally sad. The band of incompetence. So let's listen to this article here.
That does not matter. Stephen Miller flattened by Cato immigration expert by Tom Boggioni. During an appearance on MSNBC on Sunday morning, the director of immigration studies at the conservative Cato Institute fired back at the White House's Stephen Miller for trying to override the Constitution to snatch up immigrants and ship them out of the country. Speaking with the hosts of MSNBC's The Weekend, Cato's David Beer shot down Donald Trump's key advisor's contention that the law, particularly the notion of due process, can't halt his immigrant purge. They do know how to do this, he said of the Trump administration. And ultimately, this time around, they just said, no, we're just not going to cooperate with the fundamental process of our Constitution. And they just keep coming back to this point. Exclusive. I'll say this again, that Stephen Miller will go on Fox News and they'll say, They elected us to do this and that does not matter. He continued. Under our Constitution, elections do not change laws. They do not change our Constitution. So they could every single person who voted him could have voted for him in order to do this.
You know what? Let's not listen to this very bad AI voice and see the NBC article or the NBC clip here.
This week, DHS Secretary Kristi Noem failed a pretty basic American civics test.
So, Secretary Noem, what is habeas corpus?
Well, habeas corpus is a constitutional right that the president has to be able to remove people from this country and suspend their right to.
Let me stop you, ma'am. Habeas corpus, excuse me, that's incorrect.
President
Habeas
Lincoln
corpus,
used it.
Excuse me. Habeas corpus is the legal principle that requires that the government provide a public reason for detaining and imprisoning people. So, Secretary Noem, do you support the core protection that habeas corpus provides, that the government must provide a public reason in order to detain and imprison someone?
Yeah, I support habeas corpus. I also recognize that the President of the United States has the authority under the Constitution to decide if it should be suspended or not.
This comes as a top defense official pushed analysts to rewrite an intelligence assessment on the relationship between the Venezuelan government and one of the most violent Venezuelan gangs, so it could, quote, not be used against Donald Trump. David Beer and Sky Perryman are back with us.
That was a beatdown. That was a senatorial beatdown. David,
just reciting the Constitution is now a beatdown. So, really unprecedented situation that we're dealing with here. Look, if you look at what she said, she says she focuses on the power of the president to suspend habeas corpus. Basically, she's redefining the right as the suspension, which would please the president to no end. And of course, they're looking into suspending this core fundamental right that Americans have to challenge their detention. When you challenge your detention through habeas, you are asking the government, give me the legal citation. What is the law under which I am being detained? And that's what they don't want to have to give. And so, yes, they're looking to suspend it. It's totally unconstitutional. Congress has the power to suspend habeas corpus, but only during an invasion of our country, which, of course, they say is immigration. It's ludicrous. Every court that's looked at this says immigration is not an invasion. James Madison said immigration is not an invasion of the United States. It requires a military act to have an invasion.
This guy, do you believe that she doesn't know what habeas corpus is? Or, like David is suggesting, there's a longer plan here, right? Because we had Stephen Miller kind of floated out recently where he said, we're thinking about looking at it, right? The president hasn't said anything about it, but now you have her in front of Congress kind of redefining what it means. Is there something larger at work here, or is something wrong with education?
You know, I think two things can be true at the same time here. I mean, first of all, when I watched that clip, it's just like this explains what we've been dealing with over the past 100 or so days with an administration. Exactly. I mean, right. Which with an administration that, again, is inconvenienced by the Constitution. The fact that the American people have rights, that people that are here have rights, is just not something that was in their plans. And so you definitely see that. But I do think that we're at a real.
Well, DiCapriono, habeas corpus doesn't override anything. It is a right. Okay, if that green card holder, for some reason or another, gets the card revoked and, imminent deportation, habeas corpus just says, well, hey, you need to let me know why you're doing this. You can't just capriciously revoke the green card and deport the guy. You gotta let him know why you're doing it. So it's not overriding. It's just basically a right that American citizens definitely have. And to be honest, due process, at least in the 14th Amendment, literally says if you are under the jurisdiction. And they're talking about the citizenship part. But basically, if you come to the United States, you are subject to U.S. law. And the primary law of the land is the Constitution. So there are all kinds of slippery slopes that Trump is creating here. If you say, well, hey, people who come here illegally don't have constitutional rights. Well, you're also saying that, hey, they don't have to follow laws. If they are not under U.S. jurisdiction, then they can just do what the fuck they want. Now that's maybe a little bit hyperbolic, but you're either subject to U.S. law or you're not subject to U.S. law, and habeas corpus is a fundamental right. And for some reason or another, there are all kinds of problems that the Trump administration is creating with the Constitution. And essentially, what they're admitting de facto or by default is that what they want to do, the Constitution isn't going to sanction. So that's at least my understanding. So let's get back to this wonderful video with this weird dude with the hair hat.
A real crisis point where you have an administration that does not want to be beholden to our Constitution or the rule of law. They're seeking to normalize suggestions. Well, maybe we don't have due process. Maybe certain people aren't entitled to due process. Well, that's not how due process works. It's for all of us.
Maybe it takes
right?
too long.
Right. Maybe it takes too long. Maybe we, need to just start asking and demanding that people show them their documents, American citizens walking around the street. All of this is part of a normalization of things that are not normal in a democracy. And I think that we have to be vigilant about that.
Both of you have worked on immigration policy for years now and have dedicated your careers to it. Can you talk about what is different this second Trump administration versus Trump 1?
Look, at Trump 1, there was a lot of bad policy coming out. But even under the Muslim ban, I thought it was abhorrent. It was constitutionally questionable. Ultimately, it went to the Supreme Court. Supreme Court said it was fine. But in the interim, they were following court orders. So there was a refugee who came here from Iraq. They illegally deported him in violation of a court order. They brought him back.
Oh, they know how to bring people back.
They do know how to people.
Interesting.
Yes,
okay.
They do know how to do this. And ultimately, this time around, they just said, no, we're just not going to cooperate with the fundamental process of our Constitution.
Defiance.
And they just keep coming back to this point. I'll say this again, that Stephen Miller will go on Fox News and he'll say, they elected us to do this. And that does not matter under our Constitution. Elections do not change laws. They do not change our Constitution. So every single person who voted for him could have voted for him in order to do this, which is certainly not the case. I know many Trump voters who do not support this. But even if it was the case, it didn't change our Constitution. It did not amend habeas corpus out of the Constitution when Americans voted in November. If you want to do that, you got to change the Constitution through the proper procedure.
But Americans didn't vote for this. And I think that's the place where the president here is flying too close to the sun. I mean, you have...
You know what? I don't think a majority of people didn't vote for for the president to be lawless, but don't say a good portion of that electorate kind of wants this to happen. That's why they elected him, because he's a quote rule breaker. So this is why I don't think that businessmen like CEO types actually make good presidents. Donald Trump wasn't even CEO or whatever he is of a publicly traded company. If I recall, Trump Enterprises is privately owned. So he's used to, kind of ruling his own little fiefdom, and he wants to treat the U.S., the United States, as his own personal fiefdom. And I think somewhere down the road, let's see. I did not. I have to go back and find the story. I've got a story somewhere with how this particular presidential term, just in the first 4 months, Donald Trump has just talk about generational wealth. you know, his his wealth will be generational, for the rest of the 21st century at this point. So we'll finish listening to this, then we'll move on. Then I'll try and find that story about how Donald Trump is just gonna be. Donald Trump is the Trump family is gonna wind up being the richest, richest family in this country at this rate.
The vast majority of people, again, over 80%, expect compliance with court orders. People have concerns about immigration policy in this country, and Congress has not passed comprehensive immigration reform, which everyone agrees. But this isn't about immigration policy. We have people that are being sent as a mistake, oopsie, I mean, and not being returned. We have American citizens who are being detained without process. And so I think that this is far beyond what anybody, I think, voted for. And I think that the president and his associates are going to start being held accountable by the people. And you see that happening in communities across the country, town halls, where members of Congress of the president's party aren't even showing up to answer questions from their very base because people are so concerned about what's happening.
And I think the unpopularity of this goes to the fact that they have to lie about what they're doing so often. They say it's all about public safety, that everyone they've deported is a gang member and a criminal, even though we know the vast majority of the people who are sent to El Salvador have no criminal convictions in any country. And again, when you have to lie, that shows that they understand that this isn't actually popular with the American people, deporting legal residents of this country to foreign prisons. It just doesn't make sense to most people.
These two blocks have been fire. Thank you very, very much. David Beard, Sky Perriman, thank you both very, very much for coming to the weekend. Still ahead, 6 months after the 2024 election, Democrats are finally beginning to show signs of fighting back. Former DNC.
All right, well, let us move on. So this is an opinion piece of some sort, talking about the aftermath of the George Floyd murder. And this guy, I know this is an interesting, I didn't read the whole thing, but it's an interesting read. And I'd actually be curious to know what some of the, if the anti-blacks have shown up into the chat, what they will think about this.
5 years after George Floyd's murder, the backlash takes hold. This article is by Clyde McGrady and read by an automated voice. Black Lives Matter Plaza is gone from Washington, D.C. The bold yellow letters that once protested police violence are now paved
much
over.
To the delight of John Gall.
Killings nationally are actually up. The Justice Department has abandoned oversight agreements for police forces accused of racial bias, even as it begins an investigation of Chicago after the city's black mayor praised the number of black people in top city jobs. The U.S. Refugee Resettlement Program is effectively shut down, but white South Africans have been granted an exception. Sunday is the 5th anniversary of George Floyd's murder by a Minneapolis police officer, a searing moment of brutality that ignited what may have been the largest social movement in U.S. history. 5 years later, the movement that his death helped begin may feel like it's in reverse. There has always been a rhythm to American social movements: forward momentum followed by backlash. Abolitionism's triumph gave way to the Ku Klux Klan and the end of Reconstruction. Civil rights marches dissipated as Richard M. Nixon and his silent majority rose to power. But even by historical standards, the current retrenchment feels swift and stark. 5 years ago, Republicans and Democrats shared the nation's streets to denounce police violence and proclaim that Black Lives Matter. Now, Donald J. Trump, a president who has long championed white grievance, is setting the tone of racial discourse. To conservatives, the shift is a necessary course correction away from violence in the streets and crippling mandates that overburden police departments. President Trump is tirelessly enacting policies to ensure America's safety, prosperity, and success for all Americans, said Harrison Fields, a White House spokesman. The Trump administration is committed to stopping crime, upholding justice, protecting communities, and empowering federal, state, and local law enforcement. But Manisha Sinha, who teaches American history at the University of Connecticut, sees the resurgence of old power structures as intentional, though not inescapable. I don't think that there's something inevitable or cyclical about it, Dr. Sinha said. As historians, we know that things just don't happen on their own. The Black Lives Matter movement well predated Mr. Floyd's death, emerging from the acquittal of George Zimmerman in the shooting death of Trayvon Martin in 2013, and the 2014 deaths of Michael Brown in Ferguson, Mo, and Eric Garner in New York, both of which happened at the hands of the police. But it exploded after the killing of Mr. Floyd. 500,000 people turned out in nearly 550 communities across the United States on a single day, June 6, 2020. Between 15 million and 26 million people participated in demonstrations or showed their support in the weeks after May 25, 2020, including Republican mainstays such as Mitt Romney, the party's 2012 presidential nominee, and Nikki Haley, Mr. Trump's first ambassador to the United Nations. Much has changed since then. Earlier this month, the Pew Research Center found that 72% of Americans say the increased focus on race and racial inequality after Floyd's killing did not lead to changes that improved the lives of Black people. The popularity of the Black Lives Matter movement has dipped 15 percentage points from its June 2020 peak, though a slight majority of the public still voice support. The toll can be personal. Selwyn Jones, 59, still speaks out about the death of his nephew, Mr. Floyd, under the knee of a Minneapolis police officer, Derek Chauvin. But as one of a handful of Black people in his small South Dakota town, Mr. Jones said his activism had alienated some people he once considered close. Those people that I thought were my friends, that I've known for 20-plus years. I haven't talked to any of them in about 5 years, Mr. Jones said. Ibram X. Kendi, a professorial proponent of anti-racism, has seen his academic star dim since 2020, when he founded the Center for Anti-Racist Research at Boston University with $55 million in donations. But in an interview, he said he still was taking the long view. The, quote, anti-racist revolution has slowed, he conceded, but it was never going to ascend unimpeded. I know it became particularly popular in recent decades that there's this singular arc of racial progress, said Dr. Kendi, who will lead the Institute for Advanced Study at Howard University. It's political rhetoric, but it's actually not historical reality. Still, it is difficult to ignore the headwinds facing racial justice activists, especially when those gusts seem to be blowing hardest from the highest levels of American power. Mr. Trump may have vowed in his second inaugural address to forge a society that is colorblind and merit-based, but the president's belief that anti-white discrimination has tilted society in favor of African Americans remains a driver of administration policy. Those policies include the dismantlement of diversity, equity, and inclusion in government, the targeting of perceived racial preferences in academia and the private sector, and the rooting out of what Mr. Trump called improper ideology at the Smithsonian Institution. As far back as 1989, Mr. Trump said, "If I were starting off today, I would love to be a well-educated Black, because I really believe they do have an actual advantage." In the 1990s, Mr. Trump expressed concern that white people losing majority status would lead to a revolution. In an Oval Office exchange on Wednesday with President Cyril Ramaphosa of South Africa, Mr. Trump accused the leader of not doing enough to protect the white South Africans, who he said were, quote, being executed. He also has falsely claimed a genocide against white people was taking place. During the meeting, Mr. Trump referred repeatedly to dead white people. For some who achieved a new level of fame after Mr. Floyd's death, to only later receive recriminations and scorn, the last 5 years have been disorienting. I've tried not to take it personally, said Dr. Kendi, whose scholarship has been impugned by Mr. Trump's supporters and whose tenure at Boston University included charges of mismanagement that were later dismissed. I know it has less to do with me and more to do with this attempt to make people like me, or the people who are doing the type of work that I'm doing, into these scary, harmful characters. But Dr. Kendi has also faced criticism from his ostensible allies that his framework for anti-racist activism is unworkable and counterproductive. Dr. Kendi has said that most of his critics either haven't read my work or willfully misrepresent it. In the wake of Mr. Floyd's murder, the Black Lives Matter Foundation, Inc. raised a staggering $79.6 million in fiscal year 2021. The next year, that figure was down to almost $8.5 million. By 2023, it was about $4.7 million, with expenses of $10.8 million. According to records tracked by the nonprofit journalism organization ProPublica, allegations of mismanagement have ricocheted between the foundation and its funders, which harmed the reputation of the movement's leaders. Historians note that even when social movements are met with backlash, change is never fully rolled back. Despite the violence and terror used by Southern states to suppress full Black citizenship in the post-Reconstruction era, slavery was not reinstituted. And Black activism is American activism, said Dr. Stephen Hahn, a professor at New York University. Even if some of the white allies who once stood shoulder to shoulder with Black protesters have turned away, you wouldn't have democracy in this country, or at least a sense of a robust democracy without Black people and their own struggles, he said. They were the most committed to real democracy that was not bound by exceptions and exclusions. But Professor Hahn expressed real worry. People get silenced, and then before you know it, he said, we're really back at a really bad square one. The police reform movement that was sparked by Mr. Floyd's murder has had lasting impacts. Many police departments still require officers to wear body cameras. No-knock warrants are banned in some areas. Data collection on police brutality has been enhanced. Mr. Trump's efforts to eradicate DEI, which has increasingly become a catch-all term to describe policies that benefit anyone who is not white and male, is beginning to meet grassroots resistance. On Wednesday, the big box retailer Target reported a drop in foot traffic and sales, a response in part to its retreat from diversity policies, in part to tariff anxiety. The company's sales fell 3.8% last quarter compared with the same quarter a year ago. On the flip side of that is Michael Green, who, like many, was moved by the protests of 2020. A self-described flag nerd, Mr. Green thought marchers should have proper banners that could match the iconography of Mr. Trump's movement, so he started Flags for Good, which makes signage for progressive causes, including Black Lives Matter. A company once run out of a spare bedroom has now become a career. Items in the Black Lives Matter section, in particular, have seen a huge leap in sales that, he said, was driven by Mr. Trump's re-election.
Wow, Flags for Good. Huh. Who knew? So let's have a look at this. Flags for Good. Flags can change the world. Wow. Prep for Pride. Oh, awesome. Let's see, there's a rainbow United States flag. Let's see, what else do we have here? There's Salt Lake City, pre-order Salt Lake City Juneteenth flag. Wow. Well, this proves that a good idea can make you money. So they're a licensed partner of the Indianapolis Speedway. So I guess they provide checkered flags too. This is awesome. Well, if anybody wants If anybody wants this link, I wonder if they do custom flags. I wonder if there is a white shade flag. Let's see, they got rainbow, lesbian, bisexual, transgender, non-binary, asexual, kink flags. There's a kink flag. Interesting. Let's see. Do they have a white supremacy flag? Of course, they said flags for good, so I don't know that white supremacy is good. There's some in this John Galt urban landlord space who think that white supremacy is good, especially the anti-black blacks. So there's a U.S. bobsled flag. Interesting. Well, you know what? There is very interesting. Let's see. They have an anti-blank black or black. Is that what you mean, Mike? They have an anti-black flag. I think it's just a black flag, like the field of the flag is black, and it just has a picture of John Galt and Be Brave hugging. I think that is the anti-black flag. Let's see. The story and myth of Pandora seems very similar to Adam and his counterpart in the garden. Yeah, that is true. Or better yet, maybe what it'll be is, well, no. Let's not go too far afield here. I do think that we need to come up. Maybe that could be a project. We need some artist out there needs to come up with an anti-black flag, and it's got to have John Galt and Be Brave, and then other ideas. That, you know what? Let me think about that. It might actually be worth like having a contest. We need a John Galt urban landlord flag that people like John Galt and Be Brave can, how I have a Georgia Tech flag hanging off my house. We need a flag that anti-blacks like John Galt or Be Brave can hang proudly from their porches. That would just be awesome. I might have to go back and look at this flag place, and yeah, somebody could come up with a design. Shit, I would see how much it costs to get a flag like that made. It would be worth it, I'm sure. So this is gonna be these next few articles or essays or opinion pieces are gonna be more or less political, and a little bit of a rehash, which I don't know. Might be worth doing, might not. We'll see. But this is a historian who has a Substack called Sweary History, and his little motto here makes me laugh. His motto, or his little I don't know, pithy comment describing his Substack newsletter is: those who cannot remember the past need a history teacher who says fuck a lot. And that made me laugh, and that's why I subscribed.
Why She Lost. Occam's Razor Tells the Tale. By James Fell. Why bring this up now? Because data firm Catalyst recently released an analysis of voting patterns of the 2024 US election, revealing that 30 million people who voted in 2020 failed to show up and vote in 2024. Such drop-offs are common, with them always being more than replaced by new voters, but this drop-off was the largest in US history, and this time they were not all replaced. Compared with the 2020 election, 3.2 million fewer people voted in 2024. Also compare this to how 27 million more people voted in 2020 than in 2016. It was the first time there were fewer new voters than drop-off voters. The year 2020 was a fucktacular shitnado of ass. As far as his first term goes, Trump was at his worst in his final year, and he utterly botched the COVID response. COVID was the reason Trump lost in 2020, but also because the Democrats ran a white guy.
I agree with that.
Trump grew his number of voters considerably over 2016, but Biden grew over Clinton significantly more. Trump increased his number of votes by another 3 million again in 2024, but Harris got 6.2 million fewer votes than Biden did in 2020. Harris lost support across the board. Regardless of age, race, or gender, Harris got fewer votes compared to Biden 2020. The one group she didn't lose support among were super voters, the most engaged people who always vote. In other words, people who pay some fucking attention to politics and knew what goddamn nightmare Trump 2024 would be made sure to vote for Harris. Why did so many more drop off, and so few new replace them for 2024? There is no single answer that explains the entirety of the reason, but there is one piece of information that explains most of it. Before we get to that, the idea that the 2024 election was stolen has little merit. Moving forward, I expect American elections are at a high risk of being neither free nor fair, but cheating doesn't explain Harris's 2024 loss. Part of the reason is that a lot of people were motivated to get out and vote for Biden in 2020 because of the shit show they were experiencing under Trump. They wanted Tangerine Palpatine out and got the job done. Alas, people have short memories, and the steady and stable Democratic leadership of the next 4 years made people complacent about how shitty things could be if Trump was allowed to return to power. The situation in Gaza and the left-wing smear campaign against Harris didn't help either, but these things only account for a small part of the loss of support. Did the Democratic Party make mistakes? Obviously, because they lost. Would they have won if Biden had stepped down much earlier and held a longer and more open leadership race? Quite possibly. But it's important to note that the moment Biden stepped down and endorsed Harris, the support for her was massive, and she did secure the necessary delegates easily. She raised a shit ton of money, and the party was united behind her. There was a real belief in the Democratic Party that she could win. I want to bring up Canada for a moment. In early January of 2025, due to failing support, Liberal Prime Minister Justin Trudeau announced his pending resignation. There was a quickie leadership race, and Mark Carney won the Liberal leadership in early March. An election was soon held, and white guy Carney won against another white guy who was seen as a Temu Trump, a Poutine Palpatine. See the similarities? There was a current leader who was struggling in the polls, so he bailed at the last minute and was quickly replaced, and an election soon followed. The systems are different, but all this bullshit about how Harris was forced upon Americans is just that, bullshit. The Democratic Party gets to choose its leader, and it chose Harris, believing she could win. Where they fucked up was in not realizing how fucking racist and sexist America truly is. It's not fucked up to support my work and become a paid subscriber. We can nitpick the little things, but that was the big thing. Biden won in 2020 because he's a white man. Harris lost in 2024 because she isn't either of those things. I recently finished writing the first draft of a new book titled Greedy Sexist Religious Bigots, A History of Humanity, which will be published next year. Those 4 things named in the title have been encoded into our DNA over dozens of millennia because they conferred a survival advantage. They were then further ingrained at the societal level as we built systems and institutions and power structures that forced avarice, misogyny, zealotry, and hatred to become pervasive in human populations across areas and eras, although to varying degrees. The top 5 most racist countries in the world are Iran, Belarus, South Korea, Myanmar, and Israel. But when it comes to Western nations, the United States is by far the most racist. The only Western nation more sexist than the United States is Greece, and there are those who think Greece is only tacitly Western. included as a legacy because it helped give birth to modern Western civilization. A nation's history shapes its destiny, and American history is really fucking racist and really fucking sexist. Obama is black, but male, and so he won because he was a compelling candidate, and people were sick of 8 years of Republicans. Clinton is female, but white, and while she lost the Electoral College, she still received 3 million more votes than Trump. Harris, conversely, received 2.3 million fewer votes than Trump. Saying Harris's 2024 loss was because of Gaza, or the election was stolen by Musk, or there wasn't a proper leadership race, are all just cover stories for the real reason. Harris lost because America is too racist and too sexist to elect a woman of color as president. Those who cannot remember the past need a history teacher who says fuck a lot. Get both volumes of On This Day and History SH. T went down.
So, pretty funny critique there. I enjoyed that, and he's right. If a little hyperbolic, and I'm not sure that he is that hyperbolic. And then the next article, where did I put it? Here it is. This is kind of a quick rundown of, well, this is an opinion piece. Basically it says the Democrats' problems run deep nearly everywhere. This first little graphic here is this is where voters shifted towards President Trump in each in each of the last 3 elections. And to be honest, I guess they gave a kid a crayon, but a lot of the country did shift towards Trump overall. And then this next little graphic, if you can even see the blue here, is where voters shifted towards Democrats. And it's minuscule in comparison. And then how Donald Trump has remade America's political landscape. Donald J. Trump's victory in 2024 was not an outlier. It was a culmination of continuous gains by Republicans in much of the country each time he has run for president. A sea of red that amounts to a flashing warning sign for the Democratic Party out of power and hoping for a comeback. The steady march to the right at the county level reveals not just the extent of the nation's transformation in the Trump era, but also the degree to which the United States now resembles 2 countries charging in opposite directions. It says counties that shifted in one direction in each of the last 3 presidential elections. Let's see, circle size is appropriate to county population. Mr. Trump has reordered America's political divide both geographically and demographically. Oops, let me go back here. Look at all these fancy graphics. So Florida is not that surprising. It's funny, Georgia, right around the Atlanta area, Fulton County, Atlanta metro area, that's a big shift. Maybe Georgia is a little bit more purple than I thought. Delaware and that New Jersey, New York City area shifting Republican. Interesting. California isn't shifting much at all. And Hawaii shifting Republican. That's interesting. So Republicans are overwhelmingly making gains in working class counties, which makes sense because most of America's working class or so. Democrats are improving almost exclusively in wealthier areas. Interesting. Eventually, we'll have enough billionaires to do a MAGA. It is the same story by education. Republicans are running up the score in counties with where fewer people have attended college. Democrats are gaining ground in a smaller sliver of the best educated enclaves. All told, Mr. Trump has increased the Republican Party's share of the presidential vote in each election he's been on the ballot. In close to half the counties in America, 1,433 in all, according to an analysis by the New York Times. It is a staggering political achievement, especially considering that Mr. Trump was defeated in the second of those three races in 2020. By contrast, Democrats have steadily expanded their vote share in those three elections in only 57 of the nation's 3,100 plus counties. These counties we are calling triple trending offer a unique and invaluable window into how America has realigned and is still realigning in the Trump era. They vividly show in red and blue the stark changes in the political coalitions of the two parties. This is actually kind of interesting. This is somewhat of a party flip, looking at class. The only holdouts I would imagine are going to be black voters, who I imagine are overwhelmingly working class. It'll be interesting to see how that goes, because the black community is essentially where race and class intersect and kind of become something unique. It comes in education levels, explain widening political divides. We just kind of covered that. People with college, advanced degrees by county. Yeah, I think we've probably gotten everything we need out of this. And I'm hoping that black Americans hold out on that racism thing. Republicans tolerate racists much at a very high degree, and I think that that is basically it. When you kick out, I don't see a problem with blacks being particularly sensitive to racism. We can't all be Shelby Steels and have that thick hide that just kind of makes us want to be tokens. Be Brave thinks that John Galt is a holy man. And the only reason Be Brave uses holy man is he's probably not familiar with the term magical Negro. That I think that's what Be Brave really means. John Galt is a magical Negro and a gift to white racists. So hopefully someone will make sure that that gets written down. So let's move on. And let's see. Guess we'll do this. This is a longish story, but it struck me that this grandparents raising kids is not particularly unique to the black community, and nice white grandparents raising their little four grandkids. And I don't know whether the mother was a wayward mother or just what the circumstances are. I didn't read the article, but it looked interesting. So we'll see what we have here.
Grand family values. As my sister's addiction spiraled, my mom and dad joined the millions of Americans who parent their children's children. A beautiful responsibility that comes at a high cost. Published by the New York Times Magazine. Written by Francis Dodds. read by Samantha Des. My parents put off suing for custody of my sister's children for a long time. Shy and artistic, my sister was a straight-A student who played soccer in college. It wasn't clear what came first, the drugs or the depression or the terrible men. But when she dropped out in 2011 as a freshman and spiraled into addiction, having 4 babies in less than 2 years, her dissolution was shocking. We'd known, vaguely, that the disease ran in the family. My grandmother warned that most of her 11 siblings dealt with substance abuse, but we had never seen the fallout up close. For years, my parents held out hope that my sister would get clean or sign over custody willingly. My dad often said, "The idea of shaming my daughter, of standing in a courtroom and listing all the ways she's failed as a mother, makes me feel physically sick." But eventually it sank in that nothing was changing. My sister, Elle, was 30. The older 2 children were 8 and 7. The twins were 6. They had been living with my parents for nearly 5 years. It was time. So when Elle was reachable, stuck in jail for a few months in 2023, they served her the papers. On the day of the hearing last year, my sister and her children's father showed up to the courthouse in Winston-Salem, North Carolina. Each was physically present, anyway. The father, a man more than 20 years my sister's senior, seemed high and slept through most of the proceedings. My sister was alert, if strung out, casual and modest in a sundress and a jean jacket. My parents presented their case to the judge, the primary facts being that Elle hadn't lived with her children for years and had been in and out of jail for a decade. She had left or been kicked out of so many treatment programs that it was hard to keep track of how many. 8, maybe, including private and state rehabs. The big picture was clear enough, but as with every story of addiction, the more intimate details throw the chaos of daily life into perspective. She brought fentanyl and needles into the house. She impersonated my mom at the bank, using her Social Security card to withdraw money from my parents' account. The children's father consistently sabotaged her attempts at sobriety and hit her with a car the night before my wedding, so she arrived halfway through cocktail hour with a broken wrist and road rash. When it was time for my sister's arguments, she took the stand. Despite the overwhelming evidence against her, she gave a spirited defense of how much she loved her children and how hard she had fought to stay alive for them. But the judge granted my parents sole custody, no visitation rights. Later that night on the phone, my dad described my sister on the stand. When she first started talking, she sounded really smart and put together. I was proud of her. I thought, wow, she could have been a lawyer. Not for the first time, I was struck by the brutal emotional dichotomy at the heart of my parents' whole endeavor. Raising a child is an inherently hopeful act, but when it falls to a grandparent, it's often because something tragic has happened, or in our case, is happening. It's not just sad or dramatic moments that are permeated with this complexity. Joyful moments carry their own weight. When the grandkids were babies, my mom would get excited every time they hit a new milestone. Then she would think about why she was witnessing this and not my sister. She'd ruminate on what she could have done differently. She would wonder what she could say or do right then to bring her back. My parents' situation is becoming more common. At the kids' small church school alone, there are a handful of children being raised by their grandparents. Grand families are a fast-growing but often invisible demographic. Last year, according to the U.S. Census Bureau, 2.4 million children were being raised by grandparents or other relatives. The opioid epidemic has only exacerbated these numbers, evidenced by the fact that many of the states with the most grandparents raising grandchildren are also those with the highest opioid prescribing rates. But it's impossible to know the exact number because many grandparents never formally legalize their relationship. For parents like mine, doing what's best for their grandchildren can feel like abandoning their suffering child, or at the very least, choosing to prioritize the younger generation. And this says nothing of how it affects their other children, my 3 healthy siblings and me, who have learned to ask for less because there is simply less to give. Less time, less money, less attention. We all recognize a new hierarchy of needs. The children take precedence. The sister I grew up with, whose eyes I would find across the table when my dad started on one of his nerdy tongue twisters, has not been around for a long time. Addiction scrambled her life, and with it, our family dynamics. Roles have been challenged and responsibilities blurred. It's confusing and guilt-inducing for everyone, trying to do right by everyone else. My mom and dad have had to relinquish the notion that any ideal outcome is possible. For them, for their children, for the grandchildren. As artists and dreamers, they've had to let go of aspirations that they had for the rest of their lives. I'm pregnant with my first child now, and watching my parents, I have found it impossible not to wonder how much sacrifice is inherent in this lifelong errand. They are still grappling with what it means to be parents, but they're also upending old narratives about happy children and lives well lived in ways that we never could have predicted. Before all this happened, one word I might have used to describe my parents, Jane and Michael Dodds, was innocent. They were, and still are at their core, trusting, idealistic people. My mom is a writer and painter, whose father, a pastor and theologian, moved his family around the country while he taught at different seminaries. My dad is an academic and violinist who grew up in the Peruvian jungle where his father was a missionary doctor. My parents were raised outside mainstream American culture, and when they met in college, they recognized a similar Christian worldview and an all-consuming love of the arts. They didn't plan to have 5 kids. The pill gave my mom chest pains, so they used other methods, and 5 different failed forms of birth control later, there we were. 4 girls and 1 boy. I'm the oldest, 36 now, and my youngest sister is 23. As they had children, it seemed as if they did their best to fold us into their pursuits and passions, making us part of the project, the way their parents did with them. My mom homeschooled us for most of my elementary school years, putting on theater productions with the neighborhood kids, giving still life drawing lessons. We moved to a plot of wild land on a dirt road in Texas for 3 years, living out her dream of a country life. She took us to museums to sketch sculptures and cemeteries to make rubbings on the gravestones. Making art was the best way my mom knew to cope with life's challenges, and she poured that knowledge into us. Still, nothing was easy. Money stress was a constant drumbeat. My mom started taking portrait commissions when I was in elementary school, and my dad got a weekend job. He's 59 now and has worked 2 jobs for 25 years. He's a full-time professor at a state art school and a half-time music director at a Presbyterian church. Not coincidentally, for 25 years he was also working on a book, which was finally published last year by Oxford University Press. It tackles, as the first sentence reads, one of the most elusive questions in music history, the nature of the transition from the Renaissance modes to the major and minor keys of the High Baroque. My dad is a perfectionist, but he finally made real progress on the book when my youngest sister was in high school and the pressures on him and my mom eased. He composed and conducted a symphony, which became the subject of a documentary. My mom started writing and illustrating children's books, trying to get an agent. They were moving into a new, less encumbered chapter. But around that time, Al and the 4 children, 2 toddlers and twin babies, were living in a house nearby that my grandmother bought for them, and things were starting to feel out of control. There often wasn't enough milk or baby formula or diapers. It was clear that Elle and the kids' dad were still using together. He was in and out of the house, increasingly violent. One night, Al took the kids and fled to my parents' house, afraid for her life. They stayed with my parents for a while, and she went to meetings. She was sober for a month, but then she began to disappear, going to get high with the children's father. After a 3-day disappearance, she returned and told my mom she wanted to take the kids home. My mom said she didn't think it was a good idea. My sister began disappearing more, and then she was just gone for 3, 6, 9 months at a time. For my mom, those first years with her grandchildren were plagued with doubt that she had made a mistake, that she should have let my sister take the kids home. It seemed unsafe at the time, but my parents ensuring the children's safety also enabled my sister to use with fewer consequences. My dad, meanwhile, struggled with his instinct to view the situation in legal terms. "These are their children," he would say to my mom. He was uncomfortable mandating what my sister could or couldn't do with her own kids, even if she had abdicated her responsibilities. Wasn't she allowed some lapses in judgment as a mother? On top of their concern for my sister and the children, they were just desperate for the situation to end. Early on, the chaos felt interminable, unsustainable. All 4 kids were still in diapers when they moved in. And while all babies cry, traumatized babies cry a lot. And these babies wailed at the slightest provocation. They were all so close in age that they moved in a blonde mob, playing, fighting, and screaming as they whipped through the house, destroying one room after another in fresh and inventive ways. My parents couldn't really afford help, but they tried hiring a few different part-time nannies. In interviews, my mom would warn them, "These babies cry a lot, like more than normal, and there are 4 of them." None of the nannies lasted very long. Around 5 p.m., my mom would have panic attacks, knowing what was coming. At dinner, all the children insisted that she sit next to them, and if she didn't, they'd start screaming. Their fragile sense of security shattered. Desperate to keep the peace, my mom would spend the meal moving back and forth across the table. During bath time, my parents traded off, each wearing my dad's chainsaw earmuffs to muffle the hysterics. Getting all the diapers and pajamas on was a battle, and my sister had been giving all 4 of them bottles during the night at different times, so none were on a steady sleep schedule. For a long time, there was an otherness to the children, who, in their short lives, had already experienced what exactly, we didn't know. What they had not experienced was clear. Normalcy, stability, a parent who wakes up in the morning, a reliable intermediary between them and the world. They must have sensed in those first days, weeks, and months that my sister was gone, the confusion over who exactly was steering the ship.
I'm going to stop it right there. I think we pretty much get the gist. But stories like this always make me wonder at the lack of awareness of what exactly is going on in American culture by folks like Be Brave and John Galt. Basically, that tunnel vision on, the inner city and shooting up the streets and all that, or curfews. It just makes them really so one note on exactly what's bringing down American culture. And I always revert back to parenting and, what is actually the undercurrents of the problems that we have now. And maybe I'm one note as well, but I think bad parenting is one of the few problems America has that kind of defies a race narrative. And for those anti-blacks and white shades and all those people who, and I'm just gonna be blunt, these people are so fucking um, tunnel visioned by their racist notions um, of how American culture is structured. Uh, they think that race is well, race is a problem, but there's something more fundamental to that uh, conundrum, I guess, and that is just bad parenting. America has lost its ability to understand what raising good and productive citizens are. And the Be Braves and the John Galts and the American man, um, in my opinion, these fuckers are dumb. And I think that I get accused of actually not understanding reality, and I kind of lob that grenade back at these fools. They really don't understand um, what is actually going on, and it can all be traced back to bad parenting. So, um, damn, damn me if you think I'm wrong, but I don't think I'm wrong. And John Galt mentions the persistence that black people are not the biggest problem in America. Um, I think that's short-sighted, if not outright ignorant. But that's my input into what I think America is not doing well. So speaking of getting old, Phil Robertson, he was the former, I guess he was a former LSU quarterback. The whole Duck Dynasty clan, he was kind of the patriarch, and he is dead at 79. And I actually loved Duck Dynasty. I thought they were hilarious. And sorry to see old Phil go. They were a phenomenon, for a few years. So we'll play this right quick.
Phil Robertson, Duck Dynasty patriarch, dies at 79. This article is by Yan Zhuang and read by an automated voice. Phil Robertson, the patriarch of the hit show Duck Dynasty and the founder of a duck hunting gear business that became the foundation of his family's reality television empire, has died. He was 79. His death was confirmed by his son Jace Robertson in a social media post late Sunday that did not specify a cause. Jace said on the family's podcast last year that his father had early-stage Alzheimer's and other health problems. Mr. Robertson was one of the stars of Duck Dynasty, an A&E series that stars his family. Mr. Robertson and his wife, Kay, their sons, the sons' wives, an uncle and some grandchildren, and revolves loosely around their duck hunting gear business. Mr. Robertson was born on April 24, 1946, in Vivian, a rural town in the northwestern corner of Louisiana, as one of 7 children. He attended Louisiana Tech University on a football scholarship, and after receiving his bachelor's degree in physical education and a master's in education, spent several years teaching in Louisiana schools. Unsatisfied with the existing duck calls on the market, Mr. Robertson set out to craft his own. In 1972, he whittled what would become the signature product of his company, Duck Commander, which he founded the following year. Mr. Robertson was initially opposed to the idea of a television show, his son Willie told the New York Times in 2013. He said, "I'm already as famous as I want to be," Willie said. I explained to him, "Phil, this can expand your platform to talk about the things you like to talk about, including his Christian faith." Duck Dynasty, which ran over 11 seasons from 2012 to 2017, once ranked among the most popular shows on cable and had as many as 12 million viewers. It is loosely centered on the Duck Commander business, headed by Willie, Mr. Robertson's third son with his wife, Kay. It drew fans for its idiosyncratic humor, the characters' offbeat antics, and the way the family was able to mine self-deprecating wisdom from the redneck caricature. The family was also notably one of the first in the reality television industry to openly admit that their show was staged, describing it as, quote, guided reality, in which producers would often sketch out the parameters of a situation and have the family live it. That helped the show solidify the idea that distinguishing between real and fake isn't really important in reality television. The show has occasionally courted controversy. In 2013, Mr. Robertson was briefly suspended from the show after an interview surfaced in which he had made statements that were widely seen as offensive to gay people. But the network quickly reinstated him under pressure from fans, and after the family issued a statement saying in effect that there would be no show without their patriarch. Last year, Jace Robertson said on the family's podcast, Unashamed with the Robertson Family, that his father had early-stage Alzheimer's. Phil's not doing well, Jace said, adding that Mr. Robertson also had a blood disease causing all kinds of problems. Mr. Robertson's survivors include his wife, his sons Alan, Jace, Jep, and Willie, and several grandchildren.
Yeah, I was part of that, part of their fan base. So sorry to hear that. And speaking of aging, this, now that I am officially a part of the AARP demographic, how a scientist who studies superagers exercise for a longer life. He's a cardiologist, so let's see what he has to say.
This news story was written by Gretchen Reynolds. How a scientist who studies superagers exercises for a longer life. Cardiologist Eric Topol, 70, spent years researching healthy aging. Now, he lives by what he's learned. 17 years ago, Eric Topol, a cardiologist and founder of the Scripps Research Translational Institute in the La Jolla neighborhood of San Diego, set out to discover why some people age so well when others don't. Aged 53 at the time, Topol considered healthy aging to be of deep scientific and personal interest. He also suspected the answer was genetic. So, with colleagues, he spent more than 6 years sequencing the genomes of about 1,400 people in their 80s or older with no major chronic diseases. All qualified, Topol felt, as superagers. But they shared few, if any, genetic similarities, he and his colleagues found, meaning DNA didn't explain their superaging. So what did, Topol and his colleagues wondered? His new book, Superagers: An Evidence-Based Approach to Longevity, is his answer. Synthesizing hundreds of studies about health, disease, and aging, his book talks about a future where advanced drugs, biochemistry, and artificial intelligence should allow us to turn back the clock and slow how rapidly we age. Already, he says, we can dramatically increase our chances of becoming superagers with a few lifestyle tweaks, such as eating better, avoid processed foods, and sleeping enough. 7 hours is good. But there's one lifestyle change, he says, that influences aging far more than any other. It also has altered his own life the most. To learn more, I talked with Topol, 70, about what he's doing to become a superager and how the rest of us can do the same. Our conversation has been edited for length and clarity. So, what is the single most important lifestyle change people can make to age better? Of all the things we know about, the one that rises to the very top is exercise. In fact, it's the only intervention in people that has shown any effect on slowing the body-wide aging clock, meaning it appears to change how rapidly we age. Of course, other lifestyle factors like diet and social interactions are critically important, But if there is one thing that has the most exceptional evidence for healthy aging, it's exercise. What kind of exercise? For decades, as a cardiologist, I would always be emphasizing aerobic exercise to my patients, whether that was walking or bicycling or swimming or elliptical or you name it. I'd say to get at least 30 minutes most days. And that's what I did myself. I didn't really accept the importance of strength training until I began researching the book. And now? When I saw all the evidence, I became totally convinced. Resistance training and grip strength have extraordinary correlations with healthy aging. And so, well over a year ago, I went from being pretty much a weakling. I never worked on any muscles except my legs from doing lots of bicycling and hiking and walking, to now I'm stronger than I've ever been in my life, and it's just been terrific. I've got better balance and posture too. What's your strength training routine like? Do you work with a trainer? Well, I didn't want to hurt myself, and I was definitely a beginner, so I did start off with a trainer a couple of times a week. But now it's only about once a month. And I tell people you don't have to have a trainer. You can find good information about getting started online. Do you work out at a gym or at home? I do it all at home. It saves time and expense. I tell my patients, the more convenient and practical your training is, the more likely it is to get done, and that sure works for me. I usually do planks, lunges, squats, sit-ups on a medicine ball, the cobra, and a bunch of other floor exercises. I also use resistance bands, and I've learned about the importance of things like balance, standing on a foam pad, that kind of thing. Do you stand on one leg? Yes, I do. I also try to touch my shin while standing on one foot. All of this, the strength training, the balance, the rest, it's made me feel so strong and fit. I feel like I should have done this decades ago. Is it ever too late to start doing this kind of training? Absolutely not. It's never too late. This idea that you can't build muscle or strength as you age is silly. No matter what your age, and I'm not young anymore, you're fully capable of getting stronger and athletically fit. You still do aerobic exercise? Of course. I used to do aerobics 6 out of 7 days a week for 30, sometimes 40 minutes. Now I do aerobics about 4 times a week and integrate the resistance training the other days. And sometimes I do both. But it's still less than an hour. I don't have enough time to do more, and that's an important point. When I talk to my patients about exercise, we get into the details of their lives. They're working, they're tired. So we talk about when they can fit in time for exercise. Do they have a lunch break? Maybe they can go for a brisk walk or do lunges at home later. In the book, you talk about how being outside and being with other people are both important for healthy aging. What about exercising outside with some friends? Oh yeah, that's great. The data suggests that as we get older, we tend to become recluses. And that's not good for healthy aging. And being in nature, I never would have thought that would be important for health. But the data are strong. If you can be outside moving around in nature with friends, that's a twofer, a threefer. What's the end game here? It's not just living longer, right? No, not at all. The goal is extending our health span, our years of life that are without the major age-related diseases, especially cancer, cardiovascular disease, and neurodegeneration. What we can see from studies is that you can get 7 to 10 years of extra healthy aging from lifestyle factors, especially exercise. What age do you want to live to? Well, I don't have any of the age-related diseases yet. So as long as that goes on, I'd be happy to get well into my 80s and beyond. I'd say that if you're 85 and you don't have any of those diseases, you've hit the jackpot. I'm doing my best to get there. Do you have a fitness question? Email your move at washpost.com and we may answer your question in a future column.
Okay. Interesting. Kind of thinking of my father. He's, I think he'll be 82 this year, and he is still pretty active. But he's been for decades. So let's hope that that I get to be 80. So let's see. Speaking of aging, this is interesting. Um, again, I haven't really listened to it, but it seemed pretty interesting. Something about generational divide and how to hold a phone.
This opinion piece was written by Michael Antonoff. The latest generational divide. How to hold a phone. Young people hold their phones upright to do everything. Texting, making video calls, scrolling on social media. Most egregiously, they record videos vertically, an act that causes consternation among Gen Xers and Boomers when these generations are forced to squint at the resulting strip of video on their TVs or computers, the picture flanked by huge swaths of squandered screen space. The plague of vertical videos is likely to get worse. Some 56% of Gen Zers and 43% of millennials find social media content more relevant than traditional TV shows and movies, according to a Deloitte survey. Even Netflix recently announced that it will pilot a TikTok-like feed of virtual video on its mobile app. Still, passions run deep when it comes to our screen real estate. In fact, we've seen this movie before. In the 1950s, the film industry began to shoot movies in wider aspect ratios to distinguish themselves from conventional full-screen televisions with a 4:3 aspect ratio. Frustration ensued over the incompatibly shaped screens, lasting until Americans largely transitioned to high-definition widescreen TVs in the early 2000s. Theatrical films couldn't fit 4:3 TV screens without using a crude cropping technique called pan and scan. Discarding part of the original picture violated the director's vision, some argued, and led to unseen actors speaking from the void. An alternative method, called letterboxing, could be deployed to preserve the entire image, but showing the full width of the movie meant inserting large black bars above and below the image. It was like watching a movie through a mail slot. Fast forward to today's smartphone-dominated culture, and something I call picket fencing now irks viewers. This technique involves displaying columns of nothingness to the left and right of a vertically shot video on a widescreen TV, like viewing a picture through a slot in a picket fence. Ironically, vertical videos would have been a much better fit on 4:3 screens. I understand the younger generation's reluctance to turn their phones sideways. Social media platforms are designed for vertical scrolling. Holding a phone horizontally may feel awkward and unnatural. However, as a member of the elder generations, I empathize with the aversion to this new age vertical eyesore. If God intended for us to shoot vertically, he would have created man with one eye above the other. To hold a phone vertically or horizontally? I've created an accessible table to break down this generational clash over smartphone orientation. About this story, designed and developed by Yan Wu.
Well, that was a whole lot of nothing. I will admit, I guess YouTube does this vertical thing that supposedly gets a whole lot more viewers. I actually don't understand it, and I watch a lot of YouTube videos, but vertical versus horizontal, I prefer the horizontal, but it doesn't bother me if there's vertical. So interesting, but at least at this point, inconsequential. I don't know if you all know who Carolyn Hax is. She's kind of like an advice columnist. And this actually, for some reason, caught my attention. Basically, ain't gay daughter feels stifled in parents' conservative community. And once again, this is not killing people in the inner city on the streets, but this is what the fucking anti-black blacks and the white shades miss.
Is your business
bigger problems?
Ahead? Georgia Power helps you focus your energy where it matters.
Commercials,
most.
really?
Seasonal tips and rebates that can help
We're gonna
save
have to
energy
fix.
and lower your costs.
Why do I subscribe to this newspaper to get commercials?
This story was written by Carolyn Hacks. Carolyn Hacks. Inked gay daughter feels stifled at parents' conservative community. Dear Carolyn, my parents, who are in their 60s, are starting to spend more and more time in the Floridian Country Club community, where they recently purchased a condo. The expectation around the holidays is that we will come and visit them and stay for a while. My younger brother brings his wife and small children who absolutely love it there. I feel betrayed and stifled. There are strict rules around the condo complex, at the club itself, and on the beach. No tattoos, specific attire, no body piercings. I am a heavily tattooed, body hair covered lesbian whose general existence is policed in this place. At first it was fine, but it became clear quickly that my mother loves to have a reason to tell me to cover up while being able to hide behind the fact that it's just the rules. The final straw for me was when I offered to take my niece outside, but my mother informed me that some of the neighbors were outside who had more conservative views and might not approve of my appearance. To her, she was just suggesting I would be more comfortable avoiding an unpleasant reaction. To me, she was saying that she would absolutely not consider standing up for me, and that a smooth relationship with her new neighbors was more important than her own daughter. I am at a loss. I want to see my family, particularly the children, and enjoy the holidays somewhere warm and beautiful. I cannot stand to basically keep myself inside or fully covered at all hours, just to avoid the slightest bit of unpleasantness for my parents. Is there a way to talk to them about this that won't escalate to a larger fight about whether they should be expected to sell their condo and move to accommodate me? Am I forced to choose between my comfort and ever spending the holidays with my family? They are always so generous with their time, money, and space, and they themselves have always been liberal and somewhat accepting. But I have spent so much of my life trying to fit into the country club box, and I just don't know if I can do it much longer. In distress. In distress. I am sorry your generous and accepting-ish parents chose such an ungenerous place to settle in for their grandparent years. I am also sorry for the message. I don't think you got the wrong one from your mother. That in a complicated world, she likes the simplicity of letting the rules make your differences in personal expression go away. I realize that's a lot of conclusion to draw just from your brief account. But of all the condo complexes in all of Florida, they bought into this one? Huh. Brief disclaimer, my column is about relationships, not how enforceable these rules might be. As sympathetic as I am, though, the idea that a conversation would ever veer into a brawl over their accommodating you by selling the condo they just bought seems bonkers to me. Not that you don't 100% deserve a place where you feel comfortable. You absolutely do. But the time for your parents to shop for that right thing just happened, and they zeroed in on rear stick estates. So I guess I just don't see anything for you to gain by trying to relitigate their decision now. Do tell them you're hurt. That's fair. Admit you feel rejected and forced to choose between your comfort and ever spending the holidays with your family. But don't ask them for anything beyond awareness of how you feel. No escalating, certainly. Instead, I suggest de-escalating. Decide on a general approach to these visits you can live with, then ask your parents to accept it on principle. Then don't refight the battles again. The most obvious approach is not to go. Plan to see your parents and your brother and his family at other places and times. Another approach is to reach an agreement with your mother beforehand. Something like, send me the bylaws, I'll pack and even shop accordingly. Time with the kids, time with the kids, time with the kids. That's your mantra here. But no correcting me during the visit. It's insulting. Deal? Another approach is just to do you in all your glory. Love you guys, but I'm coming dressed as me. I'll handle the side-eye from neighbors. Or maybe a fourth or fifth approach suits you better. What matters is your peace with it, not mine or theirs or the neighbors. Here's a travel-size version. You can't change their hurtful decision. You can only minimize its effects on you. All those little do I or don't I questions force you to relive, that is, maximize the effects. So decide your approach to visits up front, wholesale. Tell your parents you're hurt and this is your answer. Either secure their support or declare it's not up for debate. Ooh, again, I'm sorry. It's a reflection on them, not you.
Yeah, well, the response, and I will channel my abilities to be a white bottom feeder whisperer, but they're not killing people on the streets. All right, well, let's see here. This is a little bit more serious. Veterans recoil at the Trump plan to end Afghanistan's deportation, or I'm sorry, Afghans deportation protection. Um, yeah, I actually have problems with this myself. The notion that Afghanistan is a more hospitable place for people who helped America during the Afghan War seems to me leaves me incredulous. I can't believe anybody would believe this.
This news story was written by Abigail Housloner and Emily Wax Thibodeau. Veterans recoil at Trump plan to end Afghans' deportation protection. The administration claims conditions in Afghanistan have markedly improved under Taliban rule. Those who fought in the war say that's laughable. The Trump administration's move to end deportation protections for wartime allies who fled to the United States after the fall of Afghanistan has infuriated veterans of the 20-year conflict there, who say the U.S. government is betraying a sacred promise made to some of America's most vulnerable partners. This month, Homeland Security Secretary Kristi L. Noem announced the administration's termination of Temporary Protected Status, or TPS, for Afghans, exposing thousands potentially to deportation by Immigration and Customs Enforcement, ICE, as soon as July, when the policy is to take effect. The fear, veterans and other advocates say, is that anyone who returns to Afghanistan will almost certainly face reprisal by the Taliban, the extremist militant group that in 2021 overran the U.S.-trained Afghan military and toppled the government in Kabul. If they attempt to deport the Afghans, you're going to see actual physical conflict between veterans and ICE, predicted Matt Zeller, an Army veteran who became a prominent advocate for America's Afghan allies after his interpreter saved his life. Advocacy groups estimate that about 10,000 Afghans in the United States have been dependent on TPS, while they navigate the lengthy and complex process for obtaining permanent residency, a process made all the more difficult, they say, by the absolute chaos that defined Afghanistan's collapse, and by the guidance they received from the U.S. government while trying to escape. By declaring his intent to end these protections, President Donald Trump risks alienating a key demographic, veterans of the war. At the same time, he seeks to court them politically. His administration has intensified its scrutiny of the U.S. withdrawal from Afghanistan and demanded accountability for 13 U.S. troops and an estimated 170 Afghans killed in a suicide bombing at Kabul's airport as the evacuation, hastily orchestrated by the Biden administration, raced to a tragic end. The White House did not respond to a request for comment. Since returning to office, Trump has moved with speed and severity to eliminate legal immigration pathways, particularly humanitarian protections for those who fled crises abroad. In announcing an end to Afghans' TPS, the administration said there have been notable improvements in Afghanistan under the Taliban's authoritarian rule, a claim the Afghans' advocates call fundamentally wrong. To me, as a veteran, that's incredibly offensive, said Andrew Sullivan, a former infantry company commander in Afghanistan who works with No One Left Behind, a veterans nonprofit that helps resettle Afghans and Iraqis who risked their lives to serve the U.S. government during its post-9/11 wars. Sullivan, who last year addressed a Republican-led congressional hearing focused on Taliban reprisals, said he has met with Afghans who were attacked or tortured because of their U.S. affiliation, including one who is now a paraplegic. The Trump administration's assessment of the safety conditions in Afghanistan, he said, is laughable. If there was ever a country that deserves TPS, Sullivan insisted, it is Afghanistan. An international watchdog, Human Rights Watch, wrote in its 2025 report on Afghanistan that the situation there has worsened over the past year as Taliban authorities intensified their crackdown on human rights, particularly against women and girls. More than half the population needed urgent humanitarian assistance last year, the group found, including nearly 3 million people who faced emergency levels of hunger. CASA Inc., a national immigrant rights organization, has sued the Trump administration over its decision to end Afghans' TPS, arguing that Noem, as Homeland Security Secretary, failed to follow statutorily mandated notice procedures and callously endangered thousands of people living and working lawfully in this country. The U.S. District Court for the District of Maryland, where the case will be heard, has set an expedited schedule. The war's deadly endgame has been fiercely politicized. Trump tirelessly attacked President Joe Biden over the scenes of violence and despair that marked the 2-week retreat from Kabul. In turn, Biden and his aides faulted Trump, who in his first term as president struck an exit deal with the Taliban that Biden maintained he was forced to carry out. Various investigations have determined that both administrations, and the two that came before them, made costly mistakes. Many Republicans who took part in the frantic effort to rescue Afghan allies now echo Trump's skepticism about the evacuees. Since the FBI arrested an Afghan evacuee last year on charges he was planning an Islamic State-inspired Election Day attack, Trump's backers and fellow immigration hardliners have argued, without evidence, that a broader swath of the evacuee population poses a threat to U.S. national security. Representative Brian Mast, Republican, Florida, an Army veteran who lost both legs in an explosion while serving in Afghanistan and who convened last year's House hearing on Taliban reprisals, said he sees a stark contrast between Afghans who work directly with U.S. forces, who he said would not be affected by the TPS termination, and those who did not. They're not one and the same, Mast said in an interview. There's people that maybe worked on a base. Maybe they worked at TGI Fridays on a base as a waiter or something like that. That doesn't mean that they were out on missions with me rolling people up, right? The congressman said he was not immediately concerned that the Taliban might seek to execute or punish such people if they returned to Afghanistan. I'll think about how I feel about that, he said. Sean Van Diver, president and board chairman of Afghanivac, a coalition of groups that have worked to extricate and protect vulnerable Afghans, said he was appalled by what he called the political amnesia of those such as Mast. It was only last year that the congressman sounded the alarm about what might happen to America's Afghan allies if the U.S. government failed to keep its promises to protect them. These are real lives, not talking points. And the idea that a cook, a janitor, or a mechanic at Bagram Air Base deserves less protection than a combat interpreter is both morally bankrupt and strategically foolish, said Van Diver, a Navy veteran. The Taliban doesn't do performance reviews. They don't check resumes. They kill people for being associated with us. These are people whose only crime is having lived, learned, or worked in the United States. And now, with TPS terminated and no viable pathway forward, they face an impossible choice: return to persecution or risk deportation from the very country they trusted, he said. Many of those who escaped Afghanistan were simply lucky enough to make it through the panicked crowds thronging Kabul's airport as the Taliban closed in and began meting out violent retribution to those suspected of working with the United States or with the Afghan government that Washington had supported. Tens of thousands of other Afghans who advocacy groups said were eligible for the special immigrant visas reserved for those who served the U.S. mission were left behind. Others who made it onto evacuation planes were separated from young children, their spouses or their parents, and have sought to bring them to the United States in the years since. For veterans of the war who say their survival depended on the relationships they built with Afghan partners, Trump's abrupt cancellation of deportation protections is a deeply, bitterly shameful slight. Some devoted considerable time and personal expense to help evacuate and resettle their former Afghan partners during Kabul's collapse. Advocacy groups such as No One Left Behind say they continue to urge members of Congress, Democrats and Republicans, to intervene. But the GOP, which holds majorities in the House and Senate, has yet to demonstrate an appetite to challenge a president who is so determined to lock down U.S. borders and ramp up deportations no matter the means, and no matter the potential cost. The Afghans' plight gained some attention during a recent Senate hearing with Secretary of State Marco Rubio, when Senator Jeanne Shaheen, New Hampshire, the Senate Foreign Relations Committee's top Democrat, appealed for clarity on Trump's plans. America's Afghan allies, she said, have been stranded in Qatar and Albania and Pakistan and Afghanistan, she said. Is this administration going to allow them to come to the United States as promised? Rubio was vague in his response, citing an ongoing review. We are determining, he said, whether we are properly vetting people. Advocates say the Afghans dependent on TPS include women's rights activists, journalists, humanitarian workers, and former members of the Afghan military and government who are ineligible for special immigrant visas because they did not work directly for the United States. But even for those who are eligible, obtaining them has been extraordinarily difficult because many, at the urging of the Biden administration, sought to evade Taliban detection as they fled and destroyed documents showing their U.S. affiliation. Some of these are our closest partners, people that actually worked with us and for us, that are simply using the TPS program because that was the only option, said Representative Jason Crow, Democrat, Colorado, a former Army Ranger who fought in Afghanistan and was among the U.S. lawmakers who rallied to help when the evacuation was declared. If they're sent back to Afghanistan, Crow said, it would be a death sentence for them.
Yeah, well, I think the long-term result of this will be I think America is kind of losing its its shine when it goes overseas, and we will again. People will be a whole lot less willing to be allied to the U.S. military in particular. Hopefully we don't do Afghanistan's and Iraq's again, but I suspect we will at some point. And, Trump is just going to make that future a little bit more difficult. But America gets what it voted for. And I don't think, there are going to be a lot of things that, I guess what I'm going to say is that there are a lot of things that the Trump administration, goal-wise, are necessary, if not even outright admirable as goals. The methodology, the cruelty is the point methods, they're going to wind up backfiring, and if they're not already. But we got 3 more years of this sort of stuff. I don't think Trump's going to be able to learn, and hopefully the next president will. So in any case, for those of you left, please make sure you hit the like button. Please subscribe to the John Galt Urban Landlord channel. Please subscribe to the Stanley Cross channel. There will be a video out today at some point. And make sure you support your host. It is the beginning of the week. Save up your pennies. Oh, by the way, they're getting rid of pennies, which is fascinating. Guess pennies just aren't that important anymore. And living a life without pennies in the age of debit cards, like I literally very rarely carry cash. So I don't know that that's a bad idea. And let's see. Next story is going to be about self-deportation. And this is fairly interesting.
Risking their lives to self-deport. This article is by Annie Corial and read by an automated voice. They climbed onto the boat on Panama's Caribbean coast, around 40 people in all, their belongings stuffed in garbage bags and their children clinging tight to them for the arduous trip ahead. They were not defying the U.S. government by moving toward the border. They were heading back to Venezuela, doing exactly what American officials want them to do, even though it meant facing threats of robbery, kidnapping, and a dangerous crossing once again. "It's a broken dream," said Junior Soberan, who, like the others, had fled Venezuela the year before, carrying his infant daughter thousands of miles north and through the treacherous jungle pass known as the Darien Gap. He and his family arrived in Mexico City before President Trump's second term, and soon heard the administration's message. "If you are considering entering America illegally, don't even think about it," Kristi Noem, the Homeland Security Secretary, said in a White House video posted in February. "If you come to our country and you break our laws, we will hunt you down." There is no clear figure for how many people have decided to leave the United States or given up on reaching it, and migration at the southern border had dropped sharply even before Mr. Trump took office for a second time. But in one indication that some migrants are starting to return to South America, more than 10,000 people, virtually all from Venezuela, have taken boats from Panama to Colombia since January, according to Panamanian officials, who say that more are setting out each week. That is a tiny number compared with the hundreds of thousands of Venezuelans who entered the United States and Mexico in recent years. But the busy new boat route toward South America is a sign, according to migrants, officials, and rights groups, that the Trump administration's harsh tactics are having an effect. "The world is hearing our message that America's borders are closed to lawbreakers," Tricia McLaughlin, a spokeswoman for the Department of Homeland Security, said in a statement. "Migrants are now even turning back before they reach our borders. For those in the United States," she said, "it's an easy choice. Leave voluntarily and receive $1,000, referring to the government's offer for voluntary self-deportation. While the administration may claim success, experts say, many migrants face so many barriers to heading home that even if they are willing, it is extremely challenging to turn back. They're stuck wherever they are, said Juan Cruz, who served as Mr. Trump's top Latin America advisor during his first term, noting that many migrants are impoverished and indebted and lack travel documents. Venezuelans, he added, also face a government hostile to those who left for the United States. The Trump administration may not care how people get home, said Mr. Cruz. But if it wants to encourage more people to leave, ignoring the obstacles that migrants face isn't the way to do it, he said. They don't have a single thing going for them. Among those leaving, migrants from Venezuela in particular say they feel targeted by the administration, which recently ended deportation protections and has sent hundreds of men accused of being gang members to a prison in El Salvador. In Texas, buses heading south are filling up with Venezuelans who say they fear being detained over tattoos or separated from their children. In Mexico, there is a desperate months-long competition to get on flights to Caracas. In Panama, the outskirts of Colón have become a hub for boat operators charging hundreds of dollars to get on rickety boats to skirt the Darien on the way back to South America. For many migrants from Venezuela, it is not so easy as raising a hand and boarding a plane. Some do not have travel documents after years on the road, or any documents at all, and because Venezuela has few consulates, they are extremely difficult to replace. One passenger on the boat in Panama, Adrian Corona, said that his passport had expired and his ID was lost in the Darien. He had turned around in Mexico, much like Mr. Soberan, his wife and their toddler, Samantha Victoria, who had been on the move for over a year by the time they made it back to Panama. We left Santiago, Chile, went through Bolivia, then Peru, then Ecuador, then Colombia, and finally entered the Darien, Mr. Soberan said of his tortuous escape from crumbling Venezuela. We spent 6 days in the jungle. Leaving Mexico, they took buses south to Panama's coast, where they put their belongings in trash bags to protect them from storms and splashing waves. All of it was a waste of time and money, said Jocelyn Ackner Andrade, Mr. Soberan's wife. Now, new obstacles stood in their way. Panama has all but sealed the Darien, seeking to help the United States stop northbound migration and asserting that the crossing, by foot, has become too dangerous. Since they closed the jungle, we had to take the boats, said Darlene Sandoval, who had traveled to the boat from San Antonio, fearing that she would be deported without her son. Many of the Venezuelans saved up for months to make the difficult journey, which can cost a small family a few $1,000s. Geraldine Rincon, who learned of the boat route on TikTok, said her mother had sold a motorcycle in Venezuela to help finance the trip for her and her small son and daughter. Simply to squeeze on a boat, each migrant pays about $300, wearing pink wristbands as proof. And once they're on board, the dangers don't end. The boats travel more than 200 miles across the Caribbean, stopping at a village on the edge of the Darien, before continuing toward their destination, Colombia. Along the way, they sometimes pass postcard views, cargo ships by the Panama Canal, palm-covered islands, but often travel over rough seas and under a scorching sun. At least one trip has been deadly. In February, an 8-year-old from Venezuela drowned, and around 20 migrants had to be rescued after their boat capsized. For a moment, the migrants who set out in early May feared another disaster. As their boat neared a migration checkpoint on the island of El Porvenir, there was a loud crack. A propeller had hit a reef. They made it to the checkpoint, where the Panamanian authorities count heads and mainly ensure that migrants continue on their way. But about an hour later, the damaged motor gave out, leaving only one. The captain searched for a cell phone signal to call for backup, and the passengers baked in the midday sun. When the boat was moving steadily, the heat was bearable. At this pace, it was stifling. Alejandra Rojas tore open a juice pack for her panting dog, Milou, who had followed her through the Darien jungle. Ms. Rojas wore a hat, but most passengers had nothing but their t-shirts to pull over their heads. 2 children vomited. After 40 minutes in the sun, the backup boat arrived, and one by one the migrants passed children, bags, and the dog over the side. Then they were on their way, the surf rising and the boat banging down hard on the waves. Finally, after 8 hours, the group pulled into Puerto Obaldía, a tiny village without roads near the Colombian border. There they were, at the edge of the Darien, facing a region that has come to see migrants as a financial opportunity again. Juanita Gubertus, the director of the Americas Division of Human Rights Watch, said that the remote corner of Colombia where the boats go is essentially run by a criminal group. And the migrants knew what lay in store, paying locals top dollar for food, water, a scrap of space to sleep on their yards or floors. "You're a little gold mine," Mr. Corona said. "Everyone sees you like that." The migrants who made it to the border town would board boats to Colombia the next day, then scatter. Those heading to Venezuela knew their relatives, many going hungry, would have little to offer. Prepared for the worst, Mr. Solberen said he and his wife planned only to pick up his 9-year-old son and see family. Then they would turn around and leave Venezuela once more.
Well, all I can say is some of Trump's deportation policy is working. Creating fans of America wherever we go. So I'm pretty much done with news stories, though I may come back to it because I haven't really looked at any newspapers this morning. But I've got some provocative videos that I'm itching to play. And I noticed that Lady Boulay has gotten a lot of attention here of late. Almost none of it good. I'm a big fan of hers, though I don't always agree with her assessments. But the Black Manosphere, kind of just like, who knew that they treated elderly Black women this badly? Well, let's not say who knew. I guess the better question is who is surprised? And these dudes are just, it's bad form, but again, I'm not surprised. But this is her teachable moment about a case that was kind of batted around the John Galt space a few months ago.
Each other or not. Well, I guess y'all have heard the news. White woman suspected of ending the life of her black boyfriend will not face charges in Georgia. Waynesboro, Georgia. The suspect in a Burke County fatal shooting won't be facing charges, a grand jury has decided. District Attorney Jared Williams told News 12 on Friday that a grand jury returned a no bill for Hannah G. Cobb, who was arrested on February 25th on a charge of felony involuntary manslaughter in connection with the fatal shooting of her boyfriend, Telvin Osborne. The case was presented to a grand jury on April 24th, but the grand jury decided not to pursue formal charges. That doesn't necessarily mean formal charges can't be filed later, but Williams appears inclined to follow the grand jury's lead. Well, if he's the district attorney and the grand jury has decided not to file charges, then he's not going to pursue it. And the only reason he said that that doesn't necessarily mean that formal charges can't be filed later is because he knows that black people are going to have a lot to say, and they don't know what the reaction of the black community will be, because in a case like this, very often black people will turn up. So he just said that to keep that out there hanging, just in case something comes up. And it shouldn't be lost on us that the district attorney is black. So the new thing now is to get a black person to do the dirty work, especially in a county like Burke County, where it's about 50-50 black and white. So it's a tricky situation, but there's nothing he can do. Well, he probably could do something, try to sway the jury, because I'm sure there are a lot of black people on that jury. Well, I don't know. There may not be any black people on the grand jury because they like to keep those grand juries as white as possible. So there may not be any black people on that grand jury for him to sway. As the grand jury has spoken, the case is closed, he said in a statement. The Burke County Sheriff's Office is bracing for possible trouble as a result of the grand jury's decision. We are aware of rumors circulating on social media regarding potential rioting in Waynesboro tonight following the grand jury's decision to issue a no bill in the case involving Hannah Cobb and the death of Telvin Osborne. It is important to understand that the grand jury is a legal body tasked with hearing all evidence presented in a case before reaching a decision. While we recognize that this outcome may be upsetting or unpopular to some, we strongly urge everyone to refrain from actions that could further harm our community. Oh well, how's that for political correctness? Now, this is a teachable moment for us if we're willing to learn, and I'm talking about the ones who need the message. Many of us don't need the message and never did. But for centuries, Black people have been warning about the dangers of these kind of relationships. And they are no less dangerous now than they've been in the past. But there are those who just insist on going down this road because love is love. That's who you're attracted to. And you don't like the people in your own race. And you like to make that known to anybody who will listen. And I'm not just talking about Black men either. These relationships are dangerous, but they're really more dangerous for Black men than they are for Black women, even though we have seen this kind of thing happen to Black women too. But Black men are more targeted than Black women, and Black men are involved in more of these relationships than Black women. But there's a couple of things that you need to understand if you are in one of these relationships. Number one, if something happens, the fault is going to be yours regardless. Number two, if you insist on being in one of these relationships, be cautious and be very careful. At the first sign of trouble, you need to think about bouncing, leaving for good. Because the problem is you stay in too deep. When you get ready to get out of those relationships, that's when they become the most dangerous. I used to watch the judge shows sometimes, and I would see black guys and white girls coming before the judge. They wouldn't have been married necessarily, but she wants him to pay her. It could be $500. She got him in court, or $2,000 for all whatever she did for him for the entirety of that relationship. When he gets ready to leave, she wants it. Now that's the easy way out, just taking him to court. But the most dangerous part of it is when you want to leave, but they don't want you to go. Now it's dangerous for you, as he learned the hard way. So apparently, according to her, he was cheating. So that meant that for all of that showering her with all of those accolades on social media, he didn't mean it. He didn't mean it. And another thing that Black people need to understand when you're in those relationships is that you never have any security there, because you're never going to be a part of that society. No matter how many white people you date, no matter how many white people you marry, you are not white, and you are never going to be white, and you are never going to have a place in their society. So if something happens, you are going to be the one left holding the bag, or you're going to be the one rolling up in a church with 10 toes up as opposed to 10 toes down. So you just have to understand that. Now, many of those relationships turn out fine. They don't have that kind of problem. And that's why you really do have to choose carefully. But just know, if anything goes wrong, you're going to end up getting the worst end of it. And the last thing I'm going to say is, whatever you do, don't turn your own people against you. Because when he was dead, Black funeral home had to handle his body. A Black preacher had to eulogize him. Black women were back there in the fellowship hall serving food at the repast. Just be careful. Because at the end of the day, like we always say, we are all we've got. And we will.
Well, this might be one of those times I kind of disagree with her assessment. I just looked up Waynesboro because I couldn't remember exactly where it is. It's pretty much middle Georgia, and I think it borders the Savannah River, but well, excuse me, well above Savannah. Um, the interesting thing is Waynesboro itself is like 71% Black. So I don't know what the racial makeup of the jury was, but most of the city is Black. So I'm going to guess, and I could very well be wrong. So, don't quote me on this, but I'm guessing there were at least a couple Blacks on that grand jury. So I'm willing to just chalk it up to they were a toxic couple. Not so sure that race is that big a deal. If they're two fucked up people in a relationship, doesn't really matter what their race are. They are just going to be fucked up. And to be blunt again, fucked upness pretty much transcends race. So Lady Boulay is from Alabama. I don't know if she looked up the demographics, but I would be a lot more reluctant to chalk it up to white woman bad, Black guy, good in this case. They were living in a space that is overwhelmingly Black. And I don't think I've ever been to Waynesboro. Like I said, I had to look it up. But I don't see this. It might be a little bit more complicated than a white-Black interracial dating dynamic. Looking at that picture, they both seem, let's just say they look interesting. Not so much, your mom and pop, hey, we are a traditional family. We're going to have a picket fence. So that's my assessment. Might be a rather bougie assessment, but oh well. So we're going to move on. This is one of my favorite people in the public in the public intellectual sphere, and that is Karen Hunter. I love this woman, and she can almost do no wrong. So let's listen to this.
You didn't mean, you didn't mean everyone vote for Trump.
Well, here's what I mean. Because I don't mince words. If you could
No
pull
kidding.
Oh, and by the way, this is, I think this was actually either, I think it was slightly before Trump's first term.
If you could pull a lever for somebody that had the history that he had, I'm not just talking about the housing discrimination. I'm talking about calling for the death penalty of 5 young boys in New York City for rape. And then when they were exonerated, still hasn't. Central Park 5 still hasn't apologized. Still said, well, they must have done something.
Took out ads in the paper.
Took out ads in the paper. A lot of money. As I worked at the Daily News at the time, that was a $25,000 ad. He did one in the New York Times as well.
Calling for
their death, for a rape that they were exonerated for later. DNA evidence proved that they didn't do it. Not only did he not apologize, but he doubled down and said they must have done something. This man, to me, more so than any other candidate, because I can roll with policies that I don't necessarily agree with. And truthfully, as I get older, I'm a little bit more conservative than I was in my 20s. The climate in this country that he fostered and fanned the flames of, both through his social media and through actually what he did at his rallies, was, take him out, let's beat him. I can shoot somebody and get away with it. And it just the disconnect. Your solution to black folk is appointing Ben Carson as head of HUD, having Omarosa as your outreach person. It's so insulting that if you could pull a lever for somebody that the KKK did a rally for in celebration, that David Duke and all these alt-right white supremacists have come out for, it says something about you. Now you can argue with yourself and say I voted for jobs.
Or I voted for change.
What kind of change? Unemployment is at a 9-year low. We're gaining 180,000 jobs every single month. Those jobs, those coal miner jobs, are never coming back. That's a lie. We saw the deal with Carrier. That was a smoke and mirrors, bull crap, dog and pony show. If you could really say to yourself, I voted for him because I want, what kind of change are you looking for exactly? I want my country
Drain
back.
the swamp.
Yeah, then you put all the swamp people in your cabinet. This is saying something.
Karen, respectfully, there are some of my friends who voted for Trump. Who
And
I can have spirit.
don't
No,
think they're
I could have
racist.
spirit. I could have spirited discussions with them about it, and we go back and forth. But at the core, all of them racist.
I think that we in this nation have a race problem that we never
No
deal
doubt.
with.
No
And
doubt.
I think that more of us, if 75% of white people have no relationship with blacks, and that's a Washington Post poll, that's on purpose. So your only information about people from outside of your culture is through media, propaganda, movies, or what have you, rap music. And that shapes how you treat people and how you think about them. Then you have some work to do, and you pull the lever for somebody that, for many people, they woke up that Wednesday morning afraid for their lives.
He was racist.
Yeah, I've said that.
You didn't mean, you didn't mean everyone who voted for Trump.
Well, here's what I mean.
Chuck, I think that this statement, and actually the one before, and I think actually Lady Boulay, who you're saying is right here, I think she, in that video, and won't talk about your statement just yet, but I think that one of our bigger problems in our social critique is just the huge, gross generalizations. Snow bunny chasers are the biggest coons. That's a huge categorical leap. I think that's part of our problem. We think that, all people who do one thing, we're so willing to just make broad generalizations based on anecdotes. Like I said, these two people, I think, just looking at the picture, and I guess I'm making a broad generalization too, but, they didn't look that, they looked interesting. I think that you commit the same atrocity as someone like a Be Brave or John Galt. When you just go all, as soon as you say all, and then make that generalization, you pretty much lose credibility with people like me who are much more willing to do the hard work of looking at individual situations. And I think that sometimes with a social or cultural critique, you should really be willing to look for exceptions and then, revert to the rule. So pursuing a snow bunny, um, I think I guess I'm just going to say it's just childish. That analysis is childish. I'll just have to come out and say that. And I think Lady Boulet's point was childish as well. Sometimes just doing rudimentary homework, like knowing that Waynesboro is 71% black, that lessens the chances that, your grand jury was all white. Now, it is Georgia. Maybe it happened that way. But if the district attorney's black, I'm willing to give him the benefit of the doubt that there was no reason to bring charges. And sometimes things are as they seem. And sometimes there are exceptions, not necessarily a rule. And let's see, what do you have to say, Mike? Lady Boulet is as racist as anyone, including Be Brave. Why you don't have the same energy for her? Because she's less of a racist as Be Brave, is for starters. I think, not only is Be Brave, and I'm not going to do comparative racism. Maybe you're right. She's as racist as anyone. Let me tell you the difference, Mike. If you accept the far right, in my opinion, saying everybody is a racist is that broad generalization that I'm warning against. But let's just say you're right. If everybody is a racist, does that mean you give in to something that can obviously be toxic? If everyone is racist, like everyone's a sinner, okay, does that mean you just give in to sin? If you're a racist, does that mean you don't have some internal mechanism to go, hey, I'm being racist, let's slow down and give this person the benefit of the doubt? That statement that you're making pretty much is very pessimistic. It means that everybody should just give in to their baser instinct. And that is disappointing to hear. Everybody's a misogynist. Should we give in to misogyny? There are all kinds of problems with that kind of statement. Humbly and with respect. So here's my other video, and she's cut her hair, which kind of disappoints me. I liked her wild hair.
Why is it that we have so many Black people that is so weak-minded? Why is it that we have so many Black people that can be led astray? That they can be bought and paid for and to infiltrate a Black college?
Well, I have to say this. She should not be making videos. Her English is horrible, but damn, she's cute.
Why do these people want to step in now and try to take over a Black institution, a Black college? Why? Now we have this Black woman that has been bought and paid for by Ron DeSantis, to go in and supposedly do a job as a president of the college. But we all know that she will not be in charge. She's just a black body to be there. But Ron DeSantis is the one that's going to be in control of telling her what she needs to do and how to do it. So this is their way of infiltrating a black college.
Okay. Infiltrating? The fuck? Well, I'm sorry I'm watching this video, but we will have to trudge through it. Infiltrating.
To get a bought and paid black person into the college to do their bidding when they know they can care less about any of that. But now they have bought and paid for someone that's black that's going to go in and do his dirty work. That's the bottom line on it. Because this woman technically should have never been in this position to be the president of a college when she does not even have the merit, the qualifications, none of it.
She's infiltrating.
She's another black MAGA, someone that's, again, delusional, don't love herself, just don't know what's what, period. There's no way in the world that this woman should be a president over this institution when you had so many people that was qualified for this role, period. But you have this board of trustees, again, probably also was bought and paid for to allow this to happen, because there's no way in the world that this woman should be the president of a college with no experience. Now you have a board of trustees that has pretty much so put her in this role when she did not have the experience, the merit, the qualifications whatsoever. But this is how people can easily infiltrate places that they don't even need to be at. And that is the reason why they wanted to end DEI, because they know that we as black people, we are so smart on every level. I mean, you just can't touch us for real. You really can't. You cannot. You can't touch us. That's the reason why these planes are falling out the sky, because they now have people in these positions, in these roles that don't know what they're doing. So now you are jeopardizing people's lives because you feel like DEI is just for woke people. Yeah, it's for woke people that know what's up and know what's going on and know the truth. So you want to put people into these positions that don't know nothing, as if though you giving someone an opportunity to do something, but you don't have the experience to do it. You don't have the know-how. So now you're putting people's lives in jeopardy when you start doing things like this. But now you want to infiltrate black colleges and do what you want to do and just pretty much so tear it up. Now you want to have your hand in something that you didn't have any dealings with in the beginning. So why do you want to come in and take away something that you had no control over? But that's what it is. Now you want to control something. You want to continue to try to control black people and tell people what they need to do. But this is an awful mess right here for this black woman to be in this type of position role when she don't know anything about it. But we know what it's all about. We know that she's really not going to be running the show.
She's really just repeating herself.
She's not going to be doing anything but what he tells her to do. That's the bottom line on that. Hopefully this can be rectified and it doesn't go this way, because this is a awful mess. This is a mess right here. This is truly an awful mess for this to be rolling like this. Because again, we know who's going to be in charge. She is not going to be in charge. It's going to be Ron DeSantis running the show. So you guys tell me what your thoughts are on this, comment below, and I will see y'all in the next video.
This is interesting. This is actually, oh, she's got 21,000 subscribers. This is, John Galt actually goes and hops on panels. I guess it's to drum up some interest in the John Galt Urban Landlord channel, which, by the way, everyone hit the like button, please, while you're here. And if you're new to the channel, please make sure you subscribe and share the wealth. There are lots of semi-diverse opinions on this channel. And I'm starting to think that the chat is actually more interesting than the shows sometimes. I've gotten to a point to where unless I'm doing a show, and sometimes I wonder if I should be doing a show, sometimes the chat is more interesting than the hosts or, whatever the hosts are presenting, which we're going to have to do better about that, frankly. What I was going to say, John Galt does a lot of panel hopping, because he has opinions. You would think that I would be hopping on a Sean Bracey or there are a couple other black-centered, either centrist or left of center panels. They tend to be more, Democratic-leaning voters, at least by what they say. And this lady here is one of the reasons I don't, because you will lose me when you say stuff like infiltrate. When you mean infiltrate, I just kind of reflexively want to mock you. If you're going to get on a panel or you're going to host a YouTube show and you literally can't speak English, I'm going to point it out. And now that I'm an old man, I feel safe doing it. They can always just basically just say, hey, he's just old and senile. But infiltrate? Why the fuck would you even bother doing a show if you can't speak basic English? So this is why I don't do a lot of the Sean Bracey's or the Afro Nerd or the there are a couple shows that I listen to every now and again, but I've actually never been up on the panel because I don't find them any better than a Be Brave panel or John Galt panel. Just a bunch of atrocious there's some problems, and I don't think killing people on the streets is really Black people's biggest problem, Black Americans' biggest problems. We got several of them, and sure, crime is a problem, but it's not something that's even endemic to the Black community, because most Black people don't live in the hood. The problems in the hood are just like concentrated so huge that it skews statistics when you isolate the Black community, per capita, that isolation because of the small numbers of Black Americans. It just makes it seem very bad. But it's very bad in very tight geographical spaces. It's not bad overall. But anyway, that's kind of besides my point. It's just, don't do a YouTube panel if you don't know the words you're going to be saying. Hey, and the funny thing is I'm currently reading Zora Neale Hurston, and she does a lot of vernacular. I'm reading a book of her short stories, and she does a lot of vernacular. And this is a problem. Yeah, subscriber count has been relatively stagnant for a while. You're right. Um, I don't know what to say, Zhang. Um, I have run out of steam apparently. I don't really like getting knee deep into anti-blackness. Um, criticizing this lady's who's in her 50s, I know. She's not quite as old as I am, but she's in her 50s. Um, this is about as anti-black as I get, which is, don't do a YouTube show if you don't know basic vocabulary or you're mispronouncing it. Just don't do it. However, she has 21,000, and my personal channel only has like 130. So who am I to really criticize? However, I'm not going to go, anti-black, black just to increase the subscriber count. I don't think black people have the problem to the degree that a John Galt or B Brave does, or a Zhang Wei, or a River of Hate. I just would like to think that I actually have a bigger picture view rather than the straight out, racist opinions that I would say 90% of John Galt subscribers have. I think black people are fine. I think that there are communities in the inner city, especially, that just have like acute problems, and I'm not willing to ascribe it to anything genetically or even culturally wrong with black people. Um, America in general has some cultural hotspots, and it's really, I think it's hyperbolic to go, well, blacks are bringing down all of America like Be Brave does. I think that's literally so racist. What's disturbing is that I think that Be Brave, if you look back at American history, Be Brave is almost normal. Having a racist old white man is kind of an American trope. Having black people agree with him, to me, is the oddity. And black people who mimic his very flawed point of view is probably worse for the black community than the white racists are. White racists have been around since, day one of America. The degree that I run into of anti-black blacks, in my experience, and I'm only 60, but in my experience, that is, I've really never seen so many black people who are down on black people in my life. So it is a new one. I'm talking about this channel in context of John going on other panels. Oh, I see. You know what? I don't know how often he does, but I do know, like, when he goes to Sean Bracey's show, they hold their breath. People pay to get John off the channel. So, and I've never been on Sean Bracey's show, and really, generally, the topics he wants to talk about aren't that interesting to me. So that's part of it too. That's the other thing. These panels talk about the same shit over and over and over again. I mean, I don't think P. Diddy is that interesting. His trial. I don't think Shiloh is that interesting. And I don't think Carmelo Anthony. Like, I've done no shows centering around either of those three issues, and I don't think they're issues. Um, they're not that unusual. So shame on me for not sensationalizing. Anti-black blacks goes back to the plantain. That is true. What's up, Broke Genius? Yeah, well, you know what? John is popular. Um, I leave that up to him and Portia. You know, I'm just kind of doing my thing, which is apparently pretty damn boring. I like news. I like politics. I like um, I'll talk about race when it intersects with politics or culture. But just coming down and going out to the hood and um, filming in the hood is not my thing, and I don't have the urge to be so down on black people. I think that Black America, to a large degree, is a reflection of the larger American culture. No one agrees with me, but I know I'm right. I don't really, people disagree. I just assume they just don't know shit, and that's fine. So let's move on to the next video. You know what? I'm gonna play this. Let's do this one. This is a guy I just discovered, and I think he's pretty hilarious. Let me make sure that I am on the right one. This is speaking of Shiloh. I think this dude gets it spot on.
Again, I just want to say that I am so grateful for all of my supporters and all of my people who have been with me through all of this. And yeah, I haven't said anything on here. I haven't done any sort of videos or spoke to anybody really. So I feel like it was about time to clear the air and just kind of, keep you updated with what's going on. And yeah, so I just want to say thank you, everyone. And I will talk to you later.
The level of hoods off that exists in our society right now is like really hard. I mean, she certainly didn't make any friends through this ordeal, but it's fucked up though, the level of like comfort with which these racist people they're so willing to, they'll literally will put like a KKK hood on in the middle of the day and then fold it up and be like, hey, you like my new fucking hat? Dude, this shit is wild, man. It's fucking heartbreaking.
Obviously, that's the case. As we covered previously, after the video went viral, though, Hendricks will crowdfund in order to, quote unquote, protect her family and racists from all over the internet. Raised over $750,000 in donations from her. And now really think about that. Part of the logic behind why Trump won the election is because Americans ain't got no money. But we got enough money to do this.
Yeah. No money. We got no money for eggs, right? But boy, you can sure donate to fucking racists.
Like we got enough money to break Black Friday records and raise almost $1 million for a woman who doesn't particularly need it.
I'm gonna buy
but it is what it is. We should be focused on healthcare, health insurance. That's an issue that impacts everybody. Don't you think that's more important? Don't you think that infrastructure is more important? St. Louis just got destroyed by a tornado. Don't you think that it's more important that we're prepared for things like that? No. It's the culture wars. That's the biggest deal to these people. And really a big part of that is our culture of individualism, in my opinion. It's who cares about my neighbor? I want what I want. And oftentimes, to me, that pushes a lot of Americans to stand on business, even if they're wrong, stand on their ego, stand on whatever it is that they're pushing because they don't want to backtrack.
Yeah. See, now one thing I do want to point out how I feel like this is sort of a fever pitch thing, because you may have noticed in the
River of Hate, I wish you could come up here and explain that, people don't care about being racist anymore. So is your point that being racist is the norm in America? And if it is the norm, then being racist is okay? Can you elaborate on this comment? Because I'm rather interested. Everyone is racist is the excuse for being a racist? Boy, we do need better parenting.
The last year, okay, since obviously the rise of Trumpism and you know, Trump going against a black woman and all the racism that exhibited in that campaign. But we saw people like that woman Lily Gaddis, who was on Twitter, and she said the N-word on TikTok and whatever. She got banned. It went viral. It spread everywhere. And then she became a right-wing influencer. And next thing you know, she's got like followers on Twitter because Elon pumps that shit. And then she's making content with Sneeko and Nick Fuentes and whatever, and all those other like deep red pill people. So there has been a resurgence of people saying and doing profoundly racist shit in order to buy their way into this sort of right-wing racism, you know, anti-LGBTQ, anti-people of color sort of movement that's rising up behind Donald Trump and behind, you know, the Heritage Foundation and all these racists that are behind, you know, Project 2025. It's been building to a fever pitch. You know, Daniel Penny choking out the black guy, right? The cops shooting black people. You know, they're rooting for Derek Chauvin. It's like the same fucking shit. It's this shadow war that we've been fighting, you know, under the umbrella of the civil rights movement. And it's just gotten really, really exacerbated since, you know, a black man was president.
But because she raised so much money for this, it's clear as day that, yes, America has problems with racism still. It hasn't gone away. We know the systemic issues that we have. We know the problems of infrastructure that we have. Here in my hometown, what are the areas that got hit the worst? Where the poor people are. Who is more likely to be poor? People of color. This is a real issue. Where's the insurance located? Where the money is? On the north side in St. Louis, a lot of that is never going to get picked up. A lot of these people are never going to get anything back because they don't have insurance because they're poor, and that is more likely to impact black people and brown people and people of color.
Now, one thing I can vouch for, having I toured the United States, you know, 20 years ago, and I played everywhere, okay? And there are a lot of cities in America that have very high black populations. Okay, I'm going to name some of them. Houston is one. St. Louis is one. Detroit, Milwaukee, Cleveland, Cincinnati, Atlanta, okay? Jackson, Mississippi, okay? There are cities that have like very, very high black populations. Baltimore. I played all of those cities. New Orleans, yes. Indianapolis. Now, what's interesting about all of these cities, guys, every one of them, large swaths, huge portions of the black population are squeezed into neighborhoods that are poor as in some of them, you can literally like cross some train tracks or a highway and you will be in fucking the nicest fucking neighborhoods on the planet. Cleveland in particular and Baltimore have some of the most severe like neighborhood switches where, guys, it is fucking heartbreaking. Where you go into some neighborhoods that are like starved of investment, you cross a highway, you cross some train tracks, and you will be in some of the nicest, most cared for parts of the fucking city, bro. And it is like kids are growing up there, and they're growing up on like the poor side, the minority side, and they're like, why don't we have any of that investment? Why don't we have those nice parks? Why don't we have those nice businesses? Why don't we have those nice houses? Why are we drinking from lead pipes? You know what I mean? And this shit ain't like, there's no reason we can't be fucking repairing that shit. But we don't, guys. We live in a climate of like severity like that. And now if you live in a neighborhood that's like moderately mixed or in a neighborhood that's like 90% white, you may not even know this world exists. But I promise you, if you go into the fucking cities, you go into every city with a high black population. Chicago's another one. I've been in all those cities. I have been in the most urban parts of those cities, playing in rock clubs. And like the difference in lifestyle afforded to the white people with money and the people that are squeezed into these neighborhoods that are effectively trapped because there's no way for them to like get out. Like, how do you get out? Right? If you go into those neighborhoods, maybe if you were born in fucking Aaron Donald's body to where you're going to become an NFL star, but even if you're a great student in that environment, there's so many odds stacked against you. You know what I'm saying? There's so many things stacked against you to prevent you from like ever getting out of that. And what's more, the way our financial system goes is if a whole bunch of people of color get out of that neighborhood and move into one of those white neighborhoods, if too many people of color move into the white neighborhood, it becomes a people of color neighborhood. And the white people pack up their shit and they go move somewhere else while the property values fall because of the minority and the poor people. So this whole system we live in is stacked up to fuck people that aren't like white wealthy people. And at some point, we have to fucking like pull the plug on this system, and we have to build it in a way that has some equitable distribution of resources. Okay? And man, when you go into the poor fucking neighborhoods in some of these like high minority population cities, you see like, goddamn, bro, it really is the fucking system. It is a system that was built by people who owned slaves that then freed the slaves, but then built a system of just making sure that certain people in America never have any fucking opportunity. And here we are, 60 years after the civil rights movement, and we have motherfucking, women calling kids the.
Let me agree right quick with River of Hate. Yeah, this guy is a fool for pointing it out. It's not that he's wrong. He's a fool to think that, the Be Braves of the world give a fuck. They will basically either kick the can down the road like their elected representatives, or just go, hey, it's black people's fault for living there. So, yes, he is a fool. We agree on that. And then what else? Moving away from black people is not racist. It's not illegal. It's not even immoral. I don't think that's really his larger point, River of Hate. If you go back and listen to what he said, kind of intersects with something that John Galt and the anti-black blacks want to talk about. He literally said, John Galt literally said that white people don't want to live around black people, and the black people should care. Well, here's the deal. Because he basically said, well, Stanley, the white people you live around don't want you there. Well, I keep trying to tell the poor, deaf John Galt that I live in a very mixed neighborhood. It is not exactly upscale, but it is like very middle class, if not a little bit upper middle class. But let's it's kind of a mix of a lot of business owners. Like one of my neighbors, it owns his own business. He's not like super upper class, but I would say as a business owner, he's certainly not poor. I've got teachers who live around me. I've got retired people who live around me. The one thing we don't have in this neighborhood, there are not a lot of young parents. There were times that my son was the only person catching a bus from the end of my street. there are not a lot of young parents, but most everybody here is established and, pretty established. A lot of people are my age, right around that 60, still young enough to work, but not old enough to retire. So my point is that it really doesn't fucking matter whether white people want a black neighbor. If the black neighbor can afford it, fuck them. If I move into a white neighborhood and my white neighbors want to move away, well, fuck them. Who cares? I should probably care more about property value and stuff. I'm much more interested in if I like the house, the neighborhood, and the school. So, if if a Be Brave, for instance, wants to move away, well, that's a good thing. Um, hopefully, hopefully, my neighbor, I'll get a better neighbor. No, I actually don't. And that's not because I chose to avoid them. It just happens to be that they don't live here. And EAE, good morning. Why is it bad that I don't live around any YNs? Is that bad? Are you making a value statement or a moral judgment about the people I live around? I don't have a problem living around YNs if, you know, if they're successful. I don't necessarily want to. If I wanted to live around hoods, I would move to the hood. So let's see. Yes, he's definitely stuck in the past. Being called a racist is the most terrifying. Wait, who? Oh, him? Well, I don't think it's terrifying the way you think it might be. I mean, I don't want to be called a racist. I don't want to be a racist. River of Hate. A lot of people don't embrace racist behavior like you and John Galt and Be Brave. Y'all are proud to be racists. Some people aren't, even in 2025. So if you're a proud racist, more power to you. EAE, see, number one, I'm not your homie. Number two, hey, if you think Be Brave is right on the number, that is definitely, a thing. I don't know whether it's good or bad, but let me put it to you this way. I laugh at people like Be Brave because Be Brave is basically trying to explain at the end of his life his personal failures. Okay, the one thing that I have that a Be Brave doesn't have is, I got to raise my son. I had a stable marriage. Um, while I'm not rich, um, I don't give a fuck about his 70% because it is totally racist. If this moron thinks that 70% of black people are making excuses for what's going on in the inner city, I hear it on the news just like other people. I would never know about the curfew in DC had I not watched John Galt's show. Otherwise, I honestly would have never known. It's not in the newspapers a lot. So maybe it's old news. But that 70% just lets me know that you believe in fairy tales, racist fairy tales at that. Let's see. I still with John Galt and Be Brave. Oh, I don't give a fuck. EAE, be with whoever you feel comfortable with being around. I just think that they are not people that have a firm grasp on American culture. They are racists. And proud racists, maybe. Be Brave is wrong, probably more like 90% making excuses. Yeah, EAE, that is so stupid that I don't know where to even start. Be Brave is literally trying to make up for a life where he has no wife or child. Be Brave is a lonely old man, and he just needs friends to talk with on YouTube. That's my assessment. And you know what? Maybe I do too. So I'm not gonna, beat him up for that. But I just think that I think it's a racist point of view, and virulently racist at that. If you want to be a racist like John Galt and Be Brave, it's America. You be who you are. You do you.
The N word and making millions of dollars saying we need to fight back. And it's like, fuck you. Shiloh Hendricks, you ain't fighting back. You know what I'm saying? We need to fight for effective change, guys. Because this shit is like, if you see some of the inner cities, it's heartbreaking, man. It is heartbreaking. Like, dude, I literally cried when I walked around in
Broke Genius, I think Be Brave was married and has a child. It just didn't work out for him. I'll leave the details to him because I don't really know him or actually really care. But I think he was married. I think he did have a child. Let's see. Is it racist to say Earth is blue and green from outer space? They're just being observant. Well, here's the deal. Is it observant to say America is a racist country and has a racist culture? I'm being observant, and I'm probably right. So don't get me wrong. I'm not saying America's not racist. I'm just saying it is racist, and it's part of America's problem is it's racist. Let's see. Be Brave's daughter grew up to be Gianna Michaels. No idea who Gianna Michaels is. Is that true? Should I Google her? But Be Brave's daughter, that's Be Brave's business. I don't really give that much of a fuck. All I know is that there is a compensation mechanism, and I'm not a Mavid level psychologist because I don't really give a fuck. But Be Brave really, if I was going to actually kind of give credence to a lot of Be Brave's racist theories, I would want it from someone that's a bit more accomplished and has his shit together. And I know John Galt loves Be Brave, and John Galt thinks Be Brave is a success. And, he's not homeless, so I guess he is a success. I just don't share John Galt's high opinion. I think John Galt has his own issues. Google Gianna Michaels. Is Gianna Michaels famous? Should I know her? America is a racist country. This is exactly why the word racist has no meaning anymore. River of Hate, being racist is not a good thing. Part of why America has a black culture problem is because of the racist culture. So I think it's obvious that race has led to a civil war, it has led to a lot of bad things. So if you're saying that, being racist is like American is apple pie, and maybe that's what you're saying, I'm not going to disagree with you. I just don't think it's something to be proud of. That's my point. Let's see. If you feel like you live John... Oh, motherfucker. Wait, hold it. Motherfucker, why would I want to live John Galt's life? That's John Galt's problem. Why would I care about how John Galt lives? I want him to be okay, but motherfucker, I feel like if you live John Galt's life, you share his opinion. Okay, well, here's the deal, EAE. John Galt is living the life he chooses. He doesn't have to live in the hood. If he has worked all this time and he's obviously doing well, John Galt is living the life he chooses. I don't choose that life. I choose to lead the life I'm living. So I didn't grow up in the hood. Why would I motherfucking want to live in the hood? I pretty much live a similar life to my parents. They didn't live in the hood. They weren't from the hood. Why would I want to live in the hood or be a ghetto landlord? I didn't grow up that way. It wasn't a career goal. I don't live enough. Let's see. This is the bed. Oh, motherfucker. I am so comfortable in my bed because I don't have. The only time I have to deal with rivers of hate or John Galt's is when I fucking turn on the computer and get online. Otherwise, do y'all think I think about you? I don't. You choose, yeah, hell yeah, I choose to avoid YNs like white people do. No. Let me put it to you this way. I choose to avoid people I don't want to be around. Whether it's YNs, and I know YNs, my son is a YN. I don't like being around people who don't necessarily share my quote aesthetic. So no, if you wanna be saggy pants and fucking listen to rap all day, no, I don't want to be around you. My son doesn't do it, or if he does, it's on his Apple headphones, and I don't fucking have to hear it. That's one thing I like quiet, and I have to give my son a compliment. I really don't know what kind of music he likes because it's never been blared, you know, loudly on a stereo. So fuck that. No. If YN means a whole bunch of bass in my house, then no, I don't want to be around it. Happy Memorial Day, Richard. How you doing? Are you off today? So anyway, I batted. CK, how you doing, man? Happy Memorial Day there. Navy. Let's see. You choose to avoid the YNs like white people do. Well, EAE, don't black people avoid YNs too? Old people tend not to want to hang out, with a bunch of, 15-year-old YNs. So I don't know what you're pointing out is that odd or a bad thing. Nice, Richard. Yeah, well, I have no clue what I'm going to do today. I guess I'll hang out here, and I literally don't know what I'm going to do. Guess I'll make dinner. That might be the only thing I accomplish. And there's some things I probably need to work on. Usual household chores, nothing that interesting. I am going to Savannah next weekend, so, I do have a pork roast I could smoke, but I'm not going to. As a matter of fact, I'm probably going to make hot dog buns and just, I've got some Italian sausage that I got from the grocery store. I'll just make like big, sausage dogs, kind of fancy. I got a salad already made. That's pretty much what's going to be for dinner. And French fries.
In Baltimore, man. Like Baltimore was like, had one of the most severe neighborhood blight to wealthy waterfront property that like the lifestyles where you just think of.
Oh, wait. So are y'all serious that D-Brave's daughter is a porn star? Y'all must be kidding about that. You kept Zhang Wei says he carries a bullwhip on public transport to trigger ancestral memories in the YNs. They do not mess with me. Well, you don't really have to worry that much, Zhang, because we don't teach history to the YNs, so they have no clue that they should be reacting to a bullwhip. So apparently you know enough history that apparently there were overseers, plantation overseers in your ancestry. It's a good Memorial Day topic.
Like the kids that are born on the blight side, their message very early on that like, man, this life ain't for you. You don't get that life. You know what I'm saying? It's like you don't get that life, and it is like fucking shocking, dude. Like, and you look at it and you think to the people, no matter what color they are, that are born into that blight.
You know, that's a very odd statement. EAE, are you, I imagine you're in your 30s, right? Why are you and D-Brave so like fucking, y'all sound like y'all are just scared to live life. He's like, nobody's safe around the YNs. What are you, that sounds so, I don't know what that sounds like, but it sounds like in a cowboy movie, you would have been like one of the shopkeepers, like in the Clint Eastwood movies. You would have been the barber and not one of the gunfighters. What is an Owen? Is that an old N-word? No. Yeah, I figured that's where you were going. Oh, you know what? Technically he is. Technically he is. Why can't a YN be a good kid in college? And there are no good kids. I'm learning that. That motherfucker wouldn't clean up after himself. Let's see. I'm more scared of YNs than vampires and zombies. Well, let me ask you a question, EAE. In my world, vampires and zombies don't exist. Do they exist in your world, EAE? I'm just curious. Music executive. Yeah, well, yeah, that's a point. They do business deals with them and give them millions. They invest into Well, you know, actually, CKJ, that is part of our cultural problem. Degeneracy sells, and that's one of our problems. We basically will pay to rubbernet. You know, if there's a problem in Black culture, rap has been very good at pointing out those problems. And, you know, essentially those little 15-year-old white boys who want to emulate, you know, that thug culture, they're basically rubbernecking. And their poor white parents don't even have enough control of them to let them know that, hey, this is not a good thing. This is not a good cultural thing to appropriate. So when you have 15-year-olds fucking trying to be thugs, that points to, you know, well, that means my point about lack of good parenting exists. White people in America are not raising white kids. I think white people in America are horrible parents. And no one seems to be able to realize white people being bad parents are why America is where it is today. Parenting in the we need better white people, to be honest. If this is a white country, they want to blame people like Be Brave aren't smart enough to figure out. Well, if it's a white country, white people aren't doing a very good job of controlling their country's culture. They are the problem. I think white people are the biggest problem in America. I think their poor parenting is like a major reason we have people like Donald Trump. Donald Trump's parents were fucking horrible, and they raised a very bad boy. So, if black people are a problem, that is true, but white people are the major problem. They are 60% of America's problem. And if you're not smart enough to fucking figure out what numbers actually mean, like be brave, you know, be brave is literally a pimple on white America's ass. And he doesn't seem to realize it. Rich white people don't want to be around him. They're not married to him. This motherfucker is literally living in the backwaters of white culture, and this motherfucker thinks he's a player. It is truly amazing to hear Be Brave talk about how rich white people like him. Those motherfuckers left him behind years ago. And he's just trying to he's just literally, hey, there's nothing wrong with being trailer trash if you don't think you're smart trailer trash. Motherfucker, how about not pretend you are a street psychologist or a culturalist or all these fancy words? Just be a wise old man in a wooden shack. There's value, there is cultural value in being a wise old man in a shack. But motherfucker, as soon as you start like claiming you have some high IQ, you lose credibility with people who actually know how to evaluate arguments. Be Brave is literally a laughingstock. That's why he's on John Galt's radar. That's why he goes on black panels and gets his ass handed to him. Be Brave will swear. Now, he did go on that Freezy, who was it? No Cap Freezy. He did actually hold court, but it's because it was the first time he was on the panel and they didn't really know how to handle him. They figured it out towards the end, and I could have gone on the panel. Freezy knows who I am. I just don't ever go up. The only panel I really go up on is Here for the Tea, because I like her and I like her, definitely like her sister. I like them because they're pretty chill and they don't talk a lot of politics. If I go up on a Freezy or something like that, I will wind up in the same situation that a John Galt would, because I don't think they're any smarter than black conservatives. There are a lot of problems with. I don't think these black people, like a Sean Bracey, they don't know politics and they don't know books. They literally, it's a panel of feelings. Assessing news stories is not a panel where anybody has any, and there are one or two exceptions, of course, but a lot of these YouTube panels I found are really just people getting up there and talking about their emotions or impressions. Very few of these motherfuckers have ever like read a book and understood a book. And I'm being a little elitist here, but I think the black panels in particular, that's why I don't go on them. God bless John Galt. He'll go up there and, be John Galt on these panels. I just, I just don't, I basically will keep my own counsel. John Galt, I like hanging out with John, as atrocious as some of his views are. At least he's honest. A lot of these motherfuckers just don't goddamn understand what is so annoying is when people make an argument because they heard someone else make it and it sounds good, you actually don't understand what you're saying and the ramifications. I'm just like, motherfucker, you will get up there and go Trump bad because you heard it on another panel, but you can't fucking explain why Trump is bad. That's a problem. And it's not just a black problem, it is a problem. Shit. I go and I will listen to a snowman or I guess he calls himself the powdered dusty flow state. They don't understand their arguments either. They're just maybe a little bit better at it, but not much. So, and I know I'm kind of, sounding like a snotty motherfucker, but I honestly feel this way. I think most people, I would say B-Brace 70%, that number is true because 70% of the people that get on these YouTube panels don't even understand what they are saying, let alone what someone else is saying. So. Let's see. Enjoy your holiday, folks. Remember the heroes who created this great country. Name one of them, Brian Nichols. And by the way, do you know the history of Memorial Day? Maybe that would be worth going into, actually, now that I think about it. Because it's a very interesting history. Oh, let's see here. Damn. Let me try this one more time. As a matter of fact, you know what? Let's just go ahead and play this video, which I've been wanting to see, and then while we're doing that, I'll look up a history of Memorial Day.
A 1v1 water column challenge. Oh my God. Yes. Got one. Oh, I heard that. The first one to catch a fish on a topwater bait, a moving bait, and a bottom bait will be the winner. But as you can see, it's been rainy and cloudy and just icky. Look at the water clarity out here. It's definitely going to be a challenge in more ways than one. We got a limited time to do this before it rains again. So we're not going to waste any time. We're going to get right to it. Let's go. The water looks like chocolate milk right now, and you see all this vegetation it's blossomed. We've got about 2 inches of visibility. We got hammered with rain the past week. Everywhere else in our area is just, it's honestly unfishable. The water's moving so quick. So we had to come back to this spot. We knew it would be funky, but at least we'll actually be able to keep a line in the water without it getting like washed away. Let's see if we can catch something in this mud. Reeled into a tree, my first cast. Is that a sign of the day? I'm gonna be using these dark black and blue color. I got on a topwater bait, my other pole, because this is a water column challenge. I just don't think I'm gonna be able to throw that in this little spot right here. But we will find a spot where we can throw it. See how this goes. I don't know, y'all. I don't know. Oh, Maddie. Did you see that?
I heard it.
That's a good sign for topwater.
Yeah, I know. There's a tree floating down the stream. I thought it was a canoe.
I'm seeing so many wakes. They're here. About to get this whopper plopper. There's no way I'm really through all that stuff. We got to try though. I think it's already getting caught on stuff. God bless it. It scared the bejesus out of me. He just didn't get it in his mouth good. It's a good sign though, y'all. At least we got to blow up. That was such a good one. Anywhere from a 3 to 5 pounder, I would say for sure. I mean, my heart stopped. It's like you don't want to come back for it. We're going to head up this way, trap here for a little bit, and we'll be back. That fish just, I don't know, he doesn't seem to want to come back. What do you do? If he don't want it, he don't want it no more. You might have sore mouthed him a little bit. We're going to get a fish. All right, we're going to go old spinnerbait. Black and blue for this funky water. All right, let's see. Something jumped up there. I believe it was a bass. This tree is all grown up and in my way now. We're going to try to get down here and cast under it. Something just popped at my line. I think a top water is going to be the way to go. Cast it kind of this. Like that too. Oh, that was a good bite, y'all. So got it. Okay, not a bad one. Yes. Good way to start it off right here. Yes, y'all. First freaking fish of the day. Let's go. What a good fish to start it off. What do you think, Daddy? We're going to get her right back in, though. Thank you, Big Mama. Ooh, this water stinks. It's stinky like you. Ooh. She was ready. That was such a sick catch, y'all. I felt a bite and I thought, okay, the fish dropped it. It's kind of working. No, she was literally running toward me the whole time. So I just had to reel into it and set that hook. Now we have to move on to a middle bait or a topwater bait because we're going to take you down. All right, bottom bait, check. Retired.
Well, I have a question.
Thank you for doing your job for us. So I tied on the buzz bait. Going to put that Cinco to rest for a second.
Wait, hold it. This is an interesting comment. Excuse me. Dave, you do realize women fish, right? Not many of them, but they do. Who here in this chat, and Richard, you don't have to bother answering. Who here actually has fished a lot or hunted? I suspect a lot of the people in this chat are fucking city boys. Dude, I fish, and have definitely been hunting before. A lot of these motherfuckers have not done either, but yet they want to talk about fishing feminism or feminism fishing. A bunch of fucking city boys, really? They tangle lines and everything they do. Is that right? Hey, this woman's throwing a bait caster. I suspect she's probably a better fisherwoman or fisherman than you are, Dave. Just I suspect. I don't know that for sure. You can't own a shotgun, in and what about before? Like when you were a kid? I mean, I used to fish and hunt as a kid. And you wouldn't think that I had, but shit, yeah, I can build a fire from scratch. It helps to have matches, but you know, if need be, you'll figure it out.
Look at that pretty white bird. What is that? I know. She's like an angel. I already got this whopper plopper on. I really think I'm going to put a frog on, but I am going to give this another caster.
Hey, that's pretty funny, Jane.
So I think if you put it over the right fish's head,
now, you know what? I like
they
that.
might feel
you
the
know what? I
vibrations and
respect
might be able to make something
a man who
happen.
knows
Seeing a lot of
he's a
activity
dilettante.
right here.
Hell, I
Yes,
am
think.
too. What the
Back
fuck?
to the worm. Throw it all the way up there in the tree. It is supposed to rain, y'all. Full disclosure. We're hoping to get this knocked out before it rains. If not, we'll be back and we'll finish it then. That's up to us, though. How fast
Fishing
we
white
can
man.
move. We got rained on just a little bit, but it stopped. So we're got about an hour left before sunset. So we're back at it. We're gonna get back out here and see if we can get on that top of the
Well,
All right, y'all. I
am going to say one I am going to say one thing. These two, I haven't really, this is actually the first time I've ever watched this channel, but I guarantee you they've got like almost 3,000, almost 2,500. They're cast queens, but I guarantee you this is Appalachia. They look like I would guess, and I see them mountains. I know they're somewhere up in Appalachia. I'm gonna guess. Ooh, they've got a business inquiries, castqueens@gmail.com. They've only been on since 2022, but I'm gonna guess this is probably maybe Tennessee. But it's somewhere. I'll see if I can't figure out, because I'll subscribe to their channel. Looks pretty interesting. But I guarantee you they are either Appalachia or the Ozarks. They're fishing for simps.
It rained out for just a little while, but we're back. So hopefully it doesn't rain us out again. That has kind of been how the past 2 weeks have been for us. It's just been so much rain. I'm not giving up on this Whopper Plopper yet.
I'm always in a tree.
This is so shallow right here. You can see a lot of their wicks and we're swimming. Let's see what happens.
God damn, that's
I'm
quite
not
a
gonna freak out
fact.
if I get a top water blow up.
She's gonna have a problem getting
Just
it
gonna have to
back.
keep fishing this thing till we get something on it.
She's
We'll
gonna have to
eventually get
fish. She's
something.
gonna have to
Got to, right?
reel it in
Maddie to
fast
catch a
and
top water
skip
fish
over all
before
that vegetation. I can't believe she's throwing that with all that fucking
Whopper
clutter
Plopper
on
versus
the
the
bottom.
buzzbait right now. Yeah, we're not getting too hot, y'all. Not too hot at all. Look at all that.
I can't remember a
Treble hooks are
buzzbait
not made for
surface.
that.
Yeah, she's crazy for throwing that shit.
Oh my God.
Oh shit.
Ray.
Man, she's up high too.
Buzzbait. Up against the rock, Ray. Up
Damn.
against the rock.
Ah, she just got top water knocked off.
Look at that hook set. Oh my God. On the buzzbait, right here. It scared the shit out of me because it was right at my feet. It is a tank.
I'm a little salty, but I can't even be mad to see a fish of that quality. Good job.
Thank you.
Think you're so
Most
good
people
catching
would
one on
just
a top water before me.
most people would just toss that
Well, I hate
shit
to
back
tell
in.
you,
She was so
but I'm about
gentle
to
with it.
catch one on this top water. About to give up on this Whopper Plopper. I hate to do it. Probably switch over to the buzzbait since Maddie had luck with that. Whopper Plopper. He did get a strike, a hit, but unfortunately no fish was landed. We put the buzzbait on. I think the Whopper Plopper can clearly get it done. We got a bite on it, but maybe this white will show up a little bit better in the water. So we're gonna come over here and make some little casts with the buzzbait. I forgot I gotta reel this thing immediately.
I'm at a
Richard,
disadvantage here because you caught yours earlier.
buzzbait.
I caught mine after it
Buzzbaits
rained
aren't
even more.
necessarily
Now
top
the
water,
water's
are
even
they?
nastier.
I've
They're not gonna be
used
biting.
one maybe once in my
A
life.
worm, I'm telling you.
I don't.
They can't
I
see it.
tend to use more
And it
plastics
don't
than
make any
anything, or
sound.
silver
Trying to jig
spoons.
it. Get some sort of vibration going in there. I
Ropalas, I
might
guess
move
I've
on
used.
to
My
moving
son
bait.
loves Ropalas. The
See
plastics.
that buzz?
I heard that buzz go right past my head.
That's what's called a buzz. It's
Primarily
a
what I
buzz right past your head. We got to start fishing our way back because it is getting dark.
Oh, you missed.
I freaked out.
You put too much energy in that.
I was zoned out thinking about food. Like a big bag.
That was a nice one too. Another 3+.
That was a good one, yeah. Well, y'all, there was my shot.
You know, it depends.
Literally daydreaming about food. All right, that
Depends on what you mean by clap cheeks.
We are here with day number 2, a new body of water. We were hoping the water would look a little better here, and it turns out it does. Sunny day, clear bluebird skies. As it stands, I have a moving bait and a topwater left. Maddie has a bottom
In case you
bait
didn't know,
and a moving bait left.
We're gonna start off with this
that's what beds
bottom
are
bait
for.
here.
You know, if you can avoid doing it in the woods, you know, that's a young person's thing. Just so you know, my wife liked to fish, but no.
Don't think she's
you know,
going to get it
we
done for us
probably
right
wait
now
till
because it is so bright out here.
maybe even take
Maybe
a
a little
shower.
bit later, but it don't hurt to give it a cast. Oh my God. Well, that was embarrassing. What happened? Let's go over here a little bit more and kind of follow Maddie. Just let her lead the way because I'm scared of snakes.
Yeah, okay. I'll take your word for it there.
Is it a snake? A tiny baby frog? I guess it's spring. The frogs are spawning too. Is that what you call it for frogs? We're going to go ahead and make a little switch. We are seeing no signs of life back here other than the sweet little geese. We're going to walk, try to find a different spot, catch you guys in a different area of the lake. I don't know where we're going to end up at. We'll figure it out as we go. We made it to the next stop. Here to throw this here with all this wood, but at the same time,
They've
high
got
risk,
some
but also
good
could be a high
cameras
reward.
there.
I'm gonna give this buzz
This is
a fair.
pretty high quality video.
If you cast, see what it can do for us.
Something popped up over here.
Probably a frog jumping in.
No, it sounded like a fish. Oh, I heard that.
Stay on, baby. Stay on. Don't go up underneath that. What a blow up. It's big, Maddie. Got her. Right at the bank. Top water fish. It's so sick the way she came up and ate it too. What would you say, a 3-pounder? Thank you, baby. Top water, check. One just jumped right there.
Nice one.
And I'm done with top water, and now they're jumping, y'all. It's gonna be really hard to put the top water down. Look at that, y'all. We're gonna get this big baby, our top water catch, back into the water. Get her over here. I'm gonna kind of drop her down in here because
I'm actually fairly curious to know. Now, I heard on a video, actually it was on John's show a few hours ago, where there's some black guy that he did a street interview with talking about white women being softer. And I'm wondering how that kid would. These women don't look that soft to me, but you know, this is what you get when you get someone who just doesn't fucking know what he's talking about. There are all kinds of women, you know, across the spectrum, you know, given any race. I shudder to hear dumb motherfuckers say dumb shit like that. It never ceases to amaze me how stupid Americans can be. But, you know, in this case, how stupid black men can be. If black people have a problem, it is basically black men who can't think for themselves, who fucking, every time you talk to them, they sound like they just got off a Kevin Samuels video. Black women are hard, white women are softer. Y'all motherfuckers are just stupid. And I mean the anti-black blacks in particular, just fucking sometimes borderline like disgusting.
Mama. Here she goes. Did she get past all that? Yeah.
Woo! Now all we got left to do is the moving bait. Let's get it.
So
Read what in
she
the
was
book?
right at the bank.
Yeah.
Did it scare you?
Yeah.
Yes. Every time I get a topwater bite, I just like lose all my brain cells.
Quote that much.
I don't know what happens. I just like
maybe
leave
synthesized
myself.
from a book
But it's so
or
much
across
fun.
several
I'm gonna
books.
figure
but,
out what bait I'd like
I
to use
think
next.
that black
Moving bait
men
is
are
going to be
in
challenging
particular, at least the
here.
ones
Anywhere
I
else,
run
I'd say it'd
across.
be one of the
You know what?
easiest out of
Even
the
the
three.
ones
But
you would
here at this
call,
place,
it is so funny, and this is another thing that kind of surprises me. You know, even the Sean Bracy's of the world are fairly consistent in their thinking that black women are hard and white women are softer. And I just, that's why I don't go on their panels, because there is a consistency, there's a through line that goes through. Sean Bracy and John Galt are more similar than either of them would be willing to admit, at least in my opinion.
I don't have much luck on moving baits. So much grass too. It's just not moving bait friendly. Maddie's going to extreme measures over here. Like she's going with the little micro bait that she
Yes,
does
I had to
valor
bring
fish
in.
on in our
Oh,
last
wait,
video.
hold it.
It's
River of
honestly
Hate.
fair because we never.
River of Hate, didn't you just mention how ubiquitous and everyone's racist? Did you not say that? So why are you so surprised, Mr. I'm not a racist?
Set any rules that it had to be any type of lure thing like that. That's okay. We're not going to let her win. We're still up by one fish, so let her use all her little cheating ways. It's technically not cheating, so if you catch a fish on it, I might steal it from you, just like I did the buzz bait.
Yeah, I find what baits are good and then she steals them. Now, if I catch a big one with this rod, that's going to be fun.
I'll have to put the buzz bait down.
That's how I felt yesterday. I didn't want to stop this minnow. It's going to
Just
get
watching
fish.
her use that spinning rod is just
It's either
painful.
going to be
I fucking
crappy
hate
or
spinning rods.
This thing don't cast very far.
Yeah, because it's a spinner.
Got one.
What?
I got a fish.
I'm sitting here retying, putting on a chatterbait, and it sounds like Maddie's got a fish. Let's go see.
Yes. Barely hooked.
Did you just tie it back up?
I did. Look at that monster.
Look how fat it is.
Yeah,
He wanted
mostly
to eat that
pollution.
minnow.
No.
All right. Now we got to
I
go
wish
on
they
to
were all
bottom bait.
marriageable white women, but no, that
Bottom
wouldn't
bait
be
for
the
me.
case.
Thank you, buddy.
Yeah,
Appreciate you
yeah.
playing.
Next fish wins. Who's it gonna be? All right, let's go rig our bait up. Doing a polymer knot, and now I don't even know where I was with it. So let's restart that. So I have to go be nosy.
Well, that's
I
mighty
need to use the bottom
specific,
bait,
Jack.
but what I'm doing here is I'm gonna see if I can catch another fish and narrow down the amount of fish that Ray can have the possibility of catching.
You should be very scared.
Knees are weak, my palms are sweaty.
You're in the presence of greatness.
I heard she doesn't catch anything.
Now watch me go catch
That's
a
an
bluegill.
interesting use of
With
that
that?
term.
No, hoping for a big old bass.
This girl's so cringe.
No,
Let's go put
you
on
know
our
what?
bottom bait so we
River
can
of
wrap
Hate,
up this competition.
you want to say
I think that's a
it
nice little
is
color right
insecure.
there. This is just some
I say
generic
being
chatterbait. I don't even know if it has a
pointing out the
brand,
obvious.
but it doesn't do too bad. It's definitely not anywhere close to being on the same level as like Z-Man, but we'll make do with what we have. Hopefully these fish won't mind too much, and they're not gonna be like, that's not a Z-Man. I don't want that bougie fish.
Huh.
I don't get a big one on this. I'm telling you.
I got 2 rods, so I'm gonna keep the worm on one because, you know, confidence bait. And then I'm gonna put a jig on this.
Let's get that out of the water before we go any further. Got it. Sit right here so we can throw it away. At least it's out of the water now. That will kill fish. So everybody make sure you are picking up after yourself. Well, let's try to catch a fish.
All right, we're gonna go with this natural color right here.
Richard, are buzz
In
baits
a
top
watermelon
water
red
bait?
crawl for the trailer. Boom. Just like that, we're gonna catch a
Typically
fish.
top water
Probably a
bait?
big one too on this.
Fish. Fish right here. Don't blink. Here comes a bait.
Okay. Because I was about to say you shouldn't use a buzz bait in weed,
Yes.
but this is top water.
No!
Crappie.
Come here, baby.
Might be okay.
A
Oh,
crappie.
it's crappie.
That's a crappie? I gotta see this.
It's a very dark crappie, but hey, we never said it had to just be bass. Challenge done.
And you want to keep that one. That's going to be
What are you doing
delicious.
biting the chatterbait?
That is a nice crappie right there. Very dark, isn't he? Yeah.
Dang. It's over. It's over. Let's talk about that. In your face, in your face. Kiss his butt.
Well, buddy, I'd love to take you home and eat you, but
this isn't that type of day. You get to go free, my friend. Feels
Oh,
good to
fuck
finally
that.
win one.
It's a
Usually
crappie.
in these little
Take it.
competitions,
Get
Maddie
another
always
one.
wins,
Get a
but
couple.
this beautiful baby
Get a
got
couple
you
more.
the victory. So we're gonna get her right
You
back
will
in.
have a
Thanks, baby.
good dinner.
pretty color. She's like
It
a
is very
rainbow
pretty.
when the light hits her.
Yeah, look at that. But I'm just gonna give her a gentle
Fuck
little
that.
pitch right here where she was.
You know what? I'd be telling her.
Or
don't
kind of
be
give
scared
her a
of
little
that.
flop. There she goes. Oh, she's gone now. Sweet, I won. Well, you guys, it took 2 days thanks to all the rain we've gotten in the dirty water and just the tough fishing conditions. But your girl got it done.
Hey, I had a bite. I was about to reel in a fish.
Womp. But that is going to wrap it up. Hope you guys enjoyed it. We had a blast coming out here, and it's always friendly competition. But it is about time I win one, I'm just going to say. Anyway, so we're going to call it. We hope you guys enjoyed it. If you like this type of video, let us know in the comments. We got plenty more challenges in store for you guys. Lots of plans coming, so make sure you stay tuned. If you're not subscribed, make sure you hit that button. We will catch you on the next one.
Thanks for watching. Peace.
All right. Well, it's the first time I've ever watched them, but they came up in my feed, so I subscribed. Lesbo vibes. You know what? You be. Let's see. Look at the clown knife fish we got down here. Know what a clown, like the clownfish that's in the aquarium? Let's see here. Clown. Oops. Is a nocturnal native freshwater. Wow. How the hell? How the hell did it get all the way here from Asia? Is it edible? Shit. Oh my God. They can get kind of big, huh? Interesting. Wow. Apparently they are. Have you caught any, Richard? Okay, yeah, but it's freshwater. Interesting. You, not only are you a fisherman, Richard, you're an ichthyologist. Here, let's watch this. I found this history of Memorial Day.
Shut their doors.
The U.S. Postal
Let me
Service
start it from
holds
the beginning again.
each year on the last Monday of May. Businesses throughout the country shut their doors. The U.S. Postal Service holds its mail delivery, and flags are raised in honor of Memorial Day. Most Americans know Veterans Day in November is to honor all those who served their nation in war, and Memorial Day in May is dedicated to honor those who have lost their lives serving the country. But Americans don't exactly know how the holiday started, and who can deny these days it's all about the 3-day weekend, having fun under the sun. To the surprise of many Americans,
Easy, Jack.
this all-American
Wrap her
holiday
up.
has its roots in unexpected places.
Happy
The
Memorial Day.
go-to story is Commander-in-Chief John A. Logan of the Grand Army of the Republic
Y'all make
issued
sure,
the 1868
stop
proclamation.
this real quick. Y'all make sure you hit the like button. Please make sure you subscribe to the John Galt Urban Landlord channel, where you will get a variety of of inflammatory remarks and opinions and back and forths that will sometimes just amaze you. The great debate within the Black community, Black versus anti-Black, pro-Black versus anti-Black. It gets to be kind of a logical swirl. So also make sure you subscribe to the Stanley Cross channel, which is at Stanley Cross 6000. Most importantly, hit the like. It is free. And support your host, Stanley Cross, who, I guess I'm kind of working on Memorial Day, but hadn't really thought too much about it. This weekend, I will definitely need at least a 6-pack of Bud Light because I'm leaving Saturday for Savannah. And 4 hours driving just sucks. Along I-16, just one of the more boring trips you'll take. The good thing is I-16, once you get below Macon, is a straight line. A straight line. The bad thing is it is a straight line of boring. So, but once you get to Savannah, it gets interesting. So, support Portia, our executive producer and creator of Stanley versus the World. I am but a pawn, an employee of Portia who really came up with the concept. I never would have thought of it. So I admit I'm a dull guy, and if it weren't for Portia, I would be just the same old dullard that's reading books all the time. So she, probably a cruel joke, but she has inflicted me upon y'all, and she should be rewarded for that good decision. So let's continue with this Memorial Day thing.
Declaring the first Decoration Day, which was celebrated with a large memorial observance at Arlington National Cemetery,
I do.
with about 5,000 attending.
Richard.
Those attending placed small flags on the graves of veterans.
Speaking of which, Richard, you'll never believe this, and others. I subscribe to like 150 podcasts. Most of them are, politics, but I have a lot of history podcasts, a few philosophy podcasts, and kind of in between. But podcasts are just awesome. I grew up listening to the radio. I've been a radio head all my life. And up until maybe, let's say 6 years ago, I pretty much listened to nothing but podcasts, and even radio shows have podcasts now. So, no, I'm a huge podcast person. You would not believe. And the funny thing is if you go out into the podcast space, especially classic books, a lot of these, like Moby Dick, type of books are on podcast in podcast format. So there's a lot out there in the podcast world. Basically everyone has a podcast, but that's a good thing. There's some really good stuff out there, and it's long form. So some of these topics, like the Constitution, like one of the more famous constitutional scholars out there, Akil, damn it, of course, I can't think of his name. Now that as soon as I wanted to bring him up, his name just escapes my mind. This getting old is so annoying. Akil Amar. He's a Yale law professor. He is one of the, if not the most preeminent um, constitutional scholar in the country. He's definitely like in the top like five, and I think he's been cited not the most as far as submitting amicus briefs and stuff like that, but he's up there. I mean, this guy, like the Supreme Court justices, know who he is. Bottom line is he's got a podcast called the American Constitution, which is a play on American and Amar. But he's got a podcast, a weekly podcast, and the reason when I talk about the Constitution and my ideas on what the Constitution is, I've literally read two of his books, and he has a weekly podcast talking about the Constitution and law in general. I don't just make this shit up. I actually listen to a ton of experts on this sort of stuff, and that doesn't make me an expert, but I have an idea of what I'm talking about. I understand my arguments. When I make the arguments, if they seem odd or out of the ordinary, they may well be, but I understand what my arguments are. I don't get the impression in this black manosphere, politisphere, Sean Bracey, John Galt, CT, and there are a ton, Ock Nation. Um, I don't go on these panels because honestly, these people aren't worth me tangling with. I don't want to have to go on a panel where I motherfucking have to teach people their own arguments. It's like half the time I know why you're making the argument, and the person making the argument doesn't know why they're making the argument. And it gets so fucking frustrating. So, Stanley's still denying that nightshade. Um, well, Dolomite, I have gone one better. Like B braid is a white shade. I already know there is a white version of nightshade. It's called white shade. And sometimes, like John Galt, I can't tell whether he's a white shade or a nightshade, but I know he's one of the two. So not only am I denying it, I'm basically saying John Galt and maybe you too, Dolomite. The nightshades are the deniers. Like John Galt, he often goes those blacks or the blacks. Oh, excuse me. Half the people going the blacks or this way are the people they're describing. John Galt is a fucking nightshade while he's describing nightshades. Why don't you see this, Dolomite? I'm high, I'm drunk, and I want to go out and cause trouble in the hood with some female black security guard who has done nothing to me besides be a black woman and a security guard. That's a fucking nightshade. It's indescribable. And then the motherfucker will play the same 20-second clip 80 times. This motherfucker will play the shit out of 20 seconds of a clip, like that's all he did, 20 seconds of a video. That's so motherfucking. How can I deny Nightshade when John Galt, the owner of this channel, is a Nightshade? Motherfucker, I have a show on a Nightshade channel. I'm not denying shit. I'm confirming it, Dolomite. And Be Brave is a white shade.
General Ulysses S. Grant and his wife presided at the ceremony. Logan credited his wife, Mary Logan, with the suggestion for the commemoration. The role
I
of his
don't think
wife
he
may
actually
explain
is
why
blind.
Grant's wife
I kind
co-presided
of
over the
disabused
ceremony.
myself of that notion.
But the idea of Memorial Day has other roots, going back at least to 1864, in America's deadliest conflict, the Civil War. Approximately 620,000 soldiers died, about 2/3 of that from disease. The work of honoring the dead began right away all over the country, and several American towns claim to be the birthplace of Memorial Day. Researchers have traced the earliest annual commemoration on April 25, 1866, in Columbus, Mississippi, when a women's group, the Ladies' Memorial Association, decorated the
There's an
graves
Air
of both
Force
Union
base in
and
Columbus,
Confederate soldiers.
Mississippi. My
In a
father
nation
was
trying to
stationed
find
there.
a way to move on after a war that split the country, states, communities, and even families. This gesture was welcomed as a way to lay the past to rest while honoring those who had fought on either side. But in recent time, some historians have pointed out another overlooked side of the story to how Memorial Day came to be. The story of freed slaves who had once decorated soldiers' graves. According to Pulitzer Prize winner David Blight's 2001 book.
By the way, David Blight also wrote like a Pulitzer Prize winning biography of Frederick Douglass a few years ago. It's really a good book. And just to Dolomite, your comment didn't show up in StreamYard, but it showed up on the YouTube side. Yeah, ad hominems are literally part of my quote debate strategy. Fuck yeah, I embrace ad hominems because they disarm and blow up weak ass arguments. I will go back to say, most of the people that I come up on YouTube panels with don't even understand their own arguments. That's why I fuck them up. Okay, you think that look, the reason I'm able to dismantle someone like a 777 is they are half-assed with arguments they don't even understand. I understand people's arguments oftentimes better than they understand their arguments. That's why I fuck them up, because they don't do their homework. So if you have a problem with my ad hominems there, Dolomite, I don't give a fuck. I do it deliberately. As a matter of fact, I will ad hominem a dumb motherfucker into the ground just for my own personal amusement. So there. Thank you for noticing.
Race and Reunion, the Civil War in American Memory, a commemoration organized by freed slaves and some white missionaries, took place on May 1st, 1865 in Charleston, South Carolina, at a former planters' racetrack where Confederates held captured Union soldiers during the last year of
Isn't
war.
that a good thing,
At
though?
least 257 prisoners died.
We don't want people coming to the country. Let's see. Traveling to the U.S. I just read an article about a mass pew pew at the end. Was that the one in South Carolina, Nate? I forget the name of the county. I saw it, but it was just like a couple lines. They hadn't developed the story. So let me know if it's a county in South Carolina that begins with H. Horry. Is it Horry County? Never heard of it in South Carolina, but if that's the one, I'll look at it again. Let's see, what else is Dolomite? You see, I put Stanley doesn't give a fuck at the end. I know your debate style very well. Well, then what you need to do, Dolomite, is come on up and if you like the debate style, applaud it. Bottom line is not giving a fuck saves a lot of time. Okay, I don't care about curfews, for instance, in Washington, D.C. So when John goes, well, Stanley, what do you think about, it's essentially a sundown town? I'm like, well, you know what? Sounds like they know what they're doing. Uriel Bowser has a reason for doing it. If I lived there, I might care a bit more, but I don't. It does not sound like a bad idea to keep black kids off the street if they're causing problems and taking the metro in to cause the problems. And if you want to, because I think I know where he was going with that. Well, it's a black problem. It's a black culture problem. Well, that may well be, but it doesn't affect every black person in America, and I don't feel responsibility for it. If we have bad black parents that are letting their kids, just like do anything they want to do at all times of the night, that is a huge problem, but it's an American problem. I literally just did a story about a woman who was like a soccer player in college and, like a pretty good like student and all that. And she got hooked on drugs in college. So, and, consequently her she had 4 kids in 2 years or so. And now those kids are legally adopted by her parents. This sort of fuckery, this sort of fucked uppness, this sort of bad parenting is not unique to black culture. Now, it may be more acute, but that doesn't necessarily mean black people are worse. It just means that we're a smaller population. So any number is going to be magnified due to 45 million versus I don't know, 200 million or something like that. The anti-black blacks are pretty much self-hating, and they see a lot of I don't know, existential problems in the black community that I don't agree that are there. So John has his opinion, Dolomite has his opinion, all of you have your opinions. If I disagree with you, I disagree with you. But the one thing you will know is I have a reason for disagreeing. It's not because, black skin is bad. And be brave, says 70%. So I love the white man so much I'm gonna believe be brave, who hasn't done fuck all in his life. Y'all keep listening to Be Brave and how successful he is. And I honestly just kind of shake my head. Oh yeah, we can agree to disagree, Dolomite. We better, because I think I'm right. And by the way, and Nate, I think it was you who said, or maybe it was Richard. No, I'm pretty much done with Be Brave show. It's repetitive for starters, and I can't come up on the panel and shit on his logic. And he wants to set all kinds of rules if he comes on my panel. Fuck all that. If he can't fucking like defend his points, I think I've made my opinion of his arguments known. let's not belabor the point anymore. I have better things to do than to hear a racist say the same things over and over on the same show. And then the reason Be Brave wants a timer on my panel is because, yeah, I will treat him like he treats his panelists. And, if you come up with some fucked up racist point and I argue you down and you want to overtalk me, I will put you in the back because basically racists are generally not correct. It's very rare that a racist might make a good point, but it would be for the wrong reasons. And, the ends don't necessarily justify the means. So, anyway, let's get back to this. I'll look up Little River, South Carolina. I honestly had never heard of it. And, I lived in upstate South Carolina for years, right around the Greenville area, Greenville, Spartanburg area. So, we'll see what's going on with Little River. Little River, Horry County.
Of disease and were buried in a mass grave. So African American residents of Charleston decided to rebury them and give them a proper burial. In approximately 10 days leading up to the event, roughly 24 African American Charlestonians reorganized the graves into rows and built a 10-foot tall white fence around them. An archway overhead spelled out Martyrs of the Race Course in black letters. About 10,000 people, mostly African American residents, participated in the May 1st tribute. Starting at 9 a.m., about 3,000 school children paraded around the racetrack, holding roses and singing the Union song John Brown's Body, and were followed by adults representing 8 societies for freed African American men and women. Pastors delivered sermons and led attendees in prayer. James Redpath, the white director of freedmen's education in the region, organized about 30 speeches by Union officers, missionaries, and African American ministers. Participants sang patriotic songs from the likes of America and We'll Rally Around the Flag and the Star-Spangled Banner, etc. In the afternoon, 3 white and African American Union regiments marched around the graves and staged a drill. Blight wrote in Race and Reunion, the tribute gave birth to an American tradition. The war was over, and Memorial Day had been founded by African Americans in a ritual of remembrance and consecration. But while this ceremony can be called the first Memorial Day, it wasn't repeated and was soon nearly forgotten. The origin story that did stick involves the 1868 call from General John A. Logan. 3 years after Robert E. Lee surrendered to Ulysses S. Grant to end the Civil War, General Order No. 11 was issued by Commander-in-Chief John A. Logan of the Grand Army of the Republic, which was a group of former Union soldiers. The 1868 order designated May 30th as Memorial Day for the purpose of strewing flowers or otherwise decorating the graves of comrades who died in defense of their country during the late rebellion, and whose bodies now lie in almost every city, village, hamlet, churchyard in the land. Originally called Decoration Day, the first national commemoration of the holiday took place that same year, where former Union General and future U.S. President James Garfield gave a speech at Arlington National Cemetery. We do not know one promise these men made, one pledge they gave, one word they spoke, but we do know they summed up and perfected by one supreme act the highest virtues of men and citizens. On May 30th, 1870, General Logan gave an address in honor of the new commemorative holiday. In it, he said, "This Memorial Day, on which we decorate their graves with the tokens of love and affection, is no idle ceremony with us, to pass away an hour, but it brings back to our minds in all their vividness the fearful conflicts of that terrible war in which they fell as victims. Let us then all unite in the solemn feelings of the hour and tender with our flowers the warmest sympathies of our souls. Let us revive our patriotism and love of country by this act, and strengthen our loyalty by the example of the noble dead around us." So now we know Memorial Day began being recognized on a national level in 1868. But the idea wasn't original to General Logan either. The village of Waterloo, New York was designated as the official birthplace of Memorial Day by President Lyndon Johnson in 1966. By signing a presidential proclamation, the federal government officially recognized a ceremony that Waterloo held a century earlier in 1866 as the beginning of the United States observance of the holiday. That year, the town's residents prepared wreaths, crosses, and bouquets for each veteran's graves, and walked from cemetery to cemetery to honor those who died in the Civil War. But other towns also claim rights to the holiday's origin story, including Boalsburg, Pennsylvania, which cites a ceremony it held in 1864. That ceremony took place as the Civil War still raged, also consisted of decorating the graves of recently fallen soldiers, as well as men who had died in the War of 1812 and the Revolutionary War.
Eventually,
During World War I, the United States found itself embroiled in another major conflict, and the holiday evolved to commemorate American military personnel who died in all wars, including World War II, the Vietnam War, the Korean War, etc. By the late 19th century, with the rise of the Lost Cause ideology in the South was celebrating Confederate Memorial Day. This separation largely died out in the 20th century, especially with the change in name of the northern form of the holiday from Decoration Day to Memorial Day. And in 1968, Congress passed the Uniform Monday Holiday Act, which established Memorial Day as the last Monday in May in order to create a 3-day weekend for federal employees. The change went into effect in 1971. The same law also declared Memorial Day as a federal holiday. And now for the traditions. Cities and towns across the United States host Memorial Day parades each year, often incorporating military personnel and members of veterans organizations. Some of the largest parades take place in Chicago, New York, and Washington, D.C. Americans also observe Memorial Day by wearing a red poppy, a tradition that began with a World War I poem, In Flanders Fields, in commemoration of the fallen war dead, and it includes references to poppies. But it wasn't until 1915 that a woman named Moina Michael wrote her own poem about cherishing the poppy red, and began encouraging people to wear red poppies for Memorial Day. Moina Michael is featured on a 3-cent postage stamp in the United States issued in 1948. On a less somber note, many people take weekend trips or throw parties and barbecues on the holiday. Perhaps because Memorial Day weekend, the long weekend comprises the Saturday and Sunday before the Memorial Monday itself, unofficially marks the beginning of summer. If you liked our video, don't forget to subscribe and follow our channel for more videos like this one.
Well, I don't know if Nate's still here. I see that Be Brave has fired up his little racist bonfire. But this is the Little River shooting. Let's see here. We'll just play this. 11 people taken to hospital. Little River is near Myrtle Beach. So. Oops. Hold on one sec. What did I do wrong there? So this is the Little River shooting, Horry County near Myrtle Beach, which I haven't been to Myrtle Beach in decades. But let's see what's going on here. It's only 40 seconds, and then I guess I'll read the story if need be. Okay, well, that's just looking at a bunch bunch of cops standing around. What did I do there? Well, I guess I'm going to have to read this. See, at least 11 people were taken to hospitals after a shooting Sunday night in a South Carolina beach town. Horry County Police did not give the conditions of anyone hurt or detail how they were injured in the incident, which happened about 9:30 p.m. in Little River. Investigators were getting reports of people arriving at the hospital in private vehicles. Let's see, at about 90 minutes after the shooting, police called it an isolated incident and said there is no risk to the community. Shooting happened around a boat dock on the intercoastal waterway. Video from the scene showed dozens of police cars and ambulances rushing in and out. A North Myrtle Beach police officer responding to the shooting accidentally shot himself in the leg at the marina about 3 miles away and is in the hospital in stable condition. So the other thing I found about Little River is this promotional video. I'll go ahead and mute this audio here, but it looks like a really nice place here.
Episode of Talk of the Town. I'm Celia Klein with High Garden Real Estate. You may be able to tell by this view behind me, the beautiful Intracoastal Waterway, where we are right now. It is the last town before you reach the North Carolina border, Little River, South Carolina.
Well, let me make this point. This is, let's see, what do they call this? This is 11 hurt in South Carolina beach town shooting, and this is not the hood. So I'll leave it at that. Be brave. Just has no clue what he's talking about half the time. So, well, I see I am down to 6 people. Apparently, they've all gone over to the racist meal of the day. So good luck to them. And so disappointing, but so we go. So let us have a look at this. This will be the last video of the day, and this is called A Black Girl in the Woods. How could I not subscribe to it and show it?
It's a cloudy day today, and the gray skies have me moving a little more slowly this morning, so I'm making some tea before I head out the cabin. I don't have any specific plans today, thankfully, so I'm just enjoying this quiet start, and we'll see where the day takes me. In case you're new here, hi. My name is Dara, and I live in a tiny off-grid cabin in upstate New York. I've been slowly creating a more earth-centered life and building a sustainable homestead that is more aligned with nature.
Hey, good morning.
Well, I am watching this video of her channel is called A Black Girl in the Woods. How could I resist this?
I know, this is right up your alley.
It absolutely is.
If it was a black man in the woods, I don't think you would be playing.
Dude, I used to tell my wife, and my wife was not having it. Even though her grandparents had a cabin up on Blue Mountain in Northern Virginia. They used to spend summers up at that cabin. And my brother-in-law, lives in that cabin as we speak. And I met them because this is purely a whim. I moved up to
Hold on, hold on.
front.
Something's going on with your mic. You sound like Charlie Brown's teacher.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, this expensive ass mic. What on earth is
It
going
couldn't,
on with it?
it couldn't be plugged up. It's not plugged up.
It should be. Has it been this way the whole time? Because I haven't changed anything.
Yeah, it kind of probably sounds like my headphones. We probably sound the same.
Okay, well let me drop out and come back in. Uh, StreamYard sucks. So I'll be right
I've been
back.
hearing that a lot lately.
Huh?
Yeah. I've been hearing that a lot lately. Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead, do your thing.
Okay, be right back.
Yep. Well, I don't have the controls for Stanley's video here, but we obviously know why he picked this video. This is definitely a black woman in the woods. It piqued his interest, so we're just going to see how this unfolds here. I feel like Stanley was trolling me earlier with his fishing video and talking about the bell and how he
Well, no, I wasn't trolling you. Actually, I like fishing, and it looked interesting. I was trolling you about your comment.
I know, I was just messing around. But we all know that you think that bait casters or anybody who uses one automatically, head and shoulders, a better fisherman than me, the bell caster.
Well, no. I think bait casters are better than spinner reels. However, if you don't know how to use a bait caster, you will frustrate yourself.
You have to substantiate that argument. That's not.
Well, you just have to learn how to use them. Bait casters, just in my opinion, it takes a little. Once you get it, you never lose it. It's like fly fishing. Have you ever fly fished?
Yeah, I've fly fished before.
Now,
Not,
once you get the motion down, because fly fishing and I think bait casting is a lot the same way. It really just all fishing is. It's timing. You just have to time the motions. When you back cast, you can feel the pull on the rod, and you just know. But then there comes a point in time when you don't even need to feel the tug on the rod. You just time it. You know it's about to come, and then you react because it's about to come. Same thing with bait casters. They're just more accurate. You can literally put a lure on like in a 1 foot, well, let's just say a 1 meter circle, a 3 foot circle, and I've done it so many times. Dude, I can say like 5 times in my life I knew where the fish were, and I put a lure right there to caught a fish, and that's just exciting. So,
that you think the bait caster makes you more accurate with that? Because I'm very accurate.
a bait caster is extremely accurate. You just have to know how to do it.
I probably would be deadly with a bait caster because I'm already a bad mother with the spinner.
Well, bait caster is like a whip, in my opinion. You can put a whip, like the tip of a whip, somewhere very accurately. Like I'm gonna put it. I'm gonna put it in terms, not you, but a John Galt would love. If you want to whip a slave's ass, you know where the ass is. You just put the tip of the. You just
That's nice.
you just put the tip of the whip there.
This is a hell of an analogy, but I love it.
Oh, I couldn't. That just popped in my head. Like, god damn, I'm foul. I'm a foul human being
It
for
worked out
even
well.
thinking that I
Yeah,
thought of it.
hey, your mic is still
I'm
not
have,
working, but
huh?
the mic's still not working.
Oh, why is this? Why is my very expensive Blue Yeti not working? You know,
Disconnect,
I wonder if it
disconnect
has.
it and plug it back up. It
No,
might have a wire.
it's literally plugged in.
Is it lit up?
Yeah.
All right, then check your settings because you might have it on device mic. I don't know if it's different.
Well, let me have a look at the settings here. It is literally set up because I usually pre-check it. Oh, you know what? I see what the problem is. You're right. For some reason, holy shit, you are. Oh, damn. Oh, I definitely fucking hate. Um, what the fuck? It defaulted to my Bluetooth earbud.
Yeah, that's what it sounds like too.
Well, I don't know whether it's the computer that fucked this up. Hold on one second. Let me go to my computer settings here. Um, this is the other weird thing. The computer settings and the StreamYard settings just fucking they just kind of change all the time,
Yeah. Well,
like
you know,
spontaneously.
I had to get out the house. Today's the day off for remembrance of,
There we go.
Memorial Day. We're observing Memorial Day. I have a house full of Dominicans. House full.
Is this better?
Oh yeah, there you go. You're back. You're alive.
God damn it.
I've had my Spanish overload for the week.
Yeah.
It's been great trying to eavesdrop and figure stuff out, but it ain't really working out.
I am so annoyed. So it flipped the speaker to the Yeti too. What the fuck?
Sound good. Can you hear me?
Okay, Dave, is this any better?
It's definitely better. Can you hear me though?
Okay, you know what? You'll never believe this. So the and I'm gonna blame StreamYard because I've been using my Yeti for a while. So Bluetooth basic I'm sorry, StreamYard basically set my earbuds, my Bluetooth earbuds to be the microphone, which they can do, but I don't usually use that configuration. So I go in and tell the computer to use the Yeti. So StreamYard will use the Yeti, but it also flipped the speaker to the Yeti. So it basically said your microphone is going to be the speaker and the microphone. We got to do better, StreamYard. So anyway, the bait casters like putting, the whip tip on a slave's ass for pinpoint accuracy. So I'm a foul person for making the analogy, but you know what? It was funny. Can you still hear me, Dave? Now I can't hear you. So hold on one sec. Let's see what is going on here.
You can't hear me, man.
Yeah, I can hear you now. My ear. You know what? I guess my earbuds were dying. That's why it did it.
No.
Well, I'm gonna have to do better about when the first warning. You know how earbuds will give you a warning if you're at 10%. I'm just gonna have to start taking them out at 10%. But the slave, the bait caster. I wish I could be as accurate. In theory, you can be as accurate with a fly rod because it's like a whip action too.
Yeah, man. There was something with when I used to watch the videos of the white guys out there on the river. It was kind of uncomfortable.
What? I don't even know where to go with that.
It makes you uncomfortable. Oh, just not-
You know, you made me think of fucking what's Deliverance. You know, you were out there on the river. You know,
Yeah, some old brother words now.
you know those there's a river that figures into Deliverance.
That's the old movie, Deliverance. They played.
Yeah, it's a Ned Beatty. What's his name? Richard. Yeah, Deliverance. If you've never seen Deliverance, you definitely need to see it.
No, you know what I'm watching now? That I've always wanted to find it. I couldn't find it. I found it yesterday on YouTube. With Three Kingdoms. I'm into that now. So I'm reading along and watching the story of South South and the old 200
What's the movie? Because you're a little low now.
Three Kingdoms.
Three Kingdoms?
Yeah.
I've never heard of it. What's it about?
The Chinese War, the Han Dynasty, and the story of South South. This is what right up SKC's alley. You start talking about that, he'll light up.
Well, I've never been that into Asian stuff other than kung fu movies.
Oh man, we loved Kung Fu back in the day.
Oh, we did. Kung Fu, Hong Kong.
Yeah, who didn't like karate movies, martial art movies back in the day?
Oh, I still, all of a sudden Bruce Lee clips have started coming into my algorithm. Hell yeah, I'll watch him.
He died. He passed away before I was born. I was wondering if he's as great as these movies make him out to be. Allegedly, the greatest of all time. I didn't get to bear witness to that through his life or anything. But watching these movies, he's up there.
Well, you know what? It really doesn't matter whether he was that good or not. The movies are good, and that you could be that fast. And the technology, the CGI, and all that stuff it didn't exist back then. So that he could be that fast on film is good enough for me. And as a matter of fact, I watched a little clip yesterday about, Michelle Yeoh, who's in Crouching Tiger. What is it? Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon, which is just a fucking great movie. Apparently she was a dancer or something like that who got trained in martial arts. So, that's why she's so good at it. And you still there, Dave? I can't hear you. Either I can't.
Yeah, I'm here. I know you can't. You can hear me now, right?
Yeah.
Okay, that's probably better. So yeah, anyway, I didn't like Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon because of all the wiring. They had to.
You know what?
Across the set.
But see, I don't care about that. The movie was good. I don't care about how you got the movie made. It just looks good. And you would think I'd be more into the details, but things like movies and art in general, I'm the end presentation, the esoteric part is good enough for me. I did want to make one point that may or may not have been heard. This shooting in Little River, South Carolina.
Mm-hmm.
It does not look like the hood. It's a beach community, And I guarantee you it will not be mentioned on the John Galt or Be Brave. They will not talk about this shit. It happened on a boat dock.
Oh, another boat dock incident.
Well, I maybe you're thinking of Alabama. This isn't that kind of community. This is like oceanfront property, and you see the houses here. I'm sure there are black people there, out in the marshes, which I tend to love places like this. Kind of like out on Wilmington Island, in Savannah or Chatham County. So I love places like this. Not the cookie cutter community that this appears to be, but let's see if a bunch of hood people committed the shooting. Well, hey, maybe so. Maybe they were all on vacation.
Damn well they didn't. But go for it.
Oh, my point is that I guarantee you, Be Brave won't bring it up because it doesn't fit his racist narrative.
Wait, when did this happen?
Last night.
Oh, okay. I didn't hear about it. Yeah, let's hear about it.
I heard about it. Got a little news thing just before, around midnight, and it didn't have much information, so I didn't bother bringing it up until Innate Ways brought it up. So anyway, I want to play this little girl's video, and I'm going to subscribe to her channel. And abso-fucking-lutely, of course. As a matter of fact, I wish I were in my 20s so I could meet her and marry her. We'll just live out there together.
This is the black girl in the woods, right?
Yeah. A slow date in my off-grid cabin. Now, why a black girl would want to do this? Why? There's another YouTube channel called The Cottage Fairy. Was basically, a young white girl, probably not this young, but probably in the age range. And she's since, I guess she's gotten married and had a kid and all. So it was probably just like a girl cave or what are they? She shacks.
Yeah, she sheds. Yeah.
She shed. Okay. And now look at this girl. She does not look like she's been living in the woods. So this might be like her little retreat on the weekends or like vacation cabin. I don't see her living there, like, especially, with her hair, it's been processed somehow,
I'm interested to see her. Is she all exfoliated and lip glossed up or what?
Well, you don't see her on the screen?
No, I see like the overview of the city.
Hold on. I didn't switch screens. My bad. I'm like John Galt here. Just fucking oblivious.
All good.
You see her there? No, you don't see her full face. But anyway, let's play it. Maybe we'll get a better shot of her. If she at least at this angle looks decent figure and all that.
It's a cloudy day today, and the gray skies have me moving a little more slowly this morning, so I'm making some tea before I head out the cabin. I don't have any specific plans today.
Let's see, I'm into tea balls and stuff like that.
Quiet start, and we'll see where the day takes me.
Mm-hmm.
As a matter of fact, I hate to tell you this, but I actually have like a box of tea bags that you can fill. So I'm a loose tea guy, and I'll tell you how I got into it. I've always liked tea. Okay, I probably don't even drink coffee or tea that much, but was it not last March, but the March before, my brother bought me. There's a company called Literary Teas, and they make like teas based on authors, and everyone makes fun of my hair. So my brother's like, "Well, you kind of look like Frederick Douglass, and Literary Teas has a Frederick Douglass blend." he
Wait,
got me. He got me the Frederick Douglass blend, and it's loose tea, which I've never really had before. Tea bags have been my thing, but
yeah, loose tea, you can make it more potent, right? But I don't know nothing about it.
well, you can. But you know what? Since you're gonna get me tea bags, loose tea, I went and I almost got a tea ball, but I opted for the bags. You can get like tea bags, just a box of them that are individual, almost like um, those single serving coffee things.
Oh yeah. The
But
Keurig.
right, yeah, exactly. And of course, my brother has one. He is quite the tech guy. So this is literary tea for the literati, and it's so pretentious. But that was probably the other part of my. He thinks I'm a little effete, and he would be right. But anyway, there is such a thing as literary tea, and Frederick Douglass was one of the literary teas, and that's how I got into tea balls and stuff like that. And you know what? I do have to say this. The shit is way better than your average, like, go and get your Lipton tea bags. It's better than that loose tea. That shit's good. And you can kind of, make it as strong or as weak as you want. It is really superior. So once I'm done with this literary tea, I will be getting more. He's created a good habit. Now, if only they could make literary beer. So let's go back to our Black girl living in the woods.
My name is Dara, and I live in a tiny off-grid cabin in
You know what? Hold on. I have a thing. I like green tea in general. Like, I make green iced tea, which is better than the dark tea. It's got kind of a lighter taste, and it takes better to sugar. And I don't like real sugary sweet tea. I like chamomile, but chamomile doesn't have caffeine. And, I'm almost like, why drink beer if there's no alcohol in it? Why drink tea if there's no caffeine, or coffee? Like decaffeinated coffee, why would I waste my money?
Right. I asked my wife that. She likes that decaffeinated crap. What are you drinking that for?
Well, the taste, apparently people, I like coffee, the coffee taste, but not that much.
Well, she puts more milk in it than coffee. It's her thing, I guess. She likes that burnt milk flavor.
That's not that. The British drink something called milk tea. They put milk in their tea, and I've tried it, but it's not. It's good, but it's kid stuff. So this is the Frederick Douglass blend. And, it is literally a thing, and it's good tea. I like it.
Literary tea. Does it sharpen your brain's reactions and all that other stuff? Because I imagine it would have.
It's so motherfucking pretentious.
It's got some hoodia in it or whatever it is. Makes your eyesight stronger, and you know.
It makes you more contemplative. That's all it really does. And that's what it looks like. It's a blend.
It looks like his hair.
Yeah, it is. However, I do have to say this. It is the best tea I've ever had. And you could get like, I like Earl Grey. Earl Grey has bergamot in it. I like tea. This is probably the best I've ever had. Seriously.
I'm not much of a tea drinker, and you say you can only get this online?
As far as I know, it was a birthday present. I've had it for 2 years. Well, a little bit over a year. When I run out, I will get this again, and then they make other teas that are centered around authors.
Nice.
So, but they've got black tea, green tea, flavored teas, organic, decaf, aromatic, white tea, herbal tea. So, it's kind of the tea lifestyle, I guess.
Yeah, it's like a book club.
It's like $7.45. That's not that expensive.
No. How much? I mean, how much do you get for that though?
Oh shit! I don't drink tea. I do hot beverages generally during the winter.
I mean, you get 16 ounces for that, or what?
I think it's 4.
That's not bad.
4 ounces. Well, I'm not being that big a tea aficionado. It doesn't seem much to pay, but I guarantee you, compared to like Lipton tea, it's probably pretty expensive.
Do you think this is more a novelty than, no pun intended?
Oh, absolutely, it's a novelty.
Okay.
I mean, I wouldn't have it except my brother has a good sense of humor and he just wanted to joke about my hair.
Man, there's people who's jealous of your hair, man.
You know what? All I have to say, when I went to my mother's funeral, this is like a year and a half ago, my mother died. So, you know what? My father was, my father's interesting because he, when he has a concern, his first approach is to kind of josh you about it, kind of elbow you. Like, hey, I wonder what your mother would say about your hair. You know what I told him? I think she would approve. No, and she would have. Now, because, I have to tell you a joke or a funny story. Like, I saw my mother. I spent 2 hours with my mother because my father had a doctor's appointment. So my sister took my father to the appointment, and I spent 2 hours with my mother. Now, at this rate, she had dementia, like full blown. And 2 months later, she would be dead. But it's the last time I actually spent any length of time with her, about 2 hours or so. My mother was rather interesting. She never lost her sense of humor. And she wasn't she kept two things that were important. She never forgot my father. She knew who he was till the end. She also never lost her sense of humor. Now I probably take my personality from her. Oh, she if you pissed her off, she didn't give a fuck what she said. And cruelty was the point. It's like, oh, my mother was the queen of ad hominems.
Oh, no kidding.
It's like,
I see where you find your love for ad homs at.
Oh, my mother. Oh, shit. oh shit, she could hurt your feelings.
Nice.
And then she'd fucking laugh. It's like, you weak motherfucker. Hey, you would think that it would be a father who, like, hey, you're kind of acting like a sissy. Oh shit,
Right.
my mother? Oh my God.
She would light you up, make you feel loved, huh?
It would be like, my father would be like, hey, aren't you being a little harsh? my mother was like a real, like a Porsche level, like black Southern belle. But oh shit, if you piss her off, and it wasn't like she would lose control. Her language would be precise. It's like, motherfucker, I'm not even mad. I'm just gonna roast your sissy ass. Oh, that would be something my mother would say. I don't know that she ever actually said that, but no, I'm gonna roast your sissy ass. Oh shit, she'd say it to me.
Damn, she didn't hold back.
Oh my, no. She would hold back, but don't piss her off. If you piss, and she would say, hey, you know what, you're going too far. If you go too far, oh man, my mother, and I used to say this to my son, you know what? If you embarrass me in front of people, you're going to get what you get. So he knew, you know what? If you're going to be disrespectful or have a smart ass comment, you better motherfucking do it at home. If you do it in public, you're going to get what you get. And, and you know what? We learned that early on. You don't fuck with Dolores in public. You might get away with it in private, but no, if you do it in public, oh shit. You better be rolling the dice, and you're not probably going to win.
So, you're the type to let it build up and then catch you all of a sudden.
No. Build up, really?
Oh, she snap at you as soon as it happens.
You know what? And I'm like that too. I'll get pissed off and say what I say, but I don't hold a grudge. If you fuck up, I've dealt with it. We can move on. And I'm like that with my son. You know what? I don't like holding grudges. It's too much energy and too much, to do, rather than store this shit up. No, I do not. I'm not a battery. I don't store this shit up, then explode.
Yep. My dad was he didn't hold it in. He tried to catch you at one time you wasn't expecting it.
Who's that?
My father.
Well, one time, I'm taking my son up to the bus stop, and my son can be rather persistent if he wants something. And I told him, look, you know what? I'm going to tell you like your grandmother used to tell me. Don't do this in public because I am not going to spare your feelings. Don't do it. So this motherfucker, and I honestly don't remember what it was, but it was something about, well, the other parents are letting my friends do this. And my response was, I'm not the other parent. And you're not their kid. It's going to be my way. And this is after my wife had died. So, I was a little strict because, it is easier to be a strict single parent rather than, be a loose single parent like your kid's friend. And then you have to reel it in once that kid goes awry. I'm going to batten down these hatches and then I'll loosen them if need be. But you need to be disciplined. So anyway, get up to the bus stop, and my son wanted to, in front of like the other mothers. I was oftentimes the only male in a bunch of mothers dropping their kids off at the bus stop. So I was kind of, the favorite. It's like everybody knew my wife, and oh hey Stanley, They were kind of feeling sorry half the time. So he wants to pull that, well, the other kids are doing it. And I don't remember what I said, but when I said it, he busted out crying. Oh, I was cruel. And I'm like, I didn't say motherfucker, but the gist was motherfucker. I told you not to do this. So, hey, I don't care if your feelings are hurt. So he walks to the bus crying. He is boo-hooing. You know what I did? I went up to the bus driver and said, don't worry about it. He'll be okay. And fucking walked off. And he never pulled like that public shit again. It's like, don't you motherfucking ever. I will crush you. I don't care if you're my son. I'm going to hurt your feelings as best I can. And then you will fucking deal with it. So.
Hey, yeah, sometimes you got to tighten the child up, man. I understand.
No, motherfucker. Don't you fucking ever. Like, dude, I will bend over backwards to make sure that you're happy, but there are going to be decisions that you'll just have to deal with. I'm going to do what I think is best. I don't really care that much about your feelings. If there's interest convergence, if what will make you happy is a good thing, well, great. I'm definitely going to do it and you will be happy. However, a parent has to make unpopular decisions sometimes, and I'm not going to feel bad about that either. And this is, in my opinion, where America has gone wrong. We want to befriend our kids, not you, but I mean, in general, people fucking care what their kids think about or feel. Fuck what they feel.
Yeah. I mean, how else do you train those behaviors? You have to grab hold of them and guide them in the right direction.
Right, but if the goal is to do what's best for your kid, sometimes they're just not going to agree with what's best for them.
Oh, they're selling bonsais out here. Holy crap! I might have to stop and go get a bonsai.
A what?
A bonsai tree. You ever watched Karate Kid? Yeah, he's pruning that little tree. I want one of those. I always wanted one of those. I can never find them. They're selling them.
Where you do the little ceremony and snip and.
Yeah, you gotta trim them or prune them.
That is very interesting. I think my brother had one.
That's so random that they're just selling them. I'm definitely gonna stop and grab one.
What is it? A nursery?
No, this is a guy on the side of the road. That actual Japanese guy selling bonsais.
Really?
Just random, yeah.
Down south they sell watermelons. They sell bonsai trees. Okay.
Now I'm gonna have to stop and get the lesson, like when do you prune all that, or I'm gonna have to do my research. But you don't just buy a bonsai tree. You don't really, if you're not interested in it.
Well, you know what? I applaud you. I applaud the quirky nature of that choice. I mean, that is novel worthy. That could be a scene in a novel.
Well, I mean, do you buy Venus flytraps just to treat it?
Exactly.
You know what I mean? That's something that you really got to look after.
Exactly.
Everyone I've ever bought died in a week, so I didn't do my research.
All I have to say is quirky gifts or quirky hobbies. I'm all into that.
Oh yeah, that kind of stuff. I love that. It's unusual. It's peculiar. Yeah, we were just talking about the Asian persuasion, the Three Kingdoms, and the Bruce Lee. Why not get a bonsai?
Let's see here. Let's go back to our quirky little black girl. Where were these quirky little black girls when I was a kid?
Non-existent.
They were.
I know. Let me take that back. I want you jumping on it.
It's a cloudy day today, and the gray skies have me moving a little more slowly this morning, so I'm making some tea before I head out the cabin. I don't have any specific plans today, thankfully, so I'm...
This is another quirk that I've noticed.
It's a cloudy day today.
Now, I cannot hear this video.
Oh, I was wondering why you stopped it. I could hear it fine.
Yeah, there are like 3 channels that are created. There's my mic, your mic, and there's a way to fix this, and I cannot remember.
Oh yeah, when I navigate away from StreamYards, I don't think my microphone's picking up.
Yeah, StreamYard is really
I'm hoping I don't have to drop down because I'm out here trying to pick up some side work. I just can't sit in the house and get Spanished out again today.
oh god damn it. You know what? StreamYard really is annoying. This girl isn't horribly I don't know that she's traditionally pretty, but I don't mind her. So let's see if I
Is
can.
this the same girl?
Yeah, but let me just go ahead and I'll grab these headphones. Maybe that's what I'll do, and hear her out. I'll just have to do like actual like plug-in headphones.
So she's a off the grid chick, like 12th man.
12th man?
Yeah, this is 12th man's Ebony.
Yeah, I hope she's not that far gone.
And how is Virgo? Is she still doing her thing? I haven't seen her up here either.
I'm sorry, what?
What about Virgo? How is she?
She's good. I asked about her because I know, I was thinking a few days ago, like, damn, I haven't heard from her in a while. And Portia talks to her every day. She's not been that well, so
Going through it.
yeah. Oh wow, this computer fucking did it again. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, it's really weird. The
Yep, you cut out this time for real.
Well, the computer is acting like the computer was back on using my microphone as output. It wasn't. Something's changed with StreamYard, and I don't know exactly what it is.
It's a cloudy day today, and the gray skies have me moving a little more slowly this morning, so I'm making some tea before I head out the
I finally
Yeah.
put this bench over here. I've had it on the other side of the property, just near the driveway, for about a year now.
Oh,
So
you know what? You would be shocked in how heavy. You can get like benches, park style benches at like Home Depot. You would be shocked at how heavy those things are.
Oh yeah, I put them together.
Oh my God, they're heavy. Now, what's up with her face? Looks like she had a burn or something.
That's personality. I like that kind of stuff. Skin blemishes or like birthmark stuff like that. I don't know why that always gets me. I like that kind of like when somebody has like that vitiligo.
Really?
I don't know what it is about that, man. I've always been attracted to that.
Do you think that makes a humbler woman or what?
You know, I don't think I considered that, but I always thought it was cool.
Okay. Because see, I don't think it makes her less attractive.
Nah,
not
that's
at all.
personality. If she's not wearing tattoos all over her face and her neck or her back or her body somewhere, a birthmark or a simple blemish is it's cute. I find that attractive.
What do you think of the piercing?
What piercing? I don't see it.
It's on her nose.
I don't care for that.
Or, you know, the one thing I've noticed, there's a white girl who's actually, she has got to be possibly late 30s, early 40s. Women are getting these nose piercings. And I'll be honest. Why the fuck do you need a piercing? Like, why get pain of any sort if you don't have to? It's beyond me understanding.
It's trendy. They think it's a conversation starter, I guess.
You know,
but like
what?
that bone through the nose shit, I can't take that.
Let me ask you a question. Like, does it hurt to blow your nose? Would be
I could imagine.
That would be my first question. You know, when you want to have a conversation, you know, does your tissue ever get hooked on your nose ring?
Oh, that's so wild. Yeah. But that's a good point. I don't understand why they do that.
What do the nose ring tarnish after so many years of snotting?
Not only that, you ever I don't know, like an earring or something, they have a smell to them, and you get that in your nose, you're gonna be smelling it.
Like even gold earrings?
Well, when I had my ear pierced when I was younger, and they said don't take it out. So when I took it out, it was the earring bag had like a little bit of blood or whatever on it.
Yeah.
And it you know, you do the curious thing, you smell it. I smelled it stink.
Oh my God.
It's rank. So when you putting that in your nose, they make you have it in there so that way it doesn't close. My ear pierced ear is closed. I don't wear earrings. But yeah, to have that in your nose and smell it all day, it's gotta drive you crazy.
Can you tell you ever had a piercing?
Yeah, it's a dot.
Really?
Yeah, it's stupid. I was young, man. But I don't have any tattoos or nothing that, egregious.
You know, my son, literally, he told me that he's wanted to have his ears pierced since he was in high school. And of course, I shut that shit down. I don't even remember him talking about piercings. I do remember him. He wanted to get his hair in twists. Now, here's the deal. I don't know that his hair could be twisted. It's real like floppy hair. As a matter of fact, he has red hair, not like real red, but I noticed it the other day. Well, his mother was a blonde, and his hair has never been like black. It's always been brown, and then it's got more red as he's gotten older. But the bottom line is, I'm not sure if he twisted his hair, it would literally be floppy. It just wouldn't look good on his type of hair, at least in my opinion. So
I never seen his son. Is he more of a? Is he darker, or is he a? He just has that normal mixed complexion.
no, he's actually he sunburns. He's not like really excuse me. He's like not like really light, but he looks Hispanic actually. A friend of my wife's asked if her husband was Mexican or Hispanic. He could easily pass for like a Venezuelan or something. Pretty fair skin. Now, because of the hair, because his hair is fairly curly, but he could be Venezuelan, which reminds me, I need to make sure he keeps his ID on him.
Oh yeah, he might get deported. You don't want that. That's messed up. You got jokes.
I made him take 3 years of high school Spanish, and now I regret it.
Yeah, you didn't. In hindsight, it's
hola.
Put a target on his back. In hindsight, that's crazy.
But no, I think Spanish is, 3 years of Spanish was a good thing. He took, did I tell you, he took Japanese his first year of college. He apparently has this Asian thing. And
his lady is Japanese. That's the.
No, you know what? She's not Japanese, but she likes Japanese things, and she's from San Francisco. So I will have to. I don't really care, to be honest. She is cute. I have to give him that. She is actually like cute. Computer science, Emory, she might do like some economics thing. But you know what? She's an Emory student, so I'm okay. Emory's a good school. It's not easy to get into Emory, so at least I know, she might pass the SMART test.
You got the Stanley stamp of approval, huh?
No, I'm not going to say that, but I am going to say I don't necessarily want to get involved unless I have to. Look, people think that I'm bullshitting when I say I don't care. As long as he is happy and doing well in school, I literally raised him to be an adult. I didn't motherfucking raise him so I have to fucking, mother him forever.
Right. Gave him the independence.
See, that's the other thing that so annoys me about people. People think I'm bullshitting. No, I honestly don't care. As long as he's not doing anything destructive, I literally raised him to take care of himself.
Why would you care? That doesn't make sense. Hold on 1 second. Hold on. Hold on 1 second.
Came out here and I turned my camera on. I'm not actually sure why. I don't really have anything to say. I put this bench over here. I've had it on the other side of the property, just near the driveway, for about a year now. So I came out here and I turned my camera on. I'm not actually sure why.
Oh yeah, she's cute. She has to exercise though. You can't just go to the woods and not hike.
She actually looks like, in this shot, now she is wearing a vest and all that. Coming out of the cabin, she does not. I mean, she looks kind of curvy, but not overly so. You could barely call her curvy from what I saw earlier.
Oh man, I can't say. I'm in a spot where I can't really say what I want to say.
Well, look at that picture right there. I mean, her thighs and stuff, she doesn't look. She does not look fat. Can you see her?
Barely. Let me zoom in. Hold on.
Okay, well don't worry about it. But what I'm saying is, look, I look at her, I see curvy. I don't see skinny, but I do not see anywhere near overweight. Not even close. She's
I
about
do.
she really? What the fuck are
Th-
you
th-
talking about, Dave?
I,
Seriously. You
I
think this
do. I see
girl
it.
is
It's in her
overweight?
face.
Oh my lord, man, y'all, what are you expecting, Twiggy?
I'm not expecting nothing, but
Okay,
I'm
well,
saying I can't deny what I see. I think certain people have certain standards. That's all.
I can tell you right now, for me, she's fucking perfect. Now, this is the problem. Now, she is right on that edge. If she gained 10 pounds, I
I'll
would
take that.
start worrying. However, if she could maintain this, and it's almost impossible to do it over 20 years, I don't mind a woman, like, by the time, like my wife, for instance, you know what? Shit. Um, I'm not in perfect shape, you know, but when you are in peak years, like you're raising kids and stuff, because you need to be an example for them, um, kind of once the kids go, it's like, you know what? I'm on the downslope. But this girl, I actually would be attracted to her. If I met her, I might have to work for this one. It's
Yeah.
like let's see what I can do.
You have to consider yourself to catch yourself. Maybe I don't know
Uh,
why. Why do you say
not,
stuff like
not
that?
at 60. Not at 60 for someone her age. This is the odd thing about being 60. I'm still, I still in my mind have a chance with this girl. Because I forget I'm 60, not 40 even. But see, look at her silhouette there. No, I don't see overweight.
Thank you. Thank you. I do. I just look at the potential.
Kid, look at that. She barely has an ass.
That doesn't bother me, but it does give you points
Well, of
when
course, because you're white centric.
that's not true. You gotta stop assuming. You gotta stop. I think that it does matter. The shape of it matters. If it's just an ass and there's no work being
Look,
done there, you're not working out.
I like a shapely ass.
Yeah, me too. A shape, but it can't just be big for no reason. It's gotta have some shape to it, some structure. As a man who's had kids, I know what a kid would do to a body. I mean, that's
Damn,
why.
motherfucker, I had a wife and a kid too.
Well, let's just say that in my 20s is different than my expectation in my 40s.
She doesn't have kids. I can guarantee that. At least I think I can. But like I said, I don't see one whit. Now, if you look at her arms, if you're making the argument that she will at some point, I don't disagree with that. It could just be she needs to work out a bit more. But right now, if I met her, and I was her age, which I'm guessing is probably mid 30s, maybe mid 30s at most, she would be in my wheelhouse. I would be very attracted to her. And, hearing her talk, at least, the 2 minutes worth I've heard.
Good morning. It's not morning, actually. It's morning to me because I'm only just getting out of the house. It's very much afternoon. I finally.
And by the way, she says she's upstate New York. I guarantee you she probably works in the city. So, this is like her weekend place.
Put this bench over here. I've had it on the other side of the property, just near the driveway, for about a year now. So I came out here and I turned my camera on. I'm not actually sure why. I don't really have anything to say.
What?
Oh, my bad. I'm driving and I'm mouth talking to some lady.
That's all right. I'm enjoying and kind of wishing I was young.
Some people, man, they can't. Everything's supposed to work like a ballet,
Really?
Yeah, like, I don't know. Spacing is important. When you're trying to fit a square peg into a round hole, maybe you shouldn't do that. But some people, they don't see it. They have no foresight. For me, I don't know if I'm some kind of a visionary or I can discern things. And it baffles me when other people just can't do it. It actually pisses me off.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I'm not. I don't think I have a higher. I don't know. My expectations are normal, but some people are just retarded.
Well, let me put it to you this way. I think the older you get, the less surprised you get. What surprises me is people who think they are doing people think they are getting along or high caliber, who aren't, and obviously aren't, but you can't convince them that they're not. And maybe it's not, an adult's place to tell another adult that you ain't all that. This is my fascination with Be Brave, or John Galt for that matter. I think they're doing fine, but they are not like emblematic. They are not role models. I get shocked and sometimes annoyed when I hear John Galt. For the other day, John Galt said, well, you're probably living in the same sort of neighborhood that Be Brave is. And I was stunned.
You was offended.
I don't, you know what? I would be, except John Galt has no fucking idea where I live other than the county. So it's a wild leap of logic to assume that Be Brave is living in the same type of neighborhood I am. And you know what? Could be, but he sounded so sure.
He said this to you, or he just, on a rant?
He said it directly to me. Like, well, Stanley, you went to school and, all this hard work, and you aren't living much better than Be Brave, who didn't do anything. And I was like, well, I guess. I guess you can make that assumption, but why would you? Like, seriously, what gave him the impression it was just an odd thing to say, and maybe he was just trying to get my goat or something?
That'd probably be more odd to hear it, because when somebody makes an assumption about me, most of the time they're way off, man, because it's just like this complex-minded I don't think I have high expectations on a lot of things, and but you could never say that you could sum me up in a few words. And that when you hear somebody just assume something about you, it's kind of hard to take unless they're dead on, especially when they're off.
Well, the context was, well, his thing was like, well, you're not living in Alpharetta. And I'm like, my son, who was maybe 10 at the time, kind of said the same thing. So, John Galt literally sounded like a 10-year-old. My son was like, well, all my friends have bigger houses. And so I'm like, well, is a McMansion what you want? And he was like, well, yeah. And I was like, well, I've told this story a few times on this channel. It's like my son doesn't fucking even clean his room. Why the fuck would I want a McMansion for just the two of us? That is a fucking total waste of money.
Wait, you say this McMansion thing? I looked that up. What exactly a McMansion is? I get it. Like it's thrown together, but it's something that falls apart. That's what it. The definition of what they go.
The way I'm using it would be like
not a mansion, but smaller.
Well, you know what Shaker Heights is?
Oh, I'm in Ohio, so
Ohio. It's,
yeah.
Isn't it a suburb of Cleveland or somewhere?
Yeah.
So now it's an older neighborhood. I've never been there, but like, hey, it's a 5-room house with maybe 2 or 3 baths. It's 2-story. It might have a pool in the back. Just sort of a place that a successful doctor or lawyer would live. 2 or 3 car garage, nice front lawn, ample back lawn. Maybe on an acre lot, maybe half-acre lot. Just like, hey, if I pull up in that driveway, I'm going to go, these motherfuckers are successful. Well, the thing is I don't need all that space.
I don't either. My house is very modest for what I can afford.
Right. You know what? Absolutely. Motherfucker, I have a 3-bedroom house. Now it's not huge, but it is 3 bedrooms. All I'm saying is a son and his father, why the fuck do I need 5 bedrooms, even 4 bedrooms? I don't literally, that 3rd bedroom has a bunch of boxes in it.
Right. Especially when you made it to the office.
It's a big storage closet.
Wait a minute, Stanley. So you waited till he went to college to make his room, the YouTube studio, but you still got a room with boxes and stuff in it.
Yeah.
That's how you think.
Hey, because I'm lazy for starters. I will have to go back because I don't know that I'm going to do that again. Look, I've lived here for like 7, 8 years, maybe 9. I have to think about it. And you know what? I still have boxes from the mountain. Just because I've been too lazy. And I really need to start doing it because it's possible, in the next 2 or 3 years, I move back to Savannah. But it is truly a shame that, I'm not better about that. But my point is that even if the only way I would live in Alpharetta is if I had my wife. And I'm not even sure she would want to because I literally don't want to live in a cookie cutter neighborhood. I would much rather live on acreage. It's just not what I want to do. So, everybody who can afford to gets to live their lifestyle. So, but I get John's point. John's point is basically why the fuck, what has college done for you? You're not any better off than a Be Brave, which I think is just an atrocious point. Because he really doesn't know how I live or, shit. I'll be honest with you. I could wind up within 5 years living on a 75-acre farm in South Georgia in a tiny house. That is within the realm of possibility. Because we have a farm.
Yeah, when I move out the country, I'm not trying to buy a house that's going to have acres upon acres and floors and basements and stuff that I have to go cut the grass and keep this clean and hire a maid. I'm basic, man. I need 2 bedrooms, I need a kitchen, and I need a living room. That's about it. And a nice bathroom. Like the bathroom could be as big as one of the bedrooms, but that's it. I don't.
Deal. I don't ever wonder about how people live. I just assume if you can afford to spend this much time on YouTube, you're living okay. I just find it fascinating that John would even think about how successful or not successful I am and make the comparison to a white supremacist. I just blew my fucking mind. It's like, this motherfucker actually makes the argument that Be Brave is successful because Be Brave is 70 years old and on YouTube. And you know what? That is a version of success. But what, dude, John Galt does not want me to get blunt and brutal about what I think. When I talk about parenting in the United States of America, I'm literally talking about the Be Braves and the John Galts. The one thing I have done with my son is I've literally lived with my son from birth to motherfucking 19. I've never had to wonder, what stepfather was raising him, or, never lived in a different city or a different house for my son. So I don't motherfucking give a shit what a poor parenting motherfucker who has time to go, the first thing I'm thinking, when you're out in the street fucking with, security guards at the CVS is where are your kids?
I missed that. Hold on, wait. This was
where do you get this kind of time?
I heard about it, but I didn't really watch it. I missed it. He got into it with a security guard.
You know what? I saw the security part. There's the rumor he got arrested, but if he was arrested, he was able to do a show about the security guard. But the bottom line is, motherfucker, it's after dark, and you're there talking about a curfew and doing a whole show about it. I'm like, motherfucker, literally, you have kids under 10. I don't know where to go other than why do you have this much time? Seriously, motherfucker, you don't sound like a good father. And I'll be blunt in saying that. Your kids come first, not some fucking weird security guard, fussing at some teens after curfew. Why this is more important than your kids' welfare is beyond me. That is the fucking nightshade. Don't worry about me in my college or where I live or the books I read or any of that bullshit, I'm not your child.
Nightshade.
Motherfucker, nightshades don't take care of their kids. Nightshades don't live with their kids. Motherfucker, this is what I keep saying. Dude, you're a nightshade describing nightshades.
There's specifics that need broken down to really.
I don't give a fuck. Dude, if you want to come after me about where I live and whether there are whites in my neighborhood, John, see, this is the dumb shit that the anti-black blacks want to do. And they get real pissed off when I fight back because the holes are the ones it's their holes, not mine. Motherfucker, if you want to criticize my son, he has an Asian girlfriend, and I knew what I was doing when I made that information available. I was just curious to see what would happen. But as recently as overnight, John Galt wants to talk about my son and Asian culture and an Asian girlfriend. Well, motherfucker, first off, my son is in a position to have an Asian girlfriend. And I lived with him 100% of the time as a parent. I'm not a nightshade. And I raised my son to be an adult. I don't really give a fuck. Now, I guess, at least he's heterosexual. He didn't bring home an Asian boyfriend. Isn't that something? So, bottom line is the motherfuckers who want to actually wonder about where Stanley Cross lives or what Stanley Cross's son does and all that shit, y'all need to catch up because John Galt is not Stanley Cross's equal. Until you get a son into a position of success or at least potential success, motherfucker, you can wonder about me all you want. I think the thing is I'm not going to sit back and be all wise and not say anything. I'm going to call a motherfucking spade a spade, and John Galt is acting like a spade. Literally.
A nice head.
You know what? Back in the day, a spade was what they called blacks.
Yeah, now white women are getting that tattooed on their ass. They want to be what is it, Queen of Spades or something like that.
Okay, I don't give a fuck about any of that. I need you to understand that I think John Galt is not a good parent. Okay.
Now you understand that I have to remain neutral.
If he can speculate about me, I can speculate about him.
But see, Stanley, my position, I don't have nothing wrong with what you said.
Hey, wait, I didn't ask you about your position.
I know. I want to offer from my point of view. I want to remain neutral with the
I don't really
Braves.
care about the point of view. I do care about John Galt's point of view because that's the one I'm talking about. This motherfucker, like the nightshade, like the drunken fucking nightshade he tends to be, wants to fucking do all this wondering about what Stanley Cross, where he lives, who his neighbors are, whether he lives the same sort of place that a Be Brave does. Do you know how fucking weird that is for a black male in America?
Yeah,
motherfucker, you might as well be on The View with those sorts of womanish questions.
I don't want to be drug into you and his back and forth.
Well, then don't do it. I can carry this. I can carry this all by myself.
I do find it funny that it would be Like we was watching the fishing video, and he was talking about how Sharon Bracey had that stance that black women are more aggressive, and you was watching
Well, no,
fishing.
I don't think Sharon has that. I'm kind of speculating, and my point there is that really Sharon's um his panel is no different than John Galt's panels. It's just different, maybe in political stance or point of view, but it's just as ignorant.
Not to say it about John for me, but I see what you're saying on that for sure. He has a blind spot, or he's doing it. It's almost like gay for pay for him, man.
Okay, you're totally missing my point. What
No,
I'm
I see
saying,
your
the
point.
black people, the black and white people on Sharon's panel have a different orientation, maybe politically or even culturally, but they don't know anything. They don't know a lot. They are literally uneducated on the topics they talk about. Same thing with John Galt's panel. They don't know shit. They literally don't know shit. They feel comfortable talking about shit they don't know, and they want they want to sound smart, but they generally aren't. So the black panel, the nightshades on John Galt's panel are pretty much a carbon copy of Sharon. A lot of emotion, but not a lot of fact-based arguments. You know, when they want to come and they want to talk about how bad black women are and their black women are masculine compared to white women, that's just the same old shit. You'll hear that on Sean's channel. You'll hear it on John Galt's channel. You'll hear it on CT's channel. You'll hear it on Freezy's channel. You'll hear it on Here for the Teas channel. Because a lot of the same people go between panels. You know, the characters who show up on John Galt's panels are likely to show up on Sharon's channel or definitely CT's channel or on T's channel. These are
Do you
some of
think?
the people.
No, I'm sorry. Go ahead and finish. I'm sorry.
No, there's some of the same people. Now there are, you know, people who are over on Sharon's who don't come over here, etc. But all I'm saying is that there's not a lot of distance, a lot of daylight between some of the John Galt people and the Sharon Bracey's people.
I go a lot of different places. Sometimes I even listen to white YouTubers. They express the same sentiments. I'm like in places where most people would not be. So the overlap just isn't there. But you do hear a lot of the same sentiments. And I don't think that comes from nothing. You can't quantify it.
Well, I really think it comes from people just not knowing shit. I literally think that America does not encourage people to be smart.
Oh, hell no. And maybe I'm guilty of it myself, but no, definitely. It does not. They rather import the people who are they would rather import the people who are actually smart.
Well, see, import or ignore. I literally have never. It's rare that you actually hear someone who knows stuff actually come up on a panel. It does happen, but not that often. And the other person I want to drag now that I'm thinking about it is fucking Clue. Dude, I heard Clue up on Flow State's new channel, the Powdered Dusty. And I think they were just basically reacting to another show.
What did Clue do? You and Clue's interactions are some of the funniest shit ever.
You know what? Clue was he of all the Uncle Toms that I've heard in these, anti-black spaces. I never heard anyone. Clue just fucking sounded so fucking sad. He was on I think it was an all-white panel, and he just came across as a fucking pick me.
Wait, Clue,
No,
you do know that
like,
Clue is an anti-racist, right?
It wasn't even. It was so sad. It was like tokenism, but it was pick me tokenism. It was basically like, well, hey guys, I'm just like y'all. It was so motherfucking sad. And it was so bad that Clue was on here a few days ago, and I didn't even bring it up. I'm like, motherfucker, I cannot roast you on this. It was so sad. It would be abuse. But I mean, these white boys were just fucking treating him like they were treating him.
Yeah, Clue, he's an anti-racist.
That panel was being reacted to on Flow State's channel. So it was white boys on the panel they were reacting to, treating him like a fucking token. And then the people that were reacting to him on that panel, it was just fucking sad. And I think Clue was drunk at the time, so that didn't help. And that was part of the problem. He was kind of drunk, and they were just fucking. It was a drubbing. You know what? I don't use the word drubbing, but it was a motherfucking drubbing. It was like I felt so sorry for Clue.
He's a good guy at the end of the day.
Oh, I don't think he's a bad guy. I'm just like, sometimes you get what you get. You know what, motherfucker? You don't believe in race, and you look. Clue thinks he's white.
Clue is a person of no color.
Yeah, and Clue.
That doesn't mean that you think you're white.
You know what?
That's a mystery.
That's why he will get bashed. Okay, motherfucker, you better have an identity in the United States. There are hills you should die on. And hey, I have no color. I can blend in to any crowd and get along. Motherfucker, America's not like that.
Well, refusing to be a victim is not a popular take.
See, this is what people like you are trained to fucking believe. Okay, saying, hey, I'm a black man does not automatically mean you consider yourself a victim. As a matter of fact, I don't consider myself a victim. I consider myself an inflictor of punishment. I don't give a fuck. Dude, I am not a victim. I victimize.
There you go.
I victimize stupid people. And but I'm a black man. I come from black parents. I have a legacy black heritage. And it's only fucking annoying assholes who think when I say I'm black that I'm claiming victim status or I'm pro-black. It's motherfuckers who have no clue what to do with me. The John Galts of the world. John Galt has no fucking clue what I've done or who I am. And frankly, I'm not impressed by John Galt. Why would I be impressed? He's an entertaining fellow, would be my assessment. But who the fuck wants to be a landlord in the hood? If that's his goal, great. It's not my goal. It's not a goddamn thing I would teach my son or encourage him to want to be. unless he had that heart's desire. CKJ. CKJ says saying you were colorless in America is literally saying you're a victim. Well, I don't know that it's declaring yourself a victim. It's offering yourself up to be a victim. It's like, motherfucker, I have no identity. I'll be who you want me to be. Just don't hurt me.
No, it's acknowledging the fact that there's assholes on both sides, and just by trying to identify the asshole by color is just ridiculous.
Once again, you don't actually. There is a meta point. Okay, they're assholes on both sides doesn't really mean much. Doesn't mean because you know they're assholes on either side. Does that mean you have to be an asshole but choose a side? You have to choose what kind of asshole you're going to be. One side or the other.
It's less about, or it's more about not allowing the color of the asshole to determine what the intention is.
You don't see. This is what annoys me.
But Blue can make his argument better than I can. I can't do that.
I'm not making a point about color. Let's just leave color out of it. Let's just say assholes. If there are assholes on both sides of any topic, does that require you to choose which type of asshole you're going to be?
No. It's the victim part.
This color.
When you say that, oh, this white asshole accosted me because he's white and I'm black, then that's the victim part. They didn't say I'm a victim of an asshole. It's very neutral.
That is totally ridiculous. What I'm
saying,
because
you dismissed the concept.
Half you motherfuckers want to talk about race realism, declaring race is real, and the other half of you dumb motherfuckers want to say I don't have a color. And I think all of y'all are dumb. I think you are dumb. I think you are actually ignoring the real reality. And you know what? There's nothing wrong with staking a place in a country that pretty much demands you do. And saying you're colorless and getting your ass handed to you by motherfucking white boys who aren't even as accomplished as Clue is. This is the fascinating thing about Be Brave and John. Be Brave hasn't done a quarter of the shit that John has done. John supposedly master's degree from University of Alabama, bachelor's degree from Tuskegee. John is not unaccomplished, but he struggles. He wants to achieve the bottom feeder status to be accepted by Be Brave. If Be Brave didn't have to work to be where Be Brave is, that is literally a condemnation of this system. You can be brave lazy and still be okay. That's not the motherfucking meritocracy. Okay, if Be Brave ever talks about a meritocracy, it's fucking a joke.
I get your point.
Oh, it's more than a point. It is fact that Be Brave can fucking sit there and hear, and black people are fucking thinking he's making wise points. What does it say about the black people? Be Brave isn't the problem. It's the black people who think Be Brave has a point. They are the problem. They are the problem with the black community. They are no better than the YNs. John Galt is no better than a YN. Not even he just owns a building or two. And he's almost 50, so that's to be expected. John Galt is literally no better than a YN. He's not
John Galt still does his IP thing.
A holy man. He's a YN, except he's 50.
I don't know why would he stop doing the IT thing. That has been very
You
profitable.
know what? I don't even care. That is an interesting question. But you know what? Apparently, he thinks that if you have ever been a developer, you're always a developer. And I know for a fact that's not true. Motherfucker, you could be out of it for a year or two and have to catch up. That's not true.
Right. Yeah. They say once you get behind, then catching up isn't as easy. But, hey, I'm trying to get in. I want to get in on that kind of money. I would not choose to be a landlord over that kind of money. That's me. But then I don't know. And DC is probably pretty profitable.
Look, I wouldn't choose to be a landlord at all. It's not my shtick. If that's what you enjoy doing, that's fine. But this dumbass, like, why isn't everyone a landowner or building owner, or even why isn't everyone a businessman? Why isn't everyone an entrepreneur? Because they don't want to be.
My dad did it, and it made pretty good money for him. Just something that ran autonomously. So I could see there's money in it, but why not do both? You could just set it up to where what do they call that? Where you have the company who worries about getting tenants and collecting rents and all that. Property
Right.
management.
Well, again, if you're into real estate, that's great. I'm not. I don't give a fuck. I literally, I don't like people that much.
Well, you can get a property now, Stanley, and you're just doing YouTube. You're retired.
Wait, hold it. Let me ask you, and this is maybe what someone like John Galt can't quite grasp. My family has property. My father has property. Just because I personally don't have it doesn't mean the family doesn't. There
Right.
are some families, like if I needed something, I could go to my father or my father-in-law. Just because I'm not living in Alpharetta doesn't mean I couldn't. This is what, it's almost like an old money versus new money thing is. Motherfucker, I don't need conspicuous consumption. I don't need, brand name symbols and all the ostentation. Motherfucker, my mother used to say, and I used to kind of get annoyed when she said that, but she would say, well, act like you're used to something.
See, that's the part of the argument where you sound like Brave, because he says that he doesn't measure success in
Okay, well then you don't get my. If you think that's what
no,
Brave is saying, no.
I'm just throwing
You
it out there,
literally-
Stanley. It's nothing to dig into. It's just me
Oh,
throwing it out there.
I'm literally telling you, you don't get my point.
I get your point. What you don't understand about me is that I'm
what is
able
my-
to
what is
entertain
my
two
point?
different points.
If you think I'm sounding like Be Brave with that point, then you're not getting my point.
You just don't want to. You don't want to sound like Be Brave at all.
Okay, no. Again, you're not getting my point. It's almost, my point is almost 180 degrees out from that point. Okay, Be Brave is poor. That's my point. I'm not. But I don't have to act rich to be rich. I don't really give a shit what people think about where I live. I don't have to. I literally don't have to care. So let the Be Braves of the world, let the John Galts of the world do or be the way they'll be. What they don't understand is that John Galt owning a couple buildings, good for him. I don't give a fuck. I don't have to scrape dead bodies to make a buck. and never have had to.
He could leave it to a property manager. I would double up and do
I
that.
don't give a fuck about how he manages or who he could leave it to. All I have to say is that owning that property, even if he left it to a company, as the owner, he is ultimately responsible. Okay, the property management means nothing. He, as owner, could be sued. What I'm saying is that I don't have to sully my hands. Now, it may sound like, I'm a dilettante, and to a certain extent I am. Hey, if John Galt gets a thrill out of making the living and living where he is, awesome. I don't have to. And John Galt, good. But like, I'm just glad I don't have to do what John Galt does. That's my ultimate assessment. Thank God I don't.
Amen to that.
Hey, 12 man.
Oh, is he up here?
Oh no, he's in the chat.
Oh, okay, that's my guy. What's up, 12 man? CKJ3, Solid Snake. What's happening?
I'll be right back.
Yep. Yeah.
Oh, I can hear you. And as a matter of fact, let's play this video.
Why, you don't want to let me have a soliloquy? I see how you are.
No, go. Hey, you go
I never
right
do
ahead.
it.
Go right ahead.
Yeah, man. I think that there is some overlap between the three of these creators, John, Brave, and Stanley. They don't disagree on everything, but what you do find is that the main things that they disagree with, they don't want to associate, or Stanley doesn't want to associate with the two. As far as Clue goes, I don't fault Clue for his position. You have to understand the logic on that to understand how it plays out. Clue is a unique character and very entertaining. If you ever watch his content, I think he has a few shows. He wanted to, in one of his streams, he wanted to redefine slavery as far as making those who are incarcerated more profitable, or to pay back a debt to society. So that way, it's not society paying for them to be housed and fed.
Okay, and see, the dumb motherfucker this is what happens when you don't know history. That was done. It was done with black people right after the turn of the century. I'm sorry, the turn of the 20th century.
Mm-hmm.
There's a whole book called, there's a book called Slavery by Another Name that details, and believe me, that making the prisons profitable, it was literally something that will make your stomach turn. So Clue either has no clue, or he's just like a fucking horrible person.
That's a good book to suggest to him.
Motherfucker, he should have already read it. Why am I suggesting shit to a 40-year-old? See, this is exactly what I mean. These motherfuckers will go and talk about shit and make dumbass arguments like that and not even understand their arguments. Okay,
you could be the arms dealer instead of taking it personally.
Why would you go and talk about making, prison profitable without doing research beforehand?
I'm not sure that he hasn't. What?
Okay, motherfucker, then he would never make that argument if he had. It's been done, and it wound up, quite frankly, I think some of the Jim Crow stuff was worse than slavery. Seriously?
Yeah. But have you even seen that stream?
You know what? I'm subscribed to his show, but
I gotta
never
dig that up. That was a great one, man.
You know what? I don't need. I know Clue. I think I know Clue well enough that I wouldn't have enjoyed the stream.
Yeah, but this is why you're so great, Stanley, and I do think highly of you because when you hear these arguments and you have a better understanding that from that position, you have the ability to educate. You choose not. You like the insult route.
Yep, I do.
But even in the
Because
insult,
I should not have to fucking teach 40-some-year-old people who are talking about stuff. I assume they've done their homework.
you got
There's a
60
book.
years.
There is a book called Slavery by Another Name. There's a whole PBS series on how they fucking tried to make slavery profitable. It was fucking horrible. Don't y'all know this shit? Don't
Tell
y'all
that to
know
Kelly because he seemed to turn his whole society around.
in a whole motherfucking PBS series talking about what that moron Clue was talking about?
Tell Boo Kelly because he turned the whole society around.
Okay, dude.
To incarceration.
Did he turn American society around?
No, but it's relative to
Okay,
his.
why the fuck would I care about what happens in El Salvador? Other than, Trump is shipping people down there, very dubiously. See, this is
Admitting that you pick and choose. That's what you just did.
Fucking, these Soul brothers. Okay, this Thomas Sowell. Fucking, if you can't win an argument about American culture, then you want to talk about Bukele. Then you want to talk about slavery happened everywhere. You lose arguments. That's why I fucking mock you fools. You can't even fucking hold your ground on American culture. So what you want to do is flee, move the goalpost, make the goalpost worldwide.
Should I just do the at home like you do, Stanley?
Oh, you know what?
I'm not that good at it, but I'll take a swing.
You folks literally, I hand you the shotgun and y'all put the shells in it. and then hand it back to me to shoot.
Hey man, look, I enjoy it. It's fun. I don't personalize these things. I like the fact that other people have creative ideas, whether they've been done before or not.
Oh motherfucker, but seriously, I don't appreciate creative ideas that are negative. It's like a creative idea about slavery.
So you dismissing it would say that society is okay.
I'm not only dismissing it, I'm shitting on it.
Shitting on it,
and I sincerely wish Clue were on this panel to talk about it so I could shit on him too.
That's why I like filtering things through you. It's the feedback is amazing. This is enjoyable for me, man. I don't know. Some people will be like, I'm not talking to Stanley. Fuck him. I don't get that feeling. See? That's why I'm different off the rip. I'm different.
Well, the problem is much like Be Brave even says, I will have, like right now, there's 6 people in the audience. And they're all probably over at Be Braves listening to something that is much less challenging. You know what? I will just have to suffer with my 6 people, but I'm not gonna fucking sugarcoat it. Be brave. It amazes me that smart black men who are accomplished and are raising kids literally think Be Brave is making great points. It's troubling in a way.
And that's why you say the anti-blacks are worse than the racists.
Yeah, because they're raising black kids to believe this bullshit. You really think you thought I was being hyperbolic?
No, but I don't think that people listen to
Be
things
brave is
online and
not
feed
gonna,
their children that.
Be Brave is not going to be raising black children.
I do think to an extent that this YouTube thing is mostly entertainment, and it's not like people learning things and from these type of conversations. It's not people learning and taking from it and then implementing it into their children. I think they take it for the entertainment factor.
And I think you're right. And unfortunately, uh, I have the ability to combine both. I think, learning stuff can be funny. It can be entertaining, but there is a time to laugh and there's a time, like, you know what? Hearing this slavery thing, I'm sure that Clue was rather entertaining, but I tend to view American politics and culture through a historical lens. I really cannot do it another way. It's hard for me to take those goggles off, and I don't want to, but I'm not sure even if I wanted to, I could. So, trying to make prison profitable, there's already a prison industrial complex. I just don't find people like Clue or Black Crow. These motherfuckers, I really find that style of even entertainment just vile.
Yeah, that. Oh well, I think they're damn entertaining. That's for sure.
And you know what? I don't. I literally usually John's show overnight. He was talking about, and you know what? It might be worth even kind of watching again. I literally found the chat more fascinating than John's show.
Yeah, you find a way, don't you? You find a way to punch.
Well, no, seriously. The crowd reaction to John's points was more interesting than John's points. And of course, I'm in there trolling them. So I literally found more entertainment in the people either agreeing with John or not agreeing with John. I found that was where my entertainment came from. So
what do you think people do after they turn the stream off? Do you think that they implement some of the stuff they heard?
I think these motherfuckers go to another stream.
Do you think that they
I think they literally go. It's like, how Spider-Man goes web to web. These motherfuckers go stream to stream.
I found people in real life who listen to YouTube more entertaining to talk to than people who don't. It's almost like no concept is too foreign to entertain. Damn, that's serious. Like, I'm serious about that. Those people, I work next to some characters. It's an interesting group. And a lot of them don't have original thoughts, or they don't build on things that they heard, concepts, or if you even share a concept with them, they look at you like a deer in headlights, It just doesn't compute.
You think the thoughts on YouTube are original?
No, but I do think that they are thoughts. I wonder if people actually think.
You know what? I hope people are better in their real lives than on YouTube. That I sincerely pray for.
Well, they're literally putting themselves out there for anybody to critique.
Oh wait, looks like John's going. Oh shit, he should be going live. He's got something coming up called "Is Masculinity on Life Support?" DC Live interviews with John Galt. Yeah, that sounds like his masculinity on life support. Motherfucker, you were just, dude. Let's ask
Stanley, I guarantee you that has everything to do with the guy that sat down. He's a heavier set guy, and he's talking about
Yeah,
how he
the purple shirt. Yep.
Yeah, that cringed like hell off of that dude.
That did what?
That what he was saying was so cringy.
Okay, you know what? I didn't watch the street interviews.
Yeah, you got to see that one. It was just disgusting.
Well, you know, John puts it on. Maybe I will. But
What is it?
I will say this: that I find John's version of masculinity cringy. I don't think that. Let me put it to you this way: there is nothing about John that I would go to my son and say, "Hey, you know, you need to listen to him on this point." Literally nothing.
Not even a software development background.
Motherfucker, why would I do that? My son's going to Georgia Tech.
To be what? For what?
Software engineer.
They probably could put their great minds together. This John's not.
Let me just level set you here. I hear John Galt go on and on about the stuff, the websites and stuff. My son is literally at one of the best engineering schools in the country.
He doesn't need his advice. I get it.
Well, let me tell you one better. I've got a brother who is a couple years younger than John, 3 years younger, maybe 2 or 3 years younger than John, who literally his first job in high school, I mowed lawns like some motherfucking my brother's first job was like fixing computers. This is back in the 90s, early 90s, because I was in the Navy. So he was in high school, I think late 80s, early 90s. Motherfucker was like back in like the late 80s. My brother was making like $25,000, maybe even up to 30 as a motherfucking teenager.
Doing what?
Fixing computers, and then he
started
designing websites. Like he was designing websites for like corporations in high school. Now this is back in the day; it wasn't as sophisticated. But my brother these days is literally like he's a computer researcher. Like my brother, now he's more an engineer, like me, you know, more into, you know, building servers and stuff like that. But motherfucker can code. So if I need like a black male to talk to my son about computers, I literally have a motherfucker who's my younger brother who still works in the computer industry. John is used to talking, and I'm gonna be blunt here. John is used to dealing with niggas who don't have resources, and I'm not that nigga. Motherfucker, my son probably. I'm sorry, my brother. I keep calling him my son, because I changed his diapers as a kid, by the way. But my brother probably has done more with computers than John ever will. So a lot of times I don't bring up this shit. John Galt is just another nigga to me. He's entertaining, but who the fuck does this idiot think I am? Y'all think I talk shit? No, motherfucker. If my son needs computer advice, literally, I have someone making, like, has been doing it since he was a teenager. Still does it. Has degrees in it. And motherfucker, my brother is actually very nice in saying, well, Stanley, you taught me how to do this. Because he's 13 years younger. So, I used to play with him playing Castle Wolfenstein on a Commodore 64.
Right.
When he was a kid. He would take one side of the keyboard, I would be moving and he would shoot. We used to do this shit. So, computers are not a big whoop to this black community, to this black family. I chuckle sometimes when I hear motherfuckers like John Galt talk about, well, he's been doing this for fuck you. Yeah, I got a brother who's probably better at it than you. So, yep. And I have a son going to an elite engineering school. So I appreciate your advice. I will always listen to advice, but let's not think you could fucking teach me something. You might want to sober up and stop yapping and listen to what I have to say sometimes. Oh, motherfucker. You know what? What? I'm going to be blunt. I'm not chopped liver, bitch. No. Y'all motherfuckers want to do, not you, Dave, but people want to talk about what community I live in and all this shit. Y'all don't know the half of what black people can be because motherfucker, I'm it. I grew up with it. I have brothers and a brother and a sister who are it. When I say black success, I motherfucking mean it. Dude, I was groomed from black success to continue the success. Now, I'm sorry. I'm not living in Alpharetta, but I chose not to. Who wants to fucking live? Dude, I am perfectly happy. Dude, I could walk 15 minutes from here and be in the middle of a cow pasture.
Yeah, same here. Same here. It's nice and quiet where I live. You hear the birds chirping.
However, my son called me fucking up in I guess it was April. And he's like, well, I need a new iPhone. I'm like, why? Well, it's getting slow. I'm like, well, so what?
You shouldn't buy an Apple anyway.
Well, come on, Dad. I'm like, so okay. So he's like, well, the reason I'm telling you is I'm about to walk up. It's funny what's across the street from Georgia Tech's campus. Well, I'm about to walk up to the T-Mobile store and I'm gonna get, a new phone. So I'm like, well, did you even shop around for it? How much is it at the Apple store? So it winds up being $200 less at the Apple store. Motherfucker, it's totally expensive in the first place, and I wanted to say no. However,
you ended up doing it.
Grandpa fucking said, yeah, I'll get you a new iPhone. That motherfucker was like $1,500. It was some ungodly price. And I'm like, you know what, bitch? I don't have to pay for it, so fuck it. Get a new one. Make sure you get like whatever the max is. Just shoot for the moon. My point being, my son calls me up from needs a new iPhone, and I don't have to pay for it because one of the grandparents will. Motherfucker, look, this ain't some half-assed nigga here. I could pay for it, but you know what? If granddaddy or grandpa, because he's got one of each, they want to pay for it, I'm like, go for it. Why did you even bother calling me? But at least I saved them $200 by teaching your dumb ass to shop. Oh, don't fucking just walk into a place and buy a goddamn thing. You
No,
got an internet, compare prices.
that makes sense.
Oh no, you better motherfucking be. That's a difference between like
I'm saying it sarcastically.
$200.
Right. Right. What was it CKJ3 was saying about some stock?
I don't know because I don't do stocks. Again, I don't have to. Oh, there it is. Dave, did he mention stocks like GEO or CXW to invest in? Who is he?
Yeah, I was wondering who he was talking about.
Hey, CK, if you're still there, hit the link if you want. But
yeah, let's talk Ohio.
Who? Oh, look at this. Dave thinks he's found a gem in Stanley. He just happened to find a brilliant mind that no one else sees or wants to be near. Wait, are you saying I'm brilliant?
He's been chopping it all. He's been chopping us both down in the chat. Allegedly.
You know what? I'm used
nice
to.
try.
I'm used to Ricky Zeta. Hey, as long as you think I'm brilliant.
Hey, that's all that matters, right?
Motherfucker, you know what? See, here's the other deal. I quite understand that no one else wants to see or hear except you're seeing and hearing.
I have no problem stating what I admire, what I like, what I love. By the way,
you have to be here to see or hear to make this comment.
Mm-hmm.
So thanks for being here, Rick.
He's a true supporter. He's here for a reason.
Yes.
He's learning.
Oh, prison stocks. Oh,
oh yeah.
Oh, that's funny. Good one. Good one, CK. That's funny.
I'm gonna have to let Clue know that he missed a few steps. He could have really put the education in the stream.
Well, wait, he didn't know that they're prison stocks?
I didn't know. And because Clue didn't tell me.
There are all kinds of private prisons.
Well, Clue didn't tell us in his stream, so it's Clue's fault.
This. You know what? You're not going to convince me that Clue even knew, but I'm thinking he did. But here's the deal. Again, motherfucker will make all kinds of entertaining arguments, but all of a sudden you're expecting education from your entertainment?
It's got to be some positive, right? If you could disagree with the whole thing, at least walk away with an investment.
Isn't the entertainment the positive?
It definitely is a time pass. Now, mind you, I work with my hands. I listen to a lot of stuff, and most of it goes in one ear and out the other. But an interesting concept is something I could build on.
Okay, well, you've heard the prison, what is it, the prison industrial complex?
Yeah, I've heard of it.
Yeah, well, what do you think that involves? Stocks or profit of some sort?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you did, CK. Good job.
You know what you need to do is work with your hands and punt some motherfuckers. Hey, Woody, what's up, man? How you doing?
Man, happy Memorial Day, Stanley.
Oh, I'm having a good old time.
It's great when you don't have to report to work, what you end up working anyway, just because you're money hungry like me. Oh, man. We're sitting outside freezing. It's cold up here.
Okay, well, I got to watch you know what? Every time I'm turning into like a dirty old man. I need to see my girlfriend here.
getting dressed was to help motivate me to get out the cabin and do some work. And all I did was go and sit down on the bench. I'm up, but I'm not working. I actually am doing the opposite of that. But I'm going to walk back now and see if I can find something productive to do. I think it's supposed to rain, so.
Productive to do.
And actually, I'm feeling a few raindrops, but maybe I can get something done before.
You'll get her hair wet.
This is the female clue. Oh shit, that's not a cabin. That looks like a pretty nice place. Fuck.
I can barely see it.
Okay, well.
My hair looks crazy. You would never believe it.
No, this ain't. It's a little bit more than a cabin.
Okay, so
No, if you look behind her, you can see where they put either insulation, like spray insulation, in between the chinks.
Okay.
Call them chinks. But you know what? It's a fucking cabin.
It is.
Like that.
It's waterproof. You can tell by the plastic lining.
Yeah.
What do you give this girl from 1 to 10?
7.
Okay. CKJ,
I like
what do you rank this?
She lives in a cabin in the woods. That's worth a 7. What would you rate her?
Because of the hair? What are we doing? Face or the whole thing?
Oh, I don't care. I'm just doing an overall rating. She's an overall 7. See, now the thing is I'd like to think all my dating life anyway, if you are vacuous with no brain, you need to be practically Holly Berry, who is probably vacuous. However, she seems like she's kind of interesting, at least. And, she's got a few physical attributes. She's not overweight. I actually think she, at least from what I can see under all this padding, she's at least a 7. Now she could go up one above or below. Now she's not going to be a 9 or a 10, but you know what? You don't need a 9 or a 10. Because the problem with a 9 or a 10, unless you're extremely lucky, you probably have to be a 9 or a 10. You know what? I want to be able to go down and drink beer on a Sunday, at my friend's garage that he converted into a bar and fucking watch a Redskins game. A 9's not going to let you do that, probably.
What? Yeah, they will. The secret about a 9 is that you ignore them. But I give her a solid, 5.
Yeah, well, you know what? People like you have higher standards than people like me.
That's not true. I just have a traveler's eye.
A traveler's eye, motherfucker. Yeah, that means you get easily bored, and you'll move on quickly.
No, that doesn't mean that her personality takes away from that. Personality probably adds to it. But
well, Woody says a 5 to 5.5. Well, goddamn, y'all are just like maybe.
That's not being mean. That's about fair.
I think she's a 7. Okay. Well, hey, this isn't. None of us are gonna fuck her. So.
Right. Okay.
I'm not gonna quibble.
There you go.
This is the state of the kitchen cabin. I have a vision. Once you see it all finished, it'll make sense. The walls and things are done. I have shelves put up over there. The counters are built. This situation is holding everything up. There's not many projects and tasks or whatever that I have to do here that I hate to the point where I will not push myself.
She's got a tattoo, so she's down to a 6.
Everything else,
Where's the tattoo?
I have done, and I enjoy doing it.
Where you see a tattoo?
I don't enjoy this.
Oh no, okay, there it is.
I hate insulating ceilings. And this one is 10 times worse because I have to be up on the ladder. My other cabin, my original cabin, is 8 by 12, 96 square feet. This cabin is 10 by 14, 140 square feet.
I have this tattoo alert. I just cannot do tattoos. And
that's your standard, Stanley. At least you got them.
Well, I might be able to make an exception, but I'm not sure if I could accept hers.
Skin is beautiful. Why do they mark that? Why do they mark it up with bullshit?
No fucking idea.
The ducks are back. I've been waiting for them. Oh my god.
Now, bitch, go shoot one for dinner.
Single year, twice a year, in the spring and in the fall, and this is the first time I've seen them. Is this their first time back? I have been waiting for this.
She got a nice double chin there, Stanley. You don't see that?
You know what? Now, see, this is the kind of the edge. I'm 60, so it's hard for me to think. Back when I was in my prime, I think I would be okay with her.
I can't judge whether she has a personality unless she's interacting with somebody else. Because you gotta do it.
I agree. She seems to have a personality, but you're right. But she's probably in her mid-30s. That's what I'm guessing.
For mid-30s, I'll give her a 6, but I thought she was like 20-something. That's what you said earlier.
She could be, and then then that might even deduct a point. I don't know about the double chin. You don't want it, but if she's in her mid-30s, I'm not sure that I'm the best person these days.
What, the judge of age, or
there is a problem with let me tell you something that Mo Love said. Someone was making a joke, and Mo Love hammered it home because I think she's Mo Love, I think she's 39 or so. She's 39. So, she's I have a crush on Mo Love. I think she's adorable. So, you know what? Somehow or another, someone was making a joke.
Hold on, Woody's on the stage, I think.
Huh?
I think Woody's in the back. I'm not sure.
No one's in the back.
Oh, it said it on stage for some reason.
I don't see him, and I'm literally looking at it. Woody never comes over here. Where the hell have you been hiding, Woody? I see you over on Orthodox's channel every now and again. I suddenly got put into my old man place. I'm too old for Mo Love. I'm too old for this lady here. I'm just fucking old. So,
man, you're just in the wrong spot, man. Don't you see? Even with these standards that people have, they need to move around. You move around. If you've been to South Florida, you go to like strip malls or stuff like that. You see guys older than you with women younger than this.
Yeah, but I don't really want to do that.
You don't want to put the energy into nothing. But you can't sit here and complain and act like it's over with.
You know what? I met my wife, and this is the other thing that annoys me with the John Galts of the world. Motherfucker, I met my wife totally by accident. Like, I moved up to the mountain, and my neighbor up on the mountain he helped. First time I met my brother-in-law, I was trying to figure out how to put snow chains on my tires, had never done it. I'm from fucking Savannah, Georgia.
You said you met him first, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
By months. Well, by years, actually. So anyway, that's how, hey, this motherfucker was like 6'2" with red hair, and he's kind of a big guy. I'm like, oh shit. Because I had gotten it into my mind that, oh shit, I'm up on this mountain in the middle of the winter and I'm the only black motherfucker up here. Turns out I was totally wrong. My neighbor who lived closer than my brother-in-law did was black, and his whole he grew up on the mountain. So, and the mountain, Blue Mountain, had an interesting history. It's where escaped slaves used to like hide out back in the day. So there's a whole history up there. Black people have been on that mountain for 150 years or so. Or maybe less, but around that 150 year mark. So anyway, and I'm a little drunk, so I'm being long winded here, but no, I wasn't looking for a white woman. I just happened to meet my neighbor's sister, and it might have been a little engineered for all I know. Because I knew, I was friends with her mother and her father before I knew her, but her mother and I just kind of clicked. We used to can vegetables.
Man, what a wild way to meet someone.
You
and her mother used to can vegetables?
Yeah. Well, I mean,
okay. This must be after y'all met.
My neighbor, and then one day that Easter dinner, I met my wife at an Easter dinner, and it was her mother. It was his parents' house, so I had to know them, because I'm sure he had to ask permission. Hey, I'm bringing a neighbor down. So anyway, that's how, kind of shit. I was sitting next to his mother at the dinner table. So we got to talking, canning vegetables, and I'd always wanted to know how to do it. So she's like, well, calm down, it's canning season. So that's what we did. And yeah, of course, my wife was there, future wife, and it was kind of unassuming, but there was some magnetism there. And she has a great sense of humor, had a great sense of humor. So yeah, joke or two. The whole family has a great sense of humor. So it was, like I said, it wasn't like Stanley likes white girls. I had no clue. But once I met her, I knew there was a clue, and it just developed from there. I don't, I tend to find women, an attractive woman is attractive. And then you kind of figure out how attractive as you go along. But this weird thing about I prefer white women or I can't stand black women. No, I've never been like that.
It's like being typecast. You do a comedy, you can't do a drama.
I don't agree. I think that has totally changed over the years. Look at John Lithgow.
Yeah. Even Jim Carrey did it. But both can't make that jump.
I mean, there are plenty of characters, male characters and female too, who have gone back and forth between the two. It depends on the skill. So ultimately what I'm trying to say is at 60, I'm a little bit more liberal about, that young lady's double chin doesn't worry a 60-year-old. It might worry you.
Yeah, if she's on top and she's looking down at me and I see that chin, that's gonna make me run. After about, when it's over with.
Well,
Go ahead, hit play.
Woody, you're always welcome here. That's not even, a doubt. And who wouldn't have a crush on Mo Love? She's adorable.
Never seen her.
I never have. I've seen pictures, of course, but you know what? Let me put it to you this way. I listen to her Sunday shows. Her Sunday shows, because she's very religious. But it's basically like a Sunday school meeting. And
she breaks down the Bible.
I don't know that they don't necessarily read from the Bible, though. A passage comes up every now and again, but it's a lot of homiletics and just kind of philosophy, Christian philosophy, I guess. And I don't even troll. Now I'll troll every now and again, but I'm respectful enough that I don't do the normal troll. You have to respect religious people.
Yeah, I agree there.
And she's heard me on this show, so she knows what I'm capable of.
That's how I got my name, man. My grandfather was a pastor.
Oh, really?
Oh, man. Most of my family is in the church, heavy. They have churches, I'm just a wandering soul for now.
Yeah, until you start your own church.
Yeah, I don't know about that. Sounds good, though.
It'll be the Church of the Wandering Eye.
I'm actually allowed to.
Must be nice. All right, well, let's get back to my darling here. Letting heathens like you distract me is actually why the black community is gonna die.
Exactly.
God damn it. You know what? I can't believe I did that. I X'd out the whole thing. I'm ashamed of myself. Look, any black woman who wants to hang out on the mountain and, sip her tea out in the wilderness, I'm just on board with.
Well, the truth or the reality of that is, what are they trying to get away from? Is it the hustle and the bustle, or is it their interpersonal relationships?
Well, I'm going to assume it was the same reason I like the country. It's quiet. Honestly.
But that's really simplifying it.
Well, I've always been a little bit of an introvert, believe that or not. So
same here.
I basically, when I moved up to the mountain the first time, it was literally like, gee, I wonder what it's like. I'll try it out. I rented a house. And I fell in love with it. I remember there was snow on the ground and my parents came up to visit, and they happened to have a 4-wheel drive. So my father was like, they came in at night because back in that day, there was MapQuest, and my house was not even on MapQuest. That's how remote it was. So they figured out how to get there, but they met my future brother-in-law. And you know what? There's so few black people on that mountain. I told him that, yeah, my parents are supposed to come up. Y'all come down and meet them. So in the middle of the night, like 8 o'clock at night, it's dark, and he happens to see a black couple in a 4-wheel drive. He's like, well, are you Stanley's parents? And they were like, oh yeah. So anyway, it was like, you know what? Y'all just need to go back to the hotel. It'll take you forever to get to his house. So once he got back to the hotel, my father was like, well, your mother's gonna freak when she sees that hill. At the end of the road was the hill was so steep to get up off the road that it had a switchback. You know, you couldn't go straight up the hill. There had to be a switchback. So it could get so icy you couldn't even walk down the hill that easily. But anyway, so the first thing my mother asks the next day when they get to the cabin, she goes, she doesn't even say hi. She goes, "When you're moving." And I was like, see, that was my mother. Yeah, let's get straight to business, motherfucker. Fuck the hi. When are you getting out of this fucking death trap?
Right. Yeah. 'Cause nobody wants to go up there.
That was my point. Don't fucking come if you don't want to. But anyway, my response was never.
That's how you keep people out.
It wasn't so much, dude. It wasn't so much keeping people out as much as I like my contemplative time.
You find your video?
Yeah, I did, but I see John's on.
Oh yeah.
So now I know. Now I know where everybody's gone over to John's. So let's have a look. And I'm at 7 hours, which is about 2 hours overtime. But let's see what pithy comments I can make, because I know I shall have some.
Pithy. Yep. I like it. I gotta do my bonsai research before I shoot back over there to see the guy.
Yeah, this motherfucker talking about the same old. John doesn't eat Popeyes.
Standing up. I mean, they can work.
Look at
They're not in wheelchairs. They're not on scooters, mobility scooters. They're standing up, hanging out, milling about. And I go into Popeyes and Malcolm and Martin, where all these black men are hanging around. And that video is on the stream. With Hispanics, 2 blacks, the rest Hispanics, at a Popeyes. And I'm saying, bro, if blacks can't even work that's in the ghetto, then like this is why they're flooding into other neighborhoods, because there's nothing in their own neighborhoods for them anymore. And now people in the other neighborhoods are saying, we don't want you here. Man, bro, you should have seen how many police. They're like a fucking battalion of police just to ward off the young blacks.
And this dumb motherfucker.
You know, my thing is, shouldn't the blacks be embarrassed?
This motherfucker literally left his house to go cover this. Shouldn't your dumb ass want to be like in your house and not dealing with this shit? This is what I don't get. This motherfucker has christened himself the chronicler of the black community's downfall, and he's part of the downfall. It's like I am the avalanche, but I'm going to talk about avalanches.
Right. Man, I ain't talked to him in a minute, but we have to talk, man. Man, we got to do some business together, man. I've been telling y'all for the longest. I got some dope, boy. I be selling that dope online, too, to these motherfuckers.
Hey,
you gotta catch me online sometime. I'll be selling that dope right here online.
Dope.
You know, I've been following you, so I know you. I know you got the. You've been renting the rooms and supplying the the product for him and the whole nine. I said, man, this guy here, man, you don't went to the limit, man.
Hey, did you hear about the dead nigga that in my room in my house, man?
No, hell no.
Oh, I gotta find that one for you.
What kind of depraved motherfucker
I gotta find
wants to talk about?
Let's see.
Jesus God.
Damn, let me see. I gotta play that one for you.
And let me ask you a question. Do I want my son to deal with a motherfucker like this? No.
Oh, you think he's gonna have a conversation about software
I don't give a
engineering?
No.
And bring up the dead man.
No. I didn't ask you what they might talk about. Motherfucker, I just don't want him to have to deal with this. Like, I don't care what they talk about, haven't thought about what they might. Dude, there are people you just don't want your kids to be around.
That's true.
So, and I am making a value judgment. Why the fuck would I want to expose my son to this?
Just answer the question. What you calling me for?
I just told you somebody. There's no need for that. Okay?
Yeah, that's what I'm asking you a question. What you calling me for?
Put myself completely. Okay.
All right.
You're gonna listen.
I'm just
You're gonna talk.
Go ahead.
All right. My name's Sean. I'm a detective from the city police from the homicide unit. Because my understanding is that you own 160 up.
Homicide.
Yes, I'll explain all that. My understanding is that you own 160 up, so I was calling you to let you know found deceased in the basement.
What? A dead bird? Dead body? Oh, okay. All right. And the nigga, the black man?
Yeah, it was, sir. Is that who was running? It was an African American gentleman with what looks like an amputated foot.
Yeah.
Does that sound like it was?
Yeah. You said the nigga foot was amputated. Damn. Yeah. That sounds like the nigga.
Did he say he was homosexual?
No, he said, what the fuck he said? He said nigga had amputated foot. Foot was amputated? Damn.
Oh, his foot was amputated.
Yeah, that sounds like the nigga. Yeah.
Okay, what
say what?
What's your name?
Anyway, and that was that, and we lost him there, but and there was always
It's like the nigger fear of cops.
I wish I could show this shit. Yo, my man. Yo, shit. What the fuck, yo, this nigga dead. This nigga dead. Hey, yo, my man. I wish I could show this. Oh man, I wish I could show this shit. Let me see.
Why in the fuck is this entertaining? Can you?
Anyone want to hop the panel? Put the link in the chat. What's up, Woody? What's going on?
Your call has been forwarded to.
This nigga wanted this room. See it all again. Yeah. Let me go here. I'm going to discuss a little strategy online, ladies and gentlemen. I'm going to discuss a little strategy online. Shit. I'm going to tell you, we going up on all the blacks, period. All the blacks. It's time to go up on the blacks. All the motherfuckers.
Your call has been forwarded to an automated.
We're going up on all the blacks. Going up on all the blacks. Second, what the fuck is this? Yeah, we're gonna go up on all the blacks here. And we're gonna show you online how we're gonna do it. I'm gonna show you.
Yeah, well, I think I'm bored.
Oh yeah. Oh, Did I show you the crash out?
Oh, my
let me
Lord.
see.
You know what? I guess.
Hi, you reached the voicemail of Chris.
Damn, that nigga answer the phone, man. Get this one call.
Well, Dave.
Yes, sir.
Oh, we'll watch a few more minutes, then I'm going to end this. Because, quite frankly, I have been up all night.
Your call has been forwarded.
It's almost 12.
No, I don't blame you, Stanley. I got to talk to my son about knocking on doors and running in the neighborhood. We don't do that out here.
Wait, hold it. What?
Yeah, a group of his friends from up the street, they decided to go out knocking and running. It has a name, but I'm not going to.
Well, let me, I must ask you this. A bunch of black kids, mixed kids?
It's very mixed. Well, he's the only black one.
Now, give me a preview, because I know what my father would tell me, and I think I know what I would tell my son. You ain't white.
My wife, she comes to me. I walked in the house.
No. What I would say is, you ain't white. Don't think you can get away with what, Be Brave's son could get away with. You don't have that kind of privilege. And it's just not something you should be doing. Why the fuck? See, look, let's get beyond race. And there is that there. Why the fuck would you do that? What is productive about that?
Oh, yeah. You're going to have a nice sit down. I'm not a fact.
Andy.
You know how you make your kids do the invisible seat where they sit down against the wall while you talk to them forever about something? That's how you really drill it into their head.
I literally have never had that done to me.
Oh, yeah. You sit up against the wall like you're in a chair, but you're not. So your thighs are on fire while I talk very slowly.
No, I think my father used to put us in the corner. Like you make them do a corner.
I've preached this whole strength and conditioning, how your health is your wealth. So it's going to be part of the discussion.
Well, how about just tell him don't do it?
Nah, we got to have a whole talk. I'm going to take them all the way around all four corners of the world in this conversation. As to why that's not productive.
Let me offer you a little bit of advice. And I have raised a son. My son will be 19 next month. Not next week, but the week after. I've literally never spanked him. The last time I spanked him, he was wearing diapers, and I swatted his diaper to get his attention. That's literally the last time I've ever put a hand on him. I told you the story about my wife. My wife, the white woman, was more inclined to spank him than I was, and I had to tell her, don't ever do that. He is smart. Just talk to him. And that's such a juxtaposition. Like, hey, what the fuck are you doing? White people spank kids?
Oh, yeah. But you know what? We grew up.
No. My point is that, my parents used to spank me. Whip me, as a matter of fact. And you know what? I fucking hated it. That's why I had to find a better way. I'm not going to do something that I didn't like as a child. And again, that's really not my point. My point is, if your son is smart enough that you can just talk to him, I was lucky in that my son might not like it. He might not even like, my ad hominem, like, what are you, a moron? However, you could talk to him. So in a situation like why he shouldn't be, you just tell him, look, what if people did it to us? And he would actually understand that. So don't, if your son is the type of person that you just go, hey, don't, that's not cool.
It could be that simple. He is that type. He is that type. But listen. It's more of a drill it into your head that you got to always make the better decision.
Well, you motherfucker, how can I be older than you? But you know what? I often have gone to my father would offer advice, and I'm like, are you the same parent who raised me? Do you know what you would have done to me? What do you mean? Don't be so hard on Trevor.
Well, nothing. When I was a kid, nothing used to teach me more than disappointing my father.
Right.
If he expressed that he was disappointed in me, my whole behavior would change. That's not something that
I don't know that my son respects me that much, but I do know that I have had a word-based punishment system with him since he was about 2 or 3. Whenever it was, he stopped wearing diapers.
Yeah, well, that's a good way to be. It's like you said, spare the rod.
No. I didn't spare the rod. I just like, you know what? It is so emotion based. I want to be able to just convince you that it's a bad thing to do. Now, let me also tell you something that I told my soon to be 19-year-old, because he's not 2 anymore. I literally told him that, you know what? I'm tired of you not cleaning up after yourself.
Yeah, we heard it. You didn't hit the mute button.
I'm sorry, what?
I was in the clouds and you forgot to hit the mute button. Was it yesterday? Was it yesterday or something? He was like, hey, Trevor, I'm tired of you not doing what.
Oh, you did? Y'all heard that?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, it was something about I'm old and I'm not going to fight fair.
Yeah. Oh yeah, we heard it. You forgot.
Oh yeah. Well, you know what? I'm not ashamed of you hearing it, motherfucker. You're 19. You're not 5. I will beat your ass.
Mm-hmm.
You know what, dude? I'm a naval officer, or was a naval officer. I know how to deal with 19-year-olds. There has to be a threat of violence. Like if you fuck with me, don't think it's gonna be an English gentleman form of fisticuffs. I'm gonna fucking put you on the floor and you'll be lucky to get up. Old men can't be, you gotta floor them. You gotta put them down and leave them there.
Yeah, I hope it never would have to come to that with the boy, but
Well,
you got to be able to do it. Of course.
It won't. And it was a fire for effect. I need his attention. I need him to know that I'm serious.
There's nothing worse than when you try to drop your son and he just won't go down.
Do you honestly think? Oh, look, like I said, it won't come to that, but I need to get his attention. And I'm sorry y'all heard that, but y'all think I'm a pussy.
Nah, you sounded like you was about to knuckle up.
Oh, you know what? Well, you heard the part about you been jumping froggy. Motherfucker, I will floor your ass. You keep jumping, but I'm serious.
It was good. It was good. It was necessary.
Well, I'm glad you heard it. Y'all think I'm some little fucking soft voice pussy. Motherfucker. I will fucking hurt you. Right. And then I'm going to mock you once I do it. Motherfucker, your ass will be in a hospital bed and I'm going to walk in with flowers going, I told you so.
With flowers.
Oh, they'll be fucking posies.
A big get well soon card.
It's gonna be daisies, and I'm gonna go, hey, I told you so. Now these daisies, I'll use them if I have to put you in the grave.
Right.
No, my son knows. Like I said, I've never had to put a hand on him, but the threat is always there. And I will do it.
That keeps the respect. That keeps the respect going.
Oh, I don't give a fuck about respect. Motherfucker, I don't care if you respect me. I just want you to do what I asked you to do. Fuck the respect. You just need to do it.
Yeah. I'm waiting on him to get home. I guess he didn't come home. He stayed over at a friend's house. So he did ask for permission to do that, but not to be running around the neighborhood acting like a hooligan.
How old is he?
He's 12.
Yeah, well, you know what? You're right. He's right at that edge. You know, kids at 12 look like kids. You know, in a year, he won't look like a kid. You know, he's gonna be looking like a man. And you know, and sure it's fun, but come on now.
Yeah, he sounds like one already. Got a deep voice for a 12-year-old.
Fuck you, Dad.
Yep. What will be none of that?
I was just hearing little Dave going, "Fuck you, Dad."
Yeah, he's gonna get tightened up. He'll get tuned up real quick.
Oh, motherfucker. You know what? Damn it. I'd give him $1,000 to do it.
You know, I'm as good as I'm ever gonna be right now. I don't think he's gonna take that offer.
Dad, this fuck you is brought to you by Stanley versus the world.
You're gonna waste your money.
It's like, Dad, you've been punked by Stanley versus the world.
Hell yeah.
I'm just joking. You know that's not gonna happen. But it would be funny.
Uh-oh, John's digging into some esoteric knowledge right now. Look at this.
John's digging into the worst the black community can offer because he doesn't think the black community can do better.
Oh.
The only good black is John Galt. The rest of y'all are just niggas.
I think it's gone to a certain extent. I don't have faith in anything turning around, nor do I think for a second that it should. But there's this culture that doesn't raise decent human beings to adulthood.
Yeah, it's called American culture. I literally did a story about a white family whose daughter, blonde Becky, fucking became a drug addict in college, and now the grandparents are keeping all 4 kids that she had within like 2 or 3 years. This is not isolated to the black community, and this is what fucking anti-black blacks, they want to just focus in on, the black pathologies and not understand that it is a bigger pathology, that it's maybe more prevalent in the black community does not mean it's not a larger problem. So the anti-black blacks like John Galt are literally just despicable. They only want to look at black depravity and not step back and look at it as a bigger picture. When I say that part of the reason crime in the inner city is not under control, it's because there are be brave cops who basically want to racialize crime. If you keep crime racialized, you get the be braves and the John Galts who go, well, that's a black problem. The cops don't have to go in and solve anything. That's a black problem. Race is America's biggest problem, and fucking dumbasses like John Galt just can't seem to understand that. They will fucking want to sit there and pretend like the blacks, black culture, it's all that narrative. Black culture isn't American culture, it's separate from it. Bullshit it is. Only dumb motherfuckers think that. And when I trash them, I wish I could trash them more. The only thing I pray is that I was a Richard Pryor, or what am a Richard Pryor, because he would fucking be funnier and embarrassing the dumb son of a bitches. John Galt is truly a nightshade because he can't think his way out of his fucking ghetto. This motherfucker is so fucking ghettoized that he can't think beyond the ghetto. He thinks every fucking black person has to live in the ghetto to be black, or every black person has to marry another black person to be black. That is so motherfucking ghetto. But no one in this John Galt universe seems to be able to fucking tell the dumb son of a bitch that but me. Literally no one is willing to tell John Galt he's more ghetto than the niggas he describes. Why is that?
Yeah, so your presence is needed.
I don't think it's needed, and it's gonna get rarer. John Galt is, when I literally say the nigga John Galt is a bigger albatross around black people's neck than Be Brave, the white racist, or in my opinion, he is a bigger problem in the black community than the fucking, YNs spraying MLKs all over the world with bullets. John Galt is a huge problem. And you know what? I will tell him this to his face. I have no problems telling him what I think.
Yeah, I believe you have before.
I think most people know that by now.
Yeah, we've seen you in action. I believe you did tell him to his face, so it's not like you're saying something that you didn't say to him already.
Oh, I hope I told him several times. He is the problem. He doesn't seem to fucking be smart enough to figure it out, and he won't be. The SA video, you mean the South Africa video, CK? I did actually show it.
In its
John
entirety.
reacted to it.
Yeah, you showed the
By the
whole
way,
video.
that South Africa video was at whitehouse.gov. So the version I reviewed was literally Trump's White House version. It didn't have delays or anything or commentary. It was straight through, and I made the commentary.
Then they had an argument about electric fences right after.
No, they didn't. Oh, me?
No, I'm talking about you and John, because you guys competed together.
Well, like he said, he's partially right, but the electric fences that I'm thinking of out on farms, they're not to keep people out. No, see, of course, he's thinking about the chain link, and I honestly didn't think about electric fences because they generally, I've never seen one on a farm, and I've been on a few. The chain link fences electrified he's thinking about are like prison fences. You know, they are literally designed for humans, but you don't get that kind of like power on an electric fence on a farm. It's expensive as shit. The electricity.
Oh yeah.
I mean, a farmer, like an actual, like, you know, yeoman farmer couldn't afford that. I wouldn't think, unless, you know, he's like, you know, John Galt plantation owner. You know,
Well, I mean, you're talking about the price of electric fence here versus the price of electric
oh, no,
fence
no,
there.
no.
It would
I'm
be
talking.
different.
It's not the fence that's the problem. It's maintaining the fence that's the problem. You know, it's like getting a Mercedes. If you keep that Mercedes for any length of time, you're probably going to spend a shitload of money maintaining it. You know, nowadays you literally, unless you have like a certified mechanic who's going to be expensive, it shit getting an oil change on a Mercedes is a pretty penny compared to just taking it to you know, one of those quick change places. Quick
Yeah,
lube.
quickly. Yeah. I don't even think you can.
Oh, Mercedes? Hell no. I'm guessing, and I don't know this, but you take your Mercedes to Jiffy Lube, I'm not sure they would even touch it.
Right.
They might, but I've never tried because I don't own a Mercedes, though my parents once did.
I don't have to try that too.
There's a story behind that.
What was it? A Chevy with Mercedes emblems on it, or what?
Oh no! I was driving from my father and I went up to South Carolina years ago. It was probably about 2000, 2001. And my father was like, well, you know, drive back at least a piece of the ways. So I'm fucking, and it was a brand new Mercedes at the time. You know, it was like a E-Class. It wasn't like a super expensive, but you know, all Mercedes are, you know, decent priced. So I'm driving this motherfucker, and my father looks over and goes, well, you know, you need to be careful. You're doing 90 miles an hour. That motherfucker felt like 55. I was shocked.
Yeah.
It was that shit was like, it was like the engine was just, hey, 30, 90, doesn't matter, baby.
Yeah.
30, 90, motherfucker, is all chill. You know what? I had to set cruise control because I'm like, we're gonna get all kinds of tickets. It did not. It motherfucking felt like that thing was doing 30.
Yeah, when my truck was new, it had the same vibe. Yep. I got a Ram 1500, and that thing on the freeway, man, it's so heavy, it's comfortable.
What is John? Is John?
What's up,
must
Deacon
be,
Dave?
Hey, what's up, John?
Hey, what's up, Stanley? Stanley.
Hey, I've been talking all kinds of shit about you. I see you've ended the show.
Yeah, I gotta go pick up my scooter and shit.
Your scooter?
Yeah, what kind of scooter is that?
Wait, hold it. They weren't kidding when they said you went to jail?
Man, hell no, they weren't kidding.
What the fuck?
Yeah, what happened?
You know, it's a long story short. But you know, I'm glad CKJ3 is in all this. You know,
CKJ3 hit the link.
Yeah. What's interesting is you know, and this, I'm trying to make it as concise as possible. you know, what happened with me? They arrested me for having my scooter on the sidewalk. But what's interesting, you know, the whole situation down there, and you know, I've been talking about it. Like these black kids come from quite a ways away.
Well, wait, you want to blame the kids?
No, I'm not blaming the kids.
Why did you get arrested?
I just told you.
Don't blame it on the kids.
I just told you. I said they arrested me.
So you know what? I think I've heard enough. The reason they fucking cared about your scooter on the sidewalk is you were being a menace.
Well, and they're okay if you want to consider it fair. You know,
Oh no, I don't have to consider. They did.
Okay, you know, I'm not disagreeing with you. But the thing is, you know, the bigger picture here, what you know, I know a lot of blacks don't want to look at it. Is that,
well, let me. I hate to cut you off, but let me tell you about a black who lives in my neighborhood. Motherfucker, maybe what you need to do is move out to the country. Living on MLK is not agreeing with you if you're getting arrested for just putting your scooter on the sidewalk.
Well, as I was about
maybe you should get you some white neighbors. Maybe they'll calm your ass down.
Well, as I was about to say before you interrupted me, it's always a joke with blacks. I don't know what it is.
Oh yeah, motherfucker! I'm gonna make huge jokes. Wait, how old are you? How old are you getting arrested? Is this the ghetto nigga that I should be getting in touch with being? Motherfucker, if you go get arrested for a goddamn scooter.
But anyway, as I was saying, I probably won't be able to finish my statement here.
You got arrested because your scooter was on the sidewalk. Why didn't you just move the scooter? They didn't move the scooter.
Are you just talking? You gonna
motherfucker? I'm gonna keep talking.
Okay,
you literally couldn't move the scooter. Did you refuse to move the scooter?
Do you want me to answer? Or you just talk?
Oh yeah. Did you say hell no, cop? I'm not moving the scooter.
No.
Why would they arrest you for that?
No,
and don't blame the motherfucking teenagers. You sound like a punk.
I didn't blame the teenagers.
Oh, you wanted to talk about them though.
Well, I mean, I think that's the
why did they arrest you for a scooter on the sidewalk? That seems extreme. Don't they just give citations or something? What did you do to make them want to fucking arrest you versus just a ticket?
I just told you. Because
of the teenagers. That's what I heard.
No, I didn't say because of the teenagers. I said because I had my scooter on the sidewalk.
And they arrested you for having a motherfucking scooter on the sidewalk.
Oh yeah. Mm-hmm.
And that's it.
Yeah.
Well, goddamn, they sound like the slave patrol.
I was there like an hour or so. As long as you get
It's like motherfucker, we're gonna arrest you because you have your scooter on the sidewalk. Is that how it really happened, John? Did you film it?
Well, the beginning. Well, I think, but Stanley, you know, if you let me finish, you know, the bigger point was.
Yes, I will let you finish.
Hey, blacks.
Please, Portia, I'm sorry. Please do.
Yeah. Why don't you listen?
I always forget to do that. Let me put this one up because it's even better. Slavery by another name. The fucking slave patrol.
And what I was going to say, though, Stanley, is that you know, the blacks are real. They got a funny bone.
God damn it! There's a whole book in a PBS special about
you're covering
how you got arrested.
I didn't write that book.
Oh no, motherfucker! You know what? I just really. I'm sorry, I interrupted you. Tell us why you got arrested for a scooter on the sidewalk.
Well, I just told you.
That's a real nigga crime, isn't it? You tough nigga.
I never said that.
Oh, motherfucker, I'm saying it. You don't have to say it. No, but tell us the real reason. What did you do? Dude, now, I don't live in D.C., and maybe it's a curfew issue.
Why don't you
Maybe
think
now the curfew involves 50-year-olds?
Why don't you think I'm telling you the truth? If I told you, I've told you 3 times now, and you keep asking me.
Oh, motherfucker, I don't accept your bullshit excuse.
All right, well, then don't ask me again. Then I've already
Okay,
told you.
motherfucker, I will ask you many times.
Mm-hmm.
They don't arrest niggas for putting scooters on sidewalks.
Mm.
What did you do to antagonize them?
I just told you.
Could you just not? I hear a lot of anti-black blacks on this channel that will say, well, you know what? When the cops come up to you, you should just comply and do what they want.
That's what I did.
If they tell you to move the scooter,
No.
move the scooter.
They didn't tell me to move the scooter.
They just arrested you.
Yeah.
Oh,
I ain't saying one word.
damn. They
One word.
shit.
Bro, I got the video of it. I didn't say
Oh,
one word.
motherfucker, you know
I said
what?
one word.
I
When-
bet
when
you
it-
do have the video
like,
of it.
you gonna arrest me for this?
Hey,
And you
can
gonna
you
arrest me?
put it? Can you put it up? I'm eager to see the video.
I mean, people that saw it live, they saw it. But
Oh, I didn't watch it live, John.
Well, yeah, but I didn't curse. I didn't say one word. I didn't say, "Hey man, you know what the fuck you?" They said, "Hey, we're arresting you." I said, "All right, cool." I said, "Shit, man, put me in the car. Let's go." I didn't even say that. I said, whatever. And you know, I mean, I was there for an hour. You know, it's minor inconvenience. I've been in jail before, fucking ain't shit. Right? You know,
Oh, but never for. They couldn't just write you a ticket.
well, see, Stanley, if you let people talk,
Oh, motherfucker! You know what,
Well, yes,
John?
ma'am. Yes,
I'm
ma'am.
pretending to give a fuck.
okay, well, yes, ma'am.
I'm really just
You just have to tell me
enjoying.
the
I'm
truth.
really just enjoying seeing the real nigga John Galt go to jail for a scooter violation. The real nigga John Galt went to jail for a scooter violation. I'm sorry. It is fucking hilarious.
I don't think it's that funny, dude.
Oh, I think it's fucking hilarious.
I think you blacks make the laugh. Or maybe you blacks really
A
did.
scooter violation.
That's
Where
what
did
they
you
do.
park your scooter on a sidewalk on Sesame Street? Was it like a motorized scooter or just like one of those push scooters that the kids have?
I want to hear the story, Stanley.
You don't want to
You know what? He's been trying to tell it, and I just kept roasting his ass. Put the video up, John. Please do.
I've already showed the video. You're going to take a look at it.
I will roast it, but please put it up.
Yeah.
I have. You mean I have to put up the video?
I mean, I don't even think it shows me being arrested. So,
Probably. Did they take your phone too?
I ain't gonna comment because I don't get to fully explain since I'm on your channel, on your show.
Oh, you know what? No, John. I am willing to let you explain in full, but I'm not going to accept that. Oh shit, my scooter was in the wrong place, so the cop arrested me. That's so fucking nightshade.
You can just
blaming the cops for your behavior. Oh, that is so nightshade. Please do explain the nightshade side, because I'm gonna be thin blue line pro cop right here.
Good. Hey, I left the jail without a scratch on me, and I said, "Why couldn't George Floyd do that?"
Well, motherfucker, they didn't take you to real jail. I'm sure they didn't put you in prison, did they?
George Floyd didn't even make it to
They
jail.
didn't put you in fucking federal prison for a scooter violation. I hope.
George Floyd couldn't even make it to jail.
Oh, fuck George.
Right now. George Floyd, your hero.
That you are comparing
Your hero.
a scooter violation Scooter violation to George Floyd is so fucking kindergarten nightshade. Don't do that. Don't do that, John. Don't, please don't. Or George Floyd had done what I did and just parked his scooter on the sidewalk. Oh. Dude, please explain this away.
Say what?
Oh, Dave wants to hear your story, so I'll
Dave on my channel, on my stream. Yeah, I don't want to be interrupted.
No. But you must explain it on a pro-black. Hey, Stanley is pro-black. Stanley is pro-black.
Give me 2 more views.
Please explain it to the pro-blacks, John. The pro-blacks like Stanley want to know how a black man could be violated in such a way. We will stage a protest march. It'll be Scooter Lives Matter. We're going to stage a protest. We're going to stage a protest. Free John Galt Scooter.
Man, Stanley, I know you live for moments like this, but let John tell the story.
I won't interrupt Stanley's stream.
Hey, Dave.
You guys know
my bad. I'm gonna mute.
Nah, that's okay. Go ahead. This is your channel. Give me 2 more views. You can go listen to it all.
Oh no, I'm not going back and listening to it. I listened to it last night. Remember?
We ain't gonna go back and listen to me talk about it. Then, if you want to hear,
I'm not interested in what you have to say either.
There you go. See,
hey, you know what? You know how you make up a lot of shit about my life? Well, I'm gonna make up some shit about your life. Scooter Lives Matter, motherfucker. Nightshades, don't be taking your scooter down to town during curfew.
From a little bit I've seen of the video, it looks like the cops were.
Man, not now.
I'm just gonna say that.
Could it be that you were on a scooter and they mistook you for a 17-year-old, John?
I think they arrested him because he was filming them.
Man, I let you up, but don't. Let John talk. Dave wants to hear his story. I have a lot.
I've heard talking about it to exhaustion there. If you want to hear more about it.
Okay, not to my exhaustion. You haven't told it to my amusement.
That's why we have a video of it.
Oh, motherfucker, I'm not going back and watching the video. I want you to present it with your side of the story. We want to be fair, don't we?
I think I presented it twice now, 3 times maybe. So there's no more. There's no more need on your stream.
Okay, I think it's deeper than you know. You know what, John? You are an expert at going beneath the veneer of the nigger story. You are an expert at going deep into why niggas do what they do. And I want to hear what the nigga John Galt. I know you left your scooter on the sidewalk. What's the deep story? Why would a nigga leave a scooter on a sidewalk, John?
As I said, go back and listen to the stream. You see it all for yourself.
Oh, not interested in going back, John.
Well,
You're here. You're here to provide firsthand your side of the story, at least.
I just told you. I tell
you, dude. You just told me, and I'm just telling you that you're here. I can't believe that a nigga got arrested for putting a scooter on a sidewalk. That seems a little implausible. A nigga could move a scooter, right? Okay, well, I guess we won't get the inside dope.
I think I'm giving the inside dope. I did 2 streams and a live about it.
Oh, motherfucker! I'm not going back and watching that
What do you want?
anti-black shit.
What do you
You're
want?
here.
What do you want from me?
What I want is
Yeah.
how could a 50-year-old responsible man get arrested for a scooter violation?
I explained it all
Well,
to
be a
you.
real nigga. You know what? What? Be Brave is going to be ashamed of you, John.
I don't worry about
John, Be Brave expects violent crime to put niggas behind bars. Telling Be Brave that, his holy man got arrested for a fucking tricycle violation. I don't know. Your reputation in the white shade community might be diminished a bit.
I don't live in white shade community, so I don't care what.
Oh, motherfucker! Be Brave is a fucking white shade. He is the white version of a nightshade.
I don't live around Be Brave.
You're a nightshade. He's a white shade. You don't want to lose community in the white shade.
You live around probably more Be Brave.
Oh, motherfucker, don't tell me. Hey, I don't get arrested for fucking bicycle. Motherfucker, you got arrested for a vehicle with 2 wheels and probably a pedal. Don't tell me about my community. I don't fucking get arrested in it. Motherfucker, your community is landing you behind bars. I get to fucking sleep on my pillow every night in my community. How about you?
I was at home last night.
How long were you in jail? How'd you get out? Did they let you out in your own recognizance?
Yeah.
Or did they do like 2 million? Oh shit. You know what you should have done, which would have been funny? You should have done a fucking GoFundMe.
That shit in there, that'd been funny, huh? I think
that would have been classic.
The thing is, what's interesting about you, Stanley, which is very interesting.
Oh fuck me! You are way more interesting.
Yeah. I understand. I am way more interesting. That is true. That's very true too. But I think what's interesting about you is that you're very similar to that security guard that was there.
Oh motherfucker! See, this is where you want to go. You know what? That security guard didn't fucking go to jail for a vehicle that you can pump the tires up with a motherfucking bicycle pump.
See, Stanley,
I'm very similar to that security guard because she didn't go to jail either.
Here's the thing, Stanley.
In her community.
Stanley, here's the thing, bro.
I know what you want to do, John. What you want to do is that fucking nightshade, calmer soul. You want to take your crime and say everybody does that tricycle violation. No.
That's the thing, you really don't know me. You know me from the stream, bro. Like, nigga, I done been in jail so many motherfucking times. Like, yeah, nigga, I know how to handle myself. I don't blame nobody. I've been in jail one time, motherfucker. I got out, put my hand behind back.
Wait, I'm sorry. I'm taking your nigga card. You literally got arrested for a bicycle violation.
Right?
That's not a nigga crime.
But I don't hide it, nigga. I don't hide that shit, nigga. Right? Shit, nigga, I'll get up here and tell you. Then so Portia is someone she told me, she said, niggas sending cash app laughing about you. I said, shit, I don't give a fuck. Right?
Wait, hold it. Dolomite, motherfucker. You know what? That security guard didn't have half the jokes that I have right now.
That's all you blacks
I'm
have.
not lashing out.
You blacks are
I'm
really
fucking laughing out. Dolomite,
funny.
Dolomite, Why wasn't your ass there to bail your buddy John out? Don't fucking come after me, son. As a matter of fact, Dolomite, hit the fucking link so I can roast your dumb ass too.
I think there's a reason why people don't hit the link because you're not gonna let them talk.
Motherfucker, you know what? There's a reason they don't hit the link because I will treat them like I'm treating you. You bring some dumb shit up here, I'm gonna roast it.
Yeah, I'm sure.
Dude, I'm not the one who went to jail in my own community for a fucking.
You don't even know what the fuck you're talking about.
You put shit on a sidewalk and they arrested your ass?
You don't even know what you're talking about, so I just let you talk.
Oh, no. You don't know what you're talking about half the time either. So I'm just returning the favor.
It's fair.
I hear a lot of John Galt bullshit about the neighborhood Stanley lives in. You don't live in Alpharetta. Motherfucker, I don't get arrested for fucking two-wheeled vehicle violations. You are not that real nigga. You're just some Sesame Street motherfucker who didn't know that his bike should go on a bike rack.
The blacks, I tell you, man, they are interesting species of people.
Yeah, motherfucker, there are two species of niggas. Those who go to jail and those who don't.
Yeah. That's how you want to boil it down.
What part of, hey, don't commit crimes and you won't go to jail can't you fucking comprehend? If you don't commit crimes, John Galt, if niggas don't commit crime, they won't go to jail.
That's the good one, Stanley.
Oh, motherfucker, I know it is. Thank you for admitting your ass went to jail on some fucking motherfucker. Did you roll one of your pants legs up so it wouldn't get caught in the bike chain?
That's the problem with you blacks. You're real silly.
Yeah, motherfucker. That's the problem with you blacks. You don't get arrested like me. I'm the real nigga, John Galt. Be like me and get arrested. The real blacks don't get arrested. Motherfucker, do you know how fucking Fred Sanford you sound right now?
Hey, you just a real silly.
That's the problem with you blacks. Yeah, motherfucker, I'm being silly about an old goddamn man who got arrested for putting a scooter on the fucking sidewalk. Dude, you have lost your I am that John Galt. You don't got that dope, you got that bubble gum. That you got that bubble gum from the CVS and the guard just followed you out. And then you shoplifted that bubble gum, didn't you?
All right, Stanley, let him breathe. Man,
oh, fuck that.
You're kind of boring, Stanley, honestly.
Well, motherfucker, then leave. Go. You need to bail your scooter out of jail. Now I have to ask, are you walking there? Don't tell me you're gonna catch an Uber to bail your scooter out of jail, right? Because your type of crime is not just the sort of crime that affects one person. It affects your scooter too.
God, you cannot give your critics any ammo.
Or how much it costs to get the scooter out of impound.
You know what? I think what he ought to do is do a Shiloh style go. Sorry, a shot. Excuse me. Man, do I have a cold now? Do a crowdfund. Do a GoFundMe to get your scooter out of jail. Shiloh did it. Fuck, $700,000 seems fair for a nigga like John Galt to get a scooter out of Hawk.
Mm.
Oh no! Hey, who here in the chat is willing to start a GoFundMe to get that nigga John Galt scooter out of impound? I bet there's a couple. I bet Dolomite will be. I know Dolomite will get it started because he wanted to talk shit. Who's gonna do it? Get John Hawk. What color is your scooter, John?
Never seen it before.
Is it red? Is it the electric bike, the e-bike?
You got to keep up, Stanley. Watch the stream.
Oh, motherfucker, I'm not watching the stream. You know what? It is more vivid in my imagination. All kinds of jokes. You know what? If I watch your stream, I'm going to hear every excuse. Because I watched part of the stream where you want to talk about curfews and teenagers and fuck with some woman you don't even know.
Oh, so you did see it?
Oh, I saw that part. I didn't see the arrest part. Was she the one who got you arrested? Was she the one who called the cops?
Now she started.
Why did it take 5 motherfucking? Because I heard you count the cop cars. Why did it take 6 cop cars to fucking deal? Why did it take 6 cops to deal with a scooter violation? Were you violent?
You didn't watch the video, I take it.
Oh, motherfucker. John.
Oh, you acting like you don't know things.
John, I honestly, I watch about 10 minutes, and then you use the N-word about 8 times in 2 minutes. My phone trips offline at the 8th nigger comment. So I saw the part where you were needlessly treating that woman like I don't even know why you were engaging in conversation. And then I heard the part about you talking about curfews, which, you know what? If kids are running wild, why not impose a curfew?
Let me ask you this question.
What you did was typical John Galt nigger nonsense. Okay, you didn't get to the heart of the problem. You just wanted to castigate the whole black community, and then you got arrested. That's pretty much the summary of the video.
Before I step off, because I do have something to do. But if you want me to answer the question, I'll answer it. But
you know what? Answer Dave's question. Mine is just going to lead to more roasting.
Yeah, you're black. Yes, what blacks?
Yeah, motherfucker, I'm black, and you are a fucking petty criminal.
No problem.
Oh, Latino, bring your dumb ass up here, because I got some fuckery for you too. Bring your little brown minion up here. Ask him to come up so I can roast his dumb ass.
You want to focus on color now?
Oh, motherfucker, Latino for Trump is a fucking moron. That's my assessment. I saw him in your chat. I saw him in your chat last night too. Let's just go ahead, since I'm here, let's just go ahead and burn this bridge. Yeah, motherfucker, you better thank me. That's what you do to a superior nigga.
Anyway.
Yeah, anyway. Are you gonna answer Dave's question?
What was my question? I forgot my question.
It looked to me like John was arrested for filming the cop. That's what they didn't like. He was filming the cop, and they didn't like it.
Man. You may be silent. I don't know if you noticed I've been ignoring you for the past 2 days, but for some reason or another, yeah, motherfucker, because I think you're a fucking moron, Latino. Ignore me all you want. I don't have to ignore you, compadre.
God damn.
Yeah, all these dumb motherfuckers who all of a sudden, Latino, I'm focusing on you because I think you're an asshole and you talk on shit you shouldn't be talking on. That's why I'm focusing on you and will continue to as long as I choose to. Ignore me all you want. It will be better for you. You'll be more forgetful or forgettable. My bad. Well, is the air pressure in your scooter tire still pretty good, John?
I hope so. I hope so.
We might need Dolomite to take the wrecker over there and pump up your tires.
John, don't feed your troll, man. You gotta avoid that.
Hey man, you listen.
Oh, listen! Goddamn, this little. You know what? I'm gonna start calling Latino for Trump Sparky. That little child cannot just stay down. Just because I'm not black doesn't mean that I can't speak on black. Black speak on Hispanic shit and everything else all day. But we have to sit down and celebrate. Fuck you. You know what? Let me tell you something, Speedy Gonzalez. You should type slower so it makes fucking sense. I have no clue what this means. Fuck you too. This Latino for Trump actually think, motherfucker, just say axe. That way you'll be as illiterate as just because I'm not black. Motherfucker, you didn't get my point at all. Don't speak on shit you don't know is my point, Latino. I don't give a fuck whether you're black or not. There are plenty of black people in this space who are as dumb as you are, so feel better.
Hey, I'm gonna drop to the chat. I'm about to go grab my bonsai.
Hey, I'm gonna leave yet, Deacon Dave. Stanley may let you talk at some point.
Oh, motherfucker. You know what? Dave just has to say the word. If he just said, hey, John, why did you really get arrested? But I don't ask that question.
I don't get to speak.
If the fucking answer is my scooter was on the sidewalk, do you know how lame that sounds?
If I don't get to speaking to Deacon Dave that often,
did they handcuff you?
He doesn't jump up on the
panel. Did they handcuff you?
You can watch your video, but he doesn't jump up on the panel.
I'm not watching that goddamn video.
I understand you said that over and over.
Oh yeah, motherfucker. I asked you a question. Can you answer? Did they use metal cuffs or did they use a wire tie?
Deacon Dave is up on the panel.
I know where Deacon Dave is.
If not, I can leave too because I got something to do. But if you
motherfucker, go do it.
I mean, you're not gonna let him talk? That's fine. Okay, right?
Don't. Hey, you were talking, not Dave. My bad. Mm-hmm. Dave, were you talking? I missed it.
I think Dave wanted to talk, but you kept interrupting him.
Nah, I'm just listening. I was gonna shop for what I wanted to pick up earlier. I already said it.
Let me interrupt. Let me interrupt my little churro here, motherfucker. If it says Stanley versus the world, you're fucking talking to me. Okay, John may be on the panel. But see, this is where English fails you. If you're in my chat, just assume you're talking to me. I will mind your fucking business, my Speedy Gonzalez. Motherfucker, if you're in my chat, you're speaking to me. Fucking deal with it. Sorry. I had to correct a Latino who speaks on black issues, and he ain't even black. He's anti-black. So sorry, Dave.
No, John, you had interviewed the guy, the street interview, the guy in the purple shirt, the big dude.
The Q dog.
Yeah, everything he said was cringy as hell. I actually clipped that, and I was wondering if that's what that stream was going to be about.
I don't remember what he said though. What did he say?
He said he wanted it's not that he wanted to vote for Kamala. It was his reasons that he gave as to why he did it.
I don't remember. What did he say?
He said something about he wanted to support feminism. Guys are misogynistic, that kind of stuff. And it was just like, what? But
man,
I didn't get your breakdown of that.
Man, I think that would be better for someone like SKC or Hood, someone like that, to be honest with you. That's probably more their lane. It's probably why I haven't attacked that one first, or why I haven't released it as a clip. You know, I see so much of that shit. Like, you know, I probably just stopped thinking about it, to be honest with you. And so here's what. So you see the clips that I've published about like abortion and shit like that.
Mm-hmm.
And so what I've come to think is that you hear the word agency tossed around. And go ahead. I know Stanley got something. I hear him exhaling here.
I'm just when you said agency, I just fucking had to laugh. My bad.
So what I found is that, man, like, and I've seen it from my real estate practices, which is so close to how people live, if you put it like that, that blacks more or less don't have kind of the agency. Like, it's not about what they think.
Blacks have more agency, and the only reason you don't realize they do is you're too busy getting arrested over minor shit. Okay, blacks have agency, and if you can't figure that out, that's a John Galt problem, not a black problem. And yeah, goddamn said it, and I'm waiting for your pithy, hopefully pithy response.
Well, I was talking to
motherfucker. Dude, I don't care that you're answering a question Dave asked. I'm going to intercede for him and tell you you're full of shit. Agency has nothing to do with, dude, you are in your own head with how great you are. You are that nigger John Galt, but no more. You are literally, dude, you are literally that nigger John Galt, and that's it. You haven't grown. You are that nigger John Galt. I'll give it to you. I will give you. You are that nigger John Galt.
You give me anything. I ain't hit you for anything.
You just simply motherfucker. What you're not gonna do. What you're gonna do is find over talk because I scored a point. You are that nigger John Galt and nothing more.
From day
You're
one,
only that nigger John Galt. You cannot be more than that nigger John Galt. You are literally that nigger John Galt. You can never be that good human being, John Galt. You're that nigger John Galt.
Whatever the case may be.
Okay, don't talk about agency, nigger John Galt. You don't understand what agency is, but you want to pretend.
Hold on, John. Hey, Stanley. John, hold on 1 second.
Bullshit. No. Don't step in. He deserves exactly what I'm going to give him. I'm tired of the bullshit. Fuck it. 12th man, your ass will be gone so fast that you will want to mute. Just fucking mute up, and I'll let you know when you can speak. Or go. Won't hurt my feelings either way.
Gotcha, Stanley.
Motherfucker, dude, you're the one who decided to step in. John Galt, you talking about agency is fucking hilarious.
Well, tell me if this
Motherfucker,
sounds fair.
you can't even fucking put a scooter on a sidewalk without getting arrested. Don't tell me you're that nigga John Galt. It may work on some of your little fanboys like Latino for Trump, but an actual black man, an actual adult black man, doesn't work, nigga John Galt. I know you are just that nigga John Galt, nothing more. Sorry, I had to get that in.
I know you're gonna chop this up, Stanley, but in a sense, I could see where he was going with that.
You're
because
goddamn right, Dolomite. I'm wagging a finger, motherfucker. If you're gonna go to jail, make it worth your fucking while.
Focus, Stanley, real quick, real quick. I could see where John was going with that because the guy sounded like
fuck where he was going. John literally has never made a good point about anything. It's all blacks are bad. That is his shtick. He doesn't have points. It is anti-black all the time. I've literally never heard him compliment a black except himself. And even then, he's talking about dope.
That guy sounded like a pussy. I don't say that about people, but he did. He came up there and
look at this little pussy. Chuck Woo Igwe says Stanley has transgender energy. Well, motherfucker, you must know a lot about transgenders to know their energy. So good luck with all that. And John Galt is 100% correct. Chuck, stay your dumb ass down in the chat with Latino for Trump, and I'll get around to mocking you properly. Sorry, Dave.
Oh, no worries, no worries. It's just a conflict of why he did it or why he was talking the way he was talking. It didn't sound like he put any thought into it versus somebody just having so much influence over his position as to why he wanted Kamala. I'm not saying that there was something wrong with him wanting to vote for Kamala.
Talking about Kamala Harris.
Because that's what the clip was about.
No. I'm thoroughly confused. What the fuck does a scooter violation have to do with Kamala Harris? Is it the same level of politics or what?
No, the clip was about why he wanted Kamala to win.
What clip?
Yeah, he was too busy cooking. That's what you
about that John Galt clip with the guy in the purple shirt?
Yeah, the street interview.
Fuck all that. I haven't seen that clip and don't give a fuck about it.
But he didn't have the same reasoning you did, so it's not. Don't personalize it.
Apparently, this is a clip that you are burning to see. Portia, if you're in the back, do you have quick access to this clip? Because Dave is so interested in it. I'm curious.
I wanted to give John his flowers because the way he smoothed past what this guy was saying.
You give anybody flowers. Let's see the clip.
You got to see the clip.
I'm sure I won't have the same glowing.
And when you see it, Stanley, I want you to tell me if you think this is reasonable.
Hold on. Let me find the clip. Portia, if you can, would you please just either play the clip or just put it in the back and I'll play it? Because I haven't seen it, honestly. Thank you, ma'am. I appreciate it. And I know you're busy.
$10 a day for Portia J.
$20 a day for Portia J. And as a matter of fact, before you play it, let me say this. Everyone, please subscribe to the John Galt Urban Landlord channel. There is always something contentious or at least interesting going on over here. Please support Portia J. Let's skip the rest. Actually, hit the like button too, please. But Portia J once again proves that she is on the ball. When the host is just kind of confused or just on a rant, Portia J steps in to at least make him seem relatively sane. So thank you, Portia.
Yeah, thank you, Portia.
Hey, folks, support Portia.
God bless you, Portia.
Yeah, let me set this up, Stanley. This is, if you ever heard the term maggle, this is a maggle.
Okay, what's a maggle? I know what a daggle is, kinda.
This is a maggle.
Is that another Black Crow word?
We have our own lexicon. Those who contribute to it, the credits may not be updated, so I can't tell you who came up with maggle.
This is all a truism thing?
No, we have a lexicon.
Who is we?
Man, I'm not giving up my sources, Stanley. This is a maggle.
Yeah, okay. Well,
in every sense of the word, when you hear maggle, this is what they're talking about. The clip defines it.
Well, a daggle's a woman, right?
Yeah, and a maggle's a man.
Okay. Well, I get that part. That is so fucking like. This is Nightshades on Sesame Street.
Imagine understanding a concept and then somebody comes with this bastard understanding.
Imagine if Oscar the Grouch were a nightshade. That's what Daggle sounds like.
Okay, close.
I never heard of a maggle or a daggle before.
Okay, a maggle, let's just put it along the lines of a toothless lion or a neutered lion, or just put it along those lines. But I'm not
neutered lion.
Yeah, I can't give you the exact definition because the behavior actually defines the word. And when you see it, you know it when you see it. This is one of those things.
And the daggle?
Listen to this motherfucker. Hold on one sec. Now, this is John Galt, Acolyte, Dolomite. I appreciate your behavior, Stanley. It helps out our analysis. Just like that security guard, you and John can have conversations until that nightshade come up and the mask comes off. What the fuck? What analysis, Dolomite?
Well, they said you didn't see the video.
It's a nigga analysis. Oh yeah, I will talk when I think it.
You don't see the video. You haven't seen the video. Said, and a lot of times you
is that what Dolomite does? A nigga analysis?
Well, I think you haven't seen the video.
That's what nightshades do. A nigga analysis.
But I think you haven't seen the video. So you're speaking out of ignorance.
Motherfucker! I speak out of ignorance all the time. Right. But you know what?
And you're doing it right now.
I guarantee you, I'm going to roast the interviewer and the interviewee in this travesty. Motherfucker, I've seen your fucking street interviews, and sometimes they're brilliant, sometimes they're not. So this is a flip of the coin. Apparently, Dave recommends it.
Well, I guess how we respond to that is like, I'm not a professional interviewer. I am go to school.
Motherfucker, then stop acting like you're that nigga John Galt with the dope. Don't have the dope, and you're not that nigga is what you mean to say. I don't give a fuck about all that. Let's just watch the clip.
People who don't put.
We know you're not a professional, John. We know this. We know. Don't tell us something we already know, John.
Very interesting.
Nigga don't have to be repetitive.
Effort to put on the interview, but you don't criticize other elements. That's very interesting.
John. I tend to pick. I tend to pick the low hanging fruit.
Yeah, I see that.
Oddly enough, you always wind up being the low hanging fruit. I wonder why, John. I wonder why it's always so easy to pick on you.
Yeah, I see that.
Are you a white male, John? Is this reverse racism, John?
I've been treated that way by black, so maybe so. But that's interesting. Keep going, carry
Is
on.
John a DEI nigga?
What the? What the fuck is that?
Interesting, though, dude.
It's like this motherfucker is complaining about being picked
I'm not
on.
complaining about anything. I just say I find it very interesting. That's all.
It's like, how can you be a Nightshade DEI hire? It's like, come on.
Hey, Stanley, I'm interested to see if you agree with this dude, man. I don't think you will.
Hey, look at the title of the show. Choons are the real DEI hires. I guess I see. That's why I love it when people just like in the chat make these jokes. They often just wind up being salient. So I'm sorry. DEI Choons, that's what I should have said. Their white supremacy, the white supremacists like Be Brave love diversity, equity, inclusion as long as they are racists. Therefore, they don't mind the DEI hire who's a white supremacist as well. That's the reason behind the show. I'm sorry, the show title. So, sorry, Portia. Yeah, probably overthought that one, but it seems to work. And look at Ricky Z.
To get your ass beat in a lot of places. You can't walk in a black establishment or anything like that and say the word coon. You're gonna get your ass kicked. Bottom line.
Okay, 12th man, can I ask you a question now that you've decided to make this comment? Who gives a fuck?
Yes, sir.
What am I gonna get beat up on a YouTube panel?
No.
Then how is that
I'm
even
just
how is
saying.
that even relevant?
All right, continue on, Stanley. I'll shut up.
Motherfucker, I just asked you a question. Apparently, you, like John Galt, don't think answering
all y'all.
questions is necessary. Oh, you don't have to apologize. I'm beating up on you. I'm just beating up. This is Stanley will beat up on dumbass comment day. They used to call it Memorial Day. Now it's like I'm just gonna shit on stupid ass comments day.
Build it while you fly it.
Well, I never heard of a DEI coon. Just saying.
You know what, motherfucker? Because I made it up. It's not like an official. It's not like an official thing. Did you actually think? You actually thought that was serious, right? DEI.
I don't know, man. I mean, we're flying off the hook at so many different topics.
You know what, Dolomite? That's gonna have to be a show title.
That's pretty good.
Stanley doesn't have to worry about any consequences. I'm his white neighborhood. Now, I'm assuming you meant in, but no. That I'm his white neighborhood. Oh, Dolomite. Thank you, sir. I'm sorry. Dolomite, you are a fool.
Yeah, I was wondering if getting show titles was a good thing from you. Or you throwing that up there to chop it up.
Oh, you know what? I think people saying stuff that's just hilarious in the chat. I love. I never have to worry about show titles. We got a lot of comedians in the chat. So, Portia, I know you're busy. Please play the clip. I'm so sorry, Portia, and y'all better support this poor woman.
Mic around for you. That's all we can do. That's all you can do. Speak directly into the mic there, so make sure people can hear you. Yes, sir. What's up? I'm here. Guys, let me know how the audio is right there. Let me know. Man, you drinking, man. You got 2 minutes for me to go get a beer?
Yes, sir. Absolutely. I'm here.
2 minutes.
I watch it.
Yeah, that's a good way to start off a fucking interview.
Oh, what's up, y'all?
Why didn't you just ask him to buy you a beer,
man,
John?
mobile DJ, based out of Northwest DC, all over the city, actually, DMV. And we are hosting our Carol reunion tonight, 2005 Carol reunion, 20 years in the bank. My classmates messing with me, man. He been trying to get me to come sit down and do an interview the whole time, man. But I'm trying to drink with my classmates. We're having a good time. I can't see y'all comments or what y'all saying, man, but I really appreciate y'all for tuning in. It's a real good time. I haven't seen some of my classmates in 20 years, man. Literally. And it's a real good time out here at Buddy's DC.
So this is John abandoning this show to get a beer with some random dude. Oh, this is fucking hilarious. So you know what? I wish this motherfucker had just taken all of John's shit and run off with it.
He said he was hosting an event. He wasn't going to do that.
That would be true Nightshade. Just fucking take his equipment and run. Oh, this is hilarious. You know what, Dave? From now on, you get to pick the clips I watch.
You can't wait to chop on John. I see that.
Oh, fuck no, I can't.
I think that's what drives you.
Where is John?
I think you chopping on John is going to add years to your life, man. I really do. You enjoy that. You enjoy doing that so much. I've never seen somebody so happy.
Oh, dude, I'm ecstatic. You know what? Dude, I am retired. I could do this all day and nobody's going to say shit about it.
Good Lord.
There is literally no one who can stop me. Now, the only thing that can stop me, John Galt does own the channel. I do know. I'm kind of biting the hand that allows me on his channel. So don't think I'm unaware of that, folks. However, John will get me back. That part we do know. So there will be comeuppance.
He's had his moments for sure.
I have no doubt that the John Galt will strike back. It's inevitable. And you don't do this kind of shit. You do not do this kind of fucking roasting without knowing. You better be able to take as good as you give. And actually, John's better at taking than I am. We all know this too, but I got to do it while I can. It's such a rare occurrence.
Well, he's braver than I am, Stanley. Like, I wouldn't leave all my shit out on the table in the streets. Like, why would you do that?
Say that again? John is braver than you are on the streets?
Well, no, because he just left all his stuff to go in and get a beer and just leaves his stuff sitting there. Like, I don't know if I could do that.
I honestly don't even know where to go with that comment, except, of course, he's braver than you are. Thank you for noticing.
Yeah. I don't leave my shit sitting around, not even in the little town of Soldotna, Alaska.
Well, Portia, if you would, please continue. And I promise I'm not going to interrupt
pull
again.
up on us, man. Carol class of 2005. We outside. We having a real good time, man, for real. Good vibes, no drama. Just grown folks doing grown folk stuff. I don't know if you can cuss on here, so I'm gonna keep it PG. I can't see no comments. I can't see what y'all saying, so I'm just gonna keep talking to get back. He's saying he's going to get him a beer, so that shouldn't take too long. We got about 30 people that showed up from the class, man. We had 80 graduate with us. So, you know, I can't complain, man. Everybody and people popping up, man. People that didn't even graduate with us, just showing love. That left like, you know, freshman year, sophomore year. They just pulling up off the strength, off the love, man. It's beautiful. Y'all make sure y'all go follow me, man. I'm DJ Beats, TANK BEATS. TANKBEATS, DJ TANKBEATS, DJ Tank Beats. Like I said, a mobile DJ in the area. And
why in the fuck would you have a screen name like that?
We out here at Buddy's DC on 11th Street, having a real good time, man. It's real good to see all my classmates, man. That I ain't seen, some of them I ain't seen in 20 years. I try to keep up with all of them, though. I try to continue to be the glue, man, for everybody, to keep everybody together. That was my role when I was at Carroll, man. I had a real good experience at Carroll. Changed my life. I grew up in Northwest DC, projects that don't even exist no more. So, you know, I'm appreciative to still be here, man. And Carroll was one of those reasons for me that just kind of changed the way that, you know,
Jesus Christ,
probably changed my trajectory on life, for real. Going to Catholic school, growing up in the Baptist forum. So
yeah, catch it when John comes back.
I ain't become Catholic until after I graduated, Carroll.
You mean it gets better?
Yeah, it gets better when John comes back.
Carroll got a pretty good retention rate though, man. Like all the alumni stick together, and it's a great time seeing everybody here tonight.
No, you're not going to see John. I don't think he's like on video. We're on 2 times speed though.
Y'all come here. You and Leslie, come here. They want to see you.
What time is it?
I mean,
hey, let me get this interview started, my man.
What's up, baby?
Let me get you enough. He about to interview.
Hey guys, let me know how the feedback. I don't want any feedback, so let me know.
I'm gonna call you back, boo.
Hey, so let me make sure my mic, guys, let me know how the audio is. Let me say something to the mic for me.
Check 1, 2. Yes, sir.
And let me know how the audio is. Any feedback, guys? I think they've been wanting to hear from you, my man. That's why I want to make sure the audio is good.
Okay.
Is audio good, guys? Audio good? Now, I didn't play it, so tell me, what is it like, Divine Nine, right?
Yes, sir.
Tell me what it's like for my audience, really. Now, I mean, I went to Tuskegee, so I know. So I'm speaking like, you know, I'm ignorant for the audience.
Okay.
Tell the audience about the Divine Nine.
It's just it's a mass connection. You know, everywhere I go, it doesn't matter what organization you're a part of, man. The love is just endless. You know, it's a brotherhood, sisterhood that just kind of transcends, man, amongst a lot. You know, if you see somebody from the Divine Nine, you just feel compelled to show love. It doesn't matter if you're a Q, if you're an Alpha, if you're a Sigma. Yeah, we got those stereotypes and those battles on the yard, right? Because we gotta, you know, we gotta make sure, you know, y'all choose the best and y'all choose the wisest, man. But it's love amongst the Divine Nine, man. I love everybody in the Divine Nine, man. No beef with nobody. You know what I'm saying? So it's
Jesus
love.
fucking
man,
Christ.
Man, you know I gotta ask you, can you at least give us that HBC?
You know,
it don't want to say
which
HBCU,
nigga is my
right?
favorite nigga
You gotta
so
give
far?
us that HBCU dog.
One, two would be get me a drink.
You know what I'm saying? Well, I ain't heard that shit in so long. You know, I ain't been at the HBCU company. The only time I get it is when I look online or something, but it's authentic right here, man.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Super authentic, man.
Hey,
Absolutely.
Let me ask you, so you live here in DC area?
I do, man. Born and raised in Northwest DC.
What part?
I grew up in Cersei Quarter.
Nigga, for real? Oh shit! Nigga, hold on. So you know, what's that little girl that got killed in Cersei Quarter?
Years ago?
Yeah.
Princess?
Yeah. Princess Jakima Harris or something.
Yes.
I went to her trial, man.
Yeah.
Oh, Jesus.
Do you remember what she said?
Can anyone tell me why John is
she
speaking
said
so loud?
And it clearly she didn't.
Is it a
she didn't
nightshade
say it on trial,
thing?
but it was in the paper.
He sounds mighty excited.
She was like,
What, Dave? What or 12th man? Why is he speaking so loud?
Have some drinks. He's outside.
I don't know, Stanley,
You know
but I've noticed that living around black cultures is that they like to speak loud to make sure they're heard. 'Cause everybody gonna hear it.
So John is code switching volume. I got you. I had no idea that code switching involved decibels. So I guess I know now. He's nightshade loud. Gotcha. I am that loud. I am that loud, nigga. John Galt.
He's in a celebratory environment,
14
though.
years old. Do you remember her?
Fuck that, dude. You know what?
Ain't nobody gonna tell you
That
because I got
stop
the best
making
pussy in Southern Florida. Do you remember that shit?
Yeah,
You know what?
I don't necessarily remember that, but I do remember Princess. She was
Making excuses for nightshades. This might be the only point. This is the real 70%. Making excuses for loud niggas.
Damn, Stanley.
Oh, goddamn right.
Be brave with that.
Y'all motherfuckers think I'm just some mild-mannered, person who likes news stories. Dude, this is why I don't like doing this, because I will fucking go for the goddamn juggler. Motherfuckers, the motherfuckers going out and doing all this nightshade bashing are the biggest nightshades. Motherfucker, you go out and you want to criticize crack hoes while high and drunk? What the fuck is that?
Is nightshade
Don't
just
criticize
another
nightshades while being a nightshade. That's
is
really
nightshade just another word for Uncle Tom, Stanley?
You know what?
Really?
Ask your daddy, John Galt. He'll explain it to you.
It's not my daddy, motherfucker.
You know what? I can't tell, to be honest. And Be Brave is John Galt's daddy. So you are fucking Be Brave's grandson.
I'm my own person, Stanley.
Oh no,
Sorry
you're not,
at this
brother.
point.
12th man, you might think you are, but as an outside looking in on observer, I don't think you are as close to the truth as you might think.
Well, I used to live there, so
Motherfucker,
not in DC particularly.
That's really not my point. Maybe I'll make it easier. Is basically, and this is going to be a fancy word, but ontologically, you are the son of John Galt, and John Galt is the son of Be Brave. Y'all are fucking racist.
I thought
Y'all
I was your son,
y'all
Stanley.
are fucking racist.
Damn it.
All a motherfucker. Y'all are all
thought I
racist.
was your son,
Dude, I just
Stanley.
don't know why you have the need to overtalk. The three of you are racists. And you know what? Racists don't have to be malicious or mean or anything like that. The way you think is so fucking race polluted that sometimes it astounds me.
That's funny because I got along really good with black folks.
Motherfucker, you know what? You get along with John Galt. Okay, you don't get along with me. Motherfucker, if you think
Yeah, we do.
if you
Come
think,
on, Stanley, we get along, bro.
motherfucker, I'm talking.
I don't get along with your
Okay,
motherfucking
Solid
ass.
Snake.
Fuck you, Stanley.
Solid
What up,
Snake.
everybody?
Okay, you know what? Solid Snake. Solid
Solid,
Snake.
what's up?
What up,
Solid
Stanley?
Snake. If you can't tame your dumb ass, you'll be the first to go. I have zero patience. I'm going to treat you like I treat my
Come
son.
on, Stanley.
I have
Come on,
zero
man.
motherfucking patience. John Galt,
No
if
holiday
you
we
just
celebrate your
because,
holiday, and you just want to fuss and
okay,
complain.
dude,
It's called Memorial Day.
okay, just because you get along with John Galt does not mean you get along with black people. Your dumb ass needs to learn this. This is why I think you're a racist. You get along with one black, you get along with all blacks. Well, motherfucker.
Y'all ain't lived with them.
Hey, dude,
Only
you're going to
lived.
be gone too. Motherfucker, don't interrupt me when I'm teaching. Just because you get along with one Negro does not mean you have love for the Negro race. And if you're fucking too stupid to understand that, then you are a fucking racist. Get it through your goddamn thick skull. This is why I don't have patience with dumb fuckers on this channel. John Galt does not represent black people in America. He represents John Galt. And the sooner your fucking dumbasses realize this, the better off you'll get along with me. And I'm not every person. I don't represent anyone but me. But motherfuckers, your racist asses need to understand that John Galt is not the standard in any community other than himself, his immediate surroundings. Get it through your fucking head and stop feeding me that bullshit. I'll get along with John Galt. Fuck that. Assholes.
Oh, you were talking to 12, man. I thought you were talking to me.
I'm talking to you too, you dumb son of a bitch.
God damn.
Dude, you are, as a matter of fact, as I've said, the white racists, the white racists are not a threat to the American black community. It is the John Galts. It is the anti-black blacks. It is the white shades. Because the nightshades, when they celebrate the white racists, they turn into white shades.
Have you ever heard of a high school dropout?
Motherfucker, don't ask me what I've heard of. You need to heed what I'm saying, Solid Snake. You personally. You know what? I'm gonna make it personal. I'm gonna make it personal.
Why?
You are the biggest problem in the black community right now. Today, at this moment. Solid Snake, literally, you are the biggest problem in the black community of this minute.
Oh my God! What did I do?
Don't pray to God. God's not going to help your dumb ass.
I just said, what did I do? Let me know. I don't know.
You know what, dude? All I have to say is that it is a cumulative thing that I'm talking about. See, this is the other thing. Well, what did I do just this minute? That's so fucking childish. Do you do realize that there's such a thing as history? There's shit you've done in the past actually accumulate.
I did this yesterday. Come on, man. It's the day.
See, that's exactly what I'm talking about. Motherfucker, yesterday will affect your today. Like John Galt got fucking arrested for a scooter violation. Yeah, yesterday.
Yeah, but he's free today.
And his ass has to go. His ass has to go. See, yesterday's scooter violation is affecting John Galt's today.
No, I think it was that liberal ass heifer. They tried to lock him up and then knew it the motherfucking sunshades across the street.
You know what? Who gives a fuck? Who gives a
How you okay with this, Stanley?
Dude,
How are
once
you?
again,
You think I'm the problem?
who gives a fuck what you think? Were you there to bail the scooter violator out? You need to shut the fuck up. No one really cares what you think about scooter violations.
But you weren't there either.
Oh, wait, hold it. Honestly, Solid Snake, I wouldn't even know about it.
It made you mad.
Okay,
that y'all
dude, I
posted
don't
data.
know why I don't know why you don't. Why are you exempt from the normal conversational rules?
I don't know.
Okay, what I'm saying is that I don't give a fuck about John Galt's scooter violation. I don't really give a. I don't give a fuck. Actually, the only good question I have is why the fuck was he even there?
Being nosy.
He didn't explain that, why he felt the need to be there. That wasn't explained in the, and I didn't see the whole video. All I have to say is dumb nigger behavior will get dumb nigger results. And John Galt in John Galt in okay, dude, John Galt in jail is the result of dumb nigger behavior. Even if it's just, what did your tires dirty the sidewalk? Just what the fuck? How does a man, a grown man, wind up in jail for a fucking scooter violation? Last I checked, if they say, hey, John Galt, your scooter is in a place it shouldn't be parked, they give you the opportunity to move it. Was John Galt scooter abused? Like they didn't give him a fucking man didn't give me a chance to move my scooter off the sidewalk. I'm abused. Kind of.
Can I say something, Stanley?
Hold on one sec. John Galt thinks all of y'all are dumb. Anyone who has lived a life knows you don't fucking go to jail for a goddamn scooter violation. John Galt is fucking with y'all. And y'all are just gonna eat it up. John, you know what? Fuck that lying bullshit. And this motherfucker will say, well, Stanley, you're not being honest with yourself. Motherfucker, really? You're not being honest with yourself. Fuckers don't go to jail for a scooter violation. God damn, this motherfucker. John Galt thinks all of y'all are dumb.
But Stanley, could it be that they arrested him because he was recording?
I don't know. Do you really think I'm gonna sit here and theorize about? Okay, you need to motherfucking let me get my point in. Okay, dude, you asked me a question. The answer is I don't give a fuck. I'm not stupid enough to believe he got fucking just arrested for a scooter violation. I do not want to theorize about it, Solid Snake, because I don't give that much of a fuck. You can theorize on somebody else's show.
Well, I'm just saying.
I don't give a fuck about what you just saying. I do not give a fuck. Dude, you're going to make me yell.
My bad.
Remember your blood pressure, Stanley.
You know what? I don't need to remember my blood pressure. I don't need to theorize. I do not need to theorize why a fucking 50-year-old man got arrested for a scooter
because
violation.
He wanted to have a
Okay,
voice.
dude, you insist on fucking talking. Solid Snake, I guess I need to concentrate on roasting your dumb ass. Because you're not motherfucking taking the hint. This motherfucker, dude, you just need to shut the fuck up.
Well, I'm just saying, Stanley.
Don't just say. I'm begging you not to just say. Take the hint.
What I'm just saying, Stanley.
You are just going to
If you was at that scene, you would have turned into Derek Chauvin. You probably would have had John on the ground with the knee in the back and everything else. And everybody knows. Everybody knows you a low down dirty.
Solid Snake. First off, the wild theorization is so Nightshade.
I know, right? I can't help it.
Yeah, well, you can't help it. That's your problem. Don't share it. Don't share your problem.
I'm just saying, Stanley. Dang. DEI. They locked up a holy man,
You know what?
Stanley. I don't like it.
I tell you what, if I had gotten locked up, if I had gotten locked up because of a scooter violation, I wouldn't have done a fucking video on it.
I would have. No,
Yeah, well,
you know what?
You and John Dog. You and John. Okay, this motherfucker just came out. Shut up. John and Solid Snake are the same. Branch or leaf or species of Nightshade? Motherfucker, some things just don't need to be shared. Scooter violations are one of them. So, Portia, I know I keep taking your time. If you want to put the link in the back, I can stop and start it, or you can just go ahead and start it, and I'll try and let this silly interview go on. But so far, I just don't see a difference. It's Nightshade to Nightshade. One's loud, and one is talking about school.
Stanley, I just wanted to say that real quick, Stanley, that I think the cops were pissed because John was filming them. You know what I'm saying? That's what got him the scooter violation.
Not only
because he was recording their asses.
Not only do I not know what you're saying, I really don't care. The motherfucker said his scooter was on the sidewalk. I just have to take that Sesame Street. Those motherfuckers probably just put him in Oscar the Grouch's trash can. They didn't fucking take him to jail. It's like they took him to Mr. I'm sorry,
they were mad because he was filming them.
Who gives a fuck? Hey, you know what? If John had said that, that would be another thing I'd roast him on. Like, hey, if they tell you to stop filming, why can't you just stop filming? I listen to these coon ass motherfuckers all the time go on. Well, you know, if the cops tell you to do something, then you should just comply. And then this coon ass nigga couldn't follow his own advice. I'm going to roast the shit out of that. I'm going to roast the shit out of a motherfucker who keeps telling me, Stanley, you can't be honest with yourself. Well, John Galt, it doesn't seem like you can follow your own advice. I never want to hear a coon-ass motherfucker on this show, let alone my panel, talk about how blacks should be compliant when they get stopped by the cops. Motherfucker, that's... Talk about people who can't be honest with themselves. They can't even fucking follow their own coon-ass advice. Dumb fucks. And goddamn right, I might roast this motherfucker all the way up to 12 hours because I think this is coon damn hilarious. Coon motherfuckers beware. I got your back and I'm going to put a knife in it.
That's what you're doing now. You wasn't
Goddamn right, and I'm gonna do it for a while longer. Hey, coon snake, I'm gonna do it some more.
I swear, boy.
Oh, motherfucker, you better swear hard, because you're not gonna stop me. What corny ass coon advice do you have for me, Solid Snake? Do what the cops say. They have your best interest at heart. If they tell you to take the scooter off the sidewalk, do it. If they tell you not to film dim, don't film dim. Dude, you know what? This is why I don't. This is why the coon ass motherfucking white shades need to take a chill pill. No one can take them seriously. They don't even take their own motherfucker. Why are you talking over me, dude? You can't even you can't even take your own coon grease. Okay, motherfucker, you think this is a pro? You think this is a pro black point? You dumb son of a bitch. I'm just wondering why coon asses can't take their own advice. They want to fucking talk about the black community, can't follow this is why cops don't want to deal with this fucking scooter violating motherfucker. They have real crimes to deal with. So John Galt thinks he's gonna just go and occupy hard-working cops' time. Those motherfuckers could have been out fighting real crime, but coon asses want to just make their point about free speech or whatever the fucking bullshit point is. Motherfucker, you know what? Somebody needs to take John Galt's black card for a week. I bet he won't miss it.
Did you see that live he did?
Listen to Dolomite here. Motherfucker, let me read this comment. Let me read this comment, please.
I don't believe that.
Stanley in full reality denier mode. Okay, I'm not denying that a 50-year-old motherfucker wound up in jail over a scooter violation. I'm not denying that. What the 50-year-old is denying is that he got put in jail for a scooter on the sidewalk. Oh man,
Stanley, you know this movie.
Gone in and stole something. That would be at least it would be like an honorable crime. John got out in an hour. Well, motherfucker, see, this is so precious. John got out in an hour while the community is celebrating George Floyd's 5th year birthday. I'll take John root for 500, Alex. He's still alive. Dolomite, I have to give you compliments. Do you know how fucking stupid this comment is? Well, let me tell you. a fucking 50-year-old man being inconvenienced. Motherfucker, he had to get in the back of a cop car, and the next day he has to go bail his scooter out of fucking scooter jail. And this motherfucker is talking about community in George Floyd. You would take John Galt's route. Dolomite, I was kind of.
Why you protecting that?
Motherfucker, why are you talking? Why are you talking?
Because you ain't making no sense.
I was kind of having some a modicum of respect, dude.
What?
50-year-old men don't like to be inconvenienced. That's why they don't fuck. Why the fuck was John Galt even there in the first place? I still don't know why. Is it his fucking job to go and fucking, dude, do it from your armchair or in front of your computer screen getting high and drunk talking about it. This motherfucker thought he was being a hero, or somehow I actually think that John Galt believes he is the nigger Geraldo. This motherfucker is some sort of investigative
So that's how you
journalist.
gonna celebrate Memorial Day by
I
being
don't know why
anti-black?
I don't know why you feel the need to interrupt Solid Snake. Stop it. Or just stay your ass in the back and go somewhere. I'm not going to keep putting you in the back. How about you just go to sleep or something? You, like John Galt, need to take more naps. When your drunk ass gets this fucking disruptive, you need to accept the blackout and fucking pass out and go to sleep. Oh, Fred.
You ain't got no blackout. You got a political platform. You just
Fred. The John Galt got fucking arrested for parking a scooter on a sidewalk, according to him. I'm like, the motherfucker got arrested over a scooter on a sidewalk. What kind of I don't even know what to say about that, other than I know he didn't fucking get arrested for just putting a scooter on the sidewalk. Motherfuckers, they will ask you to move the scooter at least once or twice. What John Galt did is he thought he was being a nigger hero, speaking truth to some weird power, or 12th Man thinks that he was filming and the cops got mad because he was filming, which I think is bullshit too. You know what? John Galt got his ass put in jail for being just fucking annoying. The motherfucker was fucking with people. Okay, the motherfucker was fucking with people who really shouldn't even be fucked with. What right does that dumb son of a bitch have to do, or what gives him the right? The woman is fucking trying to work and do her fucking job without some fucking bald-headed 50-year-old moron ruining her night. It was an asshole move, and he fucking should go to jail just for that. Being an asshole is not admirable. Fucking with people you don't know who are trying to work, whether you disapprove of their looks or how they fit in a uniform, it does not motherfucking matter. The bitch is holding down a goddamn job, and your dumb ass decided to fuck up her night. That is an asshole move. This is what the fucking anti-black specializing in, making black people's lives fucking harder. This is what I mean. The fucking anti-black blacks are worse than the white racists. They are the internal problem. If there is a black community, the John Galts and the fucking Dolomites and the fucking CTs are the black hole, sucking the whole fucking community into a singularity that they don't deserve to be in. Fucking, it is sick. I am disgusted by it, and every fucking joke I can think of to roast a dumb 50-year-old going to jail for fucking nothing. And then this motherfucker wants to talk about curfew. Motherfucker, you couldn't, the curfew doesn't affect you. Why did you wind up in jail? That's the dumbest fucking bullshit. I literally haven't heard of a dumber motherfucking bullshit reason for going to jail in fucking my life. And I'm 60 years old. Motherfucker, if you're going to go to jail, Jesus Christ. This is fucking a clown car. Did they take you to jail in the back of a fucking clown car? What a fucking moron.
Did you see that live we did the other day, Stanley, with
fuck the other day. Fuck the other day. I need to
on the sidewalk.
I need to roast this fake motherfucking
Why couldn't roast that security guard that didn't want to go and do her damn job?
This motherfucker's not even black.
Security guard, though, huh?
Oh, solid snake. Solid snake. What you want to do
well,
is
I guess because she was a black woman, she can handle all that by herself.
Solid
so
snake.
She gonna go run over there because he's going in her day.
Solid snake.
Oh, come on, Stanley.
Oh,
Stop.
motherfucker, you are standing up for a moron.
Yeah, I'm
you feel
talking
comfortable
to a
doing
moron,
that?
obviously.
I thought that was pretty riveting coverage
You're the only person
myself.
see all this shit.
Yeah, well,
Don't
you know
nobody else
what?
see this shit you so-called see, Stanley.
All I have to
Don't
say,
nobody
all
see
I
this
have
shit
to
you
say
so-called
is John
making
Galt.
everybody your
John
glory, your
Galt.
glory hole, your magnificent ass mind. That's what you're doing. Because it don't make no sense to
Dead
nobody with
people on the sidewalk.
Then get the fuck off my panel, Solid Snake. Nobody's fucking holding you hostage. Let alone, hey, you're not in jail. You're free to go, bitch. You have not parked your scooter. You have not parked your scooter on my sidewalk, but you can go.
Oh, Stanley. I go. I holler at you.
Bye.
You ridiculous. All right.
Damn.
Yes, Dolomite. I am devolving. I'm having to use the hard R. He's already gone. Portia, you know what? Solid Snake needs to know when to shut the fuck up. I am not that kind of fan. Okay? I don't feel honored to have him on my motherfucking panel.
What are you cooking up for Memorial Day, Stanley?
What I'm cooking up is roasted. I'm cooking up roasted white shade.
Okay. You're roasting of me never hurts my feelings, just so you know.
I am cooking up roasted Negro with fucking coon sauce.
God damn, Stanley, you're terrible.
You know what? When it's funny because when I was in the when I was watching his show last night, I literally thought they were kidding. As far as I kept seeing seeing in the chat, well, you know, John went to jail. I'm like, what? He's right here filming. You know, how could he have gone to jail? And I'm just like, well, I did think seeing the way dude, it was just borderline harassment. You know, surely that's why he went to jail. They just fucking, dude. I saw John Galt at that Caribbean parade. Can't remember what it was last summer. And he was fucking with female cops. He was just fucking with cops in general. And, you know, I was like, well, goddamn, John, you know, you are taking it a bit far. You know what? Cops don't have to put up with that fucking anti-black shit. Okay, motherfucker, take his ass to jail. He doesn't seem to understand the same people that he's criticizing, he's acting like, and he thinks because, you know, I don't know, maybe being a racist against blacks gives you a certain smell. You smell like a racist, and the cops will notice. I don't know. What protects John Galt's black ass from being arrested like any other Negro? Apparently, he thinks he has some secret sauce. Maybe he called Be Brave, and Be Brave bailed him out. You know what? I don't know, but apparently John Galt thinks it has a smell. It probably smells like fucking pineapple. So anyway.
Well, I was wondering because he was doing street interviews and stuff when he found those two dead people on the street, and I was wondering if between the filming and maybe he was having a drink here and there, and
was he having a dude? Did you hear him talking on the fucking? Hell yeah, he had a drink or two.
So I'm wondering, like, what are the real charges?
Okay. Trump, man. Sometimes.
Hold on, Stanley.
No, motherfucker, I'm not gonna hold on. This show doesn't work that way. You don't tell me to hold on.
All right, man.
The fuck? That you are wondering whether John had a drink or two it's amazing that you're even wondering. The better question, was he drunk and high? Now that, he might be drunk or high, or maybe both, but if he's not one or the other, don't you watch? Don't you watch it?
Well, I don't think they would have let him out in an hour if he was intoxicated. Like, that's an 8-hour minimum, isn't it? In a drunk tank, you got to go in the tank for at least 8 hours.
Let me ask you an honest question. Do you think how long he was in jail is what I'm mocking him for?
No.
Okay, then why would you? Okay, you keep wondering. I'm not. I'm just. You know what? The sheer inconvenience of it. The sheer inconvenience of having to take an hour or two out of your day to go retrieve a scooter. It's just, by the time I was 50, even a minor inconvenience. You know what, motherfucker? I'll do the speed limit because I don't want to be inconvenienced with getting a fucking traffic citation. You just learn.
I can't imagine.
You just learn over the years that, you know what? When you're young, dealing with the rules or bending the rules or breaking the rules. By the time you're like 50, I know when I was 50, if I had to spend that time dealing with the cops, that means I'm not home taking care of my son. There were responsibilities that you just did not want interrupted by some stupid shit if you could avoid it. Okay. And you know what? I had responsibilities at home. I had places I needed to be at home. I wasn't willing to risk, leaving my son, to the wind, just to fucking do a YouTube show. And that's perfectly fine if John wants to do it, but I'm going to comment on it, and there's not a goddamn thing anybody can do about it. I have opinions on why a 50-year-old black man with fucking responsibilities has time to give a fuck about some woman trying to do her job at a CVS or kids out on a curfew. Where the fuck Does a father get that kind of time?
Yeah, I found
it's a rhetorical question. I know the answer.
Stanley, I found the whole conversation kind of funny because we drive ATVs on the side of the road and on the highway up here.
Dude, this is some of the finest stuff coming from the John Galt fan base. Y'all can't stick to the goddamn point. Why would your hero waste his time? Your dumbass wants to talk about ATVs. Dude,
yeah, we drive them on the highway.
You are as bereft of brain power and critical thinking as John Galt. People who think
I can't imagine getting arrested over an electric bike.
People who think critically don't go to jail over scooter violations.
And you stay in your lane, right? I mean, if there's a bike lane, use that. Don't use the sidewalk.
Okay, you're
even
still
with a
talking
bicycle
about
or skateboard or anything.
You are not. You are just. Is it willful stupidity, or you just like literally not getting my point?
I get your point, Stanley.
What is my point? What is my point, 12th man?
Let me think about it.
I thought so. You're not getting my point.
I'm just saying, man. I can't imagine getting arrested over having a bicycle on the sidewalk. Probably says no bikes allowed right on the sidewalk. And you're gonna do it there? Really?
Okay. Yeah. That's it. You can't imagine, and that's my point.
And if it says you don't, like, I'm sure they got bike lanes right there, man. Why aren't you in the bike lane?
You really think the upshot is fucking bike lanes? Jesus. Well, you know what? I should not be surprised.
I'm just saying the laws are easy enough to obey. All you got to do is pay attention.
You really think that's my point? And I give a fuck about bike lanes and bike laws. Interesting. Charles Rangel. Portia, you know who Charlie Rangel is? He's dead. He's 94. So I don't know how you can be a Republican and not know who Charlie Rangel was. He would be like public enemy number one. You know what, Portia? The thing is that there comes a time, especially once you have kids, when you hang up your knicker shoes and you put on your Fred Rogers sweater. You don't need to be going to jail for bullshit. And we all know that it wasn't just a scooter violation. John was fucking being annoying, and somebody just got tired of his bullshit. And I don't give a fuck if he got out in an hour. The motherfuckers didn't make him skip to the loo all the way to the jail. They put his ass in a cop car. CKJ3, come on now. I'm struggling not to be that negative, CK, but I get I get your drift on that one. I'm just trying not to be. 1950s doo-wop hairstyle. That's funny. Yeah, well, I wasn't his biggest fan myself. So He was a New York Democrat, not a Georgia Democrat.
You throwing anything in the smoker today, Stanley?
Nope. Not as of yet. I'm basically going to do fancy hot dogs. While I'm here and before I go, because even my jokes mocking Scooter Galt. I'm gonna have to call that motherfucker Scooter from now on.
Yeah, I wonder what everyone in chat is cooking out there.
Yeah. What, you don't want to mock John Galt? That's really the topic. That's the hot topic right now.
Yeah.
How could no, seriously, this motherfucker will give you advice about real estate and all kinds of fucking life advice, but the dumb son of a bitch can't keep himself out of jail.
Actually,
you know it's gonna happen. This motherfucker is gonna play it up like he's some fucking working class hero. Well, the cops, those motherfuckers put me in jail because my scooter was on the sidewalk. That's like fucking nigger with the hard R, fucking victim complex if I ever heard it. This motherfucker is literally acting like he's some victim. This motherfucker is hilarious. Brian Nichols, dude, John Galt is my junior. Motherfucker, I have 10 years on him and about 20 years of maturity. My holy man. Dude, you couldn't be more wrong.
You only have 5 years on me, Stanley.
This motherfucker went to jail he is the Malcolm X of scooters. This motherfucker is the Martin Luther King of two-wheel vehicles. He's fucking fighting to make sure all scooters are free.
I'm wondering how much it costs to get his bike out of jail.
Fuck. You know what? Let me put it to you this way. The motherfucker will have to spend money he didn't have to spend to get his scooter out of fucking jail. This motherfucker, all scooters matter. Oh, that is hilarious, Brett.
Poor John Galt.
Scooter lives matter. Oh, that is fucking. Oh, this John Galt, Scooter Galt. Motherfucker, that's going to be the name of the show. Scooter Galt. Scooter Galt wants to make sure that all your scooter tires are not parked on sidewalks. That is a violation of the law. God damn. You know what? And Fred, you will have to forgive me. I've been throwing that N-word around. I've been throwing the N-word with the hard R
around. Stanley, drink some water, bro.
No, this is just too funny. I can't take a break for water when I have jokes to make. This motherfucker will give you life advice. He will talk about the nightshades doing stupid shit. You know, do what the cops tell you to do. Why can't they just comply? This dumb son of a fucking bitch winds up in jail for stupid shit. Watching that video, it's not surprised. I'm not surprised that he pissed somebody off. They're fucking like 5 or 6 cop cars, and this dumb son of a bitch decides to pick on a fucking security guard. Dude, you know what? If the point was to get arrested or just be an edgelord, like a white boy edgelord, well, mission accomplished, motherfucker, except your daddy couldn't bail you out of jail. And yeah, look, I understand that, this is probably something he'll pay a fine for. It'll be rather minor, but it's the principle of the thing. It's like a 50-year-old motherfucker talking about YNs and how black culture is so toxic, fucking contributing to the stereotype. And dumb fucks like Be Brave and U12 Man and a Solid Snake.
Come on, man.
Motherfucker, don't tell me to come on, because you have been doing it while you've been on this panel. Y'all will
I haven't.
Y'all will take up for a dumb nigger son of a bitch. The boy just fucking did some dumb nigger shit in front of your faces, and y'all are gonna dap him. You dap him up. Motherfucker, that's like the silliest bullshit. That you would take this motherfucker seriously. Treat him like the entertainer he is. He's not a serious thinker.
Well, I think he was at a crime scene because the day before he showed 2 dead people on the street, and then I think he was back at the same place again too. So I don't know.
Let me put it
weird.
to you this way. Can I put it to you this way? John Galt is a dumb son of a bitch.
Yeah, I wouldn't interfere with the cops.
Nothing you have said will dispute my opinion.
Yeah, I'm not gonna film cops while they're in a crime scene. Sorry.
Who gives a fuck what you would do? Really, why are you even interjecting yourself into my point? What does this have to do with you?
Well, you're not like looking at the deeper side.
Okay, the fucking dude, you know what? I don't think you would understand the deeper side if I fucking pushed you in with a cement block tied to your ankles. You would fucking float.
Yeah,
the deeper side is dumb son of a bitches who want to talk about how toxic black culture is, are fucking have no leg to stand on. They are the culture. They are.
Well, that's not the culture I see of black people.
I don't know why you feel the need to, like, you can't wait till I'm done. I have lost what little respect I had to hear John Galt go on about, the problems in the black community when he is literally contributing to them. Those days are over. I'm not giving him the benefit of the doubt. I think John Galt's, with the plural, with an S, are the problem with the black community. Too many fucking self-righteous fucking white shades are the problem with the black community. This motherfucker will tell everybody how bad black culture is when that motherfucker is, you know what? Let me find that goddamn show and show a portion of it, because I don't know if Fred saw it, for instance. This motherfucker is acting like the people he is criticizing, and I just don't fucking understand. Okay, I see John already has a show, the counter to Stanley show. unless I'm drunk, I won't be watching it. But who knows? But you know, he is due his return fire. But let me find the dumbass. It is. This is like a monumental cock up. Let's see. Can I find it? It was live. Yeah, I think this is the one. Hold on one sec here. This will just give me a few more minutes of stuff to roast, and then I actually do have to go. Let's see here. Here we go.
Why would I do that?
Now let's get past all this bullshit.
Do you? You just a lot of black
This is John Galt.
Man, you hungry? And I think kind of still cramp.
And this nigga went on to tell he be like, hey, he can throw the ball. Remember Vince Young and Dante Culpepper, them niggas throw the ball a long way, but they could make good decisions.
Well, you know what? This
and you could hear the black
video,
woman, and you know that black babe. Right?
Hey Stanley, I'm out. Have a good day, bro.
Oh, I will continue to have a good day. This has been a very fun day for me. Let's see. I do want to figure out. That's 2 hours ago. I don't know. That might be the one. Yes.
These pronoun speaking niggers. As I said last night.
You know what? Now I was half asleep when I watched it, and I don't see the part where he's downtown or wherever it was he was. So I'll just play this little clip where he's harassing some poor innocent woman.
Right. It's really amazing to see niggas that can barely grasp English. Now they using all these fucking pronouns to describe bad black baby. Right? Why don't call them niggers? Fucking niggers. These motherfuckers really made me sick, bro.
Well, Silence I'm sorry, Phoenix Fish, you missed the best of it.
And again, what makes me sick, you said we get it already. Yeah. What really makes me sicker than anything? Oh, shit.
That's funny, Brian.
Yo, you know what John got here? Yeah. Hold on for a minute. Let me see if I can get you on the road real quick.
I'm not trying to be on live, bro.
Man, I went down to the Navy. I got fucking arrested yesterday. Can you believe that?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah. Are you on live right now or no?
Yeah, I'm on live right
now. You said you got arrested?
Yeah, I got arrested.
Cool.
I said to the security guard that working in CVS, he said, I'm so tired of these kids or youth. And I said, who, the black kids? She said, why are you talking about black kids? I said, well, they black, ain't they? Why are you talking about black kids? She started screaming and hollering at me like I'm the motherfucking problem. I said, what you doing in the community to help solve these problems? So a black police officer comes over to me. Now, I'm not riding my scooter. I'm sitting on my scooter. He said, you got your scooter on the sidewalk. We're going to arrest you for sitting on your scooter on the sidewalk. Now, the YNs, they're outside past curfew, staring the police down, riding on stolen divvy bikes or whatever the fuck them little bikes are, cussing at the police.
Now, see, here's John Galt talking about what other people are doing to the police. Yeah, what the fuck did he do to the police? These fucking anti-black blacks are just so fucking hypocritical. It's like, dude, you are criticizing your ass, however minor it was. You had to waste cops' time with some penny anti-black bullshit while they could have been out fighting like the fucking black depravity, like shooting up streets or whatever it is you and Be Brave natter on about. The cops could have been fighting that crime while they were booking your dumb ass for a scooter violation. You wasting taxpayers and cops' time for some penny anti-nigger babble bullshit is unacceptable, nigger John Galt. Your ass is a clown show, and you need to fucking realize that. And you will get your say. Hopefully, I'm here to watch it, but I might or might not. But this is fucking embarrassing. This is embarrassing for a 50-year-old landlord fucking getting arrested for a scooter violation, and as if that could get you arrested. Your motherfucking ass was being annoying, as you usually are with cops. I bet it was a female cop who slapped the cuffs on you. Because we know how you treat female cops. You didn't treat a female cop any better than you treated that female security guard. And I'm going to emphasize again, the security guard had no fucking clue who you were. Whether you like her job or how she does her job, she's not fucking collecting a welfare check. She actually is gainfully employed. And for your dumb ass who usually criticizes people on welfare, for your dumb coon ass fucking with her while she's trying to do a job is embarrassing. It's embarrassing even for the coons. And listen to this dumb son of a bitch. If she was doing her job, this situation wouldn't have happened. You know what, Dolomite? You are the 12th man of the black community right now. You don't fucking get the point either. So try as you might. What I'm trying to tell you is coons criticizing black people doesn't always work out in the end. When the coon becomes the nightshade, he was a nightshade to begin with, but this motherfucker will sit here drunk and high criticizing nightshades and then gets arrested for nightshade behavior. If you don't see the irony, my brother, maybe you're not as smart as I've given you credit for. And Phoenix Fish, you can fall closer to John. Just don't fucking ride his scooter. You might wind up in jail. Portia, are you biting your nails? I want to test my fortitude today. I'm curious to see if I can break through the lexicon and shift the mindset as it pertains to the situation, looking both at John's perspective as well as Stanley. Oh, no. Don't bother looking at my perspective, Portia, because look, I'm not expecting you to even bother with my perspective. My perspective is a motherfucking coon who wants to criticize black people for petty crimes, major crimes, shooting up the streets, committing crimes, is literally doing dumb teenage bullshit, taking actual cop time. They could be out fighting the crime that John Galt and his daddy Be Brave fucking complain about. Okay, don't be a part of the problem, nigger John Galt. Fucking be a part of the solution and don't take up cops' time with fucking penny ante fifth grade level bullshit. Oh, motherfucker, you know what, Portia? I'm not making a few points. I'm making the point. John Galt does not have a leg to stand on when he wants to complain about what the blacks or them niggas are doing. He was one of them niggas last night, wasting time. Who gives a fuck about curfews? Who gives a fuck about some poor woman trying to do her job when John Galt, Mr. Law and Order John Galt, what was the motherfucker even doing out at that time of the night? What the fuck were you doing out, old man? Why wasn't your ass with your lovely lady Lisa? Don't you have better things to do? Portia, you know what? My main argument, I don't have three main arguments. My main argument is the motherfucker should kind of stop criticizing the nightshades because John Galt is a nightshade. He is about the nightshadiest motherfucker I know. I don't know many nightshades, but John Galt would be the biggest leaf. John Galt is a nightshade, has the biggest leaves. Parenting. You know what? Is John Galt a parent? I have no idea. Distracting cops, taking up their time with childish antics, speaking about nightshades while you know what? Definitely the second two. I don't know if John Galt, I don't know his personal business, so I am a little on thin ice with that. You know, that's his business and really none of mine. So no, strike the first one. I will just make the point that, you know, if you're a parent, you generally don't have time for shenanigans in the middle of the night, or let alone getting arrested or being inconvenienced. There's baths to give. Night shadiest. Yeah, I said it. Yeah, I said it. Phoenix Fish. Oh, write it down. Hey, you know what? Yeah, write it down because John is sure to address it, and I'm sure John will return fire in kind. But you know what? There's not a goddamn thing John can fucking say to make up. You know what? I might not. I may be a disappointment to John's version of what a black man is, but motherfucker, I'm not getting my ass thrown in jail for dumb shit. Hey, look at this motherfucker. John is my hero. He and Be Brave taught me how to be anti-black. Oh, come on now, Shredder. You're not giving yourself enough credit. You were anti-black way. They taught you how to put a finer point on your anti-blackness. You've been anti-black for years, Shredder. You can't fool me. Oh, well, hey, Portia, don't think I'm afraid to address the parenting point, because I definitely have ideas about what parents should do and how they should be. My thing is it's the weakest of the 3 points, and in the end, it's actually not my job or my business. So, but I'm not afraid to address it if need be, because I definitely have thoughts on the topic. You know what? This is not going to be the day. Since I've gone this far to piss people off, I might as well burn the whole bridge. Dude, I love burning bridges. It's in my nature. And you know what? This will just be another bridge. I get to the other side and it will be okay. Let's see. And Portia's humoring an old man. Are you trying to rush me off? Oh, Fred, that is funny. You are so right, Fred. John is a whole pookie. No, let me tell you, Fred, this is what John Galt thought was going to happen. He thought he was going to bring his ass up here and just talk about his travails. Like, oh, this motherfucker wanted to present himself as a fucking victim. And I'm like, dude, you really thought you were going to come up to Stanley versus the world with that lame shit and me not comment on it? And then he started trying to fight back. Like, it was that, like, going to fucking jail over a scooter on a sidewalk is the new civil rights movement. This motherfucker is outrageous. This motherfucker, he wanted to tell stories, and you know what? Had I let John Galt go on, it would have been the cops pulled out fire hoses and set dogs on him for parking his scooter on the sidewalk. This motherfucker was gonna be the Ella Baker of fucking Ella Baker of scooters. This is just fucking hilarious. This motherfucker, you know what? If he got a ticket, a ticket is one thing. Supposedly he went to jail. And then the icing on the cake was like, hey, he has to leave in a few minutes to go pick up his scooter. This motherfucker got his goddamn this motherfucker got his scooter impounded. This is like, motherfucker. This is literally Sesame Street. This John Galt's fucking hood is Sesame Street. Like the next street over from MLK is Sesame Street. God damn, dude. Oh, I have not laughed this much in fucking a month or two. Scooter Lives Matter. It's like, oh man. Oh my god. Oh yeah, CK. Yeah. Fucking Solid Snake and fuck Dolomite, Solid Snake. All these motherfuckers are proclaiming that John is their hero. I'm like, dude, y'all need to fucking go back to the dictionary and figure out what a hero is. I swear, there's some motherfucker in this chat who's going to basically get a John Galt t-shirt. Like there's Che Guevara. There are t-shirts. Somebody's gonna get a fucking free John Galt t-shirt. Oh, free John Galt scooter. Yeah, that's my hey Fred, I suggested that the chat start a fucking GoFundMe or something to like collect money. You know, maybe you can get like $500,000, you know, for his scooter arrest. And I know it wasn't. Look, John Galt didn't go to jail for a fucking scooter on a sidewalk. That motherfucker was being John Galt. That's actually why he went to jail. He can talk all the bullshit, but there's no way a grown man is going to go to jail for a scooter. An actual grown man would be, okay, officer, I'll move the scooter. Oh, wait, hold it. What is Solid Snake? Let's say CKG with them bad analogies as usual, comparing a scooter. Oh, motherfucker, I did it. I made the
Stanley, I've been listening to you.
Oh, good. You know what? You should have come back on camera sooner.
Yeah, but I'm here now. I'm
motherfucker, and.
But you know, listen, I'm gonna tell you, I ain't got no reason to fucking lie. I could have not even told you I went to jail, nigga. I ain't got nothing to hide.
You know what?
I'm gonna interrupt you. I'm gonna interrupt you here because I ain't got long. Right? Like I let you do your show. You can say whatever you like to say about me, but you have to be honest.
Oh, John,
like,
it's not about you.
And then there's
you per se. It's about your situation.
I don't mind what you say about me. That doesn't bother me. I have people that talk much worse than me to my face, and what you say on the internet does not bother me.
Oh well, hey, it's just jokes.
Right? But yeah, that doesn't bother me at all. But I do think you need to be honest, right? And I told you what.
Oh, motherfucker, you need to be honest. You don't get fucking put in jail for a scooter on a sidewalk.
Stanley.
Did you refuse to move it or what?
Stanley, if you let me answer the question.
Oh, motherfucker, you need to be much quicker with your answers. Okay, I don't need a fucking parable.
Stanley, as I told you, that's what they arrested me for. They did not give me the opportunity to move.
Did you refuse to move it, John?
Stanley.
So they put you in cuffs for a scooter on the sidewalk.
Let me answer because I think it's important for the audience, not for you, because you have your mind made up.
Oh, motherfucker, you know what? If you think it's important for all the folks to know the victim, John Galt. We're interested, John Galt.
Stanley, I would end this stream if you come up here and slander me like that. I never came up here one time.
Slander you?
Right, because I never came up here one time and said I'm a victim or anything like that. Nigga,
oh no, I'm making a joke, John. You got something against making a joke?
Make a joke and lie on me because I did not come up here and say I was.
Oh, now you want to get in your feelings?
No, I'm not in my feelings. I just prefer you speak the truth up here.
The truth is, a grown-ass man got put in jail for a fucking scooter violation. That's the truth, right?
Oh, that's true, right? But to say that I spoke back to the cop or I was bad mouthing the cop, that was not true.
John, you know why? You know why?
The only reason I came up here instead of just ending the fucking stream because I wanted to correct you, right? And one of the things I wanted to correct you on because I think is very important is because I don't believe in bad mouthing cops. You heard me say that many, many times up here. And so one of the things that I said up here, and I guess you wasn't fucking listening, is that when they came and they put the handcuffs on me immediately, they didn't say, "Hey, sir, get your scooter off the street." I would have done that. But when they arrested me, I ain't say a fucking word. Not one fucking word. To the
So,
time,
did you get the paperwork from the arrest?
yes, here somewhere.
Okay.
Yeah,
Does the paperwork say? Does the paperwork say we arrested John Galt?
Yeah, because when they initially walked up on me, what they said was, you know, you said like, cause they put me in the sidewalk in handcuffs immediately, because and I didn't notice it. My fault. See, again, I'm not playing victim. Having a scooter on the sidewalk is against the law. I didn't know that. My fault, right? And that's why I don't play no fucking victim. I'll be very honest with you. And so when they said it to me, I said, okay, well, fuck you got me. And so I ain't say a word, not one fucking word. There was no back and forth. There was no, hey, get your scooter off the sidewalk. I said, yeah, fuck you. There was not one word said.
Wow.
From the time they put me in hand, from the time they approached me, I may have said, damn, you're going to arrest me for this? And that was it.
Well, let me ask you a question, John. Do you think that the punishment was too severe for the violation?
What I would say is, and this is where, you know, I think what blacks have a problem with is that they would put their, and I'm familiar with the policing in this city, they would put there to more or less be crowd control for the YNs.
Okay, hold on. You might as well just fucking end the show. So where do dude, this is so ridiculous.
Yeah, you didn't see the video. So if you didn't see the video, then
60-year-old black man to actually believe that YNs had something to do with this? Did they think you were a YN, John?
No, that's not what I'm saying. But if you let me finish my point,
dude, your
brother,
point
I in stream, because I've already talked about this. But if you want to talk about it again, I don't mind talking about it. I said you can watch the stream. But
I only have so much patience.
I understand, but you asked me the question. If you want me to answer it, I will. And so they were there more or less, as you can see, there were a lot of police there, and they more or less were there for crowd control for the teens. But they don't want to do that shit, right? Just stand there and watch these teenagers all day. And so one of the officers, you know, stepped out of line and decided to just effect an arrest. He wasn't outside of the law. There's some obscure law that would allow them to do that. I ain't gonna say it's obscure, but there's a law that allowed them to do that. Now, when he goes back to the roll call, they're probably gonna be asking, yo, bro, you stepped out of the line to do that? We needed all hands on deck for the YN. That's one way of looking at it. But the other part is that, like, again, he could have asked me, hey, just get off the street. I would have gotten off the sidewalk. That's fine. If you want to arrest me, that's fine too. I ain't got no problem with that. You enforce the law how you see fit. But again, you see in what you see there, like, they were willing to arrest me, but they'll tell you if you talk to them that they can't arrest the young blacks. They cannot do that. And so you say, well, why was I there? Free world shit. It's 7 or 8 o'clock. Am I not allowed to be there? Right? Am I not allowed to be there? If I'm not allowed to be there,
what's the problem do you have a problem with the law?
No, as I said, if that was the law,
was there signage saying you shouldn't be there?
No, there was a sign. There was no signage saying you can be there. They were there for the teens, and as
you got caught up in
well, you can imagine, Stanley, like, the police officers don't want to be involved with the teens. Right around the corner from my house, I'll tell you a story. Literally about 2 blocks away, there was a young man. 2 teens, 3 teens. I think I have a video of it on stream. One of the motherfuckers was armed. The police was so fucking afraid because he didn't want to touch them, because there's all these policies and rules that you can't touch the YNs and all this kind of shit.
Okay, have you ever heard the term ignorance of the law is no excuse?
I didn't say I haven't made an excuse. I didn't say, oh, they didn't have a sign, so you shouldn't arrest me. Hey, man, if you say that's the rule, cool. We're fighting in court if it ain't. I'm not going to sit here and argue with you on the street about it. They immediately put the handcuffs on me. I didn't buck back. You know what's interesting, though? 2 of the men I was in jail with, you know what they were in jail for?
I don't give a fuck what they were in jail for. Why do I need to know?
They were in jail for fighting the police.
Okay, again, why do I need to know? Why is it important?
I didn't fight the police, right? So listen, I can be there recording. Is it against the CKJ3 says you were there recording? Okay, fair enough. Is it against the law to record?
John,
was not the only person there recording.
let me give you my reaction.
I did not
your story.
anything other than roll a scooter on the sidewalk, as they say. Listen,
John, it is a well-known fact that sometimes cops will fucking just find a little like niggling, and niggling. I'm going to use the word niggling with intent.
You don't have to
find a reason to arrest someone.
Dude, you didn't hear me say.
They will find a reason to arrest someone who's being a public nuisance.
That's cool. You didn't hear me say one word.
And yes, it's fine. It's cool, but it really doesn't change my point that, sometimes people criticizing nightshades are the actual nightshades. And I think this pretty much proves my point.
Yeah, I got you. Okay.
The next time you want to get up and criticize nightshades, I'm basically gonna go, well, John Galt, you're a nightshade too. Why are you tossing stones at glass houses or rocks or whatever?
It's very interesting. Again, I'll address CKJ3. I was not accused of harassing a police officer.
Okay, and your little minion Dolomite is fucking annoying. Okay, God damn it. My point is that, you know what? That security guard has a job to do. Whether you approve of how she does her job or not, at least she's not on motherfucking welfare. At least she has a job. And for you to be up there giving her shit is inexcusable. It is, you are part of the problem, not the solution.
Well, Stanley, I think honestly.
Okay, I need you to address my point. Why would you harass a woman who's not on welfare if you don't approve of her job? Complain to her fucking boss instead of harassing her.
Was I harassing her?
Yes, in my opinion. Yes, in my opinion, you were interfering with her job. She did not deserve the treatment you gave her.
How did I interfere with her job? I didn't call her name.
Motherfucker, dude, I watched the video. God damn it, you might have just been arrested because she told the cops, hey, arrest that asshole.
I'm open to critique from you.
Okay, the critique is don't harass poor black women trying to do a job, because if she was on welfare, you would complain about that.
If you think I was
on motherfucker, I literally watched you talk about, well, maybe it wasn't you, it was people in your fucking chat, the morons that are your equivalent, criticizing her looks and all this shit that has nothing to do with anything. The woman is doing a job and is not costing the taxpayers welfare money. And a black man such as yourself with gray in his beard harassing her,
did I criticize
from a black man to a black man? It was disrespectful, bruh.
Did I criticize her to her face?
Motherfucker, that's not my point. I said you were disrespectful. Don't ask me dumb questions. I watched. You keep telling me to watch the video. I saw that part of the video.
I'll give you opportunity. Because
the opportunity is me telling you to fucking stop harassing people.
I'm asking. So how was
I harassing people, John? Maybe you won't go to jail.
I'm asking you a question. Was I harassing her?
Yes.
Okay. In what way was I harassing her?
Watch the video. That's what you keep telling me. If you have a question, watch the video.
Only people here that I was harassing a woman. I'm not even disputing you. I'm asking you.
You were literally making her night harder than it should have been.
How did I harass her?
Motherfucker.
Did I call her
out? Watch the video. Watch you on the video.
I'm asking. I'm giving you an opportunity to.
Dude, fuck the opportunity. I said what I said and I stand on it. I don't need you to give me an opportunity. Watch the video. I did.
So you saying that I harassed her?
I am literally saying you should not behave that way because you were harassing her.
Now, earlier you said you didn't watch.
Motherfucker, dude.
Watch the video or not? Did you watch the video or not?
I saw the part where you were harassing the security guard.
Okay, so how did I harass her?
Motherfucker, you know what?
Because you say I
Did
did.
you talk to her at all? Did you talk to her, John?
Yeah, is that
Did you
harassment?
have words with her, John?
Yeah, is that
Did
harassment?
you have any words that weren't "excuse me, ma'am," "pardon me, ma'am," "good job, ma'am"? Were you talking to her about race? It was something about race you were bullshitting about?
Was that harassment?
Yes, motherfucker, it was harassment.
I scream at her, or did I call her
Okay,
anything?
motherfucker, you were criticizing how she was doing her job. John Galt, are you her boss? Are you her boss? Is it your job to motherfucking criticize someone that you don't know?
Is that her job?
Yes, you were harassing her.
Okay, so I was harassing her.
Did you talk to her about race at all, John?
John,
answer my question.
It's harassment to talk about
Yes,
race.
it is harassment.
Okay, so the harassment is to
Yes,
talk about
it is harassment.
in any form.
In any form. If you were talking to her about anything other than her job, like go arrest somebody or ma'am, he stole from the store, you wanted to talk about race and all kinds of superfluous bullshit, taking her away from her assigned job. I call that harassment.
All right.
Motherfucker, are you her boss?
All right, but
are you her boss?
I'm gonna get out of here today.
I think you should.
I think we're gonna start having more clear conversation about race here because all day Stanley
motherfucker, anytime you want to have a conversation on a panel about race, that's fine. Why would you fucking assault some woman with words about something that doesn't have to do with her job?
Your words now? Okay.
You were harassing the poor woman.
Going forward, we're going to have much more honest conversations up here on the panel about race. We're not going to allow people to look past.
Motherfucker, let's have it now. I think you're a racist.
I think, okay, that's fine. I think we're not going to allow people to get up here. On one hand, they say that there is no such thing as race, and then they're going to, on the other hand, then they say racism and racism.
Easy, motherfucker. You won't be the one to give me smoke. That's goddamn for sure.
Just like the security guard said, on one hand, she said,
video.
On one hand, she said there is no race, and then on the other hand, she says, don't mention race. We're not going to do that up here anymore. The reason why the police is there was for the blacks, the black team.
If they arrested a black, are you not black, John? They were there for the blacks, and you were one of the blacks.
But before we end this show today, going forward, we're going to focus on the blacks if that's the issue. We're not going to look past it like this security guard did. Right? And that's what I'm going to say to you, and I'm going to say to everyone.
Tourism says he's glad to see you out, bro.
If you have a problem, right, doing that, and being honest, talking about the blacks, because I've listened to you pretty much all the show, and you have not mentioned the reason why the blacks were down there. And I think
the only black I care about is the one I'm talking to. I don't know any of the dude.
But I don't need you to worry.
I didn't even know about the curfew until you brought it up.
I don't need you to worry about me. Because
okay, motherfucker, you need somebody to worry about your ass.
This show is not about
going to jail.
No, this show is not about me, right? I'll handle myself. But the format going forward would be being honest, right?
Okay, format? Your format?
Yeah, because I'm not sure if you can do that because, like,
motherfucker, I have been very honest about race. You have not.
I'm telling you from my standpoint, what I'm seeing, right, is that you have not focused on the reason why the police were down there.
I don't give a fuck what. God damn it. I don't fucking live in DC. Why would I give a fuck?
I understand.
Literally, I don't, dude.
But
you know what? I see DC through your nightshade perspective.
That's what a lot of the talk is going to be about here, Stanley, honestly. And so that's what we're going to talk about. And that may very well not
motherfucker, we aren't going to talk about anything. I will talk about what I want to talk about. And the bottom line is you cannot skirt around what happened, John. You're a fucking hypocrite.
And we're not going to allow you to skirt around while the police.
Oh, motherfucker, I will do what I want.
No,
we don't decide what Stanley does.
We're not going to allow that here anymore. We're going to have to
Guess what? Guess what? I will do what I want to do 100% of the time.
Because I couldn't believe I sat here and I listened to this shit and I'm like, damn, you're not going to mention at least the black team.
No, I don't give a fuck is why I didn't mention it. I don't give a fuck what, dude, why were, if the cops were there, why were you there?
But we're not going to do it.
See, you want to talk about the cops when it's all about you, John Galt. Why was your dumb ass there?
See, we're
if
not
you
even
know the cops are there, why would you be there? To film the cops?
Chip around a little bit, right?
Okay, dude, you want to fuck with police, you want to fuck with security guards. Motherfucker, be accountable for your behavior.
That's into you, Stanley.
Okay, you want to talk about the cops, but you don't want to talk about your John Galt's behavior is what I'm interested in.
I've already acknowledged my behavior. I'm fine, right?
Your behavior was fucked up.
Yeah, I did wrong. I shouldn't have had to scoot on the sidewalk.
Then you know what? Then as long as you know you did wrong, my mission has been accomplished.
What we're going to do here?
I don't give a fuck about the cops.
What we're going to do?
You know you just admitted to it, and that's good enough for me. You did wrong. That's really all I'm caring about right now. I don't give a fuck. I don't live in DC. I don't give a fuck about what DC cops do. I don't have to. But you live in DC. You should behave better so you don't have negative interactions with said cops.
I'm gonna finish my statement here if you allow me. Stanley, I'm gonna turn the direction on this ship, and I listened to you again 5-6 hours, and I couldn't believe that you overlooked the reason why the police were there. And I know you don't give a fuck.
I don't give a fuck while the police were there. I not only overlooked it, I sidestepped it.
but for this channel, for this show, we got to see. We can't look away. And I
can look away.
It's very hard.
I don't live there, John. John, tell me, since you are so high and fucking mighty, why should Stanley care about what happens in DC and DC cops? Tell me why I should care.
It's not just DC, but you have the inability to look at the bigger picture when it comes to blacks, and when the black issues. John, let me
the bigger picture.
You cut me off. I just step away, and then I'll talk to you after the stream. But what I'm trying to tell you is, I want to cover shit in a more real way, and I think after listening to you 4 or 5 hours and you couldn't even cover why the police were there.
I don't give a fuck. Why would I cover it?
But we need an intellectual curiosity here that I don't give a fuck about a lot of things I cover, but I find them interesting once I get into.
John, I'm not your boy, okay? I'm not going to cover shit I don't give a fuck about.
Right. But I can't, it's just dishonest to get up here and not see things.
How am I being dishonest?
Yeah,
I'm literally telling you I don't give a fuck. That's about as honest as I can be.
And that's probably a very bad attitude to have too, but we can overlook that. But like for you to not see all them black teens and the way the black,
I don't live there. Why would I care?
I understand,
dude. You know what I think about those teens? I think
I don't care
where were their parents?
But again,
were you one of their parents? Is that why you were there?
See, that's a topic that you could have covered, but you can't go there.
I don't give a fuck. Why would I? You were there. Why can't you cover it?
Much about
you cover it. You are in DC.
You're the parenting man. This is not a DC.
Motherfucker, aren't you a parent, John? John, aren't you a parent?
I don't talk parenting here. You do.
Okay, well, I don't either. I just say how fucked up it is.
How great your parent is, right?
Okay, here's my parenting advice. Don't let the teens go out after curfew. See how simple that is?
Right, so you should have had a show. And I think that
motherfucker, you don't tell me the show I should have. That's not how this works.
I think the reason, honestly, and I'm just being honest with you, the reason why your numbers are off is because you could have had a whole show about look how bad the black parenting is. Look at these kids, but you have to look away. You can't see it. You don't want to see it.
No, I don't.
And when someone brings it to your attention,
you want to know why I don't want to see it? Because it's none of my business.
I understand. But all the white people business, all the books that you read, that ain't your business either.
Oh, so books are white people's business? Blacks can't read books, John? Is that how that works? Only whites can read books, John?
The books you read,
books are white people's, but motherfucker, you sound like a slave fucking owner in the early 1800s. You don't want the niggas to read?
You sound like the slave owner's book.
You literally sound like, hey, when a black man says books are a white man's business, I get real motherfucking concerned. What century are we living in, John?
Other people's thoughts in your head.
Motherfucker, you obviously do not understand where I'm coming from. Motherfucker, the minute you tell me that books are white people's business, you fucking lost me.
I didn't say that, but I say you read white people books.
And motherfucker, I read black people's books too. Books have no color.
Bigger point is that Stanley.
See, racists like you want to even fucking put color on books.
For what it is, Stanley.
A book is black. A book is white.
The fact that you could not see all them black kids when the police respond.
I don't give a fuck about a one of them.
And I think that's why your numbers are down, because
I don't give a fuck, dude. Your numbers are down too.
Right, but again, my number.
Let me put it to you this way: are you saying, "Hey, Stanley, your numbers aren't high enough? Get them higher"? Because I'm not going to be like you to get them higher.
Be Brave's numbers. You
fuck Be Brave. You know what? Be Brave's numbers are higher because he's a goddamn racist.
Yeah. Okay. Well,
okay, motherfuckers never entertaining racist.
Talk about parenting shit. You could have talked about the parenting all these black kids all over America, and ain't just DC.
Nope, I'm not responsible for kids all over America.
What are you talking about then?
Motherfucker, I'm talking about what I want to talk about.
In the blacks, right? You get up, you tell us about something.
Motherfucker, I don't represent the blacks. Do you?
You got to be.
You represent the blacks? Because I don't.
You talked about a food to table black, and then they're blacks.
Yeah, God damn it. You know what? So see. Yeah. I talked about food to table, motherfucker. I know how to cook. That's why I talked about it. It was relevant. A fucking teenager in DC out after curfew is not relevant to me. I don't have a teen in DC.
I understand. I know, Stanley. I've been here before. I've
motherfucker, then you know me well. You know I don't give a fuck about things I can't control.
But what I don't understand is, why do you criticize the blacks or people like Be Brave, right? Like because he's criticizing blacks, and so some on one hand you want to hold on to the blacks, but on the other hand you want to overlook the bad black parenting that leads to.
You think I don't? You think I don't comment on bad black parenting?
I don't hear Stanley because you.
Okay, well, mother, maybe you don't listen enough.
I don't.
Let me tell you why I criticize Be Brave since he's your daddy. Daddy Brave. I know your feelings are hurt when I criticize Be Brave. So, let me tell you why. Be Brave is a racist asshole. That's why I criticize him.
Can you not agree that the blacks in America, right, are destroying everything, every place they go in big numbers? They're destroying it.
No, I don't agree with that. And the reason I don't agree is I've seen no data that backs that up.
That's what I'm saying. Like, you need data. Oh,
motherfucker, I need data. Call me white, because I need data.
Because the government ain't gonna collect that data for you,
motherfucker.
They can't collect it because it will be considered racist. But everybody knows, nigga. Like, everybody, stop, nigga. Everybody knows. Nobody want to fucking live around blacks. You don't need no fucking data for that. You don't have the fucking years of this.
I'm afraid, John. I don't base my culture critique over my lumbago or whether my knee hurts.
But you can't go find data, right? So you're gonna have to use your intuition. You're gonna have to use your fucking.
You know what? Do you really? Oh, I can't believe
the problem,
dude.
right?
Dude, how many problems in America have been solved by intuition? Name fucking one.
If you can't admit without data that people don't want to live around blacks, you see that's the problem. That's the fucking problem. If you need data to tell you that,
motherfucker, you're a far right maniac. Have you not heard of facts over feelings?
It don't matter what.
Doesn't your far right God Ben Shapiro?
You're not gonna have data for everything.
Far right God tells you facts over feelings.
They don't do polls to tell you that, hey, I don't want to live around niggas. They don't do polls.
Now look. Lindy Lou's here. Lindy Lou is here telling me I'm disingenuous and a liar.
Yeah. Want to live around black Stanley.
Lindy Lou, you be so funny.
Stanley, people don't want to pick them up in Ubers. We've displayed that. People don't want to do it.
I take Ubers all the time.
Yeah, but you just want. But people don't want. They may not want to pick you up, but they still pick your black ass up anyway. But people don't want to live around.
John, you live in DC.
No, it ain't. I ain't just lived in DC. I live in a lot of places, and everywhere I've ever been, I've seen the property values the lowest where the blacks are. And it ain't because racism. It's because nobody else. They can't get any outside investment. Nobody wants to live around. They got
John. You know what? Let me just go ahead and agree with you. Everything you say is right. Now, what you need to do, Professor John, is tell me why, John.
You don't want to live around blacks.
John, goddamn it, dude, you don't want to let me speak now, do you? Because you know my question's going to blow your dumb ass out of the water.
Go ahead.
Why should I give a fuck? Okay, why do you give a fuck? If everywhere blacks go, the property values are lower. Boomers don't want to pick us up. Tell me why I should give a fuck.
I just want you to admit it.
Motherfucker, see, you can't answer a simple question. Tell Stanley Cross why he should give a fuck.
Because I just want you to admit it. You don't have to give a fuck. I just want you to admit it. Can you admit that blacks have destroyed everything that they've come across in mass, from malls to schools to buses to riding the trains to neighborhoods? Like, and this is not to say that all blacks are bad.
Okay, motherfucker, you just want to go on and on. What you're hoping to do is run out the clock. I can give you a simple answer. My answer is no.
Okay.
I don't agree.
I don't know how you can't see that.
Motherfucker, right? I'm from Savannah, Georgia. I was literally just there a few months ago. Savannah looks fine to me.
But when you see
blacks live in Savannah, John. Blacks live in motherfucking Savannah, Georgia. They also live in Charleston. They also live in Atlanta. I don't see the mass destruction you're pretending is happening.
This is so boring to me, bro. Like,
motherfucker, then go pick up your scooter.
Talking to a nigga that can't.
The scooter is calling you.
Talking to a nigga.
I mean, literally, you want to talk about intuition and what you see, but when I tell you what I see, it's unacceptable to you. Motherfucker, no, I don't agree, because I literally live in a place where blacks are not destroying everything. I'm from a goddamn place. Savannah looks fine. Atlanta looks fine. I don't see what you see. And I think what you see is colored by anti-black colored glasses. You want to see the worst.
Mm-hmm.
You want black people to fail. That's what you're seeing.
Mm-hmm.
And all I motherfucking see on your shows are fucking the worst you can find in your... Dude, I would love to know how you filter your Twitter feeds. I have yet to see a motherfucking story that presents blacks in positive light. You can go. You're accusing me of being too positive. Well, motherfucker, your shit is dark. It's like blacks can't do anything right, and you stand the fuck by it. And as of last night, you exemplify it. Motherfucker, you couldn't even ride your scooter downtown without being arrested.
That's how you see it. And, you know, again,
Well, motherfucker, that's how it is. Were you arrested or not?
Yeah.
For a scooter ride. Motherfucker, you got arrested for a scooter violation. Yes, blacks destroy everything, including breaking scooter laws.
As I said, Stanley, I admitted to, yeah, man, if they say that's their law, they take me into custody.
Well, how about not break the law, black man?
I didn't know it was against the law, but once I found out, it won't happen again, and I didn't give them any resistance. Maybe that's a lesson.
Well, thank God, because you'd have gotten your old ass beat down.
But at the same time,
did you think of resisting?
At the same time, what I'm saying, Stanley, you can't deny why all those police are there. You can't even deny what the black lady was saying before I pulled up. She said, "I'm so tired of these blacks." She was screaming it to the rooftop. "I'm so tired of these blacks." That's what she said.
John, you just joined in the beating down the blacks, didn't you?
And I'm telling you, Stanley, that you may not believe it, but I've shown you stream after stream, interview after interview, of blacks saying that they're fucking tired of other blacks.
Right, John. But
just imagine how the whites must feel. They can't say
I don't give a fuck what the whites feel.
But you live around whites.
Oh, motherfucker, I don't care how they feel. I don't ask them. And here's the next part. Okay, dude, you need to stop feeling responsible. You are not your black brother's keeper.
I ain't. But
why do you give a fuck? Honestly, this is an honest, genuine question. Why do you give a fuck?
Why do you excuse making fun? Why are you?
Don't answer a question with the question. Didn't they teach you that in grade school?
I mean, as you since you've been up here on the stream, why do you excuse black behavior? I'm really curious.
Because I don't give a fuck about it.
You married white.
I literally don't give a fuck about how other adults conduct themselves if it doesn't affect me. Y'all nigger it up.
You married
nigger
white.
it up, John. I don't give a fuck that you got arrested for a dumbass bullshit charge.
I don't care either.
I just make jokes about it. It doesn't mean I care.
But I don't joke. I'm a real serious
man. Motherfucker, maybe you should start.
I'm really curious to know, why do you defend and cape for niggas?
I'm not defending shit. How am I defending something when I don't give a fuck about it? I literally, this dumb bullshit that you and your fellow anti-black blacks want to fucking propagate amongst your winged bat.
For all we know, man, be Brave's daughter. For all we know,
to defend something, I would have to give a fuck about it.
Nigger, you married.
I don't give a fuck about something. I'm not defending it.
Stanley, I don't listen.
Don't Stanley me. Don't fucking keep trying the same old tired ass argument. If I don't give a fuck about it, I'm not defending it.
I tell you what, then, right?
Motherfucker, don't tell me what. I don't give a fuck what you have to tell. My point is, stop the bullshit about me defending shit. I don't give a fuck about something is not defending it. Now, maybe in your narrow coon head, you can't get that through the possum grease, but the bottom line is I don't defend shit that I don't give a fuck about. I do not give a fuck about what they're doing in DC because I don't live there.
I understand. So I tell you what,
I hope finally you do.
I tell you what, Stanley, here's what we're going to do going forward, right? We're going to talk about nigger shit on this channel. We're going to talk about the issue.
I will talk about any goddamn thing I want.
Right.
Whether it's nigger shit, whether it's cracker shit, whether it's space shit. You don't get to tell me what to talk about.
Hey, what you talking about? But at some point, right, if I feel like you just can't see the bigger picture, right? I don't want to
Motherfucker, so
talk like because like
motherfucker, you don't see the bigger picture, John. All you care about is nigger negative.
Right. And
negative nigger shit is all you care about.
And
I see the bigger picture. You do not.
Right. And I think
you see negative niggers. That should be your fucking mantra.
See, I think
see negative niggers. Negative niggers, niggers negative.
What works for me, it would be a better name for me. What you would be like, hey, shit, you married white, you live white. Talk to us about that. But
hey, no, motherfucker, I will talk about what the fuck I want. Hey, John, maybe you should have married white. Maybe you'd be happier. Maybe, motherfucker, your white wife would tell you not to ride your scooter downtown and get arrested for it.
So
does it take a white woman to tell John Galt not to get arrested for a motherfucking scooter violation? Maybe you should marry white.
As I was saying to you, Stanley,
motherfucker, as I just said to you, you're fucking with the right one. Don't you ever fucking tell me or criticize or even mention my marriage. All I have to say is maybe your dumb nigger ass should have married a white woman so you don't get inconvenienced for bullshit scooter violations.
And as I said, ladies,
a white woman could do you good, John.
And as I said, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be going in a different direction. You know, we're going to try to cover issues a little bit harder here. And I don't think that Stanley can see the bigger picture here, he doesn't want to see. He's like that security.
Oh, motherfucker, I am the bigger picture right now. Your negative nigger ass wants to talk about my white wife. How is that seeing the bigger picture, dumbass? Tell us how my marriage to a dead white wife, I might add, fucking has anything to do with your bigger picture. Explain that to your fucking coon ass minions. Maybe they will understand, because I don't.
I don't think you'll be able to figure it out.
Motherfucker, I figured shit out that you couldn't even dream of. You sit there, motherfucker. What I don't dream of is getting arrested for scooter violations. I could never dream of that.
Yeah. Yeah, well, we're different people. And
I'll say we are, John. Much different.
Right. And I think that we're very different and we see things different. We even see different things. And I just sat here and listened to you, and I couldn't believe it. I thought you talked so much about parenting and you didn't broach parenting.
Okay, wait, hold it. I didn't talk about DC. I talked about your video.
Parenting.
Wait, who talked about DC?
But anyway, so
motherfucker, don't be making shit up. I didn't talk about DC other than your ridiculous video.
Yeah, I got it. It's all ridiculous. Yeah.
So why would I talk about parenting about a city I didn't talk about?
I think the thing is there are a lot of blind spots for you because
oh, wait, hold it. No. They're not blind spots. They are willful. I don't pay attention to them because I don't give a fuck. This is like willful blindness. If that's the term you used, hell yeah. I don't deal with shit I can't control.
Yeah,
I don't worry about shit I can't fix. I leave that up to you in your ilk.
Yeah, I understand. I think that is part of the problem is that there are a lot of blacks like you that, you move away and there's no problem.
Motherfucker, wait. You see, this is the other thing. You want to push that narrative that I moved away from something. I move away to what? I moved to somewhere. I moved from Virginia to Georgia. Dude, when I moved here, let me put it to you this way. It's racists like you and your daddy be brave who care about race. I just liked the house and moved into it.
Yeah. You like the trees too, right?
Oh, motherfucking hell yeah. And then I live 15 minutes from a fishing hole. Fuck yeah. Fish don't have a race, John.
Yeah, I got it. Yeah, I'm sure.
Motherfucker, you don't have to. I don't care whether you're sure. I don't care whether you're not sure. You literally don't pay my bills. I could give a fuck whether you're sure or not. When
Yeah.
John Galt starts paying my bills, then I'll give a fuck.
But I just, again, like I said, I just found it interesting.
Well, John, I'm glad you find it interesting. Other than the comedy value of a grown ass man going to jail for a fucking scooter violation, handcuffs on you because of a fucking red scooter.
The reason why I say that is because the fact that you can see it, honestly, is I think it limits your growth.
Wait, motherfucker. Oh, really? Dude, I'm a retired 60-year-old motherfucker. How much do you want me to grow? Motherfucker, I'm goddamn grown, son.
Well, I guess I have to speak very concretely with you, blacks. Man,
I have a son in an elite engineering school, and your dumbass wants to talk about me growing? Motherfucker, when you get to where I'm at, then we can talk you and me and growth. Motherfucker, you are literally in Nowheresville. Okay, you keep extolling that hood shit. Motherfucker, I'm doing shit. Don't you dare worry about my growth, son. John Galt, you sound fucking like a clown. When you bring your dumb ass to where I'm residing or where I am, have a son where your kids might one day be, then we can talk growth. I will tell you this. You're not going to get where I am getting your dumb ass arrested over scooter violations. So you keep doing you, and you need to leave me to worry about me. You need not do it.
I guess what I'm talking about, Stanley, is for the channel's standpoint, like there's so many topics that you just can't cover. Again, like you could.
Oh no! I could. I won't. I will not be anti-black like John Galt.
You could have covered it from a parenting angle and take out black.
But why would I? Dude, was it in the newspapers?
I understand. But
I literally get my news stories from news sources. I don't make the shit up.
I understand. And but as I say, and I forget what I was about to say I forget. I remember now. Here's your thing, Stanley. Like when we get up here, like Portia J's behind the scene a lot. And, we have to try to put on a show that we're doing it for her as well as us. And sometimes we have to cover topics that we may not necessarily agree with.
Motherfucker, you need to get it. If Portia has a problem, Portia's an adult. She can address it. Motherfucker, if you're talking for Portia, you're wasting your breath.
It ain't about Portia having a problem. I'm just giving you my advice right here live.
Okay, motherfucker, I don't need your advice. Which part of that can't you heed?
But the stream, right now, I ain't talking about your personal advice. I can't give you any personal advice. You live long.
You know what? If I'm not satisfying your channel needs, let me know. I can move on.
I said, I think that there are plenty areas where you could cover.
I will not be dictated to by John Galt. That's not gonna. Why are you wasting your breath? I'm not gonna do what you suggest. I'm gonna do what I want to do.
All right, I understand.
And damn the numbers. If the numbers are not meeting John Galt standards, let me know. We got 38 we got 38. We had 40 something. Motherfucker, is that not good enough? And they might just be here for you. Maybe your ass should show up more often.
Well, but I think you don't give a fuck. You say that.
No, I do not.
Right, and I understand. But for Portia, who pitches in quite a bit of effort to say,
do you think Portia's an adult? Do you? Let me ask this question: is Portia a responsible adult with opinions?
I mean, you be the judge. Shit, I think
Oh,
so.
motherfucker, you talking about Portia, not me.
You're asking me, so I'm assuming you don't know, right? But
Oh,
anyway,
no. Don't assume anything, John. It might just be a rhetorical question.
But the bigger point is, honestly, you know, it's got to kind of be all for one. And, I don't mind anyone criticizing me.
Motherfucker, I'm sorry. I can't be for racism. I can't be for anti-black blacks. Are you wanting to go in so far in anti-black direction that I don't fit in? Is that your point?
No, what I'm saying is that if you don't give a fuck about this, you don't give a fuck about that. I mean, isn't that not a slap in the face to Portia and all the people behind the scenes that pitch into the show?
Well, let me put it to you this way. Did Portia elect you to speak for her?
No, I'm speaking for myself because...
Okay, well then, motherfucker, stop talking about Portia.
Well, I could say for myself, when I hear someone says, man, I don't give a fuck, I'm like, yo, I'm up here all the time. And like, I don't want to run people away.
Okay, John,
I may want to
how
say
many
something.
times have you said similar stuff? It's okay for John to do it?
I don't ever say I don't give a fuck who comes to say always. I hope I don't say that because I want many people here as possible. And if I did say that, then that would be like a slap in the face to Portia and how much work she's putting into it. And when I say all for one, I'm not saying all one opinion. But I think that, again, if I would have pointed this video, I think there's a whole big stream on parenting, the lack of self-respect. If the police were there in those type of numbers, for me as a juvenile, I'd go somewhere else. But they don't. Why don't they? What is the reason? What are the reasons behind it? That's the interest. That's the human interest story that I think would be very interesting. To criticize me, look, I'm here. I ain't running from the criticism, nigga. I posted shit on stream, right? You playing it. I telling you what happened. Right? Listen, like I'm not running from that, right?
Oh wait, you know what? While you're rambling, let's see. Does Nas speak for you? John needed to get locked up to John needed to get locked up to realize that Stanley's been destroying the channel.
Well, I've been understanding. Like, I think that honestly, this is my opinion. Like, there are a lot of other topics that you probably would be better served talking about. Honestly, where I think you.
Okay, motherfucker, who am I serving exactly? You say better served. Who am I serving? You use the word.
Let me finish what I'm saying. Don't get caught up in every little technical word.
Oh, I'm gonna get caught up in every syllable.
I don't speak like that, Stanley. Like I speak conversationally. I'm a nigga from the street, right? And I talk,
Well, maybe that's the problem. I'm not.
You know what I'm talking about. Here's what I'm saying.
Do I, John? How can you be sure that I know what you're talking about? If you want to say you're from the street and I'm not, then maybe I'm not street enough for you, John.
I think there are better. I think there are better topics that you could talk about.
Well, good for you, John. I'll take that under advisement, but I'm going to do what I want to do.
And I think that like you got a son in the Georgia Tech. Speak on that. Do topics on that.
Why would I do that?
Well, I think that's where you can speak from a position of authority.
Now look at this dumb son of a bitch.
And don't focus on the chat.
This little Chuck Woo guy. It's obvious that Stanley is baby mama raised.
You focus too much on the chat, honestly. Like, you know what I'm saying?
No. I focus on stupidity and I highlight.
I wouldn't even focus on stupidity. What I'm saying is that like I think, and this is my own honest opinion, the whole race talk, so much of America now is race talk. Honestly, this shit is race talk, right? What you got on the video, the schools, everything race talk. If you're gonna avoid talking about that, then we'll talk about things where you are an authority on.
No, motherfucker. literally the only race talk, I'll cover topics that are in the news. I might talk about race. I might talk about Trump. Which
but I think that you have
race sometimes.
I think
John,
you have,
bottom line is while I appreciate your advice and I'm sure it's well intentioned, I'm gonna do what I want to do.
but I think
I
you have
get my news from news sources. I don't make the shit up.
but I think you have a hankering. And maybe it's your algorithm too. You asked about my algorithm earlier. It very well could be your algorithm, right? And Lindy Lou, and she's a nice lady. I think Lindy Lou is very nice, and she thinks you hate white people, and it does come off.
Wait, hold it. Let me ask you a question. Number one, why do you give a fuck what Lindy Lou thinks? Lindy Lou has no clue what she's talking about, that she thinks I hate white people. Apparently, Lindy Lou thinks she is all white people, and I don't hate her. I literally have to give a fuck to hate people. So, Lindy, let me just help you out here. I don't hate all white people. I hate stupid people, and I really don't even hate stupid people, but they are annoying. Focus on stupid, substitute stupid for white, and you'll be close.
But Stanley,
actually, substitute me for white, for hate. Substitute me for stupid, and you might even be closer.
Yeah, but again, Lindy Lou supports the challenge. See, that's what I'm saying, Stanley. Like, we do.
Okay. I don't fucking Lindy Lou does not control what I talk about. I don't give a fuck whether she supports the channel or not.
But Stanley, and there
Dude, does she support the channel or does she support John Galt? Which is it? Because she sure as shit doesn't support me.
Well, but I mean, maybe
what the fuck are you talking about? Is my point.
But I'm sure she sent
She supports John Galt,
maybe
not the channel.
She may have sent HB a cash app. She may have sent.
You know what? That is Lindy Lou's money. She gets to do the fuck what she wants to do.
Even CKJ,
Lindy Lou must be like the imperious of the John Galt channel.
Lindy Lou's imperious. But CKJ3, whenever he comes up on the panel, I think I've always been respectful to him. We very rarely agree on.
I bet he would differ.
I don't know.
I've heard you talk about him when he's not on the panel.
But when he comes up here, I won't call him names. I talk to him respectfully.
Dude, you treat him like I treat Lindy Lou.
No, I don't. I've
never. The fuck you don't, dude. Oh, John, really? Oh, John, I've heard you. I've been on panels with you talking about CKJ3. Don't fucking pretend that you are. That halo is tarnished.
When CKJ3 comes up here, I speak very respectfully. I don't curse him out.
When he comes up here, it's when he's not here that you get a little rapey.
Yeah, I've got a little loose with him.
Look at you smiling.
But whenever he's come up here, I've always been fair to him. I think he would say that.
Yeah, motherfucker. I literally just said it's when he's not here that I'm talking about. You aren't that respectful.
But I still, but I don't go in the areas where he's garnering some respect. I've never, only thing I would ever say about him is I disagree with his opinion. So I may criticize him based on that.
CKJ3's response is, Stanley, you are right. I just don't get in my feelings about it.
I'm not in my feelings about it either. But again, man, damn, Lindy Lou dropped off, and I'm way past where I should have been. But
well, I did not drop Lindy Lou off. She left of her own accord. So don't get that. Hey, Stanley hates me. He dropped me from the panel.
And all that. Now, man, bro. I don't prefer an echo chamber. That's not what I'm saying. But I do think
Shredder's problem here.
I think you get the best out of people. You know what I'm saying? You got to see the big picture, even if all of it doesn't align with you. Peel away the layers that fit Because I think and this is a tip of my hat to you. You got a son into Georgia Tech after your wife passed. Yo, that's a story. And I think a lot of people, shit, T got children, I have children younger than yours. Hell, it could be a late night advice hour. You never know.
Nope, anyway, not doing it. And you know what? I respect you, and I respect T enough to really. It is not my job. If you see, I'm one of these. Hey, Stanley, this is happening. What advice do you have, dude? It's almost disrespectful to go like, "Hey, your kid. This is what I did." Dude, that is the height of nosiness, disrespect. You do what you want to do with your children. I will have opinions. T talked about something the other night, and I had my opinion. But you know what? In the end, you are a smart Black human being.
But
he is a smart Black human being.
Stanley,
they are going to raise good kids.
I don't have a lot of time, but what I'm saying to you is like, sometimes devil's in the details. You've been there before. You've told the road. And there may be the nuance of things that someone didn't see. Shit, I've been a landlord, and when people have come up behind me, I've seen them make mistakes that I could have told them how to avoid those pitfalls. And I think the same thing goes with you, bro. If you say
don't think about the same thing goes with me, John.
I think if you hold on.
Let me ask you a question. What is it in your brain that makes you think I need your advice?
Well, I think that
as I said, I've done some shit that you have not done. When you get to 60 and you are me, then I might pay some attention. Dude, you have some growing to do. Don't act like you have the corner on being Black, and too often you do. Motherfucker, you are not that nigger, John Galt. You are just a nigger.
Do you see the problem? Million. Look, I'm not even saying this is a Black topic.
What I'm saying, John, is I appreciate your advice, but dude, don't you? I think sometimes you think I'm like fucking 14 or something. Dude, I am your senior, and maybe you should shut up and listen to me sometimes.
Well, I don't disagree with you. I listen to you quite a bit, but
good. I don't like just bullshit conversations.
Well, I think that I'm just telling you what I think, right? And I think it would really reflect in ways that would be tangible. I think everyone should try the best way to go, at least on YouTube. This is my opinion. It's to be able to speak from a position of authority. My opinion, right? Be brave. I'm just using him. Don't get caught up in what I'm saying. He speaks from, I'm the only white man out here talking this shit on YouTube. From that standpoint, he feels a void. No one else is out here countering him. It's low-hanging fruit, barriers to entry are none. He feels it. And you don't know how it goes, but I think that's where the meat is. And for people, if you say parenting is a big issue, which I agree in America, you've gotten a child into Georgia Tech. I know you don't want to talk about it. Maybe it's personal. You could abstract it out. But I think it is, it would be a position of authority for you to speak on. And that I think is very important in terms of, holding and maintaining.
Look at your little dick sucker Nas 415. John, listen to him. He will tell you how to raise white stepkids while telling Black power on YouTube. Well, you know what? Some of it is right. Nas, if I don't fucking raise a Nazi salute and go Heil Hitler, it's Black power. So you need to keep your fucking second grade Armenian ass like out of my chat, frankly. Or come up with better jokes.
But that's what I think you'd be your sweet spot there, Stanley. It would allow you to discuss from a position of authority there. Because I think there are a lot of topics that, you know, you're a biased journalist. And
oh, and you're Mr. Objectivity, right?
Well, but I can't speak on
every goddamn video I show is black people doing depraved shit. Yeah, that's objectivity.
But I can speak on a position from authority. I live around black
Okay,
people.
well, motherfucker, you speak on the depraved shit you live around. Excellent.
I show what I see.
Yeah, well, you know what? I show what I see, and I read newspapers. I like news. I literally do news stories.
But I'm in a different angle, so my shit is wrong.
My angle is current events, basically. So that's my angle. It's not talking about my son unless it's relative.
See, I don't think you should.
Bottom line is, let me just tell you, I do news.
Yeah, I do.
Culture, politics, and things of that ilk. That's what I do.
But I don't think you do news in an unbiased way, and so you don't.
Who gives a fuck? So you're saying that I can't have bias? Is that your point?
Well, maybe you don't do it in the best.
I'm not anti-black. That's my bias.
I don't think you do it in the best bias way. Like, for instance,
who gives a fuck what you think about how I do news?
I think there's something.
Wait, John, hold on. You think I give a fuck?
But I think for the audience,
I don't give a fuck what the audience thinks. If the numbers are low, hey, just go, Stanley. The numbers aren't high enough. Move on. Okay, look, the numbers will go. There are enough serious people out there that they will get it. If they don't, then you know what? They go to John Galt or Be Brave, or they just fucking get their anti-black, racist fix at the John Galt teat.
You know, we cover different things, you know, so that's how it goes.
Hey, speaking of getting that kind of content, can we see that clip?
I think we showed it. It's Stanley, you showed it.
I don't have the link. The one you showed last night, is that still online, John?
This
is the one. This is the hold on one sec. This is the one I found. I don't think that's the one from overnight though.
Yeah, this is it.
Sorry, Stanley. I just want to ask you a question. Do I have an echo real bad? Just let me know because I might have to go back and come in. Do I have an echo, Stanley?
No, you're okay, Lindy.
Oh, sorry, no.
No, do I have an echo? Because I can come back.
You do not have an echo.
Nope, no echo.
Okay.
All right. Well, where do you want me to? This is about midway. This is only like a 3:44. There's a longer clip somewhere, but I'll just do this.
Please do nothing. And so I said to myself, you know, instead of being in the job inside the CVS or on the premises securing the store, she's trying to preach to the teens. These are not her children. She's trying to preach to them. Her and the African nigger, instead of doing their jobs. See, this is one of the problems that blacks have in the workforce. No one wants to talk about it. You can't measure it. They're so easily distracted from their jobs that, hey, man, why aren't you working? Oh, man, I had to go smoke me a cigarette. And then he see somebody he know, and he talking to her for 30 minutes while they smoking a cigarette. He walked away from the job. These two niggers, security guard niggers, and you could hear the black woman, and you know what kind of neighborhood.
Well, let's do a little critique there. The N word, I don't particularly appreciate. And John, were you part of the distraction from her job? Because that was one of the criticisms I made. You were one of those
By the way,
distractions.
Stanley, I agree with you. I wish people would stop using that word. I'll be honest. And you know what?
Well,
And people, and you know what? I know the generation now. It's not how we grew up. I think it's been the worst thing ever for the Black community to be able to use that word so freely. But we are not of this generation. But when we were younger, that would have never been tolerated. I think it's been an erosion
I think you were right
to be
about
able to
that.
use that word. It's an erosion, and to me, it is. That's
Look,
just my thoughts
look.
on it.
Well, wait, hold it. See, this is the weird thing. Portia, you know it's rare for me to use the word. So trying to draw some moral equivalent or whatever equivalent you're trying to do, sorry, it's not gonna work. I did it.
Stanley, they weren't raised like us. We didn't use the N word. Blacks, well, they might have used it in their home. We did not use that word. I've watched the erosion of this come since the 70s. Black people, whether they used it, we didn't hear it in school. We didn't hear any of that kind of stuff. And through the years, it's been horrible.
He called me a nigga
I
too.
heard it. I heard it.
He called me one
plenty.
too.
I went to a mostly white, all boys Catholic school. I heard it a few times. As a matter of fact, it's even written in a yearbook or two. So it had to be.
You hear it a few times. Yeah.
Oh no, it could get pretty bad. But boys are horrible in high school, and that's why you need girls there to kind of like make the boys be
say nigger less. Right, Stanley.
But
I just think it's been the biggest erosion for the Black community.
Outside of my horrible high school, no, you never heard it. You didn't hear it on TV.
We did not. No, we did not. And I think that's been the erosion of the Black community since, I don't know when it started happening. I'm going to say since rap music. I'm not sure, but that was never acceptable.
I don't know that the word itself has been an erosion, but it's a symptom of the erosion.
Yeah.
If you want to say that there's been kind of like a relaxing of morals or probity, is that the word? Propriety? There were some things you just didn't do, and that has kind of been relaxed over the decades, and that is a problem. And the thing is,
it's a problem.
Well, it's actually not just the Black community; it's the overall American community. And I always say this: when America catches a cold, Black people catch the flu, and that is, kind of a maxim that I actually believe has a lot of truth in it. So anyway, I'm just saying.
I'm sorry, Stanley. For me, it just seems like it's just like, for me, I'm sorry, I don't mean to interrupt you. I think I have a little bit of a delay going on here, but for me, the use of that word so openly in the Black culture, it's like nigga, it's like every other word. I hear tough guy. It's like the every second, third word, and it's a form of disrespect. You're respecting yourself. You're respecting the people around you. That's my feeling about it. But I'm not Black.
I don't think.
Right. Was that word connected to this
disrespect as much as just moral? What is it? Just moral collapse? That might be a bit.
Whatever you want to call it.
Did that play a role in? Did that play a role in the arrest that we're about to see on the screen? I know it was almost a problem last time.
No, I don't think that arrest is on the screen.
Oh
no! I just went off on a little beaten path with somebody else. Somebody was talking about somebody saying the N word. I just chimed in. So go on ahead. Go ahead.
Hey, don't you know, Lou? They take your phone when you get arrested, right, John?
Man, that's an interesting thing. And I was going to comment on this earlier, Stanley, before we got, So they searched me maybe 3 or 4 times, and as they walked me to the car, I still had my phone in my pocket, my back pocket. Some officers just so happened to see it. Then when they got me to the station,
now look at this moron. You know, I have to stop this just to compliment Palomino Ricky Z. Dude, you never get better or smarter. Just wanted to give you that shout out.
So when they get me to the station, there's a white police officer and he's in charge of, I guess, intake at that point. And he says, he checks, they have to check you again. He found a penny in my back pocket. He showed it to the black guy. And, you know, I'm saying it to myself, like, they're not very thorough cops. And they're going to end up getting somebody hurt. And so when I end up getting to the jail, I see all these carvings on the wall where people have written Black Lives Matter, prison is like the modern day slavery or whatever. And I'm like, how the fuck they get this shit in here? But they got it in there somehow. They even have a fucking chair you sit down in. That motherfucker, I guess, does a body cavity search on your ass. And they still missed the fucking penny. You know, it's just like, I don't know, it's just...
Okay, John, I'm confused as to the relevance of this point.
Well, the relevance is, you know, like these blacks... They
the sloppy cops arrested you? Is that your point? You got arrested by sloppy cops. That's more a John problem than a cop problem.
Well, it's just 3 or 4 sloppy cops. So when you see the Tyree Nichols situation, you see shit like this, these are people who are really just doing cops as a job. They're not very thorough. I'm saying, I'm walking to the police car. I had a cell phone in my back pocket. It could have been a fucking weapon. I get to the police station. I had a penny in my back pocket. It could have been a knife or a razor blade.
Thank God you're not one of them blacks, John.
Yeah. So it's just, you know, it's just interesting. That you see the incompetence of these people. Man.
John, that does not. I'm still struggling to see your point. So you got arrested by incompetent cops. Are you saying that they made up the reason to arrest you?
No, I'm not saying that. I'm moved beyond that. I've already said, hey, man, if there's a rule...
Okay, well, I haven't moved beyond it. You telling me that they're Keystone cops basically makes it more embarrassing.
Well, I mean, you know, I wasn't going to resist them. You know, the interesting thing...
You know what? I'm not saying you should have resisted them. I'm just saying that, hey, you know, if they were kindergarten cops, you know, it was a kindergarten arrest.
Well, you know what's interesting is, and this is what the thing is, in your Stanley, since you don't live around blacks, you might find this.
Okay, motherfucker. See, hold on one sec. Because you keep coming up with this cock and bull bullshit. I live in a mixed neighborhood, motherfucker.
I mean, you know what is black.
Stop. You can't face the truth, apparently. Apparently, the nigger John Galt needs his narrative needs met. Dude, I do not live in your world. I don't want to live in your world. I don't give a fuck about your world. Why do you give so much of a fuck about mine?
I don't care about your
world. Stanley, if you don't live in his world and you don't
Lindy Lou, not now. John,
well, and this is why nobody comes on your show.
I will not hold on, Lindy Lou. John.
Well, this is why people don't come on your show, Stanley.
Motherfucker, you just cannot fucking shut. Dude, this is Stanley versus the world. Please be quiet when the host asks you to. God damn.
The princess is here. Okay, the princess is here, Stanley.
This is not John Galt's show. This is Stanley's show.
Oh, okay. All right.
Please wait your turn.
Let me take my crown off. Hold on.
Okay, John, bottom line is you're the one telling people where you think I live. Stop giving so much of a fuck is my point.
Well, I'll tell you, you're fair. But I'll tell you what, the thing is, I guess what I find, what I think, and maybe I'm wrong, is I live in the nation's capital.
I don't give a fuck where you live.
You don't.
Why do we need to know where you live?
Let me finish, right?
That's the problem.
Which is where, you know, a lot of the news that you read about, I'm in the, you know, in the footsteps of all the news that you read about.
Well, last night you made news. Is that your point?
There you go, even better.
You think you're going to show up? Did they do an article about you, John?
And so the dynamics of this city is probably more interesting than the dynamics of your city, right? Wherever you live. So it doesn't matter where you live. It's not very interesting. Washington, D.C. is probably a much more interesting city than where you live. I know you don't give a fuck, but the audience, right, when they see something in Washington, D.C., the monument, the Capitol, or street interviews, is probably more interesting than the people in your neighborhood walking up and down the street or driving down the street.
That's why I don't do stories on the people in my neighborhood, John.
Right.
I've literally never done a street interview in my fucking front yard because we're kind of boring.
Right, I understand. And so this city is, you know, a much more dynamic, much more interesting city than where you live.
And John, so are you here to sing the praises?
No, I'm not singing the praises. I'm not
Are
saying
you on the tourist board or what?
See, I haven't said it's better or worse. What I'm saying is different. It is national.
I think we get your point.
National, and then
however, my point is that don't fucking tell me about the neighborhood I live in. You've never been here. The fucking bullshit you want to push about me living in an all-white neighborhood just isn't like.
Okay, I want to talk about
why do you give so much of a fuck? Is the question I often ask myself.
I won't talk about it anymore because no one cares.
Good for you. That's a step in the right direction.
It's not interesting. So. But DC,
it's interesting to the anti-black blacks
because
you're
he's not anti-black.
You're anti-black.
He's not anti-black. Black.
Lindy Lou. You know what? I can get to you next. Let's see. You better put on a fucking fire retardant jacket.
I think that
here's my point. Is that
Stanley, he's not anti-black. You don't get it.
Damn, what did you do what did you put on this woman, John? I understand why where I live is important to the anti-black narrative. Because your point about if you marry a white woman or if you live in a white neighborhood, you're running away from the hood or some bullshit like that. I pretty much reject all that retarded shit. That's a retarded anti-black point. But ultimately, you're wrong about my neighborhood being all white. So I don't fit the narrative you're trying to build. Is my point.
I ain't gonna mention again. As I say, like Stanley,
that would be so nice of you.
Right. As I say, Stanley, like. You live in a small town, whatever. I think you say small town, whatever.
My choice, John.
Right. I ain't saying whatever. I ain't saying that. It's not very interesting to the audience. DC is a different city. Well, I'm in New York. Different cities.
Okay, well, you know what? The next time you go to the Washington Monument and do something positive, I'm gonna be there watching you do it. But
maybe
Stanley, this is you know why people don't come up here because you put them in the back. You put people. You put us in the back.
Lindy Lou, your boyfriend wants you to be quiet. Your boyfriend,
Stanley, you put him in the back. You put people in the back.
Oh, motherfucker!
And you try to humiliate. You try to humiliate John.
Lindy Lou,
you're trying to humiliate John.
Lindy Lou, are you drunk?
No, I'm just saying.
You
can't have a conversation. No.
Okay, well then, how about
he's not my boyfriend? And that's what you do. That's what you do because you know what? That's what you say.
Thank you for
that's what you say and do. You come after John. You come after me.
Okay, god damn it! Enough of that fucking bullshit. I don't know what bee is in her little Easter bonnet, but she needs to shoo it away. John, you mention my neighborhood as much as you want, and I will fucking crush your point when you do it. How about that? Now, your girlfriend for some reason, wants to defend your honor. So this is going to be the last time. Lindy Lou, if you keep like doing that 12th man bullshit, you'll just stay in the back and then you can leave of your own accord.
I'm going to leave right now. This is what you do, Stanley.
See you
You cut
later.
people off.
See you
You put them in the
later,
bed.
Lindy
You
Lou.
put them in the bed.
Lindy
I'm
Lou,
leaving. I'm
I'll
leaving.
keep
Bye.
on.
Bye.
So
Bye. You put people.
This is what these crazy white women do. They want to come up and take over a black man's panel. This is what the fuck? Why the fuck is she coming up?
You gonna let her, Stanley?
No. You know, it is kind of amusing because I'm gonna keep bashing her as long as she keeps doing this retarded bullshit. You fucking want to come up and be white on my panel? Well, how about be white and quiet?
See it as
You gonna let him
white.
talk to you
You
like
see
that,
it as
Lindy?
white.
Lindy,
You
gonna
see
let
it
him
as
talk to you
white.
like that?
See, this is no. You know what,
did
tough
I-
guy? He
look,
sees
see,
it as
this is-
white. He
this-
sees it as
this is
white.
a white
And this is
woman.
what he
This
does.
is Karen.
white woman. This is a Karen, a white woman. This is what he does. He will
It
he
don't
will
matter
knock
because
me
he
down.
had a baby. He had a baby with a white woman, though.
You know what? I'm gonna
Well,
fuck with
well,
you.
I'm just
I am
saying.
going to fuck
I'm
with
just
you
saying,
as
tough
long,
guy.
as long
He
as
will
you
do.
keep acting like this. You know it's what I do,
He
Lindy
will
Lou.
call me. He will
Lindy
call me
Lou.
a white woman.
Lindy Lou. Lindy Lou.
He probably
Stanley,
just wants
this
some
is
head.
what you
Why don't you
do.
give Stanley some head, Lindy?
Oh, he does. Oh, yeah, of course. But you know what?
Lindy Lou.
I'm just saying, this is what he
Wait,
does.
would it be
He
better
will
if
bump me
Give that
up.
man some head,
if I
Lindy.
call you Miss Ann? Would that be more respectful?
Stanley, you can call
Lindy,
me
you gotta
anything
get
you
this man some
want.
head, and then maybe he'll be nicer to you. He needs to
You know what,
bust you off in the mouth.
tough guy, you're kind of nasty in every way. So I'm just gonna say that
Oh
real
my
quick.
lord!
You're nasty. You're nasty. I'm just
I'm just
saying, this is
saying,
what Stanley does.
maybe be nicer to you. If you just
Yeah,
help him
Universal.
release
You're
his load in your
goddamn right.
mouth.
You're goddamn right. It's a circus, Universal Jones. These anti-black blacks cannot just fucking get
Stanley
up
does
on a
not.
panel and be serious.
Well, Stanley, you drone on and on and on and on.
Lindy
You don't
Lou.
let other people
Lindy Lou.
talk. And when they
Lindy Lou.
talk, you put them behind stage. You just
Lindy
drone
Lou.
on and on.
Lindy Lou,
Blah,
would
blah,
you
blah, blah,
rather
blah.
me? Would you rather me be CT and give you
Fuck
white
going
girl
on,
privilege?
T?
See, this is what Lindy Lou. Lindy Lou is used to being on CT's panel where she has white girl privilege. You don't get that shit
Oh,
here.
no. He puts me, no. He puts me down. He puts me down because he doesn't want to hear it either.
What's with her white girl privilege?
He puts me down because he doesn't want to hear it. He's put me down a few times. He's put me down a few times.
Just a few? Just a few? So do you complain as much when he puts you backstage? Or is it just
Hell
me?
yes.
Is it the uppity?
No,
is it the
hell
uppity
yes.
black? It's the uppity black. Am I being too uppity, Lindy Lou? Am I being
You know
too
what?
uppity?
You know what?
Have you called me an uppity Negro off air?
I did not.
Have you
I did
ever
not.
in the chat call me an uppity
I
Negro?
did not. Never. Never.
Yeah, okay.
See, this is, you know what, Stanley? I don't know if you're so drunk you don't remember half the stuff. I've never called you an uppity Negro.
Hey, Lindy Lou.
I've never,
you know what
I've
my
never
problem
called you
is?
the N-word.
Okay, Lindy
You
Lou.
go.
Okay, Lindy Lou. I will get my say. No, I'm not drunk, Lindy Lou. So you can disabuse your little white mind of that fiction.
That nigga said, "I'm gonna get my say." He muted you, didn't he?
Yeah, that's what he does. That's what he does. He mutes you.
That's what I do. Why are you
with that mute button and that
That's what he does.
Yeah, he got
If
that
you know what I'm
backstage and
gonna
that
do,
mute button
why
on.
All right, you know what? I'm gonna leave. I'm leaving. I'm leaving. I thought I could come up with every
Lindy, you can't leave that. You gotta give up that head.
Tough guy. Tough guy. I thought I could have a conversation, but evidently not. He will put me down. He will call me the white. He always compares everything to my skin color. I'm white. White woman, white.
You know why I do it?
Why you do it? I don't know why you do it.
I will tell you because I know it annoys you.
Yeah, that's true. It does annoy me.
And you keep commenting. It's what Stanley does. It's what I do, Lindy Lou.
Well, at least you admitted it. Well,
why wouldn't I?
And then
it's funny.
Well, it's funny to you. It's not so much funny to me, but I see how you are. You have that. This is what I'm going to say about what John does. Okay.
Oh, really?
John
does it better. That's all you need to say. John does you better.
Hold on, my boyfriend, as you would call it, because that's what you want to do. You want to disrepute me and John. So this is what you say. John and many other people. You know what, Stanley, you're not young. I'm not young. There's a lot of young people who wants to see a change in your community. They're tired. And they want to call it out, and they're done with it. You seem to not understand. You don't care.
Oh no,
you don't care about what John is saying. You don't care, and that's the problem. John does.
Okay,
but John does.
Okay, you can be quiet now and receive my answer. Can you do that? I don't control the black community. Okay.
I don't have a choice.
You don't. Well, obviously you do because you keep talking. Okay,
hold on. You don't let anybody finish.
I don't control the black community. I can only control, what's in my happens in my four walls, and maybe in my community. If I feel like being extroverted,
then why do you fight him?
Okay, why? Damn, this John does not control the black community.
Well, I think Stanley.
And I think the problem.
He does though a little bit.
The problem with I think it's a form of
space for black people to live at. So he does control it in a way.
I think it is literally a form of megalomania or just plain old self-delusion. You can complain all you want. Okay. John complaining and showing videos and making the crack hoe jokes in the body cam videos. That's not fucking changing anything either.
All right, Stanley, I will agree with you to a certain extent. It sometimes the delivery is raw, and sometimes the delivery I have to leave. I can't watch it. It's too much for me, to be honest. I'll be honest with you.
Okay, let's not center Lindy Lou's feelings on this. Your point was something about caring about the black community. I care about the community.
He does. You don't.
And I don't give a fuck.
You don't care about the black community. That's the problem. That's the problem. You don't give a fuck.
I think John Galt caring about the black community has zero impact on the black community.
Stanley,
it absolutely does.
Hold on. I see
God damn it, Lindy Lou. Do you live in a black community?
Let me come in.
No. Hold the fuck on. This is the bullshit that so fucking annoys me. Women, you have no fucking clue what you're talking about. You
get annoyed. I know it's.
You literally do not know shit, Lindy Lou. Stop talking to shit you don't know.
Stanley, I probably live more in a black community than you.
God damn it.
Stanley, I probably live more in a black community than you.
I don't tolerate stupidity, and I have little patience with it. You don't know fucking half of what you're talking about, and when it comes to black community topics, you don't know shit. Stop pretending that you do. The bottom line is John Galt fucking concentrating on all the negative aspects of black communities literally has zero impact. You know what? I just have the good sense to know that, you know what? I need to take care of my own. And motherfucker, I don't get arrested on your random Sunday night. That's something, goddammit.
Stanley, I live in more of a black community. I live in more of a black community than you.
I did not get arrested last night.
Stanley, I live in a more black community than you.
Look, Lindy Lou, what you need to do is you need to recognize you need to recognize your place, woman.
Ooh.
Okay, and I don't mean your place as a woman. I don't mean your place as a white woman. I mean your place as in a panelist on a Stanley versus the World panel. John's here is not going to save your ass for me booting you. You need to understand this.
Stanley, man, honestly, bro, like, Stanley, honestly, I think
I don't need John to save my ass. I don't need John to save my ass.
You will because you keep yapping like a goddamn chihuahua.
Oh, can I?
Well, let me hold on a minute, John. Hold on, John's talking. Let me put my princess cap back on. Hold on. I got to put my princess cap. John, go on ahead, darling. Go on ahead, baby.
Do you know how clownish you sound right
now? Go on ahead, baby.
Let me see.
Go on ahead, baby. I got my princess cap back on.
Honestly, I think.
Go on ahead, darling.
This is my opinion.
Now you're gonna keep cutting John off.
And I'm a guy that, here's my, ear to the market and shit like that. It's been like that for a long time. And I think, honestly, and you're not going to take this the right way, and it's not a criticism of you, it's just my opinion, is that you're out of touch with how the majority of the people in the chat live. You live in a suburban area, that, I don't give a fuck what the demographics is. It's not how most of the chat lives. It's not how most of the chat experiences their life.
So what?
I understand you saying so, and I'm not criticizing you.
Dude, what do you expect me to do? Move into the hood? You know what? What I'll do is I'll come up and rent a room from you so I can live the life.
What I'm saying is that I'm not expecting you to move into the hood, but I'm thinking that where you live, and there's not a criticism of you, it's not far from where I grew up, but the majority of people on YouTube, this is a kind of an urban, suburbanish type audience. You're ex-urban.
So,
and yeah, I understand. And I think their experiences are drastically different.
Okay, can you get to your point?
And so I think when
Stanley. God.
When I'm talking, it kind of resonates with Lindy Lou. She drives DoorDash or Uber in these areas.
Okay, motherfucker, when you are on your show, she can come up and bond or gel or whatever it is you two do.
Hey, John. Hey, John. Guess what? You and I are having an elusive affair. You know what? You and I are having some kind of little affair that you let me up on your stream, and I got to put the princess. He called me a princess, right? So I come on your. He calls me the princess, and you and I are having some kind of weird little affair going on, like I'm in love with you and you're in love with me, or something like that. And the thing about it is,
Lindy Lou, thank you. Let me address people in the chat. May I address some
Stanley,
people in the chat? Since John was talking about progress. God damn it, Lindy
Just say,
Lou.
hold on.
Lindy Lou.
I grew up.
We get
Stanley.
the gist.
I grew up in a darker community all my life than you have. Well, okay, you don't give a fuck. But I know exactly what John is talking about.
You have no
don't.
fucking clue what John is talking about.
Yes, I do.
Have you ever
You
even
don't,
been
Stanley.
to DC, Lindy Lou? Have you ever been to
Have you been to
DC?
Detroit? Have you been to Detroit? Have you been to Detroit?
Fuck no. Fuck no. How often do you hear me saying
exactly.
Okay, you know what? This is too much. How often do you hear me say that I talk about Detroit? I don't.
But I think the problem is, Stanley, is that I'm talking
Okay, no, there is no problem. If you think there is a problem, you're fucking making it up.
Well, I think the issue.
Everybody in the chat knows that I'm not from the hood, don't live in the hood, have no intentions of moving to the hood. What happens in the hood is for hood folks to deal with. Everybody knows this.
Hood, right? And he talks about this shit, and he figures it out.
I don't care what happens in the hood.
I understand.
But you talk against John.
Yet you're obviously thick skull.
But you talk against John because he talks about it.
I keep letting you up, and you keep misbehaving.
I'm leaving. Bye.
We enjoyed you, Lindy Lou. Come back soon.
Hey, Stanley.
What's up, Bumpkin?
Nothing much. Would it be okay if I just asked John like 2 very simple questions? And
before you do that though, Portia asked about another show. John, are you up for that?
No, I gotta hear that one.
Okay, Portia, I can do another segment, but we're at 11:53. I can do another, but it'll be about half an hour to an hour. And I don't know whether that's necessary. It's whether you want to administrate it or not. And most of the people are here for John anyway.
John, so before you go, John, what happened, nigga? You got arrested, nigga?
Wait, hold it. Bumpkin wants to ask John a question. He was here. Yeah. Well, just ask the question, but make it quick because Tough Guy needs some time too.
Yeah. I know we're running out of time. First question: how many beers were you down during that entire thing? When you got arrested, how many beers were you down?
I hadn't drink. You
didn't drink at all?
No, not at the time. No.
Damn. Okay. Secondly, would you be willing Wednesday or Thursday? I can call you to come over for a Keepers of the Lore stream to talk about what happened.
You in DC right now?
No. It'd be on a panel.
Yeah, we talk about it. I had the video up until I think when they walked up on me or some shit. I didn't say anything, bro. I promise you, I didn't say one word.